The Threads Between Us by Jess Kuras, Chapter 1. For a single moment, the world was in balance. The three of us, Gillean, Mahara, and I, spun atop it in perfect symmetry, crowns of flowers in our hair. Then, the world tipped, we stumbled, and each of us spun out in a different direction. The harder I tried to fix us, get us back in sync, the worse it became. Our paths erratic, we began to collide. That's when I realized it was never just the three of us on this shifting, broken world. A book sat open in front of me, assigned reading from Gillean, but my eyes strayed beyond it as I poked at an ant on the table, trying to get it to discover the crumbs True had forbidden us from cleaning up. Instead, it began marching up the side of the book. "Any luck?" Mahara asked from the floor. I glanced over, but she wasn't talking to me. Small pieces of electronics and tools lay in a pile in front of her, and she poked through them, searching. I had tamed her hair into something resembling a braid, but it was already coming undone, small curls poking out in every direction. "Maybe," True called from the other room. When she returned, she was carrying a tiny screwdriver. She grinned, showing off her pointed teeth. "Small enough, you think?" Mahara gave a small, serious nod as True sat down across from her, and they both hunched back over the mess, talking quietly and sorting through the pieces. I returned to the book, reading the words but not comprehending them. It was hard to focus. Beyond just being distracted by the other two, I was weary. Mahara and I spent every morning trying to restore Kai's memories, heal his affliction, and when we couldn't stay in our spirit form any longer, there were a million other projects to work on. If I wasn't helping Gillean with chores, he was quizzing me on the spirit language or assigning me books to read. We did our best to stay out of sight of the others in the town, so after several weeks of being cooped up together, Mahara and I retreated to True's occasionally. While Kai seemed to be recovering, albeit slowly, he wasn't the spirit I remembered. Or maybe he was exactly who I remembered. Either way, it wasn't what I expected. "What are you thinking about?" Mahara noticed my inattention and leaned against my leg. I closed the book, belatedly hoping I hadn't just squished the ant inside it, and reached over to smooth her unruly hair back into place. "Kai," I admitted. She smiled up at me, face bright as always. "Don't worry." She scooted closer and patted my thigh. "We're getting stronger every day. We'll get them all sorted out soon." That was easy for her to say. Her relationship with Kai was worlds different from mine. She didn't even really remember him from before. It was almost like she was meeting him for the first time. True glanced over and met my gaze. "Give him time," she said simply. Her eyes crinkled a little as she smiled at me. "And give yourself a break." She patted the floor next to her, inviting me to join them. I stood instead, gathering the book and sliding away. "It's nearly dinner. I'm going to head back. You coming?" Mahara shook her head without even bothering to confer with True. "I'll stay here for a while. I think we're finally making progress on the radio." I glanced at the window, dust motes swirling a little in the direct light. "It's getting dark soon, Mahara." "She can sleep here," True offered, standing and stretching. Her flawless skin positively glowed in the evening sun streaming through the window. I could use some help feeding the critters anyway. I didn't like the idea, but couldn't express exactly why, even to myself. I nodded and headed to the door. "Have fun," I said brightly. Mahara didn't glance up and simply raised a hand in farewell, even as True gave me an apologetic shrug and blew me a kiss. Book in hand, I left, hopping off the porch and past the bees clumsily bumbling from bush to bush. There was a chill in the air that seemed to get a little colder every day, gradually slowing the world and everything in it. I shivered and hurried my steps, taking the well-worn path between the two cabins that skirted the neighbors and followed the river. I missed being outside, walking through the forest with just Gillean by my side. While we had gradually become more comfortable traveling between the two cabins without incident, None of us spent more time outside than necessary. When I reached his cabin, my steps slowed and I paused at the door, gifting myself with an extra moment of the crisp, pine-scented breeze in my hair and the sun on my back. I was absolutely stalling, but tried to convince myself I was simply appreciating nature as my hand rested lightly on the door. Voices inside filtered through the window nearby, left open a crack. I bit my lip as my hand hovered over the doorknob, a fraction of a second away from pushing the door open. I knew I shouldn't, but I recognized the tone in Gillean's voice, hesitant but earnest. What were they talking about? Still, I didn't want to go down this path. Gillean had waited so long to talk to his dad like this again. I didn't want to listen in, but I also didn't want to interrupt. I turned away, hoping I could creep away undetected and wait a few minutes, but then I heard my name. I paused again, listening closer despite my guilty conscience. You care about her, but it's not safe. Kai's voice was low, as if trying to keep his frustration in check. It was a tone I was very familiar with recently. Nothing is safe. I don't know what you want me to say here. I could practically hear Gillian's shrug. If anything, she's easier to read than any spirit. I was certain they were talking about me, and I felt my anger rise, but nothing was inherently untrue. It was the tone of Kai's voice I didn't really care for, like I was some annoying stranger intruding in their lives. Or maybe I was reading too much into it. You can't deny there's an imbalance, Kai continued, his voice softening a little. I didn't immediately understand what he meant, but Gillean clearly did. An imbalance in our abilities, you mean? The shroud of indifference was gone from his voice, and I winced. Although Gillian's powers had always amazed me, I knew from experience that his abilities had never had a chance to mature like the other water spirits I had encountered. I heard someone move inside, floorboards creaking. When Kai spoke again, his voice sounded closer, and I edged away from the window slightly. Not just you, he said. Everyone. Look at the world, Gil. She did this by mistake, as a child. Think about what she could do to you if you pissed her off. Think about what she could do to all of us. Did he even know me? I felt my body wilt a little. Gillean was silent for a moment, and I worried that they had sensed my presence, but he finally replied, his voice so quiet it was almost inaudible. I know. I'm keeping my distance. I shoved the door open, unwilling to hear any more of the conversation. Hey, I said brightly, even as I refused to look at either of them, focusing my gaze on the door as I locked it behind me. Mahara's staying at True's tonight. Shit, maybe I should have retreated to True's cabin too after overhearing that conversation. Too late now. I passed between the two water spirits without looking at either of them, set my book on the shelf, and headed into the kitchen. Do you need help with dinner? I heard Gillian's footsteps behind me, lighter than his dad's. Should be about ready, he said, sidling around me to pull open the oven. The heat spilled over my face, instantly drying any tears that threatened to fall. I steeled myself and handed him an oven mitt. We worked silently, plating up food for the three of us. I served Kai first, still refusing to look at him. It wasn't that I was mad at him for caring so much about Gillean, or even that he saw me as a threat. I just wished he cared about me enough to fret over my safety like he did Gillian's. The food was tasteless in my mouth, but I cleaned my plate regardless. I had spent too much time wishing I had more food to willingly skip a meal now. Gillean and Kai kept the conversation light, discussing what to buy at the market the next day. To my relief, they both ignored my presence entirely, and I ate quickly. I was fairly certain it was overwhelmingly obvious that I had heard at least part of their conversation, but clearly no one was willing to address it. Good. I quietly cleared my plate and left them chatting in the main room. I crept back to what I now considered my bedroom, closing the door most of the way. Technically, it was Gillean's, but he had given it over to me and Mahara when we returned from our journey. It took Mahara a surprisingly short amount of time to make it her own, filling it with flowers from trees, her borrowed clothes strewn across the floor, and half-read books propped open on Gillian's old desk. I grabbed one of the books, hoping it was more interesting than the one I had been struggling with earlier, and flopped down on the messy bed. It was slow going, but I was getting better at reading the spirit language. I smiled a little as I thought about how much faster Mahara picked up on both speaking and reading the language. Like everything else, she was about 100 times smarter than I was, but there was zero resentment. It was just a piece of what I loved about her. I switched on Gillian's bedside lamp as it got darker, and I eventually heard Kai go to bed in the bedroom next door. No good night, like he usually gave me, I noted. How would we ever get through our usual healing session tomorrow? I cringed at how much more awkward I made our situation, wishing I was better at acting normal when everything was very much not normal. I was still getting used to people truly seeing me, noticing when I entered or exited the room. The past 6 years of being ignored and instantly forgotten had made me careless, reckless. It was late when I heard the door creak, and I jumped, losing my place in the book. I assumed it was a stray breeze from the cracked window until Gillean slipped into the room, putting a finger to his lips. For a moment, he looked eerily similar to his dad, who gave me the exact same gesture when he hid me from the Spexa in just the next room over. The moment passed, and I sat back against the headboard, watching as he quietly closed the door and then tiptoed over to sit on the edge of the bed. My spirits lightened a little when he saw how messy his once pristine room was and gave a small sigh at his surroundings. He gestured me closer, and my heart jumped as I tried to figure out where this was going. But when I crawled over, he only brushed back my hair and leaned closer as he spoke. He didn't want to wake Kai. You overheard us. It wasn't a question. A little, I admitted. He gave me a long, disapproving look, then leaned back in. This is all still fresh for him, Cora. He doesn't know you. I let out a small huff of annoyance. He practically raised me, Gillean. He knows me, maybe better than anyone except my sister. He shook his head, and a strand of his messy hair brushed my cheek. No, he knows you as a child, a little kid he had complete control over. This adult you, one who does whatever she pleases, you're a stranger to him. Something clenched tightly in my chest, making it hard to breathe. We had just brought Kai back from the afflicted void where he wasn't truly aware of anything. Why did it feel like I was losing him instead? I couldn't squeeze out any words and turned away. Just give him time, Gillean continued, echoing the same thing True had told me. In his mind, he just lost my mother. He's freshly mourning and dealing with you at the same time. It's a lot. He's overwhelmed. Every time Mahara and I helped heal Kai's memories, I remembered more as well. All the time Kai sacrificed for me, away from his own family to give me some kind of consistency, someone to rely on. The more he drew away from me now, the more I craved his approval. Then why doesn't he look at Mahara the way he looks at me? I finally choked out. She's as strong as I am, stronger even. Gillean gently but firmly grabbed my chin and turned my face back toward his own. I think he sees you when he looks at your sister, he admitted. She's the same age you were when you left. He looks at her and sees the you he lost. I tried to turn away again, but he didn't let me, still holding my chin in place. Well, you're doing a poor job at keeping your distance, I whispered, reaching up to touch his hand. My thumb found the scars that lined his palm and traced them. Although we had some success healing Kai's memories, none of us could erase the scars that lined Gillian's entire body, the evidence of the power that literally tried to crack his body into pieces. It took him a moment to place my words, but he had the good grace to grimace when he did. Shadows, what am I supposed to say to him? He has enough to worry about without adding one more thing. Come on, Haresha. My body stilled, and I dropped my hand from his. I hadn't missed the other thing he said to Kai. She's easier to read than any spirit. I was sick of trying to prove to everyone, even myself, that I deserved to be here, that I was spirit enough to belong. It shouldn't matter. I had spent the past 6 years living as a human, but it did. Don't call me that, I said. He stared at me, and I could tell he was studying my expression, puzzling out why I was upset. I'm serious. He shushed me, glancing toward the wall we shared with Kai, and I realized I had raised my voice. Sorry, I said more quietly, but I'm not a human. He leaned back, half collapsing backward on the bed with a quiet groan. No, you're a stupid spirit, Hresha. Seriously, though, you don't want me to call you that? No, I grumbled, then, realizing that wasn't clear, continued. I like when you call me that. It's just, I really am a stupid spirit. An owl hooted outside, and I tucked the blanket around my shoulders, shivering a little. Back before everything happened with Quinn, when I saw the threads of memories around me, they were all tangled up, but they were all still there, kind of unattached, but following me around. It was harder than I expected to describe what I saw in my spirit form. When I put Quinn's core in my own, she detached everything, like started overwriting my memories with her own. The threads all went loose, only attached on one end now to the person the memory belongs to. He nodded. Okay, so what's the problem? You're still able to fix my father's memories just fine. I pulled the blanket tighter around my shoulders. No, I'm not. We're able to, together. I can't do it on my own anymore. It's like Mahara has to hold one end of the thread while I knit it back together. It's not efficient. While Mahara and I were normally immune to each other's powers, unable to manipulate the strands that made up the other's memories, something had broken when Quinn detached my memories. Mahara was vital to fixing the affliction. Neither of us could do it alone. So, he still wasn't getting my point and seemed perplexed. Good thing there's two of you then. Gillean, it's taken us over 3 weeks just to restore some of your dad's memories. Not even the majority of them, just enough to get him some semblance of himself back. How are we possibly going to fix everyone in one lifetime? He still looked unconcerned. You're getting stronger every day, Cora. You and your sister can work much longer than you could at first. I shook my head. Not strong enough. I used to be able to change memories, not just add or remove them. Mahara can still do it. She's been reinserting herself in all of Kai's memories where she removed herself before, but she can't explain to me how. My body sagged a little as I finished, exhausted, but a little relieved to give voice to at least half of my anxieties. I don't think I'm smart enough to figure it out anymore. The other half, the part I couldn't say out loud, was that I feared Mahara could teach me how to change memories, but didn't trust me with the knowledge. To my surprise, Gillean cracked a rare smile. So what are you going to do about it, Spirit? What do you mean? I asked. I don't know what I'm going to do. There's nothing to do. He climbed to the edge of the bed, slowly standing and stretching. The Cora I know doesn't give up. You'll figure it out, he insisted again. And when you do, let me know. His faith in me did almost nothing to allay my anxiety over the situation, but I felt a small beat of determination warm my gut. It made me brave. Stay, I said, surprising us both. He froze where he stood at the side of the bed and stared at me, the scars on his face extra pronounced in the dim glow from the bedside lamp. I can't, he said, almost apologetically. He glanced again at the wall that separated us from Kai. Not right now. My father... He trailed off. I must have looked disappointed because he knelt down in front of me and grabbed both my hands. Just not yet, okay? I shrugged and pulled away. Fine, enjoy the couch. He rolled his eyes. Enjoy my bed. Night, Hresha. Night, Gil. I switched off the lamp as he snuck out of the room, wrapping myself up in his blankets and enjoying the chill of the night air on my cheeks. I tried to convince myself that what Gillean said was true, that I could somehow become stronger, reteach myself how to fix memories. How could Kai possibly think I was a danger? A weak half-spirit who could barely put back a single piece of the puzzle I'd ripped apart as a kid. And why, when finally surrounded by so many people who could truly see me, did I feel more alone than ever? Chapter 2. When I woke the next morning, I stayed in bed longer than usual, both regretting my decision to sleep with the window open, allowing the room to get so cold, and dreading the awkward interaction with Kai that seemed inevitable. Eventually, though, the sound of dishes clinking in the kitchen and the thought of breakfast lured me from the bedroom. "Please tell me you saved me some oatmeal," I said, passing Kai and Gillean at the table on the way to the kitchen. "About time you got up," Gillean replied. "The rest is all yours, chickadee," Kai added. I gave Gillean an accusatory glare behind Kai's back that asked if he had said something to his dad about my hurt feelings. He shrugged in return, giving a tiny shake of his head. Guess Kai was just in a better mood than yesterday then. I grabbed a bowl and joined them at the table. "Mahara still isn't back from True's?" I asked between mouthfuls. Gillean yawned. "No." "They're probably still working on that stupid radio," I grumbled, annoyed that I would have to go fetch her. "Radio?" Gillean gave me a baffled look. "What are they going to do with a radio?" I grabbed a raspberry from Gillian's bowl. They had left me some oatmeal, but no berries. Dunno, didn't ask. Gillean smacked my hand with a spoon when I tried my luck for a second berry, then seemed to remember his dad and shifted almost imperceptibly away from me. "Well, whatever. I'll come with you. I need to run to the market today anyway." "Keep your head down out there," Kai said, his mossy green hair messy and untamed. "You don't know who's out there looking for you." "I know," he said, scraping his bowl clean and standing. "Meet you outside," he added in my direction. I ate more slowly, savoring the thick oatmeal and saving the single berry for last. Kai stared out the open window, face slack. I'd noticed that he drifted off like this between conversations. Whether it was from habit or an after effect of the affliction, I wasn't sure. "Kai?" I said, an idea slowly coalescing in my mind. I wasn't sure exactly what it was yet, but it had all the ingredients of a plan. He shifted his gaze over to me. "What is it, Cora?" Gillean told me my mom didn't originally know how to change memories. She was just a normal old fungus spirit, and some other spirit taught her how to do it. "Do you think there are still other fungus spirits out there who know how to change memories?" His brow furrowed, and I worried I had angered him, but his voice was calm. "To be honest, I don't know. Quinn's research into fungus spirits was before she brought me on, so her notes were all I had." "So they could still be out there then?" I insisted. He shrugged, returning his gaze to the window. "If they are, I doubt they want to be found. Remember, it took Quinn and your mother years to track down those fungus spirits, and that was with all of Quinn's resources at her disposal. If they have any sense of what's happened since, they'll be impossible to find now, and I wouldn't recommend trying. It's how this whole mess started." I nodded. "I understand. Thank you." Kai's voice was stern, and I knew I wouldn't get any further with him. Not yet. I could see the edges of an idea now, had a sense of its enormity. Gillean was right. Impossible wasn't a part of my vocabulary. "I better get going, okay?" I stood and grabbed my empty bowl and, on a whim, bent over and kissed the top of his head. Before he could respond, I set my bowl in the kitchen and quickly left, nearly tripping over my boots as I shoved them on. Outside, I found Gillean stretching on the porch. There was something different about him, but it was so subtle it took me a moment to figure it out as we began walking down to the river. I gave him a sideways glance as we passed under the trees, the freshly fallen leaves crunching underfoot. The shifting light filtering through the half-bare branches above finally gave it away. He had illusioned his face to hide his scars. Puzzled, I wondered why. He knew I could see through his illusions without even trying. Mahara could as well. We were halfway to True's before I settled on the only conclusion that made sense. If it wasn't for my benefit, or Kai's, or even Mahara's, then the only person remaining was True. The realization gave me a slightly queasy feeling, even as I told myself it was a perfectly reasonable thing to do. We walked in silence, and my mind wandered, thinking about the mirror image to this world, the human world. Was someone else walking these same steps right now? Was it anyone I knew? I still longed to go back someday, just to visit, and maybe heal the town I lived in for so long of all the confusion I created. Maybe I could even apologize to the woman I tricked into taking us in. Do you remember much from the research notes you studied at Empira'an? I asked, breaking the silence. A fish jumped nearby, gone by the time I looked over, leaving only ripples in its wake. Gillean frowned, grabbing a piece of trash out of a bush as we passed and stuffing it in his pocket. Sure, it was the whole reason I did everything. The wind picked up as we walked, causing the trees to rustle above us. I spent every possible moment reading through all my father's old research, useless as it is. The leaves finally fluttered down around us, and I snatched one out of the air, holding it out to Gillean. Good luck? He blinked at me. What? Mahara told me once that grabbing a leaf before it hits the ground is good luck. He brushed my hand away. That sounds like a stupid human thing. I shrugged and put the leaf in my pocket. It's not useless, though. He gave me a sideways look. The research, I mean, I clarified. You may not need it to heal your dad now, but that information could still come in handy. We reached the dock that marked the edge of True's land, and we began the climb up to her cabin. Every day, the drone of the bees was a little quieter as the days got shorter and colder. I don't know what kind of information you're after, Gillean said in a low tone, but that research is better off forgotten. I didn't answer as the cabin came into view over the rise and my steps quickened. I was anxious to see Mahara again, didn't enjoy being away from her for so long. Springing up the steps, I yanked open the door, as comfortable bursting into her house as I was Gillian's. The sun streamed in behind me, and I froze. What is it? Gillean asked, alarm in his voice as he sensed my surprise. He surged forward into the cabin, stepping in front of me. True glanced over from where she sat at the table with another spirit, my sister sitting cross-legged in a third chair, sipping a cup of tea. Come on in, True said. Her calm voice did nothing to slow my heart rate, which raced as I tried to place the third spirit at the table. He was an animal spirit like True, his large ears sticking out slightly from his shaggy brown hair. His fingers were long and tapped his mug of tea with slightly pointed fingernails. There was something about him that felt off, almost like his edges were a little blurry and hard to focus on. Why did he look so familiar? With a glare in our direction, he stood, shooting us a look of suspicion that mirrored exactly how I felt about him. Only True and Mahara seemed unbothered. I think we're done here, he said coldly. I don't want to be a bother, as it seems you're busy. Shadows, even his voice seemed familiar. Who was he? It was dark in True's cabin, but as the light from the door hit him, it gave me a sense of vertigo, like I was missing something. Rubbing my eyes in confusion, I looked away. I focused on Mahara instead, sidestepping out of the doorway and hurrying over to where she sat. Pointedly ignoring my concern, she smiled up at me, yawning a little. I gave her a hard look, silently asking who the strange spirit was, but she pretended not to understand and offered me her tea instead, lifting the mug. We'll talk again later, True said, walking the spirit to the door. Gillean reluctantly stepped aside, allowing him to leave. Thanks for stopping by. The spirit threw up a hand in farewell as he stepped lightly out the door, walking swiftly. When True shut the door behind him, she took an extra second to turn around. Who was that? Gillean hissed. True sighed and turned, leaning against the door and crossing her arms. No one, she said, the annoyance clear in her voice. A friend. My eyes widened slightly. I remembered now. Absent-mindedly, I accepted the mug of tea from Mahara and took a sip. It was way too sweet, and I wrinkled my nose, passing it back to her. I'm sorry, a friend? Gillian's voice was slightly louder now, and I sat down at the table, equal parts eager for and dreading the argument I could feel brewing. Do you not understand the concept of secrecy, or do you just not care about our safety? To my surprise, it was Mahara who piped up in her defense. It's okay, Water Spirit, he's trustworthy, she said. True grinned. See? And she would know. She walked over and gave Mahara's shoulder a playful squeeze. The two shared a look, and I felt my eagerness fade. When had they gotten so familiar with each other? I gave Gillean a hopeful look, but the fight had gone out of him as well. It's a stupid risk to take, he grumbled. We don't know who's going to come looking for us. True raised an eyebrow. Well, I apologize for continuing to live my life and occasionally talking to other spirits. I'll do my best to become a hermit like you in the future. She gestured toward the kitchen. Now, would you like some tea? It's fresh. You might as well, Mahara added. I have to pack up my stuff. She bounced out of her seat, disappearing into one of the back rooms. I could hear her humming as she packed. Without waiting for a reply, True retreated to the kitchen. Gillean slumped into the seat to my left, looking glum. With Mahara and True both out of the room, I quickly sat down next to him and gestured him closer. I know him, I whispered, speaking quickly as mugs clinked in the kitchen next door. He narrowed his eyes. What? How? That's the guy who came to True's place the night we dropped off Kai, I said, when I hid under the house. His shoulders slumped a little, some of the tension leaving his body. Okay, so he comes by often then. So what? I didn't know, but I still felt weird about the whole interaction. Last time, when I tried to eavesdrop on True's conversation with the guy, she caught me and told me not to tell Gillean what they spoke about. Lucky for her, I hadn't understood a single word, so that wasn't exactly an issue, but the whole interaction felt weird. I didn't know how to explain it to him, so I just shrugged as True re-entered the room holding 2 steaming mugs. I took mine gratefully, sipping the tea and scalding my lips a little. Mahara burst back into the room, swinging her backpack in one hand and dangling something rectangular from the other. She shoved it out to me, grinning. Look, she demanded. We fixed it. It was the radio. I raised my eyebrows over my mug as she pulled over a chair to sit next to me. Looking pleased, she set the radio down on the table and extended the antenna, then fiddled with the dials until it turned on. A spirit's voice crackled over the speakers, speaking quickly. It took me a moment to understand what she was saying. Something about a gathering in some town I hadn't heard of. She rattled off so many names and places that I found it hard to keep up. Is she ever going to put on some music? I groaned, a little annoyed that everyone else was listening quietly, able to follow the endless chatter. I was curious what spirit music would sound like, or if they just stole it from humans like everything else. Mahara put up a hand to silence me, which made me seethe even more. The spirit on the radio said something about which constellations would be visible tonight, then a tone sounded, and then she went silent. What, are you planning to go stargazing tonight? I asked in the sudden silence. Giggling, Mahara looked at True, who gave her a sly smile. No, she finally said, bumping my arm with her head. Not tonight. She grinned at True again, and I had the feeling I was missing an inside joke. True shut off the radio, collapsing the antenna back down. Although Mahara seemed oblivious to my annoyance, True noticed and gave me a small smile. I liked you before, but I like you even more now that you understand our language, she said, reaching out to clasp my hand briefly. I shrugged, but a smile tugged at my lips. I hid it with my mug as I took another sip of tea. True stood and glanced out the window. I hate to abandon you all so soon, but I have some errands to run, she said. Stay as long as you want and help yourself to anything. Can I come? Mahara asked, cocking her head slightly, dark eyes opened wide. Shadows take me. My sister might be sweet, but she wasn't innocent. She knew exactly how to manipulate us. No, I answered for True, rolling my eyes. We've got work to do. Kai's counting on us, remember? True nodded. Come back over tonight if you'd like, Hera. She and Gillean couldn't seem to bring themselves to call my sister Mahara, help me, or my mispronunciation, so they both settled on Hera. Mahara nodded, sighing a little, and True slipped out, grabbing a bag near the door. "Hey, I've got something to ask you," I told Mahara, poking her side. She took a gulp of her sickly sweet tea and looked over at me. "You do? What is it?" "What would you say if I wanted to find other fungus spirits?" I asked, trying to ignore Gillian's sharp look in my direction. She swirled the last few sips of tea in her mug, not looking up. "Why would you want to do that? We have each other." Her hesitation surprised me, but I persisted. "I think they could help teach us how to use our powers, heal broken memories faster. Maybe they would even join us, help us fix the affliction." Still, she seemed unenthusiastic, frowning at me over her mug. I glanced at Gillian, who stared out the window, clearly listening but pointedly staying out of the conversation. "I don't know," she said. "That seems like a lot of work for what might be nothing. Time to pull out all the stops." "Who knows?" I said slowly. "We might even find family out there." Mahara put her mug down with a thunk on the table. "You're my family," she said, a little too loudly. I wasn't expecting her reaction and paused, unsure how to respond. I looked to Gillian again for backup, and he finally met my gaze, but appeared as enthusiastic as Mahara did. "I don't know if we can heal the entire world on our own at this rate," I finally said, feeling helpless. "We need help, Mahara." She shook her head again, unconvinced. "I don't know. Maybe we should ask True." I glowered at her, but she wasn't paying attention, looking back at the front door. "We can ask her when she gets back." "Hey," Gillian finally broke in. "I have to go to the market today and grab a few things." He glanced between the two of us. "Do you want to come?" I blinked. He was inviting us to the market after just chastising True for having a single guest over? "Is that safe?" I asked. He put up his hands. "I can easily disguise the two of you. If you're going to heal other afflicted, you're going to have to go out into the world eventually, right?" I wasn't sure if he was trying to distract me from my plan or cheer me up after Mahara's tepid response, but either way, I'd take it. "I'm in," I said, squeezing Mahara's shoulder. "What about you?" As I looked down at her, I noticed for the first time that her hair was already pulled back into a tightly twisted bun on top of her head. Had she done it herself, or had True? "Yeah, okay," Mahara finally relented, giving me a small smile. "Will you buy me a snack?" Gillian snorted next to me. "She's definitely your sister," he mumbled to me. "Ask the water spirit," I said, pulling her to her feet. "He's the one with the money." Swatting at a fly that flew too close to his face, Gillian grimaced. "Come on, let's get out of this bug-infested house." "Don't kill anything," I warned him as we left the cabin and I closed the door behind us. "The others will tell True." Mahara sidled up close to Gillian. "Will you make me an animal spirit?" she asked. "A cute one, with little antlers? Oh, and big ears." He put a hand to her forehead. "Sure, kid." I watched the illusion appear and tried not to laugh at his idea of what a cute animal spirit looked like. I was pretty sure he didn't know the difference between antlers and horns, and instead of big deer-like ears like I knew she wanted, he just made her ears larger, poking out of her short, curly red hair. Her newly freckled face looked up at me expectantly. "How do I look?" she asked. "Adorable," I replied, kissing her forehead. I didn't have to bend much, and I realized she was catching up to me height-wise. "What do you want?" Gillian asked, sounding tired. I sighed. "Whatever, as long as I don't look like me." He put a hand to my forehead, but paused. "Ready?" My stomach clenched a little, but I nodded. I felt the illusion wash over me and turned to Mahara, forcing a smile onto my face. "Tell me how amazing I look." Whatever I expected, it wasn't her collapsing to the ground with laughter. I spun back to face Gillian. "What did you do?" I asked. He began walking away from the cabin. "You don't look like you," he said, without turning around. I picked Mahara up off the ground as she wiped tears from her eyes. "You have bark skin," she gasped, "and tentacle hair." Gillian finally turned, looking slightly insulted. "They're vines." We hurried after him, and I gave her a thoughtful look. "That sounds pretty cool," I said. "At least I don't have sheep horns." "I told you antlers," Mahara protested, catching up to Gillean. He shrugged. "I don't think there's a difference." The two bickered as we took a different path than usual, finally turning left instead of right when we reached the river. I walked a few steps behind them, listening to their effortless banter. Mahara seemed different here in this world, more alive. Maybe I was too. I could hear voices in the distance, smell fresh-baked bread mixed with flowers and some kind of meat. A fallen branch half blocked our path, twigs and dead leaves at eye height. Mahara and Gillean ducked under it, but when I reached up to push it out of the way, something caught my eye. I paused for a second and studied my palm, looking at the illusion on top of reality. It took me a moment to parse what Gillean had drawn. It wasn't words or a crest or anything I had seen before. The lines of my palm were circuitous and winding. A map? As I continued to focus on it, I thought I saw an X drawn near the top. "Sister?" I heard Mahara call from somewhere ahead. I pushed my way under the dead branch, hurrying my steps. "Coming," I called. Was this the way to the fungus spirits? Was it Gillian's way of admitting he remembered where Quinn and my mom found the spirits and agreeing to lead me there? I felt a weight release from my shoulders as I thought about what a journey with Gillean and Mahara would be like. With Gillean leading us and Mahara's enthusiasm, we would be unstoppable. Up ahead, Mahara was bouncing up and down on the balls of her feet, waiting for me to rejoin them. She gestured me forward. "Look," she exclaimed, pointing ahead. The market sprawled in front of us, tents and stalls lining the path, which widened as we grew closer. "Do you smell that?" She breathed in deeply. "I could really use a snack." "So you mentioned," Gillean replied dryly. "Come on, let's find you something." We walked up one side of the road, then down the other, browsing the food, books, pilfered electronics, even pens of animals in small cages with birds and rodents inside, stopping occasionally to let Gillean stock up on groceries. After loading Mahara up with sweet steamed buns and fruit, Gillean called me over to a flower stand, all clearly out of season but brought to life by a harried spirit who paid us little attention. Gillean nudged my side. "Hey, how much are these?" He tapped a sign under a bucket of bright yellow flowers. I studied the sign, only briefly getting caught up on one number that was more hurriedly scrawled than the others. $28.39, I said. He tapped another sign, repeating the question. $145.99. I sighed. Why are these so much more expensive? He rolled his eyes. I don't know. I'm not a flower spirit. Which ones do you like the most? Glancing across the stall, I studied the choices. Why? I asked slowly. When he didn't answer, I looked over, but his attention was elsewhere. What is it? Where's your sister? He asked, scanning the crowd. I froze. The crowd shifted around us, but I didn't see her anywhere. I stepped back from the flower stall, heart racing as I slowly spun in a circle. I don't know. She was right behind me a moment ago, wasn't she? Gillean began rushing through the crowd, dodging between spirits. I started, but Gillean silenced me with a wave of his hand. Don't use her name, he hissed. Hera? He called, standing on his tiptoes. He was a head taller than me, and when he surged forward, I followed, half a step behind him. Do you see her? I asked, hardly daring to hope. Hey, he shouted, breaking into a run. He pushed aside a spirit who meandered into his path, and I shouted an apology in our wake. We broke through the edge of the market, and he came to a sudden stop in front of a narrow alley lined on one side by a windowless 2-story building and on the other side by a moss-covered brick wall. A tiny black kitten walked atop the waist-high wall, mewling louder than seemed possible for such a small animal. Mahara stood watching it, her hands clasped below her chin in adoration. Hera, come here, Gillean said, a note of something strange in his voice. Fear? I stepped forward, confused at his reaction. Mahara, you can't just... Something moved in the shadows, an arm's length away from Mahara. She didn't see the spirit behind her, fixated instead on the kitten in front of her. "Look," she crooned, glancing in my direction. "Do you think it has a home?" She reached out to pet it, but it dashed further away into the alley. The spirit stepped closer to her. He wasn't illusioned, but the deep shadow against the harsh overhead sun made it difficult to make out any details. Mahara was still oblivious to the spirit's presence. "Get the fuck away from her," Gillean growled. Mahara stared at him, startled, then turned, giving a small gasp as she finally spotted the spirit behind her an arm's length away. Everyone moved at once except for me, rooted in place. Gillean dashed forward, the spirit glanced at Gillean and sprinted in the opposite direction, pushing off the wall of the alley, and Mahara stumbled in my direction, crying out. In an instant, it was done. I wrapped Mahara up in my arms as she threw herself against me, my knees feeling weak, like I might collapse to the ground at any second. Gillean skidded to a stop, watching the other spirit turn the corner, lost from sight. "Hey, you're okay," I finally said, pressing my face into the top of Mahara's head. "I've got you." Her shoulders shook as Gillean approached. "Is she okay?" he asked. I looked up and nodded. "Yeah, she's just scared." At my words, she clung tighter to me, grasping at my shirt. "We should go," he said, glancing back down the alley. "I don't know who that was, if they knew who she was or what he was doing." He shook his head. "I shouldn't have brought you here." "Hey." I waited until he met my gaze. "We're all okay. You did good." He looked back down at Mahara, who had quieted but still clung silently to me, face hidden. "If that spirit knew who she was, we won't be okay for long. He'll be back." "So what do we do?" I asked quietly, shifting Mahara to my side so I could lead us away without tripping over her. Keeping one arm around her, I followed Gillean back toward the throngs of people still shifting through the market, unaware of her altercation. "We go home," he said, voice quiet, "and then we figure out our next move." I reached out with my one free hand and squeezed his arm. "Seriously, Gil, thank you." He gave me a tired look, but said nothing. Mahara untucked herself from around me, although she still clutched at my shirt and leaned tightly against my side. We hurried through the crowd, gradually leaving the market behind and making the final trek along the river back to Gillian's cabin. When he opened the door and ushered us inside, Mahara immediately left my side and rushed over to Kai, burying her face in his chest as he looked at us solemnly. Accusingly, it felt like. "I'll be back," Gillean said, hesitating by the door. "Wait, where are you going?" I asked, feeling awkward as Kai stared at us and brushed back Mahara's hair, murmuring something I couldn't hear. "We'll be safer if we have a barrier," he said, putting one hand on the door. "I'm going to find True, get her to set up an alarm system for us." I understood, remembering how True had explained it to me once before, describing how the animals alerted her when anyone approached. "Come back soon, okay?" I said, shifting uncomfortably. He nodded and shut the door, closing us inside. I turned toward Kai, dreading his reaction. Why did I feel so guilty? "What happened?" he growled, leading Mahara over to the couch, still covered in blankets where Gillean had slept the previous night. He sat her down and pulled a blanket around her shoulders. I bit my lip, still standing awkwardly by the door. "We were at the market. Some spirit lured her away and tried to grab her," I said. Mahara didn't say a word but snuggled into Kai's side as he sat down next to her. "Why would you go to the market?" he asked. His voice was calm, but I sensed danger underneath. "We have to venture out at some point. There are other afflicted spirits we need to help, not just you, and we were illusioned," I added lamely. In response, he just shook his head, turning his attention to Mahara. "And now what are you going to do?" he finally muttered. "Leave," I said, sensing my opening. "Find other spirits to help us heal the world." His pale eyes shot up, flashing silver as they found my own. Mahara seemed to sense his displeasure and looked up as well, worry lines creasing her forehead. "Who could possibly help you fix this mess?" "Other fungus spirits," I said, trying to sound more confident than I felt. I took a step forward, crossing my arms in front of my chest and silently begging Mahara to back me up. We need their help. Kai stood, and for the first time, he looked imposing. For a moment, I felt like a little kid again, in trouble in our makeshift classroom for being too unruly. That is exactly how this whole mess started, he hissed. There is no magic fix to the affliction. Even if you restore all these broken memories, you've solved nothing. You can never give us back the past 6 years, never give us back what we lost. My courage faltered a little. I can't give you back the past 6 years, but I can give you the future, I said haltingly. But I need help. I glanced at Mahara, who was watching both of us. We need help. In response, Kai simply shook his head, looking back down at Mahara. I got the feeling he wanted to say more, but refrained in front of her. Frustrated, I turned toward the kitchen, grabbing the bag Gillean had left behind with the food from the market. It was too early to make dinner, but I didn't know what else to do. As I busied myself in the kitchen, slowly chopping vegetables, I could hear Kai and Mahara talking in low voices in the other room, followed by a loud clattering sound that nearly made me slice off one of my fingers with the knife. I peeked around the corner and saw Mahara and Kai sitting on the floor in front of a pile of something. Mahara giggled as she shoved the pile with both hands, spreading it out. Puzzle pieces, I realized. I ducked back into the kitchen before either of them spotted me. By the time I put dinner in the oven, the sun had dipped behind the tree line. Perched up on the counter, I looked out the window and felt like I could almost see the shadows growing every second. Gillean had been gone much longer than I expected. He could have walked to True's cabin and back at least 3 times by now. At least Mahara is safe, I told myself, hopping off the counter. I could hear her in the other room, sorting through puzzle pieces with Kai, but I needed to see her. Practically tiptoeing, I crept into the doorway. At some point, Kai had made a fire, and they were sorting pieces into piles, both too engaged in what they were doing to notice me. "Oh," Mahara exclaimed, holding up a piece to examine it in the flickering light from the fireplace. "I think this is the last edge piece." She handed it to Kai, looking pleased with herself. "Excellent work, Shay," he replied, taking it from her. "Sorry, Hera," he corrected himself when Mahara's smile thinned. I knew it wasn't the first or last time he would call her by her old name, the one he knew her by before we stole away to the human world. It was one of the first things we discovered when we shuffled through all his old memories. It was also easy to understand his confusion. From his perspective, she had grown 6 years and changed her name overnight. While I had clung to my rediscovered name, she had discarded hers. I couldn't blame her, even if it was hard for Kai to adjust to. She hardly remembered her old life in the spirit world, didn't remember being Shay. "Dinner will be ready in 10 minutes, I said, interrupting their focus. "Veggies and meatloaf," I told Mahara. "Made it just the way you like, okay?" She nodded. "Where are you going?" "Just on the porch," I said, already slipping on my boots. "You need anything, just yell." I waited for her to nod again, then pulled on my jacket and opened the door. Kai didn't say anything as I left and firmly closed the door behind me. I shivered a little as I made my way over to the edge of the porch, sitting down with my legs dangling off, leaning my forehead against the wood railing. The temperature was dropping quickly. It wouldn't surprise me if we woke up to the first frost tomorrow morning, saw the world sparkle in the first rays of sunlight. I pulled up the hood of my jacket, tucking it around my loose curls. I heard a tree to my left rustle unnaturally, something climbing up into the branches and sending needles raining down. I startled and stared into the darkness, seeing nothing. What would I do if a spirit came for us before Gillean or True got back? I clenched my fist around one of the spindles, a sliver of wood biting into my palm. What could be taking them so long? Why would they leave us undefended like this? The noise in the tree got louder, and I realized it was something coming down, not up. As my eyes adjusted to the dark, I finally saw a shadow shuffle down from the trunk, skittering the last few feet, its eyes catching the dim glow from the cabin. The possum trundled past, only a few steps from the base of the porch. I held my breath, worried about who it might report its surroundings to. It seemed utterly oblivious to my presence, however, and I slowly relaxed as it disappeared into the night. Stars appeared overhead, barely visible through the thin cloud cover, shining and then disappearing again. The cold set in, seeping through my jacket, and only my growing anxiety kept me from finding refuge inside. Every sharp scent of wood smoke tempted me, but the chilly night rolling out before me beckoned harder. Had something happened to Gillean? If it was just me, I'd go out in search of him, but I couldn't leave Kai and Mahara here alone. The door opened behind me, squeaking a little on the hinges. "Go back inside," I said tiredly. "It's too cold out here." There was no answer, and I pushed away from the railing, twisting to face Mahara. To my surprise, it was Kai. As I watched, he pulled up one of the lightweight chairs he kept outside and sat behind me. I turned back around, facing the unknown again. "Is Mahara okay?" I asked quietly. "She's fine," he said, equally quiet. "Eating dinner." I felt my hood slide down and realized he had pulled it off my head. I was too tired to fight him, even as I instantly felt colder and a shiver ran through my body. "The real question is, how are you?" I didn't answer as I felt him divide my hair into sections, taking an extra moment to smooth my streak of white hair into the rest and begin to braid it, expertly tightening each twist. I closed my eyes and the feeling stretched out into 100 distinct memories. How long had it been since he last braided my hair? This was the Kai I desperately wanted back, the one who sat with me in the freezing night just to braid my hair instead of eating dinner inside his warm cabin. The crunch of footsteps in the distance made me sit up straight, suddenly alert again. Kai paused, releasing my hair, which gradually unraveled. 2 figures emerged from the trees, Gillean and True. I gave a great sigh of relief and untangled my legs from the railing, pulling myself to my feet. "It's them," I told Kai. "Sorry," Gillean said as they approached, quickly climbing up to the porch as Kai opened the door to let us all in. "I had to track her down," he explained, rubbing his face with one hand. "It took ages." True paused at the bottom of the porch. "I'll set up a barrier," she said. "Just give me a minute." She walked off, searching the ground, crouching down every few steps. "Come on," Kai said, his voice gruff. "We can wait inside." Gillean and I followed him through the door and found Mahara happily eating dinner while reading a book on the table. "Oh, there you are," she greeted us as she slipped the book into her lap with a guilty smile. "You want some dinner? There's lots left." I served up plates for all of us, and we sat down, crowding around the small table with Mahara. True joined us a few moments later, squeezing in between Mahara and Kai. "All good," she reported. "No one's come by all day except for us, and they'll let us know if anyone even thinks about heading this way." "Who will let us know?" Mahara demanded, shooting a worried look at the door. True leaned over to tuck one of the loose strands of hair behind her ear. "All kinds of small creatures who agreed to keep an eye on you." When Mahara's frown deepened, she held out a finger and a small moth who had been flitting around the light overhead dove down to land on it, brown wings quivering. "Did you know this little guy can see infrared light? He can easily spot any spirits out there in an instant." The moth took off without warning, doing a loop around the table. "He'll let us know if he sees anything?" Mahara asked, still frowning, but watching with interest as the moth fluttered out the kitchen window, open just a crack. "Not just the moth," True replied, picking up her fork and gesturing with it. "All the critters out there. You're lucky," she added. "You've got a pair of owls that were more than happy to keep an eye out for you tonight. I think they're fond of you." Mahara finally smiled, and True took a bite of her food before turning her attention to me. "I can tell you made this," she said, pointing at the food with her fork. "It's delicious." I ducked my head in embarrassment, even as I caught Gillean rolling his eyes. I could barely taste the food, and it felt heavy in my stomach, but I appreciated her words regardless. "It's Mahara's favorite," I mumbled. "Enough," Gillean said. We need to figure out what we're doing next. I opened my mouth, but Kai spoke first. You should go back, he said, looking down at his food and avoiding my gaze. For a moment, I saw Gillean and his dad, the same stubbornness. The human world is only a few minutes away from here. We can make sure you get back safely. Cover your tracks. Everyone turned to me, but it was Mahara who shook her head. No, she said. I'm not ready to go back yet. We barely even started helping the spirits here. You can't stay here, Gillean said. It's obviously not safe. I don't know who that spirit was or what he wanted, but he targeted you, Hera. I have to believe he knew what you are. Mahara stuck her chin out, determined. So we get smarter, more careful, start moving. There are plenty of spirits who need help. Kai was still slowly shaking his head. Shay. Hera, Mahara and I said in unison. Sorry, Hera, this isn't a game. The spirits here see you as something to be used, controlled. You're in constant danger here. We're not helpless, I butted in, and I think we're both well aware of how much danger we're in here. Mahara and I shared a look. But this is our decision, and I'm staying. Same, Mahara added. The only question is where we go next, I continued, because I agree, it's not safe to stay in one place for too long, and even though we're not helpless, we're also not as strong as we should be. I focused on Mahara, willing her to take my side. We need to find the other fungus spirits, ask them to help us or teach us how to be stronger, fix the affliction once and for all. I knew this was it. If no one else agreed with my plan, I was on my own, and there was no way I was leaving Mahara. It was both of us or neither of us. For a moment, no one spoke. Mahara poked at her food, looking away. I could feel myself losing her. She's got a point, True said. Everyone looked over in surprise. She studied my face, looking thoughtful. Hope bloomed in my chest as she turned her attention to Mahara. The heart of the affliction is in the capital, and you need backup before you can go there. She swirled the water in her glass, creating a mini vortex that threatened to spill over the top. I don't know who saw you in the market today, if they knew who you were or guessed at it, but I guarantee there are spirits out there searching for both of you. She put her glass down and grabbed Mahara's hand, which was still stabbing at her food. You're not helpless, not even close, but you could use some backup. Mahara took a deep breath and gave a tiny nod. Okay, she said. I gave True a cautious smile, silently thanking her once again for backing me up. As much as I wanted to dislike her sometimes, it was impossible. A chair scraped beside me and my smile faded a little as Kai stood, standing over the rest of us. The last thing you should do is drag more spirits into this mess, he said, voice cold, and don't ask me to tell you where Quinn found them last time. You don't have to. Gillean finally spoke up. He hadn't eaten a bite of his food as we talked, and he pushed away his plate now. You're not the only one who knows where they are. Kai stared for a moment, daring his son to back down, then finally turned away, walking silently to his room. As much as I felt like this was necessary, that I had just won a vital battle, I wondered if the sacrifice was worth it. If our relationship with Kai was only the first casualty of more to come. I sighed, rising and gathering up the plates. We should leave in the morning, I said to Mahara, turning on the sink. Go get ready for bed. Shadows, if True was staying here, how would sleeping arrangements work? Maybe True will sleep over in your room, I suggested, dreading the idea of True and Gillean arguing all night if we left them alone. No such luck. I'm sleeping with you, Mahara said matter-of-factly, before heading toward the bedroom. Through the kitchen window, I heard an owl give a soft hoot outside. It's okay, True said, coming up behind me. I wasn't sure if she meant the owl, our situation, or where she was sleeping. Maybe all of it. She squeezed my shoulder, then reached out to turn off the faucet, her long, honey-blonde hair brushing my arm. Go to your sister. I did as she asked, pausing for a second at Kai's door before I hurried into our room. I quickly changed my clothes and curled up next to Mahara on the bed, piling blankets on both of us before I tucked her in close next to me. She was already half asleep while I stayed awake for what felt like ages. Occasionally, I heard True's soft laughter from the front room. I should have been relieved that Gillean and True were actually getting along for once, but the sound irritated me. I did my best to focus on Mahara's quiet breathing beside me and block everything else out. She was all that mattered now. Chapter 3. Hey! I woke up instantly, sitting straight up and nearly smacking foreheads with Mahara, who leaned over me, shaking me awake. What is it? I asked, voice hoarse. The room was light, and I realized it was already mid-morning. Relax, she said, climbing off the bed and switching on the lamp. We're leaving soon, so you've got to pack. True and Gillean are ready to go. I slid out of bed, getting tangled in the blankets and nearly falling. What do you mean, True and Gillean? She threw my backpack at me, and it hit my chest before tumbling to the ground. Exactly what I said. Everyone's waiting for you. Get up already. I rubbed my face, eyes bleary. True's coming with us? Mahara finally stopped moving and stared at me. Of course she is, sis. You're the one who said we needed more spirits to back us up. I paced back and forth, grabbing things at random, trying to figure out what I needed, mind racing. As much as I dreaded the idea, she was right. How could I argue with True coming with us? You're so slow, Mahara grumbled, sitting down on the bed to watch me scramble on the floor. Hera, a voice warned from the doorway. We both jumped, looking up guiltily at Kai's stern figure. Stop menacing your sister. Come with me for a moment. Mahara slowly slid off the bed. Oops, she mumbled, patting my head as she passed. I expect you to be packed by the time I get back, okay? I rolled my eyes at her back, slowing my frantic pace and packing more methodically. By the time she got back, I was almost done. To my surprise, her eyes looked watery. What's wrong? I sprang up, worried. What did he say to you? Are you okay? I'm fine, she sniffled, shuffling forward until she pressed her face against me, her voice muffled. Kai was just saying bye. He's talking to Gillean now. I looked around the room as I comforted her, marveling at how empty it looked now that we had packed most of our stuff. The floor was bare again, and the dim light seemed to highlight all the deep scratches in the old wood, created from 1,000 steps, 1,000 moments. Whose room would it be next time? I grabbed my backpack, and together we left, closing the door behind us. Would we ever make it back here again? True sat in the main room, quietly tuning the radio. She smiled when she saw us, patting the seat next to her, which Mahara quickly took. Are we bringing the radio? She asked. I still didn't get all the excitement over some half-working radio, but True matched her enthusiasm, finally adjusting the settings so that a reedy voice droned out of the speaker. Of course, she said, gesturing for Mahara to turn her body slightly. She began pulling back her hair into a ponytail. I guess that answered the question of who had done her hair yesterday. I'm sure it'll come in handy out there. The front door opened and Gillean entered. Good, you're finally up, he said when he spotted me. You packed? I nodded. My father wants to talk to you outside before we go, he continued. His face was blank, voice cold, and I wasn't sure what that boded for my upcoming talk. No one approached last night, but I don't want to test our luck. I'll be quick then, I said, passing him on the way to the door. For the first time, I wished we could sneak out in the early morning, as we had done the first time we left Kai, and again when we left his cousin's house. As much as I hated the lack of goodbyes, it seemed preferable to this feeling, like I was walking into an unavoidable lecture. Outside, Kai sat on the old chair again, another pulled up beside him. He had one of his old wool cloaks pulled around his shoulders, the edges frayed and moth-eaten. I sat down next to him, matching his gaze as we stared out into the woods, a low fog just barely brushing the tops of the trees. As the sun peeked through, I noticed I was right. The grass sparkled with the first frost of the year. I'm sorry, I said suddenly, tucking my hands into my armpits. The fog shifted and the sunlight dimmed. For what? I could see Kai out of the corner of my eye. He looked over at me, his thick, grayish-green eyebrows raised. For everything, I said lamely. For Gillean's scars, for the affliction, for all the years you lost, for taking everyone away again, for Sorsha. I ticked them off in my head, the pile of guilts coming easily. He raised a hand. Stop. I cringed, ready for the lecture I knew was coming. Look at me, Cora. I did as he asked, trying to keep my face blank, just as I had done as a kid whenever I was in trouble. None of that matters now. I opened my mouth to argue, but he waved his hand in the same way Gillean did when he wanted me to be quiet, and I waited. None of it. You've done exactly what you needed to do, exactly what I asked of you, every step of the way. You're grown now, and it's time for you to make your own decisions. I'm trying, I said quietly. This wasn't the lecture I expected, and I felt unmoored and directionless, unsure where we headed. I didn't like the feeling. You are, he agreed, and I only wish I knew how to help you. I stayed silent, watching him as he grappled with something I didn't quite grasp. I understand Gillean and Hera. I always have. Gillean needs direction. He leaned toward me, pulling my hands out from where I had tucked them away and held them in his hands, turning them over to study my palms, tracing the lines. Did he know how his son left me secret messages? On his own, he's too easily swayed by others, including you. He flounders and can't see where he needs to go. I leaned forward, trying to think of Gillean as a follower, not a leader, but he always seemed so sure of himself, so stubborn that it was hard. Then again, he had done what Quinn asked of him for far too long, and now here he was, following me on what might be a fruitless search, abandoning his dad simply because I demanded it. And Hera needs stability, Cora. She's never had it, and she craves it more than anything. It's the reason she clings to everyone, and without it, she'll never learn to stand on her own. Be that rock for her. I will, I promised. But you, he paused. I don't know what you need. You've always been too independent, too stubborn to be influenced by anyone, even me or Quinn. I think of you as my own Cora, but every time I try to pull you close, you push me away. Now I see you do the same to the others. Maybe you don't need anything from us. Oh, Shadows, I did. I desperately did. I felt like I had one foot in the spirit world and one foot in the human world and didn't truly belong in either. All I wanted was to belong, to truly be accepted. I wanted to know how he could think of me as his own, yet warn Gillean away from me. Why didn't he trust me? He paused, but I said nothing. Was he right? Did I push everyone away when they tried to draw me in? For the first time, I wished our positions were reversed, that he could look into my mind and simply see everything I was too proud to ask for, the forgiveness and love and trust I wanted so badly from him. Quinn understood you better than anyone, he said. Seeing the look of disgust I couldn't disguise, he clutched my hands tighter. She was the only one who could break through your fearlessness, your wild disregard for her rules, and she did it through your sister. Your weakness is your protectiveness of her. That's not a weakness, I growled. I might not know what you need, he said, ignoring me, but I can give you a warning. Let Hera stand on her own, think for herself, make her own mistakes. You can be her rock, but you mustn't let yourself become her anchor. If you let others control you through her, you will fail. I didn't truly understand what he meant, what the difference was, but I nodded anyway. I won't. He sighed. You will, but I hope you'll figure it out with time, before it's too late. He studied me for a moment, a small crease appearing between his eyebrows. I heard the others talking inside, knew my time here was quickly spinning out, a bobbin reaching the end of its thread. There was so much I wanted to say, wanted to understand, but still, I remained silent. What's wrong? He finally asked, reading the stubbornness on my face. Why don't you trust me? The words were out before I could stop them, angry and jagged, the type of words that were painful to speak. Oh, Cora, He released me and put one hand to my cheek. His palm was rough, calloused, and I clenched my teeth but didn't pull away. Because I shaped you. I see myself in you, your single-minded focus to accomplish your goals. You're a better person than I ever was, but one mistake is all it takes. He dropped his hand and looked to the cabin where the others' voices were getting louder. I don't want Gillean to be caught in a miscalculation like the ones I made. I shrugged and braced my hands on the arms of the chair to push myself up, unsatisfied with his answer. I wanted it to be something I had done, something I could apologize for or explain. How was I supposed to change any of that? He caught my sleeve. Wait, Cora, I need to ask for your forgiveness. No, you don't, I said, alarmed. I do, he insisted. And someday soon, I fear you'll understand why. I'm the one who's responsible for separating you from your parents, putting you in this position. I took your childhood from you and put you in an impossible situation. His voice broke a little, and I pulled myself free of his grip, standing so quickly I stumbled backward, bumping into the chair behind me. If you hadn't tracked me down, Quinn would have found someone else to do it, I blurted. I'm glad it was you. You protected me from her the best you could. He simply shook his head, not looking up at me, and I felt like there was something else going on, something I wasn't totally understanding. I tentatively reached out to touch his arm, the cloak softer than it appeared. During our talk, the fog had continued to thin. I looked back out toward the trees, the path forward calling to me. The frost melted, beads of water shining rainbows in the sudden sun. I have to go, I said. He rose slowly, looking older than ever. You do, he agreed. We stood for a moment, simply looking at each other, neither really understanding the other, but wishing we did. As the door opened behind us, he roughly pulled me into a half hug, and I gratefully melted into him, burying my face in his chest. I'll try to do everything right, I mumbled, certain he couldn't hear me, but hoping he could. Trust yourself, chickadee, he said quietly as Mahara burst out of the cabin, swinging the radio in one hand and my backpack in her other. My pack thudded on the porch next to me as she dropped it, and I broke away from Kai. Our time had run out. I picked up my pack and slowly pulled it on with a groan as the others emerged. As we said our final goodbyes and left, I still wasn't positive if he had heard me or not. Maybe he didn't need to. It wasn't until the cabin was out of sight that I realized he hadn't given me any advice about True. She and Mahara walked in back, their voices light and seemingly carefree. I heard Mahara giggle at something she said, and I puzzled over the sudden frustration I felt. My sister, who had every right to trust no one after immediately being kidnapped when she entered the spirit world, clearly adored her. Even Gillean, who distrusted absolutely everyone, trusted her. So why did her presence put me so on edge? Did I still fear she was part of the Krecha and knew in advance about the train bombing that nearly killed both of us? Or was I just jealous of her? I hadn't missed that Gillean's scars were illusioned again as we walked side by side, following the river away from the ocean. It occurred to me, not for the first time, how easy it would be to peek inside his memories and get a sense of how he felt about True, see their history. Or, better yet, since he had forbidden me from touching his memories, look inside True's mind and find out what she had talked about with that friend of hers the night before the train incident, discover where she sometimes disappeared to. Maybe a month ago, when I was first discovering my powers, I would have. Now, after hearing Kai warn Gillean about me, comparing his own mistakes to mine, I couldn't let myself give in to the temptation. It felt as intrusive as reading someone's diary, worse so. As soon as I did it once without consent, I knew I wouldn't be able to stop. Still, I felt an unsettling heaviness in my chest that made me worry it was only a matter of time. Lost in thought, it took me a moment to realize I'd left Gillean behind. I stopped and turned too quickly, the momentum from my backpack nearly toppling me over. He was a few steps behind me, waiting for True and Mahara to catch up. He ran a hand through his dark hair and pointed at a small offshoot of the river on the other side, nearly hidden in the brush. We need to cross over here, he explained, stepping into the river. It was only ankle deep, but wide. How far are we going? Mahara asked. Her backpack absolutely dwarfed her, and her enthusiasm had waned. I smiled inwardly and offered her my hand to help her across, worried that if she fell, she wouldn't be able to get back up again. Gillean led the way, pointing out where to step. The water crept into my boots, instantly numbing my toes. Not too far, Gillean said vaguely. There's a little inn up this way where we can stay tonight. You'll like it. Mahara slipped a little, and I nearly dropped her, but True lurched forward and caught her, holding her steady until she got her footing. Wait, True said slowly. Is this the place? Yes, Gillean interrupted. The place with the chicken. He continued onward, leaving the river without waiting to see if we made it across. True let out an unexpected whoop of laughter, then apologized when Mahara and I stared at her. The three of us finally made it to the other side and hurried to catch up. What chicken? I asked. Gillean just shook his head, but True settled in beside me, walking step in step. It's a silly story, she said, still giggling a little. We went there once, a long time ago, back when my mom still lived here and could take care of Kai occasionally. I realized I had never asked True about her parents or anything about her past, really. It's a cute place, really, she reassured me as Gillean audibly sighed ahead of us. Or it was until I woke up in the morning and found a chicken in the sink. Where did it come from? Mahara asked from behind us, breathing hard as she struggled up the bank and we began following the smaller offshoot of the river. She left the window open, Gillean grumbled. No, but listen. True grabbed my arm, pulling me closer as if she was sharing a secret. The best part is, it laid an egg in the sink before I shooed it back out. What did you do with the egg? I asked, reluctantly joining the conversation. He cooked it with breakfast, she exclaimed, laughing again. What should I have done, left it in the sink? He asked, still sounding annoyed. True laughed harder. I could almost imagine it as she described how the chicken refused to go back out the window and she eventually chased it out into the hallway, letting it run loose in the inn, feathers flying everywhere. I knew True and Gillean had some kind of past, had seen evidence of it everywhere, but I didn't want to picture it like this. While we ate lunch, Mahara flipped on the radio. This time, it was some kind of interview between two spirits, but no matter how much my sister adjusted the antenna, static obscured the voices, making them difficult to understand. It's the location, Gillean grumbled, seemingly as annoyed as I was. We're surrounded by hills. We'll try again later, True said, reaching over to switch it off, much to my relief. I still hadn't heard them play a single song. When we reached the inn several long hours later, it was exactly as True described. Cute, but very rural. The 2-story building nestled in the trees at the crossroads of 2 soggy, leaf-covered roads lined on one side by the stream. A water wheel turned slowly, the wood creaking. Smoke rose from the chimney, lazily mixing with the mist that had settled around us. As we approached, True pointed out a flock of chickens pecking at the ground under the brush that lined the stream. Disguise time, Gillean said unenthusiastically, putting his hand on top of Mahara's head. She didn't respond, leaning against a tree, clearly too exhausted to make any demands this time. I tried to hide my laughter, as I could tell he really was trying. He had figured out the difference between antlers and horns, but it was still all wrong. I knew she wanted to look like a cute fawn-type spirit, but he had instead given her moose-type antlers, and her ears were large and furry. They looked more like rabbit ears poking out of her newly white curls, frizzier than ever in the damp air. Better this time, I said, trying to encourage both of them. If you say so, Gillean said, turning to me. Your turn. Go for it, I said. Make me weirder than last time. That's not hard, he mumbled, flicking my forehead. As I felt the illusion settle over me, Mahara's eyes got noticeably wider, and she took a step back while True nodded in approval. Please describe me, I asked Mahara. She gave a tiny shake of her head, eyes still wide. Very spider-esque, True offered instead as Gillean turned around and headed toward the inn. Big dark eyes covered in tiny gray hairs that kind of twitch a lot, and some sort of mustache, I think? They're supposed to be fangs, Gillean replied, walking up to the door. Well, it's very fetching, True assured me as we followed him, a few steps behind. Mahara dragged her feet behind us. I don't like it. Mahara, you can see through it, I said, turning to face her. She shied away, taking a step back. Yeah, but I can still see it, she protested. Don't look at me. I laughed and turned back around, following Gillean and True into the inn. Inside, a fire roared in the hearth in the middle of the room, and I instantly broke into a sweat under my heavy clothes. I looked around as Gillean spoke to someone standing behind a desk near the entrance. There were a few groups of spirits sitting around the fire, most drinking. One group erupted into yells as they threw down cards on the table between them. I eyed them nervously when two of the men jumped up, but quickly realized they were congratulating each other as they clapped hands. Come on, Gillean said, ushering me away. The rooms are upstairs. True was right. This place is cute. I glanced behind us to make sure True and Mahara followed. When I looked back, he was glowering at me. What? I protested. Nothing. He ushered me up the stairs. I got us one big room, he said. I gave a long sigh, even as I wondered if it was at least better than 2 double rooms. Why? I'm sorry, how much money did you bring with you? I didn't answer and gave him a withering look, hoping he could see it through my spider eyes. We reached the top of the stairs and he pulled out a key, unlocking the door on the right. I'm sure it was an adorable room with a well-worn carpet, old dusty paintings, and an enormous window to frame the trees outside, but all I saw was one big wood-framed bed next to a bunk bed. How is this supposed to work? I hissed at Gillean right as the other two entered. Oh, this is cute, Mahara said, slumping to the ground and sliding her backpack off in the middle of the floor, directly in the way of everyone else. I call the top bunk. I nudged her leg with my foot, prompting her to scoot toward the wall far enough for me to slide past and dump my backpack next to her. This is a problem for later, I decided. As we dropped our belongings haphazardly around the room, Mahara bounced back up, her energy magically restored. I'm super hungry, she announced. Can we please get dinner? Excellent idea, True said with a yawn. Come on, let's scout out the menu. She led Mahara back out of the room, shooting me a secretive smile as she passed. Did she think I wanted to be alone with Gillean or needed time away from my sister? Either option made me slightly uneasy. Will they be okay? I asked Gillean. He rubbed his shoulders and glanced over as they turned the corner to the stairs, unconcerned. Yeah, sure. I didn't see any other water spirits, he said. Illusion should hold. We followed them out, Gillean locking the door behind us. I paused for a moment outside the room, admiring the view for the first time. All the rooms were located on the second floor, making up the perimeter of the rectangular building. I leaned against the banister that lined the walkway, peering out over the first floor below us. The centerpiece of the room was an enormous chandelier made of antlers, strung together to resemble something that reminded me of a mobile, but lined with flickering candles. That! I pointed at the chandelier in relief, sensing Gillean still stood behind me. That's what Mahara wants. Those are antlers. He studied it for a moment, leaning on the banister next to me. Isn't that what I gave her? I shook my head, looking down at Mahara and True, who were already sitting at a table near the fireplace, talking animatedly. Those candles must be a massive pain to light every day. Don't get me wrong, it looks neat, but that's what, like 100 candles? You think they have a massive ladder or something? He snorted and pointed to the rope that suspended the chandelier. Pretty sure they just lower it to the ground. Oh. I followed the path of the rope and saw it connected to some sort of crank on the wall below. That did seem simpler. Want to go for a walk? Gillean asked. I hesitated, still watching Mahara. They had a menu now, and True was leaning over the table, explaining the options to my sister. Come on, Harsha, he said, a note of annoyance entering his voice. It's not like I'm asking you to sneak off for Takim. I just want to talk. I turned toward him, but didn't leave my place by the banister. Sorry, what? The bluish tint to his skin deepened slightly, and I saw the shifting, rippling effect quicken. I persisted, still confused. I don't know that word, Takim. He ducked his head away from me, rushing down the stairs. I finally followed, baffled at his reaction, and heard him mumble something. Speak up, I said, annoyed. Or should I just ask True instead? My cheeks burned with embarrassment, positive he was making fun of me. Every time I admitted I didn't know a word, it was another small reminder that I didn't fully belong here. I heard him swear under his breath as he stopped at the foot of the stairs. Please don't, he pleaded, switching temporarily to the human language. It's the spirit word for sex, okay? Now I'm begging you to stop asking. He left me behind as he hurried toward the table where True and Mahara sat, handing True the room key. I caught up as he reached the main door, slipping outside behind him. The sudden blast of cold air was welcome after how sweaty and flushed I felt inside. So, no sex, right? I asked as I fell into step behind him, taking a deep breath of the cool air. I laughed as he gave me a pained look, then recoiled slightly. Shadows, your sister was right. You look horrifying. I grinned wider and he shook his head. I felt the illusion drop. I can't talk to you like that. If we're removing illusions, then why not remove your own? I asked, trying to keep my voice light. It didn't work, and I felt him study me even as I gazed out at the water wheel, still churning away. When I looked back, the smooth mask over his scars was gone. Why bother with it anyway? I asked. The sun was low in the sky, and I could see our breath in the air. Something rustled nearby, and I jumped as a handful of birds burst out of a thorny bramble that lined the path we walked along. Think about it a little, Gillean said. Why do we illusion you and your sister? I ran a hand through the white streak in my hair. So we don't get recognized? I said, a slight question in my voice. If Empira'an is searching for us, plenty of people know exactly what we look like. It's not just Empira'an, Gillean corrected. News travels. Anyone who knows who you are, what you're capable of, could be looking for you. 2 girls with dark curly hair who appear human. He eyed the white streak I still twisted in my fingers. Mostly dark hair, he corrected. And 1 water spirit who looks like his skin tried to break into 1,000 pieces. You're just as recognizable as we are, I realized. He nodded, and I decided not to point out that he kept his illusion on, even when the 4 of us traveled alone, when Mahara and I went undisguised. I may not be the one they're looking for, but I'd lead them directly to you. We were silent for a few minutes, and I appreciated how free I felt without the heavy backpack weighing me down. Just by its weight, I could tell we were better prepared than last time. We're not going over the mountains this time, are we? I asked. No. He stretched his arms. We're staying in the valley, just heading north. At least, that's where Quinn found them last time. We'll see the mountains, but we shouldn't have to cross them. I felt myself getting farther from Mahara, too distant to remain comfortable. What did you want to talk about? I asked, slowing. The sky dimmed above us, the mist fading to a dull gray. We would have to turn back soon, or risk stumbling back in the dark. Where are we going? He asked. I wasn't positive what he meant, whether he meant our relationship or physically where we headed. I hedged and went with the second possibility, even though it made little sense. North, I said. We need to search for the other fungus spirits. They can teach me how to be stronger, or maybe I'll teach them. Either way, we can figure it out together, and they can help us fix the affliction. I nodded to myself, confident in my decision. No, Gillean said, finally coming to a halt and turning me by the shoulders to face him. Where are we going? You and I, he specified. I couldn't meet his gaze and instead focused on the golden hoops that pierced his ears, sticking out slightly from his hair. I don't know, I said. What had made so much sense when it was just the two of us seemed impossibly complicated now. Whether it was Kai's distrust, Mahara's dependence on me, or True's history with him, I couldn't say. Whatever it was, I didn't even know where we stood, much less where we headed. Even with my gaze slightly averted, I could tell my answer surprised him, and he took a half step back. Sorry, he apologized. It was the first time I had heard him lost for words. I wanted to say he was asking the wrong question, that I may not know where we headed, but I knew where I wanted us to end up. Instead, I pressed my lips together, unwilling to take that risk. Why did this feel so much easier, so much safer? I listened as he took a deep breath, grounding himself. We can call it right here. I don't mind. I nodded, still not quite meeting his eyes. If that's what you want, that's fine, I said. My words felt weightless, floating up into the mist that continued to lower, threatening to embrace us. We should probably head back. Okay. Still, we stood for another moment without turning around, silent in the darkening forest. Kai was right, I thought. I really did push people away. I wished he had told me how to stop. Gil, I said. Wait. He cocked his head and put up a hand. I paused, listening. Soon, I heard it as well, voices in the distance. Stepping off the path into the woods, he gestured at me to follow him. Together, we crept into the brush, moving slowly as it became more difficult to see where we were going. He reached out a hand, and I took it gratefully as I stumbled over roots and fallen branches. When a light appeared in the distance, he pulled me down, crouching beside him, half hidden by a bush full of red berries. I leaned against him as the light grew brighter, the fog glowing around a group of spirits who carried flashlights. Not far, one spirit said, his voice low. Looked like it was maybe half a mile ahead. The bush rustled, and I froze, not even daring to breathe. I could hear something snuffling nearby. A dog? Over the bush, I could only see the top halves of the spirits, and I ducked down as they glanced over at whatever pawed at the ground. I felt Gillean's hand tighten around mine as he huddled closer. One spirit whistled, and I heard the animal whine slightly, barely audible over my pounding heart. Come on, he said, a note of irritation in his voice. The group didn't slow their pace, and the animal finally sneezed and plodded away. Fuck me, Gillean hissed after the spirits disappeared from view. He rose, his hand slipping from mine. What was that? I asked, baffled. 3 animal spirits and a wolf, Gillean said, shaking his head as he carefully stepped back toward the path. Probably just headed to the inn, but I wasn't taking any chances. I tried to follow in his footsteps, but tripped in the dark, landing on my hands and knees. The decomposing leaves that coated the forest floor were slimy, and I wiped my hands on my pants, disgusted. When I reached the path, I stuck close to Gillean, relying on him to lead us back to the inn. We walked slowly, the path nearly invisible. I know before you said you didn't want me to restore any of your memories, I said slowly, piecing together what I wanted to say. He didn't respond, and I couldn't tell if he knew what I referred to. You know, on our way back from the capital, after the car broke down. I skirted around the obvious, right before I kissed you. Yeah, he said. Back then, he had said the reason he didn't want me to restore his memories was because he didn't want it to affect our current relationship. If that was no longer a concern, did he still feel the same way? I wasn't sure how to word it. Is that still what you want? I asked lamely. Yes, he said firmly. Didn't you see what happened to my father? I bumped into him, my steps uncertain. Sorry. I put some distance between us. Because of your mom, you mean? The first few days Mahara and I healed Kai's memories were brutal. The heart of the affliction was rooted in the day we escaped, the day Sorsha died. Kai's reaction as we restored his memories was devastating, as he realized his wife hadn't survived as she stayed behind to erase all the digital records of our existence. Mahara and I nearly stopped right there, unwilling to cause such pain. Only Gillian's insistence that we continue drove us onward. That and, well, everything, he said, sounding unsettled. I have all the memories I need. I'm not afflicted like my father was. It was true. He hadn't recognized me, and he was still a little shaky on some details of our history, but he had escaped the brunt of the affliction. With all the time we spent together as children, I didn't understand how he managed it, but I was thankful he wasn't as stricken as Kai was. The smell of smoke became stronger as we walked, and I felt reassured that we still headed the right way and hadn't somehow lost the path in the dark. "Do you smell that?" Gillean asked. "The wood smoke? Yeah." Part of me was already looking forward to that overly warm room and the food that awaited, but a larger part of me felt like an opportunity was quickly closing between us and dreaded our return. Was this really what I wanted? "Gil," I tried again. "No," he said, breaking away from me. "That's too much smoke." He was right. I hadn't noticed at first between the lowering fog and gloomy twilight, but when I looked up at the gray sky silhouetted by treetops, I could see smoke shifting above us, obscuring the sky and then revealing it again. "What's going on?" I asked, worried. "The inn," he said, breaking into a run. For a split second, I froze again, heart in my throat as Gillian hurtled into the darkness, quickly enveloped in the shadows. Then I was stumbling forward, tripping over the damp leaves, pushing myself up when I fell. The smoke grew thicker until I could see a glow through the trees, creating long shadows in the hazy air. I heard shouts, and I tried to speed up, but stumbled again on the uneven ground, pushing myself off a tree to keep from falling. The woods opened up before me, and I finally saw the inn, or what was left of it. Smoke enveloped half the building, flames barely visible through the windows on the second floor. Which side of the building had our room been on? I tried to picture the interior of the building, but I couldn't remember it clearly. My lungs burned. Whether it was from the smoke or the run, I wasn't sure, and suddenly I was dodging clumps of people who stood between the trees watching the building burn. I scanned them quickly, but they were all larger than me, twice as big as Mahara. Only one spirit floundered in the stream, frantically yelling as he used a bucket to throw water toward the building. It splashed uselessly on the ground, and I flew past him, heading for the open door of the inn. I had to find her. Someone shouted nearby, but I didn't turn around to see why. An enormous crash inside the building shook the ground, and a roiling plume of smoke burst out the door. Still, I didn't hesitate as I pushed forward, racing to meet it. I took one last deep breath and then lowered my head and closed my eyes as I prepared to enter the smoke. The heat was already unbearable. My body slammed to the side, hitting the ground hard. Oh, shadows. Had the inn collapsed on top of me? When I opened my eyes, I couldn't see for a moment through the smoke as I thrashed on the ground, trying to free myself. Whatever pinned me to the ground shifted, and I yelled in frustration, struggling to push it off. I got one good kick in, and what I realized was a spirit on top of me swore loudly. "Cora, stop!" "Gillian?" I finally pushed him off and got to my knees, scrambling for the door before he grabbed my leg and pulled me back, pinning me down again. "Get off me!" I screamed, kicking at him. He swore again as I connected with his stomach and his grip weakened. "I have to find her!" I choked a little as the smoke shifted, but nearly squirmed free, pulling myself inches toward the inn. He threw himself over me, grabbing my wrists as I lashed out at him. "She's not in there," he grunted as I tried to roll him off me and failed. "You don't know that," I hissed, my strength flagging. I tried again to remember which side of the inn our room was on. Or would she still be eating? What if she was trapped in there, wondering where I was? I had left without even telling her where I was going. Would she have gone searching for me? Another crash shook the ground, and I felt the impact in my bones, teeth rattling. It was so close that I half expected it to crush both Gillian and me, but I felt his weight lessen slightly. "Where's Hera?" he yelled. "Oh shit," someone replied in the distance. "True?" I tried to swivel my head, but my hair was everywhere in my face and I couldn't shake it off. "She's here with me." "Hear that?" Gillean growled. "Sister?" I began my struggle anew, but this time just to free my arms, get my hair out of my face, and prove that I wasn't imagining my sister's voice. "Please," I whispered. After only a slight hesitation, Gillean sat up, letting go of my arms. Frantic, I pushed my hair back right as Mahara threw herself at me. Relief flooded through my body, and I wasn't sure I'd be able to stand if I tried. I wrapped my arms around her, but she swatted me away, shoving my shoulders. I shook my head, trying to focus on what she was saying, but there was too much noise as everyone yelled and the inn behind us crashed again. Finally, Gillean half dragged me to my feet and away from the burning building, embers falling around us like rain. The four of us stumbled toward the stream, stopping when we reached the water a short distance from the inn. The spirit who had been trying to extinguish the fire finally gave up, sitting on a stump and watching the building burn. There was too much smoke still rolling out of the broken windows to be certain, but I was pretty sure part of the inn had collapsed, leaving an asymmetrical husk in its wake. My head cleared as I watched the blazing building, although my face still burned with the memory of the heat. I turned toward Mahara again, anxious to see her and reassure myself that she was really here. She stared at me with a stony expression I couldn't read. It wasn't until she hurled my backpack at me, knocking me off balance as it connected with my stomach, that I realized what it was. Fury. I had seen her frustrated, annoyed, exasperated 1,000 different times, but never like this. "What?" I started. "Where were you?" she screamed at me. I was dimly aware of some of the nearby spirits' stares at the sudden commotion. She didn't let me finish my sentence before she threw herself forward, shoving me again. "I thought you were dead." She swapped to the human language without warning. "You left me alone to sneak off with your stupid boyfriend." I didn't know what to say, she simmered, breathing heavily. "He's not my boyfriend," I finally said in the human language. "I don't fucking care," she replied, stalking off to stand a few feet away, arms crossed as she faced away from us. "What happened?" Gillean asked True. "Let's talk as we walk," True said, voice unreasonably calm. "We need to get some distance between us and this place." She handed Gillean his backpack, and they wordlessly led the way, heading further upstream, past the inn. As we left the fire behind, Gillean fished around in his backpack until he pulled out a flashlight and flicked it on. Worried, I turned back to make sure Mahara followed and saw she walked a few steps behind us, still refusing to look at me. I didn't know how she could see where she was going in the dark. I had enough trouble right behind Gillean and had to trust he was picking a fairly clear path. "We were still eating downstairs when a couple spirits showed up," True explained as I listened in from behind them. "I didn't pay them much attention since it seemed like they were just checking in for the night, but then the woman started chatting up the others downstairs, asking about 3 spirits they were searching for." She gave Gillean a meaningful look. "You 3. With a start, I realized Gillean and I were still undisguised, and I shivered. "I wasn't sure where you two were at, but I got the kid out of there just to be safe. I took her upstairs to chill out in the room for a bit, but found the other spirit up there going from room to room, knocking on doors. He was still on the other side of the building, across from us, so I grabbed our stuff and went back downstairs. Even with Hera illusioned, I didn't want to risk talking to him. When we got back downstairs, things were going poorly," she said, the first note of uneasiness in her voice. "The group playing cards and drinking grew tired of all the questions and started complaining. And then the guy behind the counter, I'm guessing he owns the place, he told her to knock it off and stop annoying everyone. While all that was going on downstairs, someone upstairs started shouting. I'm thinking she ignored the knocking and the other spirit walked in on her. She thought she was getting robbed." "What were you doing?" Gillean asked. She shrugged. "I didn't know what to do. I didn't want to draw their attention, but I knew we had to get out of there. So we were just waiting at the bottom of the stairs to see what would happen. It got kind of chaotic after that. Some spirit was yelling about thieves upstairs, the drunk spirits downstairs were angling for a fight, and then some young couple tried to leave. But as soon as they opened the front door, a freaking wolf tackled them and a third spirit blocked the exit. I stifled a gasp. These had to be the same spirits we saw with a wolf. They were looking for us? I'm pretty sure they thought the couple was you two, because the spirit with the wolf grabbed them, they started screaming, and that was all it took for a fight to break out between, well, everyone. We couldn't get out the front, so we ducked into the kitchen to stay out of it. I figured they'd throw a few punches, maybe throw a drink or two and get it out of their system, but some idiot managed to set the place on fire instead. How? I asked, finally speaking up. True glanced back at me, then over my shoulder at Mahara. That big chandelier, she said. Someone threw a chair, missed, and the entire thing came crashing to the ground. They must have hit the crank, I thought. Suddenly, the decor choice no longer seemed so elegant. Candles went everywhere, she sighed. Gillean whistled softly. Everyone make it out okay? No idea, True admitted. We still didn't know where you were, if you were inside somewhere oblivious to what was going on. Remember that little rooftop nook we found last time? I thought you might be up there. Rooftop nook? Gillian's shoulders stiffened, and he shook his head. I forgot about that. Yeah, well, we were panicking as everyone either tried to put the fires out, find their friends, or escape past the spirit and his wolf. I was pretty sure by we, she only meant Mahara, and I risked another look behind us. My sister looked exhausted, but glared when she saw my attention turned toward her. I spun back around. We almost went back upstairs to look for you, but then Hera had the bright idea to follow the strands. What do you mean? Gillean asked. I wasn't sure either. That's how she explained it to me, True replied. Like, there are strands that connect her to everyone else, and when she examines memories, she can kind of move around and see where people are located. I blinked. She was right. When I went into my spirit form, I saw threads that connected me to everyone I knew. I could move a short distance from my physical body and see others in the real world. It's how I found Mahara and spoke to her when I was locked up in Empira'an. I had never thought about using it again to locate someone. My cheeks burned as I compared our responses to the fire when we thought the other might be in trouble. While my brain shut down and put us all in danger, she actually solved problems and did something useful. How was I the older one? When we realized you two were outside somewhere, we continued back through the kitchen and escaped out a window. Then we hid out nearby and waited for you to come back. Gillean groaned and rubbed the back of his neck with one hand. Sorry about that. That was my fault. He said it loud enough for Mahara to hear, but she didn't respond. True seemed to understand his intention and waved her forward. Hera, come here. She sprang forward, quickly passing me and catching up to True. Yeah? We've got a ways to go, she said, voice gentle. Are you going to be okay? Mahara nodded. I'm fine. I can take some of your stuff, I said, desperate to be useful. I don't mind. She ignored me. Are the spirits following us? She asked True. I don't know, True answered honestly. I don't know what happened to them, if they got scared off or caught in the fire or what. I don't even know how they tracked you there or if they just got lucky. As far as I can tell, there were no animals tracking us. She sounded apologetic. Even if they are still looking for us, we'll get some distance tonight. I know a safe place we can reach by tomorrow, Gillean added. I thought this place was supposed to be safe, Mahara retorted. Gillean took a deep breath, and I silently thanked him for not snapping at my sister. There's a hidden water spirit outpost a little farther north. The whole town is illusion, so only water spirits can get in. He looked over at Mahara. Or fungus spirits who can see through illusions, I guess. What about you? She asked True. You'll have to lead me in, True said, smiling. Mahara nodded, satisfied. Okay, we'll go there and figure things out. She sounded so certain that I stared for a moment at the back of her head. She didn't feel so much like a little kid anymore, and it surprised me, threw me off balance a little. We walked in silence after that, Mahara tucked in tightly next to True and Gillean while I trailed behind. Even as I tried to block out the memory, I couldn't stop thinking about how I had lashed out at Gillean when he tried to prevent me from barreling into the burning inn. He hadn't even looked at me since then. What if I had injured him? It was hard to tell in the dark, especially from behind. We walked until Mahara started stumbling over her own feet, her limbs hanging heavy on her slight frame. We set up camp in the dark, doing the best we could in a small clearing. I missed my old bedroll a little, the one I had lost when we reached Empira'an. This one was new, slightly stiff, and smelled like smoke. However, it won me over as I slipped inside, still wearing all my clothes, and realized how thick it was. Even without a fire, I was comfortable. I didn't think I would ever enjoy sleeping on the hard earth, but there was something familiar and reassuring about it, even if no one would look at me or acknowledge me. I tried to catch Gillian's eye as he zipped himself into his own sleeping bag, but he rolled away from me, ducking his head into the blanket and disappearing, except for a tuft of green hair. I sighed and snuggled in deeper, too tired to keep obsessing over it. We were all still alive, all still together, and for now, that was enough. Chapter 4. We slept through dawn, only waking when the sun was almost directly overhead, shining uncomfortably down through the trees into our clearing. I avoided emerging from my sleeping bag until I couldn't put it off any longer, listening to the others moving around me. When I did, True was the only one to greet me, kissing the top of my head and asking how I slept. Breakfast was quiet, and even though I was ravenous after skipping dinner the night before and then walking through most of the night, I tried to ration the food Gillean had packed for us. "You're too recognizable," Gillean said, breaking the silence. I winced as I looked at him. His hair was sooty and a new bruise bloomed on his cheek. That was my fault, I knew, and every time I looked at him, my stomach dropped. "You can keep an illusion on me," I said. "It's fine." I hated the idea, hated the feeling of having an illusion stuck on me, impossible to remove. But I wanted to be agreeable for once. He shook his head, taking another bite of some dried meat. "That's too much work," he finally said. "It'll be easier to physically disguise you." I curled my toes, refraining from pointing out that he kept an illusion on himself all the time, even when it was just the four of us. It couldn't be that much effort. "Fine," I said. "Then what do you suggest?" "It's your hair," he said, gesturing at me. "Especially that white streak. Can't you just hide it somehow?" I glowered at him, the thin edge of my patience quickly disintegrating. I reached up and began braiding it and then twisting it on itself, using an elastic band to tuck it into a tight bun at the back of my head. "Do you have a hat? Otherwise, I'll just keep my hood up." True looked over from where she was rolling up her bedroll and packing her things. "I do," she called, opening her backpack. She tossed over a thick knitted hat with tassels down the sides. I pulled it on, tugging the ear flaps to secure it over my bun. Gillean nodded. "Looks good." I seethed at the compliment, convinced it was True's hat he liked, even as a tiny voice inside my head pointed out that I might be overreacting. He turned to Mahara, who walked up from the stream, her face freshly washed. "Your turn. Same problem. Your hair is too recognizable." Her curly hair stuck out in every direction, as if proving his point. "Yeah, okay." She knelt and rummaged in her backpack, looking for something. "Will you help me fix my hair, True?" "Stop scowling," Gillean said, sidling up to me. I scowled harder at him. "I'm not." My attention strayed as I looked past him at True and Mahara. They were walking away from us, Mahara gesturing widely as True nodded. I couldn't hear their conversation. "You are," Gillean insisted. "It's annoying." "Sorry," I said, my voice dripping with sarcasm. As I glanced back, I couldn't help but stare at the bruise on his cheek, and I grimaced. Sorry, I said again, actually meaning it this time. Did I hurt you badly? He looked puzzled, then reached up a hand to touch his cheek. Oh, this? I nodded. I was horrible to you. It's okay if you're still angry about it. I mean, I'm still angry at myself for it, so I understand if you are too. Mahara and True had disappeared somewhere into the woods. We were alone for the moment. I don't know why I acted like that. I honestly thought she was... I couldn't finish, couldn't say the word dead. Are you okay? He gave me a half smile. It looked forced, but I still appreciated it. I'm fine. He reached up and pulled my hat down over my eyes. When I grumbled and pulled it back up, he shrugged. I changed my mind. I prefer the scowl over... He waved his hand vaguely at me. That. It's called an apology, I mumbled. Yeah, I don't care for it. He looked over my shoulder and his silver eyes widened. Oh, what? I turned, concerned, and thought for a moment that True had found some wayward spirit who stumbled across our camp before I realized it was my sister. Well, that's one way to disguise herself, Gillean said in my ear. Gone was her long tumble of dark curls. Well, mostly. All that remained was a close-cropped shock of hair not even an inch long. It made her wide brown eyes look even bigger, and it was impossible not to see the worry in them. She approached me, standing a few feet away as she shifted from foot to foot, judging my reaction. I realized my mouth was parted slightly in shock, and I quickly closed it. Are you mad? She asked. I blinked. Why would I be mad? You look amazing. She did, too. Different, but amazing. She stepped a little closer and tentatively touched her hair. I thought you'd be mad. You always said you loved my hair, that it was the only thing that made us look like sisters. I bridged the gap between us and pulled her close, running my fingers through her remaining hair in wonder. There was only a hint of a curl to her hair now, and the way it stuck to her forehead reminded me of how she looked as a toddler. But at the same time, she looked so much older, the angular cut of her face more visible. It was like when I looked at her, I saw two completely different people, a tiny girl clinging to my knee and a preteen standing on her own. Oh, Mahara. I sighed and pushed her back, holding her by her shoulders. I love you. I love being your sister. I only loved your hair because it reminded me we're linked. You know what else reminds me of our bond? What? She asked, eyes still wide. Everything, I replied, kissing her forehead. Change your hair, change your name, change your entire physical form, and as long as I'm still your sister, I'll never mind. Let me guess, you got tired of Cora trying to tame your hair? Gillean asked, interrupting our moment. She shrugged me off, looking embarrassed, and I stood, grinning down at her. No, well, yes, but that's not why I asked True to cut it. She glanced nervously at True, who frowned a little but said nothing. There are lots of reasons, but... She paused. I don't like when spirits grab it. What? I stared at her, smile fading. What do you mean when spirits grab it? She shifted away, kneeling down at her sleeping bag and rolling it up much too loosely. Back when I first came here through the cave, when the Spexa came for me, I tried to run and they caught me by my hair. I closed my eyes, imagining it. I had experienced the same thing when Rika grabbed my hair to control me. And then last night, one spirit did the same thing again. I'm tired of it. Who grabbed your hair? I turned to True. You didn't say anything about someone grabbing her. I told her not to. Mahara kicked the sloppily rolled sleeping bag and it slowly unrolled as if taunting her. It would have been funny if she wasn't so upset. We didn't just walk into the kitchen and then jump out the window. That stupid spirit who was questioning everyone chased us and grabbed me by my hair, and she would have caught me if True didn't punch her in her stupid face. True shrugged. Sorry, she said. She didn't want to scare you. You know you're a fungus spirit who can force spirits to help you in the blink of an eye, right? Gillean asked. I didn't know if they knew who I was, she protested, glaring at Gillean. Or if they were just grabbing me because I ran. I didn't want to give myself away if I didn't have to. I knelt down and folded Mahara's sleeping bag in half and then neatly rolled it up, using my knee to keep it tight. When I got to the end, I reached out and tipped her chin up to look at me. "I'm sorry I wasn't there," I said, my chest tight. "But it won't happen again, okay?" "Yeah, because they can't grab me now," she said, a wild glint in her eye. "And True will punch them if they try." Not what I meant, but I clasped her sleeping bag shut and attached it to her backpack. "I believe you," I said with sincerity. As we set off, Gillean led the way north, still following the stream which gradually grew larger. It seemed like that was how he navigated the world. The waterways were like roads to him. "This isn't like other towns we've been to," Gillean said as we walked. My mind raced through all the towns and how wildly different they all were. Even the neighborhoods of the capital seemed to have almost nothing in common. "What do you mean?" I asked. "It's a water spirit outpost," he said, as if that explained everything. When I simply stared at him, he sighed. "It's where they go to sell stolen objects from the human world, exchange information, or just socialize with other water spirits. There aren't a lot of places here where water spirits can go to relax." I still didn't know what he meant and wrinkled my forehead in confusion. "It can get a little rough," he said finally. Why did the thought stir a trace of excitement in me? The last thing we needed was trouble, but I wanted to see it all. True and Mahara walked behind us, and I could hear Mahara quizzing True on how her powers worked, how she communicated with animals. "Could you make a wolf follow you around like that spirit yesterday?" she asked. "No," True said, a little amusement in her voice. "He struck me as a specialist, actually. All three of them, maybe." "What's that mean?" I asked, dropping back. She reached up as we passed under a tree, and a cricket hopped onto her hand. She walked a moment with it, whispering quietly to it before it hopped away, disappearing into the underbrush. "I'm a generalist," she said, "specifically of small creatures. I can speak to them, and if they're in the right mood, they'll speak back, but they lose interest pretty quickly. When I set up a barrier like I did back at Gillian's house, I have to ask a lot of animals for help. Maybe half of them will pay attention, but by morning they've wandered off or forgotten. What I'm trying to say is I can speak to lots of critters and charm them temporarily, but the charm doesn't last long. That's what a generalist is." "But there are specialist animal spirits too?" Mahara asked. "Yes, they're not as common, but some animal spirits form potentially lifelong bonds with a single animal. It takes time, but when they form that bond, the animal will follow any command they give them. They can communicate over long distances and share a much deeper connection." "Is that the type of animal spirit who can charm humans?" I asked. Mahara and True both shot me shocked looks. "What?" I asked. "That's what Gillean told me happens to some humans who get stuck here." Gillean shrugged from where he walked ahead of us. "Well, it's true," he said without turning around. "I'm not sure," True said. "I don't know anything about the animal spirits who do that, but it seems likely. If I could even charm a human, it certainly wouldn't last long." Something about the conversation sparked an idea in me, but I wasn't sure what it was yet. It needed to simmer a little longer. "We're here," Gillean said, pushing back a tree branch that blocked our way. He waited for us to catch up, then led us to a rocky bank next to the water, which had grown into a fast-moving river. It took me a split second to make sense of the massive illusion in front of us. The river we had been following joined up with another branch up ahead, creating a fork between the two. At first, I saw nothing in the fork except dark silt and a tall, dead tree surrounded by thorn-filled brambles. But as a cloud drifted in front of the sun, a shadow passed over the fork and the image shifted. A meandering stone wall bordered a smattering of buildings peeking over the top. "I don't see a thing," True laughed. "Do we need to cross the river?" "I think I see it," Mahara mumbled, squinting. "We cross here," Gillean said, skidding down the bank to the river. "It's difficult, even if you can see it, especially this time of year." I saw what he meant. I could see a few rocks just under the surface of the river, creating turbulent swells in the current. It took much more effort than usual to focus on the reality behind the illusion, and the rocks were farther apart than I felt comfortable about. I sized up Mahara's shorter legs skeptically as she climbed down after Gillean, shading her eyes as she looked out at the river. "How well can you see past the illusion?" Gillean called back to me, speaking up over the roar of the river. "I can see through it no problem," I said, a little more confidently than I felt. "Okay." He waved True forward. "You stick with me. Cora, follow me and keep Hera with you." True balked a little as she slid down the steep bank and looked out across the river. "There's really a way across here?" she asked Gillean. "There is," I said. "I can see it." I joined them next to the river. Mahara's hand slipped into my own. Gillean took the first leap and stood on the rock, then turned lightly on his toes to face us. "Remember," he said, "this is where water spirits come to do business that might be frowned upon in other places." He held out his hand, and True took a blind leap to follow him, stumbling a little when she landed on the rock she couldn't see. "Be more careful than usual here," he continued, leaving True behind as he took a long stride to reach the next rock. He made it look effortless. "Don't trust anyone." I'd heard this speech before and rolled my eyes as True tentatively followed, grabbing his hand when she slipped on the uneven surface. I made the first jump and almost overshot, my feet nearly sliding out from under me on the slippery rock. It was harder than I expected, with the weight of my backpack making me more top-heavy than usual. Mahara squeaked, but I recovered quickly, hoping no one else noticed. "I mean it, Cora," Gillean said, his voice almost inaudible now that the river surrounded me. I turned to acknowledge his warning, but it turned to irritation when I saw him reaching out a hand to steady True several rocks down. "Catch me!" Mahara screamed, drawing my attention immediately away. She flailed wildly as she took a running leap from the bank and slammed into me. I let out a startled breath as I took a step backward and my foot left the rock. I grabbed her body and used her as a counterweight to shuffle back fully onto the rock, swearing a little under my breath. "Slower," I told her, stepping onto the next rock. She reached out her arms and I held her hand, lifting her up a little as she took a giant step to follow. Together, we followed the same path Gillean and True took. I let out an enormous sigh of relief as they reached the other shore, half because they made it without incident and half because they were no longer holding hands. "You gave up that right to care," I told myself, already regretting our conversation from the previous night. Distracted, I hadn't seen exactly where Gillean stepped from our current rock. The way the sun reflected off the surface of the water made it hard to see where the rocks were, but I was pretty sure I could tell where it was by the movement of the water. I backed up a step to get some momentum, but as I left the rock, I heard Gillean shout a warning. My foot hit the far edge of the rock, then plummeted forward into the icy water. I landed hard on my butt and scrambled backward, holding the stone with a death grip. The water soaked my pants up to my knees. "Are you okay?" Mahara yelled. I popped up, almost losing my balance again as I tried to hide how my knees shook. "Fine," I yelled, forcing a smile. "Come on, we're nearly there." She shook her head, backing up a step. "Nuh-uh." "Come on," I pleaded. "Mahara, you have to keep going." The rock she was on was slightly deeper than the others, and the water rushed over her ankles. She slowly sank down, grabbing onto the rock with both hands as she shook her head again, eyes wide. I recognized the look of fear on her face. I was certain it was the same look I had given Gillean when he asked me to jump across the underground river when we navigated the stormwater tunnels. If she jumped, she wouldn't make it. I looked over at Gillean helplessly. He waved me over, but I couldn't bring myself to leave Mahara alone in the river. Understanding my predicament, he left True behind on the shore and made 2 quick jumps to get back to my rock without even pausing in between. He landed lightly next to me. "I'll get her," he said, putting his hand on my arm as he shifted around me without knocking me off balance. His body tensed as he prepared to jump to Mahara. "I mean it, Hresha. I'll keep her safe, but you have to get out of the way." His last leap to reach Mahara was awkward since she was taking up most of the rock, crouched down on her hands and knees. He landed on one foot on the very edge of the rock, then shuffled closer and knelt down in front of her, keeping one hand on her backpack. The sound of the crashing water drowned out whatever he said to her, but she nodded once and knelt back on her knees as he gently pulled her backpack off and set it down next to them. Still keeping one hand on her shoulder, he pointed to the rock where I stood. She rose shakily, but shook her head again, backing a step away. His grip tightened on her shoulder as he stopped her from walking backwards off the rock. "Come on, Mahara," I muttered, clenching my fists. The water pulled at her boots as the current raced away from the fork in the river, and I didn't think Gillean could catch her if she got swept away. They were still talking, and my heart leapt as he let go of her shoulder and turned around, still crouched. "Don't let go of her," I hissed. "Could I maybe catch her if she got caught in the current?" "Cora!" True called to me from the shore, waving me over. When I looked back at Gillean and Mahara, he was pulling her backpack on backwards against his chest. Her bedroll blocked most of his view. It wasn't until she put her small arms around his neck that I understood. He was going to finish the crossing carrying her on his back, half blind. I swore as I realized I needed to get out of the way and give them as much room as possible. I took the last two rocks nearly as fast as Gillean had done and landed next to True, my feet sinking into the silty ground. She caught my arm and steadied me as I turned to watch Gillean follow. He rose with Mahara on his back, his arms tucked around her legs. "Why doesn't he just leave her backpack behind and go back for it?" I moaned. True sighed. "Because he's a show-off." "Well, he's going to get my sister killed," I said, frustrated. She didn't respond as we watched him take a step back and then leap off the rock, Mahara shrieking and burrowing her face into his shoulder. It wasn't as clean of a landing as previous, but also not as messy as mine had been. He took a couple steps forward to halt his momentum, but didn't leave the rock. Almost immediately, he turned toward us and made the last two jumps, stumbling forward when he hit the silt. Mahara slid off his back and ran to me, mouth open. "Did you see that?" she yelled. "The water spirit can really jump." "You are so much nicer to her than you are to me," I said over her head as I pulled her close. Gillean dropped her backpack to the ground and smirked. "She's a lot sweeter than you are." "Thank you," I mouthed. He waved me off and led the way toward the town's entrance. As we approached the illusioned walls, it was as if we walked through some kind of invisible barrier. The illusion vanished and True gasped, finally seeing the town for the first time. The walls rose above us, the stone weathered and mossy. Movement caught my eye, and I saw a tiny red crab poke out of a gap, then scuttle away into another hole. To enter the town, we had to follow the wall around to the other fork, where the water appeared to be running as swiftly as the river we had just crossed, but with massive boulders jutting out, creating eddies and rapids. I watched a stick spin out in one of the small whirlpools, then suddenly disappear under the surface. Although I scanned the water for several seconds, trying to find where it would reemerge, it seemed to have completely vanished. A large piece of me was thankful we hadn't had to cross this fork, but a smaller piece felt a little excited at the idea. "Oh," Mahara breathed next to me. Almost immediately afterward, I heard a scream and then a splash in the distance. I quickly scanned the river, trying to see what had happened. It wasn't hard to find the source. A gaggle of kids stood on top of the crumbling wall, high above the more turbulent river. Thin, tall rocks stuck up like the fingers of a hand beneath the wall, creating a small pool where the palm of the hand would be, and a rope swung loosely back and forth above it. When I followed the rope up, I saw it connected to some kind of metal overhang built into the top of the wall, like a huge swing set. As I watched, another kid pulled in the rope and then took a flying leap off the wall, cartwheeling his arms as he let go of the rope and plummeted into the pool, narrowly missing a rock. There wasn't much margin for error. Let go too soon and they hit the bottom of the wall. Let go too late and they hit the rocks. Or, I realized as the rope swung wildly, get washed away in the river. Is that safe? True asked, alarmed. Gillean snorted. They're water spirits, they'll be fine. We all watched the next kid jump. He let go slightly too late and glanced off a rock. I held my breath as he disappeared under the water, then slowly released it as he popped back up, wiping blood from his nose. See, Gillean said, they're practically indestructible at that age. The entire group of kids in the water laughed as they scrambled out, clambering up the wall like lizards. Have you done that? Mahara asked Gillean. He didn't answer, his lips pressed firmly together. Why would you even come here? I asked as we finally passed through the gap in the wall and entered the town. A sprawling maze of makeshift tents interspersed with more permanent shops selling all kinds of human wares sprawled in front of us. I had no idea what half of it was, and by the general look of the items, I wondered if water spirits were out there looting garbage dumps in the human world. The most striking thing about the town was the non-stop noise. Spirits were everywhere, and they were all talking at maximum volume, shouting to be heard. However, no one looked at us twice. He ran a hand through his hair. My father took me here a few times, when he would occasionally come back home from the capital. Before the Affliction? Mahara asked. Right. This is the nearest water spirit hub to where we live, so he'd come here to meet with other water spirits and exchange information, I guess. I didn't come here to do business. True laughed. So, what did you come here to do? He gestured toward the wall where we had seen the kids jumping. Dumb kid stuff. My attention drifted from the conversation as I noticed a poster stuck to the wall of a building nearby, the corners curling in slightly. We passed it before I could read it, but I spotted another identical poster hanging overhead on the arch that connected two buildings together. I stumbled over a few of the words, but it seemed like it was advertising some kind of event and had a date at the bottom. What's that about? I asked, pointing out the next one I saw to True. She gave a happy gasp, amber eyes widening even larger, then nudged Gillean, who looked over and groaned. Please tell me we missed it. True counted on her fingers, then grinned, her pointed teeth giving her a mischievous look. We did not, my dear friend. It's tomorrow. What is it? Mahara asked, skipping in excitement. Empira'an, she said. I had never heard the word before, but as I broke it into pieces, I thought I understood. Empira usually referred to something expansive that you had to endure. When Gillean told his dad about our arduous journey over the pass, he called it Empira. Ta was easy. That was the spirit word for nighttime. And then on was just some annoying word they randomly stuck to the end of other words that roughly meant the. Put it all together and it was something like the long enduring night. If I had to guess, I'd say it was the spirit equivalent of winter solstice, the longest night of the year. I felt slightly startled to realize it was already so late in the year. It had been October when I left the human world. At the same time, it felt like I had been here for ages, maybe because this was the first time in years I was really awake. It's a yearly celebration, True continued, for the changing seasons. In the past, it was kind of a last big party before everyone took shelter for the winter with their loved ones, but these days it's usually just an excuse for a big dinner. Except in some places, it's a bit bigger. Gillean sighed. Yeah, this is one of those places. The spirits here look for any excuse to party. Guess that explains why it's so crowded. Tell me more, Mahara demanded. What goes on? It doesn't matter, Gillean said. We're not going. True ignored him. See the masks some spirits are selling? She pointed at one of the tents we passed, which was full of white plaster masks, each one shaped like a different animal. It's a little complicated, but I'll do my best to explain it. So, everyone who goes to an Empira'an party wears one of these masks. They decorate them beforehand, but that's not important. Anyway, when they enter the building or wherever it's being held, it's in a plaza here, Gillean interrupted. When they enter the plaza, she didn't miss a beat. Everyone gets a flower. They're grown by flower spirits specifically for this event, so while they start out fully closed, the flowers gradually bloom over the course of the night. The goal of the party is to find the person with the single flower that matches your own before the night ends and the flower wilts. So you get paired up with some stranger? I asked, wrinkling my nose. That sounds awkward. What happens when you find them? Mahara asked at the same time. It doesn't matter because we're not going, Gillean said. No one paid any attention. Well, first, it's not really random, True said. There are 2 tricks most spirits take advantage of. A lot of them simply bribe whoever's handing out flowers to begin with. A small bribe ensures a specific spirit will receive the matching flower to your own. Everyone else spends a good chunk of the party trading flowers with other spirits, trying to end up with one that matches a particular spirit. The masks make it a little more difficult, but that's the fun of it. And then, to answer your question, she addressed Mahara, the custom is that only spirits with matching flowers unmask each other. She blushed a little. The unwritten rule is that they kiss, go home together, whatever they decide. Mahara gave her a wide-eyed look and wiped her lips, seemingly subconsciously. Half the spirits don't do anything more than a peck on the cheek, Gillean clarified. It's not some big hookup party. And again, it doesn't matter, because we're not going. We have to, True said. I looked over at her in surprise. That wasn't the response I expected. Are you kidding? Gillean asked. We have bigger concerns right now. The last thing we should think about is some stupid party. What's your goal? True asked me, her gaze suddenly intense. Why do you want to find the fungus spirits? Reverse the affliction. We want to fix things, Mahara said softly, answering for me. Put things back to the way they were before. Let spirits remember how to be normal spirits. You want to restore the world, True said. And if you want to do that, you need to truly experience this world, understand what's at stake, what afflicted spirits are missing. She turned to Gillean again. They need to experience a spirit celebration, see what they're struggling for. The world isn't just misery and distrust as much as it feels like it sometimes. Gillean still shook his head, but she wasn't done. And it's safer than what we're doing right now, just walking through town. At least tomorrow we'll all be masked. I agree, I said finally. I put a hand on Mahara's shoulder. What do you say? I want to see it, she said. It's not worth it, Gillean insisted. I put up a hand, stopping him. It's not your choice, I said. No one's forcing you to come, but don't decide for us. He gave me a wounded look, but didn't respond. Come here. True waved us over to one of the makeshift tents full of masks. Pick one out, my treat. You're really okay with this? I asked Mahara. In response, she darted over to True, bouncing up and down as she pointed at 5 different masks in quick succession. Guess so, I muttered. I made my way over more slowly, scanning the masks. We weren't the only customers, and I pulled True's hat down tighter on my head, anxious my hair would unravel from its tight bun and everyone would suddenly realize who I was. As spirits bustled around me, grabbing masks, trying them on, and chatting endlessly, my eyes glazed over a little and all the masks began to look the same. While Mahara walked around with a handful of masks, waiting in line to use the small mirror the vendor set up on the counter, I spun slowly around, trying to find anything that jumped out at me. On the other side of the tent, a boy stared at me. A human boy, I thought. He looked away as soon as I caught his eye. With a quick glance around, I realized no one was watching me. Mahara was trying on her pile of masks while True watched, and Gillean looked down the street in the opposite direction, face sour. The boy bought fruit from the stand next to ours, shifting impatiently as he glanced over again, meeting my gaze for only a second. He seemed almost familiar, although maybe that was only because he looked so human. Some spirits in the capital had appeared human because they had been away from their home, their source of power, for too long, but this boy seemed different. Those spirits had all been older, while this boy looked to be my age. It wasn't an illusion either. I began shifting in his direction, not taking my eyes off him as I stepped around the other spirits. The food vendor handed the boy a bag and he immediately rushed off with one last glance in my direction. Before I could think of intercepting him, I felt someone tug at my sleeve. "Yeah?" I asked distractedly, turning. While I expected to see Mahara, I found Gillean instead. He held a mask in my direction. I took it, thoughts of the strange boy already fading into the background. "What's this?" I asked, turning it over. "A bear? Does that mean you're coming to the festival?" "It's for you," he said finally, crossing his arms. "For the bear you charmed." I couldn't tell if it was a long-awaited thank you for saving his life after I used True's gift to charm a bear before it mauled Gillean, or if it was a reminder that he still believed I wasted a valuable gift that would have been better used later on. Either way, I kind of liked it and smiled at the memory of being so closely tied to another living being, our thoughts and emotions linked. "Fine," I said, but another mask over Gillian's shoulder caught my attention. Not for me, but for him. I reached up and grabbed it, handing it to him. "Then this is for you." "Why this?" he asked, examining it. "We've never even seen a fox before." He started to put it back, but I caught his arm. "I saw a fox once," I said. "Back in the human world, maybe like a year ago." I ran away once, just started walking down the road. I had never left our little seaside town and felt trapped, like every day was the same and no one ever saw me. I couldn't take it anymore. After maybe an hour or two, I took a break at this little lake alongside the road and just sat there, completely alone. I didn't tell him, but it felt better somehow, being alone by choice, and the lake was so still, so peaceful, that I felt okay too. Anyway, while I was sitting there, I saw something moving in the grass on the other side of the lake. It wasn't until it leapt straight up in the air that I realized it was a fox hunting. "Okay," he said, his voice unsure. "You reminded me of it, the way you were leaping across the rocks earlier," I finished lamely. I didn't tell him the rest of the story, that when the fox finally trotted away, a rabbit hanging limply from its mouth, I turned back toward my home. Not because I was tired or scared or hungry, but because the first thing I thought when I saw the fox was, I have to tell Mahara about this. It reminded me that no matter how miserable living in that town made me, I still had Mahara. She made it all worth it. I also didn't tell him that sometimes he made me feel the same way. That when something surprised or excited me, my first thought was how he would react when I told him. Gillean hesitated, but then nodded once, accepting it. At the same moment, Mahara ran over, nearly barreling into him, a deer mask already on her face. "Come on," she said, wisely not commenting on the fact that Gillean now held a mask as well. We both knew he was only a sliver away from refusing to go. "True's waiting for you two. Let's go." True sighed when we met her at the counter where she waited to pay and handed over both our masks. "Can't you pay for your own mask?" she asked Gillean. He raised an eyebrow. "You said it was your treat." "I meant for the girls," she grumbled, but paid for all 4 masks. The spirit bundled them up in a paper bag, then took a moment to toss in something else before handing it over. "No one goes to an Empira'an party in a plain mask. I hope you like to paint," True said, rattling the bag at Mahara. Mahara excitedly took the bag and began poking through it, chatting with True as they walked ahead of us. Gillean pointed us down a side street, saying he thought he remembered a not-so-seedy hotel in that direction. The constant drone of voices around us became background noise, but something about the shouts down an alleyway we passed caught my attention. It was an odd mix of excitement combined with the odd shout of terror that made the hair on the back of my neck prickle. I slowed slightly, letting the others get farther ahead as I peered down the alley. I could see a crowd of water spirits pressed in closely together, shoulder to shoulder, all facing away from me. It was too short to see what they were looking at, and I moved closer, standing on tiptoe. As I crept forward, there was an indecipherable shout over the noise, and the spirits began raising their hands. They're betting on something, I realized. A fight, maybe? I had to know. I kept to the side of the alley, sliding between the crowd and the wall of a nearby building, trying to get a better look. Finally, I got a glimpse of what they all stared at. It wasn't a fight. My eyes widened as I saw a line of spirits, their hands bound behind them and linked with a long silver chain. One stood on a small wooden box, head bowed, as the other spirits who watched raised their hands. Numbers were called back and forth, and I understood. They were bidding on the spirit. I looked closer as the spirit on the box lifted his head and the shouting died down. That wasn't a spirit they were bidding on. He was human. A fire built up under my skin and my vision narrowed. I pushed forward, trying to shove myself between the spirits in front of me and reach the bound humans. The next human, a young woman, was lifted onto the box, chain clanking. The spirits in front of me were like blocks, and I shoved harder, trying to squeeze between them. One of them turned, maybe to swat at me, but I saw my opening and slipped forward. That is, until something yanked me backward and spun me around, restraining me against the side of the building. Gillean held me in place, eyes narrowed. "Gillean!" I cried. "They're selling!" "I know," he growled. "We have to—" I paused. "You knew?" I tried to squirm out of his grip, but he held me tighter, moving in close to speak into my ear. "Yes, I know," he murmured. "I tried to warn you about stuff like this. I want to do something about it as badly as you do, but we can't. Not yet." My vision got blurry, and I realized I was about to start angry crying. I couldn't even wipe my tears away or hide my face. "Just protect me," I pleaded. "I'll hold them in a trance while we help the humans escape. I can do it." A hot tear ran down my cheek, and I tried to wipe it away with my shoulder, turning my head. "How would we free all those humans?" he asked. "Can you hold the entire town in a trance? For how long?" There was an odd note in his voice, like maybe he hoped I really could accomplish such a thing, but we both knew I couldn't. Not yet. "Maybe with Mahara?" I trailed off. His grip tightened on my shoulders, his face just inches away from mine. "Right here, right now, we can't free these humans, Cora. We can't," he repeated when I shook my head. "If you try, you'll get us all killed." I protested, but he interrupted, "Including Hera." My body sagged a little, and he slowly loosened his grip on me. I let him lead me away from the crowd, who hadn't noticed our argument behind them. "That's twice now," Gillean said, his voice stern. "Twice what?" I asked, wiping my tears away while his back was turned. "Twice that you've lost control in as many days." Shadows, I knew he was right. I could feel the internal imbalance in my gut. It felt exactly like the time I had been swinging on a swing set I was slightly too big for, and at the apex of my flight, I felt the legs lift, threatening to topple. That slight tremble at the top, where I realized I was in danger of taking the whole swing set down on top of me, was the same panic I felt in the back of my mind, threatening to take me down with it. I mentally tried to slow my swing, come to a stop at the bottom, and restore my balance, but I knew it was only a temporary solution. As soon as I got worked up again, would I come undone? I didn't reply and simply followed behind Gillean as we caught up to the others who waited nearby. "There you are," Mahara said with exasperation. If she saw anything unusual on Gillian's face or my own, she said nothing. "Where were you?" I shrugged. "Just got distracted." "Let's go." Gillean waved us forward. I noticed True studying me closely and hurried after him. We finally stopped at a hotel. While I hoped we would finally leave the crowds behind, we found the inside just as busy as the streets surrounding the building. Spirits swarmed in groups in the lobby, either returning or getting ready to go out. It was still hard for me to decipher spirit outfits, what the difference was between casual and formal, for example, but these spirits looked dressed up, all wearing long cloaks and dresses in various shades of blue and green. Both men and women had their hair slicked back and curled into tight ringlets at the ends. It wasn't so different from human fashion, but far enough that it looked foreign and slightly cryptic to my eyes. "Stay here," Gillean said, giving me an extra long look. "You think everyone's here for Empira'an?" Mahara asked. True nodded, slightly distracted as she looked around the busy room. "Definitely." She moved a little closer to us. "Do you want to know a secret?" We both stared, identical looks of curiosity on our faces. "It's a little hard for water spirits to romance each other, you know?" I remembered Gillean saying something similar. "That's right," I said, "because if they're located nearby, they're closely related." "Exactly." True looked pleased, even as Mahara wrinkled her nose a little. "So a place like this, where water spirits from all over temporarily get together for a party that's about pairing up with other spirits, no one here is looking for a lifelong partner. They're here to party and then go back home in a few days." "Is this really the grand impression you want us to get of what spirit life is like?" I asked, looking at the spirits skeptically. "Yes." True grabbed my hands, and I felt her pointed fingernails press gently against my skin. "This is life, Cora. This is free, no strings attached fun. No one's expecting you to pair up with any spirit. You can always refuse, but just observe, see how spirits live without the pressure of the capital and the migration involved." Gillean returned, carrying 2 keys. "All they have left are 2-person rooms with single beds," he said. "Hope that's okay." True nudged me. "I wonder why," she whispered. Distracted, I tried to figure out how this would work. Would this ever become less awkward? Mahara grabbed my arm, her cheeks flushed. "I call my sister," she called, holding out her hand for a key. Gillean acquiesced, placing it in her outstretched palm. "Upstairs," he said, "room 201. We'll be right next door." As Mahara dragged me up the stairs, I glanced behind us and saw that Gillean and True were walking in the opposite direction, further into the common room. Feeling a little left out, I had no choice but to turn and follow Mahara to our room. The room was sparse, but clean, and I felt like my body was so light it could float away when I dropped my backpack onto the floor. I flopped down on one bed, putting my hands behind my head. But when I closed my eyes, I saw the human woman being shoved up onto the box, her hair hanging limply in front of her face. An ear-splitting scratching sound interrupted the vision, and my eyes snapped open as I pushed myself up on my elbows. "What the?" I started, staring. Mahara was on her knees, attempting to push her bed across the room. "What are you doing?" She stood up, brushing off her hands, and looked at me blankly. "What? I'm pushing our beds together." I wanted to ask why, but there was no point. I rolled off my bed and helped her push her bed until it nestled against mine, finally ending the unholy racket. Somehow, the noise and strain made me feel better, but when someone knocked at the door, we both jumped. "Who's that?" Mahara asked, reaching up to pull anxiously at her hair before remembering how short it was now. "Probably the spirit trying to sleep below us," I hissed. "Go answer the door. You're too small and cute to yell at." The knock sounded again, a little more insistently, and Mahara shoved me toward it, surprisingly strong. "You're bigger. Protect me." Groaning, I slipped around her and opened the door with a grimace. Instead of the spirit staying below us, I found the spirit staying next to us. "Oh, finally," True said, standing on the other side of the door. She held out the paper bag from earlier. "Your masks, plus the paint," she said. "It's all yours, so go wild." Mahara dashed over and snatched it from me. "Thanks, True." I paused for a second to see if she would invite us to hang out or eat dinner or something together, but she just waved, kissed my forehead, and swept away to her own room. Her and Gillian's room. Both mentally and physically exhausted, I climbed over Mahara's bed to my own, flopping back again. "Don't get paint everywhere," I grumbled. She hummed quietly to herself as she got to work painting her deer mask, eating a pile of snacks from her backpack. Even though the lamps were still on and I only intended to close my eyes for a moment, when I opened my eyes again, the lights were off and I heard Mahara breathing quietly beside me. Chapter 5. I had no concept of what time it was as I rolled over, sitting up slowly on the edge of the bed and rubbing my face. Midnight, maybe? Possibly later. Mahara had closed the curtains and no light crept in from the edges. I was still fully dressed, and my stomach cramped a little. It clearly didn't approve that I had accidentally skipped dinner yet again. As much as I wanted to curl up against Mahara and fall back asleep, I felt too wide awake to manage it and knew I'd only wake her up with my tossing and turning. Instead, I stood and walked over to the window, slipping behind the curtain to look outside. The window looked out on the more turbulent river, the dim moonlight hiding the rapids and making it look calmer than I remembered. I recognized the finger-like rocks protruding from the water, but no spirits jumped this late at night. I thought about those kids, how it must feel to just let go of the rope and hang in the world's balance without being able to change or control your fall. Just wait for it to happen and hope you guessed correctly. Before I quite knew what I was doing, I was creeping toward the door, shoving my boots on, stuffing the key in my pocket, and quietly slipping out of the room. I swallowed and watched Mahara as the light from the hallway shone in on her. She didn't move, so I shut the door with an almost silent click, locking it behind me. The common room was nearly empty, with only a couple spirits sitting in the corner, drinking and murmuring to each other. I walked quickly, trying not to draw anyone's attention as I left the hotel and slipped outside, shivering a little in the cool night air. Moisture clung to everything, dripping from the archways that lined the street and making the ground slightly slick. I heard laughter come from one building, and I peered inside as I passed, curious. Two spirits walked out, bumping against each other as they squeezed out the door, one holding a plate of something that smelled like seasoned potatoes. The other spirit yanked him against the wall and kissed him roughly, and he set the plate aside on a ledge, laughing. They stumbled away, alternating between kissing and shoving each other, the plate of food forgotten. I hesitated for only a moment before I grabbed it, hungrily stuffing the still warm potatoes in my mouth, savoring the salty, slightly spicy flavor. They reminded me of thick-cut French fries with way more spices and some green onions and something creamy drizzled on top. I made a mental note to ask Gillean what these were called and teach me how to make them. Feeling only slightly guilty for returning to my food-thieving ways of the human world, I continued on, wandering further through the town. It wasn't long until I found myself climbing well-worn stone steps up the wall, where I saw the rope structure above. When I reached the top, I took the rope in one hand, the rough strands digging into my palm as I gripped it tightly and peered over the edge of the wall at the water below. I could hear it roar around the bend, but here it looked calm, and the pool below was larger than I imagined. Farther away than I expected, but a large target. It was silent up on the wall, except for the sound of the river, and I felt completely alone. For once, it felt good, freeing. Sometimes it felt like nothing had changed since I left the human world. I still felt powerless and overwhelmed, desperate for some kind of connection, stealing food off tables and wandering around by myself. But at the same time, everything had changed. I wasn't powerless and I wasn't alone. I let go of the rope, letting it sway in the icy breeze that rose from the river. I knew I shouldn't, but with a sudden burst of energy, I stepped out of my boots and stripped off my clothes, discarding them in a pile on the wall. The moonlight glowed off my tanned skin, and I shivered a little, stretching my arms upward, wanting to fully feel the night air. Tiny rocks dug into my bare feet, and I curled my toes. Before I could think too hard about the yawning distance between me and the river, I grabbed the rope with both hands, let out a loud whoop, and hurtled toward the edge of the wall, pushing off it with both feet. The wet rope slipped a little in my hands as it took the full weight of my body, and the river whipped up faster than I expected. Heart pounding, I clung to the rope with all my strength, terrified I would slip and hit the rocks below. Oh, shadows, why in the world had I done this? I had too much wild energy in me, too much drive to act when all I could do was watch. Maybe if I released some of that energy, I could find some balance. I was quickly reaching the highest point of my swing, and I felt the earth tugging at me, begging me to release the rope and plummet into the pool below. In the dark, it was harder to judge the right point to let go, but I knew if I continued to cling to the rope, I'd swing too far, hit the far side of the pool. I released the rope at the last possible second. Or at least I tried to. I thought at first my hands had somehow gotten tangled in the rope because as I forced my fingers to loosen, a vice-like grip closed around them. But no, it wasn't the rope, but the sensation of weathered, bony hands wrapping around my own. I shuddered, the yawning pool below forgotten as something heavy settled upon my shoulders. The feeling only lasted a split second, but that was all it took to send me off course. The rope slipped away, suddenly whipping back and forth without my weight to keep it taut. When I finally looked down, my yell of exhilaration transformed into a choked scream as I saw I had overshot and was falling dangerously close to one of the rock pillars. In a desperate attempt to avoid splattering on a rock, I twisted my body and took a deep breath, curling up like a scared bug. My back impacted first, and to my relief, it hit the shockingly cold water. My left ankle was the only casualty, glancing off the rock standing sentinel before me. As the water rushed over my face and I closed my eyes, all I could hear was the dull sound of water and bubbles. There was no point obsessing over what could have happened, so I shook off the feeling that something had physically held me to the rope. Instead, I thanked the world for protecting me and uncurled my body. The water was shallow, and I pushed off the bottom, limbs already going numb. When I broke the surface and started treading water, I reached up to wipe my eyes, finally opening them. I had barely skimmed one of the tall rocks, which reached up above, blocking the moonlight. The water in the pool appeared pure black in the night, and I shivered a little, unable to see anything below. I was shaking, I realized, as I paddled for the wall, but also unable to hide my smile, feeling victorious, a little more balanced. When I pulled myself out of the water, I immediately tried to scramble up the wall, but my hands and feet were so numb that I had to wait a moment, unable to feel the rough crevices and notches the kids had climbed. As feeling returned, my left ankle gave a great throb of pain, the one that had glanced off the rock as I fell. Frowning a little, I prodded at it, but it was too dark to really inspect the damage. When I finally recovered, I scrambled up the rock, keeping my weight on my other leg as I climbed. The rock crumbled every time I dug my fingers and toes into the crevices, and I heard pebbles plinking down below me, bouncing off the uneven wall. When I reached the top, my fingers and toes were sore, but I was still in one piece. I found my clothes in the pile where I had left them, but I didn't immediately get dressed, lowering myself onto the edge of the wall instead and carefully swinging my legs around to hang loosely off the side. Even through the cold and pain, I felt good, whole, like I really could succeed at something in this world. I leaned back and grinned at the starry sky, daring it to throw something my way. From my vantage point, I watched as a bird swooped over the forest beyond the river, silent but silhouetted against the starry sky. My ankle still throbbed as I rolled my foot, testing it, but it was more of a mild distraction than any true injury. The bird circled a few more times, gradually coming closer to the river, and I wondered what it was. I knew owls flew at night, but this bird seemed huge. It was hard to tell in the dark, though, and I quickly lost sight of it. As the adrenaline faded, the cold crept into my skin and goosebumps rose along my bare arms and legs. With a final shiver, I scooted back from the edge of the wall and climbed to my feet, pulling on my clothes as I tried to balance on one leg, still nervous to put any significant weight on my ankle. I winced as I shoved my boots back on, but the boots seemed to help a little, stabilizing it in place. I took a few steps and found that it was sore and maybe a little swollen, but I could walk with only a slight hitch in my gait. My hair, still in its tight bun, dripped a little as I walked, the occasional splash the only noise except for my footsteps and the muted sound of the river on the other side of the wall. The streets were empty now, the lights off in all the buildings I passed. I panicked only once on the way back, worried I wouldn't be able to find the hotel again, before I finally recognized where I was and realized it was just around the corner. I had a second moment of panic as I entered the common room of the hotel when I remembered the key to our room, afraid it had fallen out when I stripped my clothes off. But I found it in the pocket of my cloak, so flat I hadn't felt it at first when I patted the outside of my pockets. Exhausted now, all I wanted to do was get upstairs and collapse next to Mahara. If she asked about my wet hair, I'd tell her a half-truth, that I couldn't sleep and took a bath. My third moment of panic came when I spotted a spirit in the common room, partially facing me but distracted by something on the table. True. What in the world was she doing up this late? The last thing I wanted to do was explain myself to her, and I eyed the stairs that led up to our rooms. I'd have to walk right past her, directly in her field of view. I only hoped that she was too distracted or too uninterested to take notice of any spirits stumbling back to their room so late at night. The longer I delayed, the more likely it seemed she would notice me, so with a deep breath, I walked swiftly toward the staircase, watching her from the corner of my eye. As I rounded the corner to the stairs, I angled my body away from hers, turning my head to look at the pictures on the wall so that she couldn't see my face. She faced me directly now, and if she even glanced up, I knew she'd instantly recognize me. I held my breath as I took the first step, trying to climb quickly as my ankle throbbed more angrily. "Come on," True said, a note of amusement in her voice. I froze halfway up the stairs. "Don't be like that now." "Like what?" I turned, slowly exhaling the breath I had been holding. I opened my mouth to reply, but when I saw True still looking down at the table, turning something in her hands, the words caught in my throat. There was a sudden hiss of static. It was the radio, I realized. That's what she was fiddling with on the table, turning dials and prodding at the back of it. I wondered if it had broken again. Before she could notice the strange spirit lurking and staring at her, I lurched up the stairs, out of sight. Back in my room, I was relieved to find that Mahara hadn't moved, still sprawled out in the bed, her arms flung above her head, her mouth open slightly. When I slipped into bed, she turned toward me slightly, her eyes half open, but she only groaned a little and pressed against my side, her breathing instantly deepening. For a very brief moment, I considered going into my spirit form, just to drift a short distance to my left, through the wall, into Gillean's room. But I dismissed the idea as soon as it occurred to me. Even though he hadn't forbidden me from seeking him out using the thread between us, like he had from touching his memories, spying on him didn't feel like an ethical thing to do. In fact, I was pretty sure that was exactly the kind of thing Kai was afraid I would do. In what felt like mere moments later, I felt Mahara climbing over me, her knee digging into my back. I shoved her off and heard her tumble onto the floor. When I opened one eye to look at her, the light streaming through the curtains was the only clue that time had passed. "Ugh," I groaned. "What are you doing?" "Going to breakfast," she said brightly, popping up next to me. "True said she and Gillean are going down now." "I mean, why are you climbing on me?" I asked, sitting up. My hair had come unraveled in the night and hung in messy curls around my shoulders. "Because I wanted you to wake up," she said, as if it was the most obvious thing in the world. As she flung open the curtain, letting even more light into the room, I saw she was already dressed. "See you down there, sis." She left me covering my eyes against the sudden light, half considering turning over and going back to sleep. In the end, I slid out of bed, wincing as I put my weight on my stiff ankle. In the light, I saw it was just lightly scraped down the outer side. Maybe a little swollen, but it was barely noticeable. I had gotten off lucky. I took my time showering and getting dressed, hoping Gillean and True noticed my absence, maybe felt bad about blowing me off the previous evening. My hair was almost completely dry, and I swept it back up into a bun, stuffing it under True's hat. As I left the room, I noticed Mahara's deer mask still drying on the table. It was covered in whorls of greens like vines, with tiny pink and white flowers dotted below one eye and above the other. It was gorgeous, and I briefly considered asking her to do mine before tonight's party. Downstairs, Mahara was twirling around next to the table where True and Gillean sat. I walked around her to sit next to Gillean, who passed me a plate of bread and sliced fruit, looking at me with his eyes narrowed slightly in suspicion. "What's wrong with you?" he asked. I blinked at him. "Excuse me? My sister is the one spinning in circles, and I'm the one that must have something wrong with her?" Mahara stopped spinning. "I'm explaining the kind of outfit I want," she said, frowning. "You're walking strangely," Gillean said to me. I stuffed a strawberry slice in my mouth. "I'm sore from all the walking," I mumbled. Or maybe I slept weird. Don't know. Gillean gave me an extra suspicious look, and I wondered how he always detected when I was lying. Maybe I should stop giving 3 different answers to one question. "Do you want to come shopping?" Mahara asked. "True and Gillean are going to help me find a new outfit for the party." As much as I wanted to see Gillean out shopping with my sister, I shook my head. "I need to paint my mask," I said, tearing a piece of bread in half. The idea of going shopping really didn't sound appealing, and I wanted more time to myself. Plus, I wanted to rest my poor ankle. "It's not really that big of a deal," Gillean groaned. "You want to know how long I spent on mine?" 5 minutes, True answered for him, if that. But that only means we'll look better compared to him. Come on, if we're going to beat the crowds, we need to go. "I could stay here," Gillean said to me. I shook my head, irritated. "Promise I'll be good. I don't need constant supervision. You should keep an eye on Mahara." Gillean gave me a sour look, and it wasn't until they left, Mahara dragging True along by the hand, that it occurred to me that maybe Gillean didn't want to go either. But I tried not to worry about it and focus on the task at hand. After retrieving my mask and supplies from the room, I stared at the bear's face for a while, options running through my mind. I could paint fur, make it look realistic. I could copy Mahara and paint flowers and vines, or I could just blob on some random paint and call it a day. In the end, I painted the whole thing dark blue, almost navy, and waited for it to dry before continuing. The room was much quieter than the previous evening when we arrived, and it didn't take long before a spirit arrived to take away the now empty plate, which I pushed to the side without looking up. "Looks good," he said quietly, hesitating for a moment and gesturing at the mask, which I was tapping with one finger, trying to decide if it was dry. "Your spirit'll like it." I looked up in surprise. Something about the halting way he spoke the spirit language caught my attention. My eyes widened when I realized I had been mistaken. This wasn't a spirit, he was human. And as I studied his face, his nose dusted with freckles, I recognized him. It was the same boy from the previous day, the one from the market. But more than that, I knew him. Now that he was standing right in front of me, watching me carefully, it was easier to place him, although he had certainly never made eye contact with me in the human world. I searched my mind frantically for his name. Maybe he noticed my confused look because he gave me a half smile. "Are you new here?" he asked, swapping to the human language. "Yes and no," I responded in the same language. I wasn't sure how much of the spirit language he would have picked up in the 2 years or so since I last saw him. When he frowned at my answer, I gave an embarrassed half shrug. "It's a long story. I'm from this world, but I spent a long time in the same town as you did." His name finally popped into my head. At least, I was pretty sure it was his name. Maddie, right? His mouth opened, but he didn't respond for a couple seconds. "Are you He started, then shook his head, his auburn hair flopping in his eyes. He moved in closer suddenly, and I startled, pushing myself back in my chair. "Sorry," he said. "I haven't heard that name in ages. How do you—" He trailed off. I bit my lip, feeling oddly guilty for throwing him so off balance. "We went to school together," I explained gently. "You probably don't remember me, but you were a grade or two above me, I think. I remember the fuss when everyone thought you drowned. We had an assembly and everything. Lots of girls cried." I tried to make him laugh, but he only shook his head again, raking his fingers through his hair. "Back up," he said. "Are you human or spirit?" I shrugged. "A little of both?" I was dimly aware I shouldn't share so much, but I knew him. Maybe we hadn't been close friends, but he had been part of my daily life for years, always sitting on the stairs at lunch with his friends and pretending not to notice the people who wanted to pass. Okay, maybe he wasn't the most thoughtful guy ever, but we still shared a bond. "Do you work here?" He gave a bitter laugh. "Pretty sure you have to be paid to call it working." I winced, remembering the humans I had seen yesterday. Not so long ago, that must have been Maddie. And that easily could have been my fate if Gillean hadn't found me first. With a kernel of resolve forming in my gut, I knew I couldn't save all the humans, but maybe I could save one of them. "I can help you," I blurted. "Escape here, I mean." He looked alarmed, glancing around him, but there was no one in the vicinity. "How?" I had no idea. "I'll figure it out," I said, determined. "My friends and I can get you back to the human world." "Hresha!" We both jumped, and it was only after Maddie turned and acknowledged the spirit that I realized she wasn't talking to me. "I have to go," he said quickly, finally gathering up my plate. "Is that yours then?" He gestured at my mask. I nodded. "Find me there," he said. "I'll try to sneak out before it ends. We can talk more." He gave me a pleading look until I nodded again. The spirit called to him a second time, and he rushed off, ducking into the kitchen with her. What had I done? I wondered as I opened more of the paints. Now that I had painted my bear mask dark blue, I mixed the paints until I had a spectrum of white, yellows, and golds. Using a thin paintbrush, I began painting as I saw myself in my spirit form, starting at the bear's forehead. A bundle of golden threads glowing almost pure white in the middle, with filaments twisted and woven together in every direction, like a massive web. Distracted, I kept one eye out for Maddie, but he had disappeared and some enthusiastic young water spirit took his place, clearing tables and chatting with a few other spirits in the room. I hoped I hadn't gotten him into trouble. When the other three returned, my mask had just finished drying, and I slipped it back into the bag, embarrassed to let anyone else see it until they had to. It wasn't a work of art. It was messy and full of mistakes, but it was me. If they laughed at it now, I didn't know if I could wear it to an entire festival. "Sister!" Mahara cried, dashing over as I picked at a blob of paint on the table with my fingernail. "You have to see what I got." "Nuh-uh," True interrupted, pulling her away. "Let's give her the full look after I finish dressing you up. We still need to accessorize." She gave Gillean a meaningful look behind Mahara's back. He had a tiny crease between his eyebrows that I knew well. He was worried about something. True dragged Mahara upstairs, leaving Gillean behind with me. "What's up?" I asked, pushing a chair out from under the table with my foot. "Let's go upstairs," he said, pushing the chair back in with one hand. I didn't argue and grabbed my mask and supplies. "Your room," he said when I paused at the top of the stairs. "True will keep Hera busy for ages playing dress-up." He waved a hand at their room. I could hear Mahara through the wall, even with the door closed, squealing at something. "Tell me what happened," I said as soon as we were inside the room. Gillean looked around the messy room with the two beds shoved together, nose wrinkled, then finally perched on the window ledge. I threw myself down on the bed, crossing my legs underneath me. "I talked to a few water spirits while they shopped," he started. "And?" I already dreaded his response just based on the concern that creased his face. "They were talking about you and Hera," he said. "News from the capital is that there's a bounty out for you two." I expected as much, but it was still terrifying to hear, especially since it had only been a few weeks since we escaped the capital. "You think those animal spirits heard about it?" I asked. He nodded. "We kind of knew that already, but the part that worries me is that the bounty isn't from Empira'an like we assumed." "What?" Goosebumps rose on my arms, and I gave a small shiver. "What do you mean? Who's it from, then?" "The collective," he replied. "Do you know what that is?" I shook my head. It didn't sound familiar. He sighed, leaning his head back against the window. "There's no government or anything that oversees us like you have in the human world. It's just the largest companies in the capital that make the rules." "How does that work?" I asked. "Like, why does anyone listen to them if they don't have any actual power?" "Harsha," he said, leaning his head back farther and looking up at the sky behind him. I got the feeling it wasn't a term of affection this time. He was quickly becoming exhausted with my inability to understand how his world worked. "You've literally seen them in action. The Spexa don't work for any sort of government. They're hired directly by companies in the capital, yet they still have power, don't they?" I shrugged. "I guess, but if there are no laws, then why did they bother going to the capital? Can't spirits just stop the migration if they hate it so much?" "I never said there weren't laws," he said, looking back down at me. "That's what the collective does." He slid off the windowsill and walked over to sit on the edge of the bed, as far away from me as he could get while still sitting on the same bed. "I'm not explaining this well. The owners of the largest, most powerful companies in the capital make up the collective. Together, they decide on the rules, and they have money to hire Spexa to make it happen. The collective control this world, and the fact they're looking for you terrifies me." "What do they want with us?" I murmured. He didn't answer for a moment. "I don't know," he said finally. "To force you to use your power somehow, I'd guess. Or to just get rid of us." I voiced the other possibility. "If they don't want to risk another affliction." He picked at the blanket we sat on. "I don't think so," he said. "Not yet, anyway. The bounty is pretty clear. They want you and Hera alive." "Do we need to leave?" I asked. "Go hide somewhere with no spirits around?" "I don't think so," he said again, sounding more unsure than I had heard in a long time. "This place is hidden from the animal spirits who are most likely to track you down, and there are enough humans here that you don't really stand out. I still think we should stay here a little longer, let the search die down a little, then continue north where I think the fungus spirits live." Although I knew it wasn't how he meant it, a small piece of me bristled when Gillean said I didn't stand out here. But we had larger problems now, and I focused on our next steps. "What about the festival?" I asked. I could still hear Mahara talking excitedly next door and winced a little at the idea of disappointing her. Gillean seemed to have the same thought, his gaze drifting to the wall we shared. "No," he said finally. "True's right, as much as it pains me to admit it. You and Hera should see a real water spirit Empira'an party." He narrowed his eyes. "Just don't do anything stupid." My mind raced with the dangers that lurked outside the town, the spirits who were looking for us. Was it even possible to make it all the way to the fungus spirits undetected? And that was assuming we could even find them. Kai was right. If they were smart, they would stay away from us. I could feel myself coming unbalanced again, a little too wild and slightly out of control, and I looked around for a distraction, some kind of structure. "Do you want to play cards?" I said, pleading slightly. I could tell he was on the edge of refusing, already standing and looking toward the door. "Please," I added. "I don't have any cards," he said. "You lost them." I slid off the bed, heading toward my backpack. "I did not." Certain I still had his old cards somewhere, I dug through the pockets. They were like the only thing I grabbed when I left my old backpack on the shuttle in the capital, right before we entered Empira'an. My fingers closed around the well-worn deck of cards, the cardboard case soft beneath my fingers. When I threw it to him, he deftly caught it, spinning it in his hand. "I can't believe you kept this," he said, pushing open the lid with his thumb. "But fine. Spirit or Haresha?" "Haresha," I said. "I learned my lesson last time." He gave me a rare grin and slid down to sit on the floor. "Come here. Do you know how to play cribbage?" I sighed. "Why do you always pick these complicated games? Isn't that the one with the weird board?" He opened the nightstand next to the beds and grabbed a piece of paper and a pen. "Problem solved. Now, do you know how to play?" "No," I sighed, "but don't cheat this time." "I don't cheat," he grumbled. "That's literally part of the rules of Shoshan." He passed the paper and pen to me. "I'll tell you how to keep score, but you have to use our numbers. Consider it a lesson." We played until my back ached from hunching over the cards and the room grew dark, but we were too involved to turn on the light. When the door opened, we both jumped, startled. "What are you even doing?" Mahara asked, switching on the lamps. "Why are you sitting on the floor in the dark? It's time to go." Gillean stood, but I waved her off. "Let us finish this match." "Give it up," Gillean said, stretching. "You're not going to win, Haresha." He was right, and I reluctantly stood, rubbing my legs. My swollen ankle ached fiercely, and I tried to roll it out without being obvious. "What are you wearing, sis?" Mahara asked. I noticed she had changed, wearing a long black dress with threads of green and gold running through it. Around her forehead, she wore an almost invisible gold chain, kind of like a crown made of an incredibly thin necklace. I shrugged and gestured down at myself. I was still wearing my usual outfit, pants with a baggy shirt topped with my wool coat that I had refused to return to Gillean, even though it was a couple sizes too large. Mahara sighed, but didn't argue, picking up her mask and putting it on. "Okay, well, how do I look?" "Amazing," I said, meaning it. "Beautiful." I kissed the top of her head. "Don't let any spirits pair up with you." I couldn't see her expression under her mask, but by the way her eyes crinkled, I suspected she grinned at me. "You don't have to worry about that," she said. "Good." I grabbed my mask from my bag, but clasped it backwards against my stomach, hiding my painting from Gillean and Mahara. "Let's go." A spirit wearing a raven mask painted with blue and black feathers stepped into the doorway, and I took a step backward before I recognized the honey blonde hair tumbling down her shoulders and realized it was true. She tossed Gillean his mask and he put it on. It was the least decorated out of all of ours, with just the eyes, ears, and cheeks of the mask highlighted with bold red stripes. He put it on, turning to me. "Well?" I didn't know how to answer. He looked just as amazing as Mahara, but in a very different way. The card game had helped calm me, but I still felt a little reckless. "Sexy," I said thoughtfully. I wasn't positive if I had the word right, but when True choked on either a laugh or a cough, I figured it must have been close enough. I took the opportunity to put on my mask and usher everyone out of the room before they could comment on it. At least Gillean was still wearing his normal clothes, unlike the other two. It made me feel a little less out of place, especially as I eyed True's outfit. A sleeveless, flowing, sky blue tunic over tight pants that reminded me a little of leather, shiny and black. Still, I ducked my head down and pulled the hood of my jacket over my head, both to hide my white streak and divert any attention directed my way. As we left the hotel, surrounded by other spirits clearly going to the same party, I pulled Mahara close, unwilling to lose her in the crowd. She startled a little at my touch, then laughed nervously when she looked over and saw me. "Sorry," I said, surprised at her response. "Just want to keep you close." She nodded, clenching and unclenching her hands. Shadows, I'd never seen her this jumpy, and for a moment, I considered turning the four of us around to go back to the hotel, until I noticed how she also kept standing on her tiptoes, trying to see past the crowd. She was equally excited, and the sight made me smile. I enjoyed seeing her this eager, this invested in something good. Just as Gillean had described, the festival was in the outdoor plaza in the center of town, but the chill was non-existent as spirits piled into a long line waiting to enter. When I stepped out of the line, peering through the dusk, I saw a spirit at the front of the line handing out flower buds to everyone who entered. "You ready?" I asked Mahara. She nodded, staring straight ahead. "Ready," she whispered, shifting to stand in front of me as we slowly shuffled forward. When we finally made it to the front of the line, Mahara fumbled with something in her hand as we reached the attendant handing out flowers. Confused, I tried to peer closer, but Gillean elbowed my side. "Hey," he said, pointing at the sky. "Look." A firework exploded overhead, followed closely by another, and I lost track of Mahara as I stared in awe at the sky. I had seen nothing like this before. The most we had back home were some bottle rockets on the holidays. "Move along," the attendant grumbled. True and Gillean slipped ahead of me as I continued watching the streaks of blue and green burst across the sky, leaving trails in my vision. Finally, my focus returned to the spirits in front of me, and I darted forward. "Oh," the flower-giving spirit said, giving me a second look. He dug in the bucket beside him, then finally pulled out a flower bud. He spun the stem in his grasp, studying it, then finally handed it to me with a nod. I hadn't been paying attention, but it seemed odd that he would put so much energy into finding me the right flower. Unless someone had bribed him. I studied Mahara and Gillean as I walked into the plaza behind the others, but gathered nothing from their backs. "Where do I put this?" I asked Gillean, shoving my closed flower bud at him, hoping he would give me some sort of clue. "Here." He took the bud from my fingers and tucked the stem into the top buttonhole of my jacket. "It doesn't really matter, but this is probably the easiest." I studied the flower bud tucked into his jacket, but there was no way to tell if it matched my own. "Don't eat or drink anything," he warned, turning to Mahara as she looked around in wonder. Strings of lights hung above us, lined with flowers which had already begun to bloom. Pink and red petals gently rained down on us as the fireworks ceased for a moment. Music rose from somewhere nearby, all stringed instruments with just a quiet undertone of percussion. Finally, spirit music. I didn't hate it. "And don't talk to anyone." He was gone before I could think to ask why, followed by True. I peered between the spirits milling around and saw them heading toward the edge of the crowd. I wanted to follow them, but Mahara tugged at my sleeve. "Dance with me?" she asked hopefully. How could I say no? I let her lead me away, further into the moving mass of spirits, the music growing louder as I felt the drum beat in my chest. She grasped my hands, spinning me around and jumping wildly in time with the music. I joined her, all my resistance draining away as I felt her energy. This was another way to release my wild, uncontrolled spirit, I realized, and even as my ankle protested, I gave way to the music until I felt beads of sweat drip down the back of my neck under my hood. "Are we doing the right thing?" Mahara finally asked, breathing hard. "What do you mean?" I asked, pulling her close as the music slowed slightly. "Going north," she explained, "finding the other spirits. What if they don't want to help, if we're supposed to do this on our own? What if we're supposed to be spending this time fixing the problem ourselves?" I understood what she meant, but I didn't have any answers for her. "I don't know," I said, but I thought about the enslaved humans and what Gillean had said. Right now, I don't think we have the power or the ability to help anyone. We need help, or I'm afraid we'll just get ourselves killed. She nodded, and even though I couldn't see her face, her eyes looked downcast as we swayed together to the music, something like an electric violin trilling higher and higher. "I just want to help," she said. "I know there aren't any real afflicted spirits here, but the humans need help too." I was glad I was wearing a mask as I tried to hide my surprise that she had noticed the humans in our midst and recognized their struggle. She acted like such a little kid sometimes, but she saw everything. "We'll help them," I said, hugging her close and leaning over to speak into her ear. I promise. We'll come back for them, but we need more support or more instruction or something first. We're not ready yet." "Hey." Color caught my eye and I stepped back. "Your flower." It had started to open. It only had a few petals, but they were bright pink, almost magenta. I looked down at my own, but I could tell at a glance they weren't a match. Mine was still opening as well, but it was golden and had dozens of tiny, delicate-looking petals. My theory that Mahara had bribed the attendant to give us matching flowers was a bust. Even as my confusion grew, a tiny bloom of hope did as well. Could Gillean have bribed the attendant to give us matching flowers? Did he intentionally distract me as we approached the entrance? "I need to find my match," Mahara said brightly, surging away into the crowd. Shaking my head, I watched for a moment until I lost sight of her. As much as I wanted to follow her, hovering over her, I remembered what Kai had told me. Let her stand on her own. So I let her go. The crowd grew rowdier around me as the music picked up again, all jumping and bumping into each other. I drew away, searching the crowd for Gillean. I had to know if our flowers matched, and I didn't want to wait any longer. I wasn't the only spirit looking for my match. All around me, I saw spirits peering at each other, sometimes hastily exchanging flowers. A few didn't have to look far, clearly having planned better than I had, and excitedly lifted each other's masks, their grins finally revealed. Spirits swarmed shoulder to shoulder in the plaza, and if I knew anything about Gillean, it was that he would be as far from the crowd as possible. An archway stood at the far end of the outdoor space, and as a second round of fireworks lit up the sky, I saw a few figures silhouetted on top of the arch, watching from above. In the dark, I couldn't tell which one was him, but I felt certain he was up there somewhere. I found a flight of stairs tucked away in an open-air hallway, and I climbed them as quickly as I could, bracing my hand against the brick wall to take some of the weight off my ankle. At the top, I spotted him almost instantly, leaning forward against the low wall, his arms folded on top as he watched the crowd partying below. He hadn't noticed me yet, and I slid in next to him, bumping his shoulder with my own as I tried to get a peek at his flower. "What are you doing up here?" he asked, looking over at me in his fox mask. I still couldn't see his flower and realized it was on the opposite side of his chest. "Looking for my match, I guess," I said, feeling brave. Now you turn and reveal your matching flower, I thought. This was it. We were alone, mostly. Fireworks still bursting overhead, intermittently lighting our faces, and all he needed to do was turn and show me his flower. He shook his head. "Don't let any spirit unmask you, Horesha. Just enjoy the party and then we'll leave." He pushed away from the wall and turned toward me just as another firework lit the sky with a chest-shattering boom. His flower was still blooming, but it had wide, curled petals that were white with pink tips. I looked back down at my flower, certain I was mistaken, but no, mine was still a burst of gold petals. They didn't match. What? Normally I would shove away my disappointment and move on with a smile plastered to my face, but the past few days had worn away my composure. "We don't match," I gestured between us, stating the obvious. His eyes widened slightly, startled, and he glanced down at the two flowers. "Why would we—" He shook his head. "You thought I would bribe the spirit passing out flowers?" "He picked one out specifically for me," I protested, cheeks burning in an unpleasant combination of anger and embarrassment. "Who else would have bribed him?" Gillean shook his head, turning back to the wall to look out at the spirits below us. "I don't know what you want, Horesha. You're the one who broke things off. Don't get angry at me for respecting your decision." Whatever. I knew he had a point, but that only annoyed me further. Instead of arguing, I spun away and stormed off. "Wait," he called after me. His voice sounded resigned, and I paused at the top of the stairs, turning to face him. "You're not wrong," he continued. "It would have been smart if I got us matching flowers, if you didn't have to worry about some random spirit approaching you. I'm sorry, I didn't think about it." I threw my hands up in the air. "I'm not worried about some stupid spirit matching with me," I said, exasperated. "I wanted to match you, Gil." It took him a moment to respond, and I wished I could see his face under his mask, read his expression. "Then we better start trading," he said finally. He was right. I had been so dead set on the idea that he had bribed the attendant that I hadn't even considered that I might have to take part in the great flower bartering process. I glanced back at the crowd below, watching spirits dart around. The music had died out, but the way they moved, searching and exchanging flowers, created its own pattern and reminded me a little of a dance. I spotted True a short distance away, watching from the edge of the crowd below us. She stood in the warm glow of the globe-like lights strung across the plaza, spinning her flower in her fingers. I squinted, trying to get a better view. She was my last remaining guess of someone who could have possibly bribed the flower attendant, although I couldn't imagine why. Oddly, her large pink flower was familiar, but it didn't match mine. "Hey, look." Gillean pointed, and at first I thought he was pointing out True, but then I spotted a smaller figure making her way through the crowd, sidestepping all the spirits who darted around her. Mahara, clutching her own pink flower. The pieces fell into place and left me feeling breathless, leaning out over the wall to watch. Moving hesitantly, Mahara approached True, holding up her flower. We were too far away to hear their conversation, but True put her hand to her masked mouth. Whether to laugh or gasp, I wasn't sure. She lifted her own mask, then reached out to lift Mahara's, placing it on top of her head. True crouched down slightly and kissed her forehead before replacing both their masks over their faces. I wished I could hear what they were saying as Mahara bounced lightly on the balls of her feet, gesturing wildly before spinning around and dashing off. Although the conversation was short, I could tell by the way she sprang over some spirit's discarded flower that she was happy. Then she disappeared from view, sucked into the crowd. True turned away as well, walking in the opposite direction. I had forgotten about Gillean next to me until he laughed softly, leaning forward against the wall. I spun on him, furious. "What's so funny?" I asked. He took a step back. "No, One of the other spirits nearby noticed my anger and whistled, shouting something I didn't understand. Gillian's attention split between us as he tried to hush me and draw us away from the spirit egging us on. "Don't you ever laugh at my sister," I growled, ignoring the other spirit who laughed and told Gillean that he better listen to me. "Hresha, I wasn't. I wouldn't." The other spirit clapped and hooted. "Shut up," Gillean and I both said in unison. I whirled away, frustrated. I wasn't even entirely sure why I was so angry, except that everything felt overwhelming tonight. Even though I knew Gillean wasn't laughing at my sister, not really. I felt overly defensive of her, didn't want him silently watching and judging her. I stomped away down the stairs, wincing when my ankle throbbed. The other spirit was still laughing at us, and I seethed silently. As I re-entered the plaza, two spirits directly in front of me ran toward each other, waving matching flowers and laughing. I had to slow as they grabbed each other and ripped off the other's mask, throwing them to the ground and kissing as they embraced each other. Irritation growing, I stepped around them. All thoughts of trading flowers had vanished. All I wanted to do was find Mahara. Someone grabbed my shoulder and I twisted away, ready to tell Gillean off again. But when I turned, it wasn't a fox mask I found. It was a spirit wearing a rabbit mask, the face painted in triangles of different shades of gray, all joining at the vertices and creating a weird optical illusion that it was more three-dimensional than it really was. I didn't recognize it and stepped away, thinking they had mistaken me for someone else. "It's me," he said in the human language, and I stopped, unsure. "Maddie?" I asked hesitantly. Shit, another problem I needed to solve sooner rather than later. Even if I couldn't free all the humans, I would help him. The question was, how? Perhaps sensing my agitation, he reached out again. "Are you okay?" I let him take my arm this time. "I'm fine. There's just a lot going on." I gestured around us with my other arm, the one he wasn't holding. "This is my first Empira'an festival, if you can't tell." He laughed. "It's only my second, but..." He drew the last word out a little as he let go of my arm and reached into the front pocket of his shirt. It's the first time I've matched with someone. Golden flower. Dozens of narrow, wafer-thin petals spread in every direction. I froze, mind racing. Maddie had bribed the flower giver? How? Why? I hoped Gillean wasn't still watching the crowd, couldn't see this. I was too surprised to protest when Maddie grasped the chin of my bear mask and lifted it up, pushing back my hood and exposing my face. I knew Gillean had said not to let anyone unmask me, but this didn't count. Maddie had already seen my face. He was a fellow human. I let him shift the mask on top of my head and only hoped my expression didn't betray my utter confusion. Your turn, he said, lightly pulling my hand to his mask. He looked more cheerful than earlier, his cheeks flushed and eyes dancing. I didn't want to hurt him, the only human who had ever paid me the slightest bit of attention, but all I wanted to do was run. My heart lurched when he leaned in to kiss me, and I took a tiny step back, turning my head away so that his lips met my cheek instead. Shadows, my cheeks burned in response, must have turned bright crimson. Why did I feel so sick over some innocent fun? I mean, even Mahara had gotten a kiss on her forehead. Thanks, I said, unsure what the proper response was. I ducked my head away and took another small step backward. I was actually just going. Sorry. To his credit, Maddie only laughed and clasped my hands in his own, seemingly unconcerned by my reaction. How weird is it running into you here? I can't believe I never noticed you back home. I must have been blind or stupid. I finally looked back up at him, meeting his intense gaze. It's okay. It wasn't just you. I was excellent at blending in. No one noticed me. My hands felt clammy, and I wished he'd let go. I pulled away slightly, hoping he'd get the hint. Well, I see you now, Cora. Instead of letting go, he only tightened his grasp. I looked over his shoulder, searching for True or Mahara or even Gillean, but only saw strangers' masks. I really do have to go, I tried again. Alarm bells were ringing in my head, but I wasn't totally sure why. I just knew I wanted to go back to the hotel, be alone. Let me walk you back, he said. It's getting late. I shook my head, pulling my hands a little harder to free them. No, it's fine. I'll be fine. To my relief, he let me go, but snatched my flower from where it drooped on my jacket. Oh, your flower's wilting, he said. Here, at least take this to remember this night by. He pulled his own flower from his shirt and handed it to me, stuffing mine in his pocket. Did you smell it? People say they're supposed to smell like licorice, but I've never gotten it. I put the flower to my nose and sniffed a little. I hated the smell of licorice, but didn't want to be rude. I didn't smell licorice, but it smelled different than I expected. Kind of like cinnamon, but less pleasant. Almost spicy? I wrinkled my nose a little and tucked the flower into my buttonhole. Very weird, I said, non-committal. Another round of fireworks burst above us, and I glanced up. This was the best one yet, the streaks of light hanging in the sky for longer than seemed possible, the colors more vivid and explosive. Each boom seemed to shake the world around me, nearly toppling me over. My mouth opened a little as I watched, taken aback by the display. Let me walk you back, he said. I'm leaving anyway. I looked back down and licked my lips, which were tingling. No, I said, desperate now to get back to the dance floor, surrounded by spirits and energy. I could feel the music in the distance vibrating through the ground and pulling at my boots. I edged toward the more crowded part of the plaza, my fingers already twitching with the energy that surged through me. As I looked around, I could almost see the golden threads that connected us all, weaving together in complicated patterns as the spirits moved, met, linked. I wanted to be at the center of it all. Cora, come on, he said more sternly, grabbing my hand again. You need to get back. The alarm bells in my head, which had been temporarily silenced, began ringing with newfound volume. Something was wrong, but it was difficult to care too strongly about it. Sister? Mahara's voice came from behind me, tentative. I turned, searching the faces for her. All the masks blurred together, but I finally spotted her slight form, her big pink flower clutched in front of her. Maddie's hand fell away from mine. I pushed my mask back down on my face, pulling it tight as Mahara crept up. Her eyes darted between me and Maddie. "Who's he?" she whispered. "He's from school," I explained as Maddie pulled his mask back down as well. "You remember Maddie?" She shook her head and I shrugged apologetically at him. "Let's go back," Mahara said. "There was something I wanted to ask her about, but I couldn't remember what it was, and I studied her for a moment, trying to remember." "Sister?" She tugged at my sleeve. "Come on." The music changed, and I lost my train of thought. "Let's dance," I said brightly, "just for a bit longer." "I want to go back," she insisted. "Now." I sighed, looping one arm around her. "Okay, kiddo, let's go." We were halfway across the plaza before I remembered Maddie, but when I glanced back, I couldn't spot him in the crowd. The streets looked unfamiliar as we walked back to the hotel, and I was glad I had Mahara with me. "Did you have fun?" I asked her. She didn't answer, and when I looked down at her, I stumbled on the cobblestones, nearly falling. Instead of getting annoyed with myself, all I could do was laugh at my clumsiness. Mahara didn't join in. She was silent until we reached our room, where she had to hunt through my pockets to find our key, as I couldn't remember where I'd left it, and didn't particularly care. Finally opening the door, she pushed me inside. "I'm gonna find the others," she said as I stripped off my mask and tossed it on the small end table. "Stay here." By the time I turned to answer her, she was gone, door closed. With a shrug, I undid my tightly wound hair, allowing my curls to unravel down my back and then flop down on the bed. I landed halfway on Mahara's side, arms flung in either direction as I lay on my back. I thought back to my awkward conversation with Maddie and wondered why I'd been so uptight, so unwilling to connect with him. It seemed silly now, and I thought for a moment about going back out to look for him, but it felt like too much effort. I pulled my flower out and held it above my head, spinning it slowly, and then tucked it behind my ear. As I stared up at the ceiling, a glimmer of the golden threads appeared again, even though I wasn't in my spirit form. I reached up, but they moved just out of reach, and I laughed at their stubbornness. When the door opened, I started, certain only a minute or two had passed. It couldn't possibly be Mahara back already, but when I sat up, I saw her and Gillean in the doorway. Shit, was I supposed to be angry with him? By the sour expression revealed on his face when he took off his mask, I was pretty sure I had it backwards and he was angry with me. "Think she's drunk," Mahara whispered to Gillean. My mouth dropped open. Drunk? For once, I followed all their stupid rules and didn't eat or drink anything, and now I kind of wished I had. I probably would have had more fun if I bummed a drink off someone. But no, instead I spent the entire night chasing after the others and then had to leave right when it was actually getting interesting. With some satisfaction, I realized I'd even followed his instruction not to let any spirit unmask me. Maddie was human after all. Mahara slipped back away, closing the door behind her, and I was alone with Gillean. "What is wrong with you?" he asked. He kept going for a while, throwing his hands up, stalking back and forth. It was kind of funny how similar to Kai he acted and appeared when he was mad. Kai had given me similar lectures countless times when I was younger, and I bit my lip to hide my smile. "Are you even listening?" he asked, spinning toward me. I wasn't. My attention narrowed to a pinpoint, and I stared at him, suddenly focusing. His flower had been white with pink tips. I could picture it perfectly, but that wasn't the flower he wore now. This flower was bright pink, the ends curling as it wilted. Mahara's flower, the one that matched True's. I tried to remember what flower Mahara had been wearing before she left, but wasn't sure. I hadn't even thought to check. Was it possible she had traded flowers with Gillean so that he could match with True? Gillean was talking again, but his words all melted together, unintelligible as my mind raced. What had happened after I left Gillean, after I yelled at him for laughing at my sister? Still ignoring whatever Gillean was ranting about, I ripped my flower from behind my ear and threw it at his feet. He was instantly quiet, staring at me. "What, you want my flower too?" I asked. "How many other spirits do you want to pair with?" He touched the pink flower at his chest, seeming to understand what I was getting at. "I'm only doing exactly what I told you," he said, his voice quiet. "This is True's flower. Hera was supposed to give you hers." I thought back to when Mahara approached me while I was talking to Maddie. She'd been holding her flower in front of her. Was she planning to give it to me until she saw us talking? Saw him holding my hand? My mind spun. What was wrong with me? How had tonight gone so sideways? "Only you had to ruin it all by going and getting drunk," he continued. "Why can't you just follow one simple instruction? All I'm trying to do is keep you safe, but you make it absolutely impossible." His voice was pleading now, and it scared me a little. "Why do you make it so hard?" I kicked the golden flower on the floor. Everything went wrong when I got the stupid flower, I decided, blaming it. Things were messy before that, but they seemed fixable. Now, everything was a mess. While all the other flowers were half wilted, this one was still fresh and mid-bloom, and the sight of it on the floor infuriated me. "I didn't get drunk," I said, pausing between each word. "If you'd take a second to listen to me, you'd know I followed your stupid instructions, although now I wish I hadn't. This is just me, Gillean." I pointed up and down at myself. "I'm naturally a mess." It was only after the words left my mouth that I questioned them. Was this me? I didn't feel quite like myself. Gillean scuffed his foot at the flower on the floor, forehead wrinkled. It was his turn to stop listening as he stood there, looking puzzled. Finally, he reached down and picked up the flower, only slightly worse for wear after I kicked it. He gave it a small sniff and wrinkled his nose, exactly as I had. "It doesn't smell like licorice," I told him. "This isn't your flower," he said, setting it on top of my mask. "Haresha, where did this come from?" I shrugged. "Some human who works here," I explained. "We were just talking," I said hurriedly, then wished I hadn't added that part when Gillian's frown deepened. My body felt heavy, like I had just run for ages, and I rubbed my eyes. "Where'd Mahara go?" I asked, unsure how much time had passed since I'd last seen her. Before he could answer, a small thunk at the window distracted both of us. A split second later, another followed. "She was going to find True," he said, turning toward the noise. Another smack at the pane, then several at once. "What?" I started to ask. "Shit," Gillean said at the same time, throwing open the window. The cold air woke me up a little, and I hurried over. A swarm of fireflies, slowly blinking on and off, hovered at the open window. As we watched, they scattered, all flying in separate directions. "Get your stuff," Gillean said, grabbing Mahara's backpack and stuffing her loose belongings in it. "That's a warning from True. We need to go. Now." I paused for only a half second before jumping into action, scrambling across the room to grab my things and haul my backpack on. I reached for the door, but Gillean threw an arm out, stopping me. "No, this way," he said, urging me toward the window. As the last dregs of confusion left my mind, I thought about how strange it was that Gillian's touch felt so different from Maddie's as I gladly grabbed his hand and followed. He climbed out the window, knelt on the sill just outside, and then tugged me out behind him. "What about Mahara?" I asked as we crept along the steep roof, precariously close to the edge. "Stay here," Gillean whispered, leaving me crouched on all fours, pressed below someone else's window ledge. He crawled to the edge of the roof and peered over the side, pausing for a long moment as he scanned the street below. Finally, he returned and gestured me forward. We crawled side by side with Gillean to my left, between me and the edge of the roof. "Hera's with True," he said, although his voice lacked the confidence I so wanted to hear. "True should have been just a few minutes behind me when Hera went back for her." We came to the end of the hotel roof, which butted up against the wall that bordered the town. Gillean went first, peering again over the edge for a long moment before vaulting down onto the top of the wall, maybe 6 feet below. I heard shouts in the distance, but couldn't tell whether they were partygoers or something more. I climbed more tentatively off the roof, sitting down and slowly sliding forward until gravity took over and I landed next to him. Farther down the wall, I saw the rope structure where I had swung off the wall into the river. I pointed it out to him and he was silent for a moment, thinking, but finally shook his head. True and Hera will be on the other fork of the river. If there's someone after us, we need to meet up with them now, not hide out down there. We'd be stuck in the wrong fork with no way to get to them. He was right. When I jumped down into the pool, there was nowhere to go except back up the wall or into the raging river. Even if Gillean could somehow get us across, I wasn't leaving Mahara behind. Instead, he led us in the opposite direction on top of the wall. We walked quickly, almost running, crouched down as low as we could go. With the moon rising over the river, we made excellent silhouettes if anyone looked out the windows of the hotel. When we passed the building, Gillean paused, looking over the edge of the wall. "We need to climb down," he whispered. "Stick close." The wall here wasn't as well worn as the one I had climbed after jumping in the river, and climbing with my boots on made it more difficult to jam my feet into the tiny crevices. I heard Gillean take a sharp breath below me, tiny stones clattering to the ground as he jumped the last distance, landing with a thud. "Are you okay?" I hissed. "Slipped, but I'm fine. Hurry, Cora," he responded. My arms and legs were shaking with the effort, and I felt myself slip as well, my fingers sliding. When I thought I felt something huge and feathery swoop past my head, I squeaked and came loose, tumbling backward. Gillean half caught me, but I landed hard on my bad ankle, the sharp pain making me feel sick to my stomach for a moment before it faded to a steady throb. "Did you see that?" I asked, unsure of what had startled me off the wall. "You're okay," Gillean said, misunderstanding my question. "We need to go." We kept to the shadows of the hotel, hurrying down the empty side street that dead-ended against the wall. There was nothing here but dumpsters, garbage, and discarded supplies from the hotel. I heard spirits talking and laughing ahead, so when we rounded the corner, I wasn't surprised to see others wandering the streets. No one seemed to notice us, most spirits wearing their mask on top of their head and walking in pairs. At least, not until a solo figure stepped into our path, his hand raised in greeting. "Over here." "Shadows take me, Maddie." He stood just around the corner from the hotel, his mask gone. I couldn't read his expression and hoped he wasn't angry after our earlier encounter. While some part of me dreaded seeing him again, I was simultaneously relieved that I could still uphold my promise. With my finger to my lips, I dashed forward, trying to quiet him, and spoke quickly in the human language, needing him to understand. "Maddie, we've got to go, right now. I can get you home, but you have to come with us, and we have to be quick. Just follow me and keep quiet." I grabbed his arm and tried to pull him along, but he didn't move. "No, Cora, wait. Listen to me. There were spirits looking for you at the hotel, but I can get you back into your room, hide you until they go. They'll track you down if you stay out here." I paused, unsure, and looked to Gillean, but he was staring at Maddie, his silver eyes catching the dim light of the moon. Why didn't he say anything? Some other worry stirred inside me, the same one that had set alarm bells ringing earlier. What wasn't I grasping? Gillean moved forward without warning, snatching the wilted golden flower that hung from Maddie's pocket. He twirled it in his fingers just as he had done to mine earlier, studying the sad-looking petals, then threw it to the ground and crushed it with his boot. Maddie took a step back and Gillean followed, separating the two of us. He was shorter than Maddie by several inches, his frame smaller, but even so, Maddie seemed unsure and glanced behind him. "What are you doing?" I gasped. "Stay back, Russia," he whispered, and my eyes widened as I realized what I had been missing. I had never told Maddie my name. I didn't even know my name back when we were in the human world together. Somehow, he had learned who I was, who I really was. He knew about the bounty, had known since before he saw me at the festival. I took a step back, heart pounding. Tell her what you did. Gillean addressed Maddie, shoving him. Tell her you drugged her. Maddie looked over Gillian's head at me, but didn't deny it. I took another step back. What else did you do? Gillean asked, shoving him again. Did you tell someone where she was, how to find her? I'm sorry. I truly am, Maddie finally said, still ignoring Gillean, his hazel eyes locked with mine. I tried to keep this peaceful, make it easy on you, but you wouldn't listen. I need to get home, Cora. I would have taken you, I whispered, refusing to admit that I knew how futile the promise was, that I had no idea how I would accomplish such a thing. Even I know this world better than you do, Spirit, and you're out of your depth here. As much as I want to get home, going anywhere with you would be a death sentence. We need to go, Russia, Gillean said, fist clenched, but I couldn't stop listening, still stunned. The Spirit calls you human, Maddie said, but you're not, Cora. The first thing I learned here is that spirits always charge a price for their help. Your price would have been my life. It's nothing personal, but I prefer to pay with yours. His low voice became a shout as he turned and called back toward the hotel. In response, I heard a low howl and goosebumps rose on my arms. Terrified, I yanked Gillean away and we began running, hurtling down the cobblestone street toward the town's single entrance. Gillean quickly pulled ahead, my ankle slowing me down, making my gait awkward and uneven. But when I heard shouts and a hard scrabbling sound on the rocky surface, I sped up, pain forgotten. I had to find Mahara, get her out of here. We had to get back across the illusioned river. If these were the same animal spirits from before, and I feared they were, they wouldn't be able to follow us immediately across the illusion. I knew it was our only chance, and I pushed myself harder, trying to keep up. We darted around corners, zigzagging back and forth down the streets. I didn't know where we were going, and I pushed myself off another wall, trying not to lose any speed. My backpack bounced with every step, the straps yanking at my shoulders, and I was breathing hard, felt sweat dripping down my back. It was only when I saw the entrance that I truly believed we might make it, silently thanking Gillian's good sense of direction. The river roared on both sides of us as we passed between the gap in the wall and turned right toward the calmer, illusioned fork. As I scanned the bank for Mahara or True, I spotted two figures on the other side of the river. It was too dark to tell for sure if it was them, but who else would be out here? Had Mahara really led True across on her own? The scrabbling sound was louder now as we ran straight for the river, and when I glanced behind me, I saw a gray wolf hurtling toward me, the same one I had spotted back at the inn before it burned down. Over this uneven ground, running in a straight line, it was quickly gaining on me, and I had the horrible feeling I wouldn't make it to the river before it caught up. 2 steps ahead of me, Gillean also glanced back, and I saw panic cross his face as he realized the same thing. True, he yelled across the river. Instead, the smaller figure surged forward, back across the rocks. I was close enough now to see that, yes, it really was Mahara. I screamed at her to stay back, stay safely on the other side, but she only moved faster, jumping from rock to rock without hesitation. Gillean was already in the river, moving toward her, toward True. The silt grew wet beneath my boots, and just as I took a wild leap toward the first rock, an awful weight slammed into my back, pinning me face first into the shallow water. Oh, fuck. I struggled to get free, but even as I shoved with all my strength, trying to push myself up out of the water, the weight held me firmly in place. Fully panicking, drowning in only inches of water, I tried to get into my spirit form, reach out for the golden threads that I knew surrounded us, do something. But it was impossible to concentrate, impossible to calm my body enough to focus on the threads. Every time they came into view and I reached for them, my mind screamed at me that I was dying and I fell back into my physical form. I couldn't die like this in front of Mahara, struggling with my face in the muck. I thought I heard screams, but they were muffled, indecipherable with my head underwater. Without warning, the weight was gone, and I scrambled up onto all fours, choking and trying to wipe the mud from my eyes and nose and mouth. I desperately sucked in air and blinked rapidly, spinning around in the water, trying to get my bearings. There were 3 other spirits nearby on the bank, 2 men and 1 woman, the same spirits Gillean and I had seen in the woods. How had they tracked us all the way here? One man was on his knees, screaming wordlessly as he held his head with both hands while the other 2 spirits ran toward him. The wolf still stood next to me, and I scrambled backward until I was sitting in the river, in danger of being swept away if I moved any further. I heard Gillean yelling from somewhere behind me, mid-river, but couldn't make out his words over all the commotion. With its mouth hanging open, the wolf panted, its head swiveling back and forth as it observed the chaos. It wasn't until the wolf yelped and lunged at her that I saw Mahara lying lifeless on the bank of the river, a short distance upstream. I screamed, springing to my feet and throwing myself forward, all my fear instantly transformed into rage as the wolf bit her leg, shaking her small, limp body. Before I could reach her, she woke up suddenly with a panicked scream I had never heard her make before. Had she been in her spirit form? Why? Mahara tried to scramble away from the wolf, but it growled and pulled in the opposite direction, dragging her slowly away from the river. Without slowing, I barreled into the wolf, hitting its shoulder first and trying to get its attention. Even at full speed, all I did was knock it slightly sideways as it took a step to keep its balance, its eyes never leaving Mahara. She continued to wail, her voice full of pain. I could see blood on the ground. "Cora, wait!" Gillian's voice came from the river, but when I glanced over, he was still mid-crossing, True in tow, coming back our direction. Useless. I tried to pry the wolf's mouth open, pulling its jaw with both hands, its teeth stained pink with blood, but it remained clamped down on Mahara's calf, continuing to pull her away from the river as it growled louder, eyes flicking in my direction. The other spirits, the hunters, were still yelling a short way up the bank. The man who had been holding his head was moaning now, rocking slightly back and forth as the other 2 looked between us. One whistled at the wolf, but the only reaction the wolf gave was a single ear flick in their direction. I slammed my elbow into the wolf's upper jaw, and it finally yelped, snapping at me and letting go of Mahara. As I snatched my arm out of its reach, all 3 of us paused for a split second. Mahara, on the ground, curled into a ball as she cried. The wolf, with its ears pinned back, amber eyes focused on me as it snarled. And me, crouched in the mud with my teeth bared, waiting. Everything quieted around us as I focused on the wolf, trying to predict its next move. I couldn't see the golden thread connecting us, but I could feel it threading itself deeper, vibrating slightly as the wolf decided between us. The spell unexpectedly broke when I felt someone haul me backwards, saw True step calmly between us, put one hand under the wolf's jaw and one hand on top of its head. The wolf stiffened for a second, then sneezed, stepping away as it shook its head. With one last snort, it began trotting away downstream, glancing back only once when one of the animal spirits yelled. It shook its head again and quickened its pace until it was galloping away into the dark night. "Grab your sister," Gillean said in my ear, finally releasing me. "This isn't over yet." He grabbed True's arm and ran back to the river, picking up a backpack along the way without stopping. My backpack, I realized, recognizing it. I hadn't even realized I lost it. Gillean flung himself to the first rock and then paused, waiting for True to follow. I scooped up Mahara, light in my arms as she whimpered and clung to my neck, her face buried in my shoulder. I could feel her entire body trembling as I ran to the river, following Gillean and True. Shifting her slightly to the side so that my legs were free, I jumped to the first rock, then the second. The moonlight hid the rocks even more than the sun had, the reflections in the water alternating between pale white and utter black, but none of us faltered or slipped this time. We didn't slow until we reached the other side of the river and looked back. The two uninjured spirits were still looking in the direction the wolf had gone, seemingly more concerned about the animal than about our escape. It unnerved me. Were they so confident they could find us again? How had they even found us this time? It was clear by their hesitation to cross the river that they couldn't see through the illusion and had to be led across by some water spirit. Had they followed us straight here? If so, maybe they really could follow us anywhere. Here, Gillean said in a low tone, arms outstretched, offering to take Mahara. I shook my head, unwilling to let go of her. I felt her arms cling tighter around my neck. We have to get out of here, True said. Although her face remained calm, I heard the undertone of fear in her voice. They both carried 2 backpacks now, sharing our load, and we set off into the woods, not daring to even turn on a flashlight. After the 3rd time I stumbled on unseen pine cones and branches, clutching Mahara tightly to keep from dropping her, Gillean finally stopped our frantic race through the woods. How's it look? He asked True, dropping the 2 backpacks he carried on the ground. She shook her head. We're okay. There's no one nearby. I noticed for the first time that several fireflies hovered around her head. Come on, she said to me, pushing back the hair that stuck to my muddy, sweaty forehead. We need to check on Hera. Set her down here. I hesitated for a moment, but slowly knelt down as True and Gillean helped support Mahara, laying her out gently on the ground. Her face was pale and tear-streaked, her eyes shut, but she reached out her hand blindly as she finally let go of my neck. I gripped her hand tightly, and I felt her squeeze back. Gillean finally switched his flashlight on as he and True rolled up her thin leggings to look at her wound. They were silent for a long moment, and I finally looked over. She had several puncture wounds around her calf that were still wet, still bleeding. Do you have any medical supplies at all? True finally asked. Gillean sighed and opened his backpack, littering the ground with its contents until he reached the bottom. He pulled out a small box and flipped it open. When I looked over his shoulder, my stomach clenched. There was hardly anything in there. A couple bottles, a long roll of bandage, and what looked like the jar of ointment I bought him after he had frostbite. True seemed disappointed as well. She needs stitches, Gil. He handed her the bandage. You're going to have to make do with this for now, he said. Hand me your water, she said. Do you have any antibiotics? Gillean passed her the water and the jar of ointment. She frowned at the jar and held it up to the flashlight. I think she needs something stronger than this, doesn't she? What's in the bottles? He shook his head. Painkillers. This is all I have. She took a deep breath. Okay, we'll figure something out. Mahara's eyes flew open and she started crying again as True and Gillean tried to patch her up, cleaning her wound, slathering it with the ointment, and wrapping it tightly. I felt helpless as I knelt over her, holding her hand and running my fingers through her short hair, whispering quietly that she was going to be okay, over and over. When they finally finished, Gillean handed me a pill from one of the bottles. Get her to take this. I supported her back and lifted her slightly into a half-sitting position so she could swallow it down with a gulp of water. We should keep going, True said, packing the supplies back up. We're not far enough from those hunters. I stood, pushing my hair back, but Gillean handed me my backpack instead. Let me take her, he said. No, Mahara protested from the ground. My arms and legs ached with exhaustion, but I shook my head. I can't. Hera, Gillean said, kneeling down in front of her. Cora won't let go of you, but we have to take turns carrying you. We need to go faster, get away from those other spirits. She took a moment to think it over, then finally nodded. Gillean lifted her, careful not to jostle her leg. As soon as she was situated, she reached out her hand again, and I took it. Together, we began walking through the woods, following some old, well-worn animal trail that snaked through the trees. True led the way, holding the flashlight. More than once, I heard something move in the bushes beside me, rustling leaves and disturbing the otherwise silent night. Each time, my chest tightened as I waited for a spirit to materialize out of the dark and grab Mahara from Gillean's arms, but when nothing happened, my breathing gradually evened out again. Mahara seemed to relax a little as we walked, breathing deeper without hiccuping, but her grip remained tight on my hand. "I broke the bond between the spirit and his wolf," she said, raising her head off of Gillian's shoulder to look at me. I blinked. "You made them forget each other?" She shook her head. "No, their bond." True glanced back. "It takes years for specialist animal spirits to create that bond with a particular animal. You broke it in an instant. I felt the change when I charmed the wolf into leaving us alone. It felt nothing for those spirits, only fear." "Fear?" I asked, remembering how I felt ready to tear the wolf apart in my bare hands, teeth bared. Had I really intimidated it? Perhaps understanding my confusion, True tipped her head in Mahara's direction. Fear of her. "I didn't know what to do," Mahara said. "I had to try something." Her voice was full of emotion. Regret, maybe? "You did good," Gillean said, shifting her a little higher in his arms. "You think the other two spirits are bonded to animals too?" he asked True. His question triggered a memory. When we climbed off the wall, something had flown past me, startling me into falling. "I think one of them has a bird," I said, nearly certain the event was related. "An owl or something." A bird circled the river the night I had jumped into the water as well. Maybe something bigger. "Okay," True replied, not even asking how I knew. 3 hunters, the bird, the wolf, and something unknown. She ticked them off on her fingers. We were in my hotel room when Hera saw the wolf and the unknown spirit out the window. She recognized them and we had to make a run for it. We waited, but... She trailed off for a moment before continuing. "Hera led me across the river. I was worried you didn't notice my warning." "We did," Gillean said. Mahara lifted her head and stared at Gillean. "I thought you said no one could find us there," she said. I squeezed her hand, wincing at the accusation in her voice. I was the one responsible for giving us away after I trusted Maddie. But I stayed silent, couldn't bring myself to voice my guilt and endure Mahara's anger. Gillean didn't respond either, and Mahara slumped back against him. "Where are we gonna go now?" "We'll keep going for a few more hours, then make camp," he said finally. "They'll have to wait for a water spirit to lead them back across the river, and the wolf didn't look like he was in any condition to travel. They may have lost their ability to track us without his help." "The wolf tracked us?" Mahara asked. "He must have," True agreed. "Tracked us to the outpost, then paid some ingoing water spirit to lead them across." "But how'd they find us?" Mahara asked, mumbling a little. Gillean was silent again. I saw him glance at me out of the corner of his eye. "Water spirits talk," True took over. "If there's one thing they're good at, it's gossip. Someone must have seen the two of you, 2 human-looking girls who were the right ages, and made a lucky guess." Mahara's hand dropped from mine, and I looked over, alarmed, but Gillean just shook his head and turned slightly as he walked, showing me Mahara's face. Her eyes were closed, and she breathed deeply with her mouth open slightly, her head nestled against his chest. She didn't wake, even as we stopped for the night and set up camp under a huge conifer, its needled branches bending down to create a shelter big enough for all 4 of us. Gillean continued to hold Mahara until we unrolled her sleeping bag, opening it wide enough for him to slip her inside. She moaned slightly, but didn't wake. We all laid down near each other, exhausted, barely talking. Even though my entire body ached with weariness, I couldn't sleep, my breath catching every time Mahara stirred next to me. Finally, I sat up, still in my sleeping bag, and leaned my back against the trunk of the enormous tree. I couldn't take my eyes off Mahara, just watching the slow rise and fall of her sleeping bag, focusing on the tiny crease between her eyebrows that wasn't normally there as she slept. The moon was high overhead and filtered through the needled boughs, lighting us in pale patches of light. I was so focused on Mahara that I didn't notice Gillean until he settled down next to me, his shoulder tight against my own. "I don't know what I'm doing," I whispered, so quiet I doubted Mahara could hear me, even if she was awake. He didn't respond, and I wondered if he had even heard me. "Maybe you were right. Maybe we should go back to the human world." I felt him shrug slightly against me. "Do what you want," he said. Why did I expect anything else from him? I almost wished it was True sitting next to me. Not quite, but almost. I gave him a disgusted look and saw him frown, tugging at a piece of hair that hung in front of his face. "That came out wrong," he whispered. He opened his mouth again, but hesitated. I was silent, waiting. "What I mean is, you should do whatever you want. This is your world as much as it is any spirit's. If you want to be here, you belong here." He shifted a little beside me, readjusting against the rough tree trunk. "But you're human, too. If you want to go back, no one here would blame you. It would almost certainly be safer for you and Hera." We both watched Mahara for a moment as she moaned softly in her sleep, exhaling heavily. "Hera's the only one here who's lived in each world for an equal amount of time," he finally continued. "Maybe you should ask her what she thinks." I nodded, thoughtful. Maybe he was right. Mahara had been so determined to help the spirits here, she ran off without me, left me behind. But after today, she had every reason to want to escape this horrible place, return to the humans. If she still wanted to stay here, I couldn't drag her back. This was as much her choice as it was mine. "Thank you," I said, "for not telling Mahara how those hunters found us, for protecting me, for this. He should have taken your offer, you know." I blinked, my mind taking too long to catch up. "What?" "That human kid. He was wrong. The only real chance at getting home was with you. There's zero chance those spirits will hold up their side of the bargain." Maddie. As betrayed and angry as I felt, Gillian's assessment should have made me happy, but all I felt was a sad weariness. I still wanted him to get back to the human world, see his parents, his friends again. My eyes burned with exhaustion, but I felt emboldened, and I impulsively laid my head down on his shoulder. His entire body stiffened, and I immediately pulled my head back up, whispering an apology. My cheeks burned, and I was thankful for the darkness as I shrank back into myself. "No, Gillean was stumbling over his words just as much as I was. I felt a small sense of satisfaction I had knocked him so off balance, even as I cringed in embarrassment. "Cora, you should go to sleep," I said firmly. He bumped me with his shoulder. "Go. I'll watch her, wake you if anything changes. You need to sleep more than I do." Could he tell how tired I was? Somehow know I had snuck out the previous night to fling myself into the river? He was right, though. I could feel myself falling asleep sitting up, and I slid down where we sat, lying down next to Mahara at the trunk of the tree. I was drifting off in mere seconds, felt my body growing heavier. As the dreams took over, I thought I felt someone brushing back my hair from my face, but I knew that's all it was, a dream. Chapter 6. When I woke, Gillean was no longer beside me, leaning against the tree trunk. Instead, I saw True in the early morning light, a small brown mouse on her knee. I watched it through half-lidded eyes as it nibbled on what looked like a piece of peanut. True smiled at me, showing off her pointed teeth, and put a finger to her lips. When I rolled over, I saw Mahara and Gillean still sleeping. My eyes slipped closed again, unable to stay open. The next time I woke, it was to the sound of Mahara's voice, and I instantly sat up before I was even aware of what was going on. True and Gillean hunched over Mahara, who was still in her sleeping bag, arms crossed. From her exposed arms, I could see she was still wearing her fancy outfit from the night before, although she had lost the thin gold band around her forehead at some point. The sight of her sulking in a sleeping bag and a fancy dress would have been funny in any other circumstance. "Come on," True pleaded, rubbing Mahara's arm. "We just want to look." I scrambled out of my sleeping bag, joining them next to my sister. She had a familiar look on her face, the same tight frown she made since she was a toddler and was feeling stubborn. Gillean glanced over at me, his eyes flicking up for a split second above my eye line, and I suspected my hair was a little more disorderly than usual. "We need to check on her leg," he said, voice still hoarse from sleep. "Mahara," I said sternly. She looked over at me and pressed her lips even more firmly together. "We are not staying here all day. The sooner you let them look at your leg, the sooner we can leave and get further away from those hunters." I hated playing on her fears, but I was scared too. I didn't want to stay here any longer than we had to. Mahara didn't respond, but turned her face away and didn't protest when I unzipped her sleeping bag. We all shared a look over her body as True gently unwrapped the bandage. The wound was still wet and deeper than I realized when I got a brief glimpse the previous night. To make it worse, her calf was swollen, the skin too red. "It hurts," Mahara whimpered as True slathered on more of the antibiotic ointment. What else could we even do? Gillean handed me another painkiller, and I helped her lift her head, careful to block her view of the wound as she swallowed it. At least we had plenty of fresh bandages, as True rewrapped it tightly, ignoring Mahara's protests. "Will you carry me?" she asked when they were done, raising her arms to me. I nodded wordlessly and lifted her, trying not to groan. She wasn't heavy, really no worse than carrying my backpack kind of awkwardly, especially when she wrapped her arms and one good leg around me, but my body still ached, particularly my ankle, which throbbed with every heartbeat. After Gillean and True finished packing our things and gathering up all our backpacks, we set off, walking slower than the previous night. I fell behind the other two, intentionally putting some room between us, letting them get out of earshot. "Hey," I said softly, "what do you think about going back home?" "Home?" Mahara asked, pushing herself back to look at me. "Home where?" "Back to the human world," I specified. "We can turn back right now." "What are you talking about?" Mahara's voice got louder, and True glanced back at us. "We've only fixed one spirit. We can't leave." "We can," I said, "if you want. Or I could take you back and leave you with the humans while I take care of this. The affliction is my mistake. You shouldn't have to pay for it." Mahara smacked me on the back of my head with one hand. "Why are you being so stupid? We both know that wouldn't work. You can't fix anything without me to hold one end of each strand while you work on the other." She was right, but even if I could figure out a way to fix things on my own, I didn't want to argue with her, so I stayed silent, carefully picking my way along the trail, trying not to jostle her. "Besides," she said, speaking softer, "the affliction is my fault anyway. I have to fix it." "What are you talking about?" I asked, startled. "Sorry to burst your bubble, but that was all my doing." "I woke you up," she said, putting her head back on my shoulder. "Mahara, I saw your memory of the whole thing, remember?" I shook my head. "You saw what a mess I was making of all those memories long before you woke me up. I don't know how I screwed it up so badly, but I created the affliction. All you did was prevent it from getting any worse." I meant what I said. The memory still troubled me, the strange, tangled web I was weaving on my own, creating something much more complicated than seemed necessary. Then again, I had forgotten so much of how to weave memories that maybe I just no longer understood how it worked. After a moment, I felt Mahara's breath on my neck deepen and slow. She was quiet, and I thought she must be sleeping again. Whatever pain medication Gillean was giving her seemed to knock her out. Or maybe it just allowed her to get some much-needed sleep. When I caught back up to Gillean and True, I found them mid-argument, so quiet I walked straight into the tension-filled air without realizing it. "Fucking idiotic," Gillean hissed. "Says the spirit whose safe haven lasted less than 24 hours, True retorted. "You think I like it any more than you do? We're not exactly swimming in choices here." Gillean said something I couldn't translate, and I was glad Mahara was sleeping and didn't overhear. "Hey," I intervened, "where are we going? I know we want to avoid towns, but we need a doctor. I don't think we can fix this on our own." Although I intended to distract them from their argument, all my words seemed to do was stoke the fire as True gave Gillean something like a triumphant glance. He shook his head again, mumbling something under his breath with a sullen expression. "I know where we can go," True said. "Somewhere you don't have to hide, neither of you." I blinked. "What do you mean? Like they won't know who we are?" Gillean swore again and yanked a drooping tree branch out of the way, hard enough that it cracked. "They'll know exactly who you are." I gave True an alarmed look. "Maybe if we disguise ourselves? If we can just get Mahara stitched up, get some real antibiotics, we don't have to stay long." "It won't work," Gillean said. True spoke over the top of him. "There's no need. Yes, they'll know who you are, but they'll do anything to protect you, do whatever they can to help Hera." Gillean gave me a hard look. "Ask her the cost, Russia." "What's the catch?" I asked slowly. He was right. This sounded too good to be true. Why wouldn't we have started there? True hesitated, and Gillean answered for her. "They're Kraetcha." My first reaction was to tell her off, exactly as Gillean had done, remembering how they had nearly killed us, had killed many other innocent spirits when they bombed the train we rode. But when I opened my mouth, I felt Mahara stir in my aching arms. Her cheek felt warm, even through my shirt. Under normal circumstances, I would never agree, never even consider interacting with them. But for Mahara? I sighed and nodded at True. For Mahara, I'd do anything. "How far is it?" "Good question," she said. "Gillean?" He shot her an irritated look. "How would I know?" When she responded, it sounded like she was gritting her teeth, her voice strained. I didn't blame her. "I can show you on a map, but I don't know where we are or how far away it is. I need your help." Gillean noisily dropped both backpacks he carried on the ground, which I guessed meant we were taking an impromptu break. I slowly knelt down and sat Mahara on the ground. It took her far too long to wake up, and she blinked at me, confused. As Gillean and True got out their map and started arguing over where we were, I tried to get Mahara to eat or drink something, but only got her to drink a little water. When I helped lift the water bottle to her mouth, I realized how pale she was. Her skin was naturally darker than my own, but it was as if the color had been leached from her body, except for her flushed cheeks. 3 days, True finally called over, more or less. "Any way to get there faster?" I asked quietly as Mahara's eyes drifted shut again. They joined my side, watching as her head drooped. 2 days, Gillean said. "We can do it in 2 if we take turns carrying her and walk longer than usual." True gave a curt nod. 2 days. She handed me both backpacks she had been carrying. "I'll take first shift." I waited until True dropped behind slightly before I confronted Gillean, feeling more unsure about my decision with every step. "How long have you known?" I asked him quietly. Behind us, I heard True turn on the small radio she still carried, carefully balancing Mahara in one arm, and I hoped the radio announcer's annoying, calm voice drowned out my line of questioning. "Known what?" "That True is part of the Kraetcha," I hissed. I had suspected it from the beginning, asked him about it after the train crashed, and I remembered how she warned us against taking it, but he always maintained her innocence. True had the radio on quietly enough that the sound didn't carry far, but I heard the woman reporting on the day's weather. Something about the way she listed number after number, stating each area's high and low temperature, grabbed my attention. I remembered when the same woman was listing constellations, and True and Mahara acted like it was some big inside joke when I asked about it. It's code, I realized. Probably some Kre'echa broadcast. Did that mean Mahara knew too? Was I the only person who didn't? True's not Kre'echa, he replied. I could sense his irritation at having this conversation yet again. But she knows where to find them, I said, voice rising. We glanced back at True, but she had clipped the radio to her belt and was fiddling with the dials with her one free arm. I couldn't tell whether she was actually ignoring us or just pretending to. Gillean kicked a loose rock off the trail. So do I, he said. It's a smaller outpost, but it's not hidden. There's no point in trying to hide it, especially if they want to recruit people to their cause. Then why doesn't the capital just attack it? I asked, losing some of my bluster. He shrugged. Not worth it, I guess. It's not exactly undefended. Or maybe they're working on it. How would I know? His words didn't exactly make me feel better, and I jumped when True spoke from behind us. I promise I wouldn't do anything to put you or your sister in danger, Cora, she said. Guess that meant she had heard every word. The Kre'echa will know who you are, but they won't turn you over to the capital like so many other spirits would. Then they'll trap us there, never let us leave once we show up, I guessed, dread growing in my stomach. I sincerely doubt it, she said. The Kre'echa want to create freedom, give spirits the choice of whether they take part in the migration. I'm sure they'd take your help if you offered it freely, but I don't see them trapping you or forcing you to do anything. I wasn't convinced, but didn't have a better option. I think it's a good idea, Mahara said with a wide yawn. How long have you been awake? I grumbled, even as I felt relieved to see her conscious again. She shrugged and looked up at the gray sky above us. The winding animal trail had joined up with a real spirit-made trail. It clearly hadn't been used in some time, and the path was overgrown with brush in areas, but it meant the tree cover was thinner, letting the dull light filter in. It provided little warmth, however, and I pulled my jacket tighter around me. Have you noticed that bird? Mahara asked True, pointing. The rest of us looked up, and I glimpsed the bird she meant circling high above us. Yes, True said, several times. Turkey vulture? Gillean asked, squinting. True nodded, and I thought of the bird that I had seen and felt at the water spirit outpost. I never got a good view of it, but the size seemed similar. A turkey vulture? I asked, wrinkling my nose. That's not like a dangerous bird, is it? They just eat dead stuff, right? True tipped her head a little, thinking. Not dangerous in the traditional sense exactly, but for tracking? She looked back up, following its movement. Yes, it's dangerous. It can smell us from a mile away, and its stamina is practically endless. Seems like the bird is actually the vulture, Gillean said, kicking another rock out of the way. Can you just, he made a snipping motion with his fingers, do whatever Hera did to break their bond? I shook my head slowly as I saw the turkey vulture circle past again. It was too high up to make out any details. Not from that far away. I understand how Mahara did it, but it has to be way closer. Sorry. Don't worry about it, True said. My disappointment in myself must have shown because she raised her eyebrows at me and gave me a crooked smile. We're not powerless, Cora. If either a spirit or its animal gets close, you'll break their bond or I'll charm them. She handed Mahara off to Gillean and took his backpack. And at least the water spirit is good for helping carry things. I didn't think she meant to actually hurt his feelings, and his expression didn't change, but I felt the shift in the atmosphere. He's not a bad navigator either, and not just to get through illusions. He shot me a look over the top of Mahara's head, and although he looked annoyed, I got the sense he was secretly pleased. These weird intuitions seemed to happen more and more often, but I didn't hate it. It didn't feel as intrusive as digging into people's memories and internal thoughts. If we ever reached the fungus spirits, I'd ask them about it. That afternoon, it began to drizzle. When I took my turn carrying Mahara, the water dripped down onto my face, running down my forehead to collect on the tip of my nose and splash to the ground, drop by drop. It was miserable and only grew worse as the small winding trail became muddier. When my boot got caught in the muck and I stumbled, wrenching my bad ankle with Mahara clinging tightly to my body to keep from falling, Gillean finally made the call that we needed to stop. I could tell we weren't making the progress we needed to make, but I didn't argue, heart still pounding after nearly falling on top of Mahara. Just a small jolt had her whimpering in pain again, and I could feel her shivering against me. I only hoped that we could make up time the next day. We finally had to break out the tent that Gillean had packed us, one of the many items that made our backpacks so much heavier than last time. Normally, I'd be annoyed at having to share a tent with the others, but our combined body heat quickly warmed the small shelter, and I found myself grateful. I carefully laid out Mahara on the end, her bad leg against the edge of the tent so we wouldn't bump it in the night. While True fussed over the bandages and gave her another painkiller, I stepped outside the tent to give her room, and I wasn't sure if I wanted to see the wound. Every time I saw it, I thought it looked worse. The skin redder and pulled taut from the swelling. The bandages not just red with the blood that wouldn't stop oozing out, but slightly yellow with pus. Normally, wounds didn't bother me much, but this hit differently, and I was thankful True seemed willing to deal with it. When I heard Mahara gasp in pain, probably as True tried the antibiotic ointment again that didn't seem to help, I felt sick and had to kneel, clutching my knees to my chest and balancing precariously to keep from toppling forward or backward onto the wet earth. I heard the tent zip open and Gillean stepped out, reaching over to pick a bit of leaf out of my tangled, damp hair. He didn't seem to mind the wet or the cold as much as the rest of us did and briefly raised his face to the sky, welcoming the rain. "How is she?" I asked, standing. "I'm not going to lie to you. She's not good," he said. I nodded. "The wound's infected and it still needs stitches, but we're going to make it." I truly hoped he meant it and wasn't trying to convince both of us. "Not in 2 days, I said as I felt my boots sinking into the ground a little. He wiped the rain off his forehead with the back of his hand. Maybe not, he said. "Depends on the weather, but I mean it, Haresha. We're all going to make it. She's got a lot of life left in her." I hiccuped slightly and felt tears forming, but tried to play it off, keep my voice steady. "Will you promise me something, Gil?" He looked apprehensive, but nodded. I took a deep breath. "If things get bad, if she gets worse, leave me and True behind. You're stronger and faster than both of us." I saw him open his mouth to argue, so I charged forward. "You know you are, and True and I can take care of ourselves. If it comes to it, I want you to take Mahara and get her to safety while we catch up." He gave me a defeated look, the ends of his hair dripping onto his shoulders. Finally, he heaved an enormous sigh and nodded once. "Fine, I promise." As I expected, we didn't make it to the Kraetcha base in 2 days or even in 3. The rain was ceaseless, and the path only grew slicker as we traveled gradually uphill. True and I tried to take our fair share of carrying Mahara, but as the days passed, Gillean took the lion's share, able to carry her, his backpack, and still keep up. On the morning of the 4th day, when we struggled to get Mahara awake and get a little water and food in her, I gave him a hard look. He pressed his lips together, understanding my intention, and then pushed the map in my direction. "We're nearly there," he said, pointing to a section of the map that fell at the intersection of 2 creases and traced the crease north. "A couple more hills, and then we'll reach the valley." I shook my head and pushed the map away, the paper damp like everything else we carried. 2 hours, I said. 2 hours, and then you take her and leave us. True overheard. "She's right, Gil," she said. "We're out of bandages and nearly out of those painkillers you brought. We need to get her there today." She rubbed her face. We were all exhausted. "The hunters are catching up. The mice and squirrels still report nothing, but 2 birds spotted them this morning, All three are still together, although they didn't see a wolf. Based on their distance, they'll likely catch up before the day's over. We'll get there before that happens, Gillean said, tucking the map away, but we're sticking together. 2 hours, I repeated. I have a better chance of dealing with all three of them if I'm not worrying about Mahara. It reminded me of what Kai said about my love for Mahara being my weakness. I understood what he meant now and didn't want her anywhere nearby if those hunters caught up. Although I wasn't sure if I could snap the remaining bonds or distract 3 spirits at once, I didn't want to find out while Mahara was defenseless next to me. 2 hours, he confirmed. Fine. 2 hours came and went as we slogged through the forest. As Gillean promised, we were slowly climbing up the second hill of the day, taking a long series of switchbacks. I still carried Mahara, but when Gillean glanced back, I gritted my teeth. Take her, I told him. She had barely said a word all day, only asking once if True could turn on the radio for her, then promptly fell back asleep as True was still adjusting the antenna to get a signal. Give me your backpack for once and go. He craned his neck to try to see the top of the rise. The path was slowly winding along the edge of the hill, disappearing around the bend. We're practically there, he said. Just a few more minutes. A gray squirrel plummeted down from some nearby tree, landing on True's head. She walked silently for a moment, head cocked as the squirrel rummaged, nervously picking up strands of her honey-colored hair, then setting them back down as if looking for something. Finally, she pulled out a nut from her pocket and handed it to the squirrel, who scrambled away, nut stuffed into its cheek. They're close, she said, glancing behind us. Close enough for the squirrels to see now. You promised, I told Gillean, and he sped up slightly, not allowing me to hand off Mahara. Around this corner, he said. If we don't see the outpost, then I'll take her. We walked faster, my legs burning as we climbed the last switchback. I heard Gillean give a sharp exhale as he turned the corner, temporarily lost from view, and I steeled myself to hand over Mahara and instead focus on preparing to defend True and myself from the hunters. When True and I caught up, we found him with his arms out, ready to take her. I gratefully handed her limp body over, even as my heart dropped, but paused in confusion when I saw his triumphant half-smile. Told you, he said, taking Mahara. He stepped back, and I looked out on the valley spread before us, finally visible on the other side of the hill. At the bottom sat a series of nearly identical squat gray buildings, smoke rising from several of the chimneys, with the whole thing surrounded by a massive barbed wire fence. Unlike the forest we had been walking through for days, the valley was nearly devoid of trees and instead covered in a carpet of long grass, heavy with moisture. If it wasn't so gloomy and rainy, I thought it might be pretty. This is it? I asked, still afraid we were confused, that these spirits wouldn't help us or wouldn't have a doctor. Or, worse yet, that they would immediately hand us over to the hunters. Gillean had already started down the long slope into the valley, leaving a wet path through the grass. True and I followed closely behind. This is it, True confirmed, breaking into a smile, even as she tried to catch her breath, still recovering after the long climb. Her smile faltered as she looked up and saw the turkey vulture still wheeling above us, unbothered by the rain. But we need to hurry. We skidded down the hill, and I was thankful Gillean had Mahara when I fell on my butt, my boots sliding faster than I could keep up. As the hill leveled out and we began the straight run toward the complex of buildings, I glanced back only once. The vulture was circling lower, barely skimming the ground at the top of the hill. When it landed in a tree, I finally spotted the spirits. 3 figures stood at the top of the hill, watching us. I knew if they had somehow reclaimed the wolf, there was no hope. It would quickly catch us in a straight run through the grass. I had to trust that True was right, that the spirits lost it. Ahead of us, I saw a pair of spirits approach, unaware of the danger. Gillean reached them first, and although I couldn't hear them over the sound of my backpack bouncing on my shoulders and my gasping breaths, I saw him turn Mahara in his arms. One spirit nodded and turned back to the buildings as Gillean followed. The other spirit continued onward to intercept me and True. "Keep going," True wheezed, falling further behind. As much as I wanted to catch up with Mahara, make sure she was safe, I couldn't leave True out here, exposed and unprotected. I didn't see the hunters at the top of the bluff anymore, but that only worried me more. I slowed and grabbed her hand, pulling her along. "Almost there," I gasped. We met the other spirit together, and although he glanced at both of us, he addressed True. "No need to rush. Come with me," he said, seemingly unconcerned. "We're being pursued," True said, doubling over as we came to a stop. "3 animal spirits." She waved her hand behind us. The spirit shrugged. "Your friend said the same thing. Either way, you'll be safe here, but you'll need to answer a few questions. Let's go." When we crossed through the barbed wire fence, I wasn't sure how to feel. Was this a haven or a prison? There was a strange scent in the air, something sort of rotten and earthy, maybe sulfuric. The spirit led us into a building, and I didn't miss how he unlocked the door with a small thumbprint reader. This was Empira'an all over again, but what choice did I have? Inside, we found a dreary room, all gray with fluorescent lights and small patches of paint peeling off the walls. The only natural light came from tiny windows up high. We faced a line of desks with metal chairs on both sides, but only one desk was actually occupied. A female water spirit with long silver hair tapped frantically on a tablet as Gillean stood on the other side of the desk with Mahara still propped awkwardly in his arms. Although he was talking to the spirit in front of him, he watched the door, and when he saw us enter, his expression changed slightly, his eyes going softer. Relief, maybe? "By a wolf," he said as we joined him. 5 days ago. "Type of spirit?" the girl asked, tucking her hair behind her ear as it fell in front of her silvery blue eyes. Gillean sighed and looked at me. I nodded. If they didn't already know who we were, they would shortly, and I didn't see the point of lying. "Fungus," he replied. The girl didn't visibly react and gestured over one of the solidly built plant spirits who let us in, still staring at the tablet as she tapped at it. "Take the girl," she said, "to medical." He nodded, and Gillean reluctantly handed Mahara over, her arms and limbs hanging limply as the spirit cradled her. "Take the other 3 for questioning," she said to the other, a smaller plant spirit whose face and haircut reminded me exactly of an acorn. "No," I darted after the spirit with Mahara as he turned to leave, but Acorn Head grabbed my shoulder, stopping me short. "Let me go with her," I said, straining toward her. To my surprise, the 2 plant spirits looked to the small water spirit for guidance, and she stood, setting the tablet aside. "That's fine," she said finally. Gillean and True followed, but the water spirit snapped at them. "Not you 2, she specified. Acorn had let me go, and I rushed after Mahara and the larger plant spirit, leaving the others behind. I couldn't stop the terrified thoughts that ran through my head as we walked much too slowly through the corridors. What if it was too late? I tried to get a better look at Mahara, make sure she was still breathing, but the plant spirit unexpectedly turned down a hallway, and my boots squeaked on the hard floor as I skidded around the corner. He stopped in front of a door and nodded at it. "Here," he said. I realized with his hands full, he was asking me to open it. I shoved it open, nearly hitting a female animal spirit who stood inside. "Who the—" She fell silent as she saw Mahara dangling from the plant spirit's arms. With a sigh, she walked over to the sink. "Put her down on the table," she said with a flip of her hand. This was their doctor? The room felt like an odd mix between a doctor's office and a library, with an exam table in the middle, but bookshelves lining the walls, full of books, empty jars, anatomical models, and medical supplies. I hung awkwardly to the side, pressed up against a bookshelf as the plant spirit set Mahara down. "Liz should have sent you the details," he said. "I'm sure she did," the doctor said, shutting off the faucet. "You can go." The plant spirit gave me a small, apologetic shrug behind her back as she dried her hands. "Good luck," he said before he shuffled away, closing the door behind him. The doctor did one loop around the table, looking at Mahara's tiny body from all angles. I saw with relief that she was still breathing, although she looked paler and thinner than ever. "She's hurt," I offered. "A wolf bit her leg a few days ago, but she needs stitches and antibiotics." "Why does she look like she's ready to attend a party?" "Because we were at a party," I said, impatience bubbling to the surface. "Can you please help her?" "And what, a wolf attended this party?" she asked. I surged forward finally, slamming my hands on the table. "Look, I'll tell you whatever you want, but you have to help her first." The doctor tapped her lip, nonplussed. "I think you'll find that here, in my ward, no one tells me what to do." I faltered. She reminded me of True with the same round face, voluminous hair, and larger than usual eyes, but she lacked all the warmth, all the humor that True did. "Please," I said. "Please help her. She's my sister." She pointed to the sink, the faucet still dripping. "Wash your hands. There are no spectators here." I felt the blood drain from my face, but I steeled myself and marched over to the sink, scrubbing my hands and arms clean until the water scalded them. Then I followed her every direction, darting around the room to fetch supplies and hold Mahara steady and whisper in her ear when she briefly woke. I averted my gaze from her leg, but took some solace in the doctor's lack of hesitation as she quietly worked, only speaking when she needed something. It wasn't until she removed her gloves and stepped back that I dared to ask the question that had been threatening to burst from my lips for days. "Is she going to be okay?" The doctor met my eyes for the first time, her attention finally straying from Mahara. She shrugged. "I'm not a fortune teller." I cupped Mahara's cheek in my hand, wishing I could will some of my life into her. "But yes, she'll likely be fine," the doctor said with a sigh, perhaps taking pity on me. "For now, at least." I didn't know what time it was in this room with no windows, but my body sagged and I put both hands on the table again, this time in exhaustion, not anger. "I'll answer your questions now," I said. She threw the last of the used supplies into a bin and hit a switch on the wall. The bright lights dimmed. "I have others to attend to," she said. "I'm sure someone else will have plenty of questions for you." Before I could respond, she left the room, leaving me alone with Mahara. The only sound was the muffled thunk of doors opening and closing in other parts of the building. I knew I should leave her, go find the others, but I was truly exhausted. Even climbing up on the bed next to her felt like an overwhelming effort. As I curled up on the edge of the bed, far from her injured leg, I tucked my arm under my head and tried to stay awake, just staring at her face. I wasn't sure, but I thought maybe her color already looked a little better. She flinched a little in her sleep, her hands searching the bed as a whimper escaped her lips. In response, I gripped her hand tightly, careful not to disturb the IV line, and she relaxed a little, the creases in her forehead smoothing. I didn't remember falling asleep, but I woke only once when a strange light lit the room. I lifted my head slightly, eyes squinted nearly shut against the intrusive light. For a moment, I wasn't sure where I was, but saw two figures silhouetted in the doorway. "You see?" a male voice said. The voice was gruff, unfamiliar. "They're both fine." The silent figure took a half step forward, and I thought I recognized the shape of him now. Gillean? Then they were gone again, the door shut against the light before I could respond, and I fell back on the bed, my thoughts already floating back into a dreamless sleep. Chapter 7. When the door opened again, I woke slower, my mind thick with sleep. I was almost tempted to ignore the noise, keep sleeping, but then the overhead lights flickered on, quickly growing brighter. "Up," the doctor said, snapping in my direction as I rubbed my eyes and sat up. Mahara stirred next to me, and I saw her eyes open as well, looking around in bewilderment. I rolled out of the bed, landing on my feet as my sister pushed herself up, her arm shaking a little with the effort. Not you, the doctor specified, pushing Mahara's shoulders back down. Who are you? Mahara asked, still looking around the room. She didn't seem frightened, just confused. Her eyes met mine, questioning, but I realized I had no idea what the spirit's name was and was in no position to do introductions. Celeste, she said, voice curt as usual. Now, lay back and relax. How did you sleep? Fine, I think, Mahara replied. How did I... She winced as Celeste began removing the bandages, then turned her attention to me. Is everyone okay? I nodded. Everyone's fine. The door opened again, and another spirit entered, a huge water spirit who looked nothing like the river and marsh spirits I had met so far. He had the same shade of silvery hair as the girl with the tablet. What had the plant spirit called her? Liz had, and I wondered if they were related. Although he was easily 3 times larger than her, both taller and more muscular, and he had to ease through the door to keep from bumping the frame. He scratched his beard, which was slightly unkempt, broken only by a long scar across his right cheek, and politely cleared his voice as he waited for Celeste to acknowledge him. Celeste gave him an exasperated look and waved a hand to shoo him away. I'm busy, wait. His lips twitched like he was trying to hide a smile, and he nodded and stepped back, giving her room to work. I scrutinized him as he stood by the door, hands behind his back. Anything to distract me from looking at Mahara's wound as the doctor checked it over. He stood slightly off balance, favoring one leg, and the scar on his face wasn't the only evidence of violence. I spotted another scar peeking out near his collarbone, standing out against his turquoise-tinted skin, several shades darker than Gillean's. As I reached his face, I saw his silver eyes were examining me just as intently as I studied him. Nice work as usual, he said, turning his attention to Mahara's leg. Looks like she'll heal up well. His voice sounded familiar, low and slightly gravelly, but full of admiration. The spirit from last night, the one with Gillean, I thought. Well, I don't do it for your approval, Celeste said, rebandaging the wound. Her voice softened as she addressed Mahara. We'll remove the bandage tonight, and you can shower then, okay? May I borrow Cora now? The water spirit asked. I didn't miss that he called me by name, despite the lack of introductions. Celeste waved her hand again without turning around as she gathered up her things. Do as you will. I hesitated, but Mahara grinned at me, looking happier than I had seen her in days. Don't worry, I'm not going to wander off without you. She giggled, and I rolled my eyes, suspecting Celeste had her hooked up to something a little stronger than the painkillers we had given her. Still, it was hard not to join in on her laughter, and I bit my lip, following the large water spirit out of the room. I prefer to walk and talk, if that's okay, he said. I had to walk swiftly to keep up with his long gait. That's fine. Together we walked out a door at the end of the hall and emerged outside. The weird sulfur smell hit me again and wrinkled my nose a little, feeling like I might sneeze. It had finally stopped raining, but the clouds still hung heavy above us. We walked down the main stretch of buildings, all nearly identical, 2 stories tall, made of gray stone with 2 small windows at regular intervals. No ornamentation and no decoration, made even more depressing looking by the chain-link fence topped with barbed wire that surrounded us all, the long grass outside pressed up against it. I eyed the other spirits we passed, trying to get a read on whether they felt safe or trapped. A few of them nodded at us as we passed. The spirits here call me Sif. It's just a nickname, but to be honest, I prefer it to my true name. He didn't offer his real name, but I didn't mind. I was the last person to be picky about chosen names after I spent 6 years without knowing my own. I thought I recognized the word Sif. Kai had used it occasionally long before, back before I escaped to the human world when we talked about Quinn in private. I thought it meant something like boss, but in a casual way that didn't infer much respect. What did that mean for the spirit? Are you in charge here? I asked, taking a stab at the meaning. He ran a hand through his stubble again, looking a little rueful as he thought. Something like that, but in truth, the spirits here do what they want. We make decisions as a group. I just try to organize them, keep a little order. I shivered as a cool breeze swept my hair into my face. When I pushed it back, I saw the turkey vulture still circling above, its bald head cocking back and forth as it eyed us. Shit, what was stopping those hunters from just walking straight in as we had? Sif followed my gaze. You'll find the spirits here are a little different from others you may have met. I highly doubted that and tried hard not to roll my eyes. Everyone is here willingly, either to take shelter after they refuse to migrate, or because they simply didn't believe in forcing spirits to migrate, indentering them to some company in the capital. I still didn't respond. Maybe they had come here willingly, as we did, but were they forced to stay? This is a haven for anyone who wishes it, he continued. Your friends told me you're being pursued by bounty hunters. Yes, I said. 3 of them that we know of. That's how my sister got hurt. I'd like to help you, he said, locking his hands behind his back as we walked. I understand who you and your sister are, that you two are the fungus spirits who caused the affliction, and that you wish to cure it. I've also heard about some of the chaos you created for Empira'an recently. I fought the urge to run, to hide from the spirit who knew everything about us. Yep, that's us, I said, the words choking in my throat. We reached the end of the street and doubled back, heading back the way we came. We can keep you safe here, he said, looking down at me. All we ask in return is honesty, assistance, and loyalty. This was rich coming from a Kretcha of all people. I thought of all the times spirits had deceived and betrayed me. The old marsh spirit, Rika, Maddie, even Gillean. No, this wasn't a world where trust existed. I met Sif's gaze and shook my head. Spirits aren't capable of honesty or loyalty, I said. He didn't seem offended and only smiled. Perhaps you haven't been surrounding yourself with the right spirits, he said mildly, but I won't keep you from your friends. Might we talk again sometime? I shrugged, non-committal. Somehow, I doubted I had an actual choice on the matter. Although he pretended not to, Sif held all the power here. He led me back inside, and even though all the buildings looked identical, I was pretty sure it was where we started, but a different entrance. We didn't go through the strange waiting room this time. Instead, we walked along a hallway lined with doors. It reminded me a bit of a hotel, with placards next to each door, labeling each with a number, although the doors were further apart than they would be in a hotel. I was pleased to find that I could easily read the numbers now, and when we reached number 121, he rapped his knuckles against the metal, the sound echoing down the hallway. Gillean opened the door a crack, then swung it open when he saw me, stepping aside. Come on, he said. He seemed on edge, his voice full of impatience. Until next time, Sif said, bowing slightly, then walked away down the hallway, boots clicking loudly on the linoleum floor. Gillean finally reached out and pulled me into the room. When he closed the door behind me, he leaned against it for a moment as if guarding it. I found myself in a surprisingly cozy room with an L-shaped couch around a squat table with a slightly sad-looking bouquet in a vase. There was a small desk tucked into the corner and a few lamps to combat the lack of natural light. 4 other doors, 2 on each side, lined the walls, and one door opened as I sat gingerly on the couch, still too grimy from our travel to get comfortable. True stepped through, her face lighting up when she saw me. How's your sister? She asked. Okay, I think. She was awake and chatty this morning. I shifted uncomfortably on the couch. I'm hoping she'll be good to go in like a week, maybe? True's smile faltered slightly, even as Gillean nodded from where he stood, not looking pleased exactly, but maybe slightly relieved. Well, we'll have time to discuss all that later. Let me show you around first, she replied. The spirits here gave us 4 rooms connected to this one. Gil and I took these 2. She gestured to the 2 doors she stood between, then crossed the room. We put your stuff in here. She opened a 3rd door, and I stood, shuffling around the couch to see. Now I understood why the doors in the hallway were so far apart. The room wasn't enormous, but it was the first time I could remember that I had an entire room to myself. My backpack sat propped against the small single bed. To be honest, I couldn't even remember when I put it down in the chaos of our arrival and getting Mahara taken care of. I headed to it gratefully, desperate for a change of clothes. "Best part is you get a bathroom to yourself," Gillean said from the doorway. "There's two, one between each set of rooms, and since Hera isn't here—" "I'll be out in a minute," I said, unsure how to feel. I heard the door close, and I took a slow breath. Alone for the first time in days. Since I jumped in the river, really. "Maybe a few minutes," I said to myself. This felt too generous, like a bribe. I thought about my conversation with Sif again, how he hadn't yet asked anything of us except some crap about honesty, assistance, and loyalty. Spirits dealt in exchanges, they always did. Just what kind of help did he want from us? I took my time showering and changing. If this was a bribe, I'd take full advantage of it, delighting in the hot water and slowly detangling my hair. When I re-emerged into the common room, my skin scrubbed and my wet hair neatly braided back, I felt refreshed and ready for whatever the Kraecha might ask of me. Gillean glanced up as I entered from where he sat on the couch, hunched over our map on the table, the flower vase pushed out of the way. True sat on the other side of the couch, her head leaning back on the cushion, eyes closed. I couldn't forget what happened the last time I sat shoulder to shoulder with Gillean, and I passed by the open spot on the couch next to him. "Plotting our course?" I asked as I plopped down next to True, who lazily opened her eyes and yawned. "Something like that," he said, sitting back and stretching with a groan. "Assuming the plan is still to find the other fungus spirits." "Yes," I said. "I don't know what these spirits want from us, but if we're truly free to go, then I'm planning to get out of here as soon as Mahara can travel." "Does Hera feel the same way?" True asked mildly. I didn't answer and instead studied the map, already unsure where Gillean had said we were located. "We know how to break the bond between the hunters and their animals. Like you said, we're not powerless here." "You're not," she said with a sigh, relenting. "But we can't take them lightly. You would need to get close enough to either the animal or the spirit." "And stay there without getting attacked or interrupted," Gillean added, folding up the map. I gave him a look of irritation, even as I thought about how impossible it was to go into my spirit form when I felt scared or in pain, how the wolf had nearly killed me simply by standing on me. "Well, good thing I have you here to distract them then. Now we know what we're facing and we can still get to the fungus spirits. I know we can." Something else still bothered me though, and I turned to True. "True, I know you said you didn't think you were powerful enough to charm a human, but would you be willing to try?" True's already large eyes opened wider, and I saw Gillian's body still from the corner of my vision, watching us intently. "What do you mean?" she asked slowly. "I don't know much about animal spirits," I said, "but I don't want to take the chance that one of them could get close enough to me and brainwash me, turn me against one of you, force me to do something horrible with my powers." Back when Gillean and I were looking for Mahara, he helped me learn how to see through water spirit illusions by putting them on me, letting me practice on something familiar. I thought maybe you could do something like that, help me learn how to resist animal spirit charms. I felt my face flush a little, even though it seemed like a reasonable request. Maybe it was because of the way True and Gillean looked so shocked, just for asking. "It's okay," I blurted, "if you don't want to." "It's not that," True said, gently putting a hand on my arm. "You're right, that's exactly how young animal spirits learn how to charm and resist charms. We practice on each other as kids. It's just not something that's normally done after a certain age." "I wouldn't say that," Gillean said, smirking a little. "Some spirits are into—" "Shut up, Gillean." She let go of my arm and made that same slashing motion Gillean made when he wanted me to be quiet. "Don't act like you know anything about the world." The longer I spent with them, the more I understood why their relationship always seemed to devolve into arguments. I wouldn't normally agree to such a thing, but I would make an exception for you, Cora, if you truly want it. I do, I insisted, a little excited by the prospect. I remembered what it had felt like when I used True's charm, how my emotions and thoughts were temporarily linked with the bears. I wanted to feel that again. Maybe I didn't fully trust her, felt like she was too eager to trust the Kreecha, but at the same time, I felt closer to her than ever, grateful she had cared for Mahara. She had saved her life, really. When I turned back to pull her along during the final sprint to the base, it wasn't because I felt obligated. I cared for her. I don't think I'll be able to fully charm you, she warned. Even with that wolf, I could only charm it for a moment, just long enough for us to get away. But maybe I can influence you a little bit, give you a taste of what it feels like if we stay in contact the whole time. I nodded, and when she put both hands on my shoulders, I leaned into her touch, grateful that she had made an exception for me. I realized it wasn't just about me trusting her. She had to trust me as well. Even as I insisted to Seif that spirits weren't capable of loyalty or honesty, I believed True when she claimed she wouldn't do anything to put Mahara or myself in danger. As I waited for something to happen, I wondered if she was right, that she wasn't strong enough to influence me. "Touch your nose," she said. I did it quickly, almost too quickly, nearly smacking myself in the face, but when I saw True's face, I worried that I hadn't done it correctly at all. Her eyebrows had raised slightly in what seemed like alarm or surprise. I tapped my nose again, more gently this time, hoping that was what she wanted, but if anything, her expression only darkened, lips pursed. "You're charmed, Haresha," Gillean said from somewhere nearby. Now I understood how True felt as annoyance washed over me at his utter unhelpfulness. "No, I'm not," I replied with a sigh. "No? Okay. Tell her to do something a little less appealing then, True." "I don't think," True started. "This is what she wanted," he said. "Do it." "Eat one of those flowers," she said, taking her hands from my shoulders and sliding the vase of flowers in my direction. Which one? Did she care? Oh shit, why was I so indecisive sometimes? This was taking too long. I grabbed the entire bunch of them and took a bite. I heard Gillean protest, reaching for the vase, but True stopped him. "They're not poisonous," we said in unison. "She's okay," True added. The fragile petals were bitter in my mouth, but it was meaningless. As True looked on, arms crossed, all I worried about was gaining her approval. I had to do better. Be better. "Cora," Gillean said, more firmly. "You're charmed. At least try to resist. You're not even in contact anymore." I swallowed down the mash of flowers in my mouth before answering. "Shut up, Gillean." "Break it," he said. True waved a hand, and I felt something shatter between us. Even though it was invisible, intangible, I still grasped for it, trying to grab hold. The half-eaten flowers tumbled to the floor as I lunged. I cried out in disappointment when I failed, and only then did I truly realize what had happened. My toes curled in my boots, and I felt my cheeks burn in embarrassment as I drew away from True, trying to get myself together. What was wrong with me? Gillean was right. I hadn't even tried to fight against True's charm. Even now, knowing that she had been manipulating me, I wanted it back. "Well, that was enlightening," Gillean said, sharing a look with True. "Have you been holding out on us, or—" True shook her head slowly, leaning away from me slightly and rubbing her hands on her pants. "Maybe it's because she's half human?" "One way to find out," Gillean replied. "Try it on Hera." "No," I said, forcefully joining the conversation. "Don't touch my sister." "Cora," True began, and I gritted my teeth. "No, Mahara's off limits. If you want to experiment on a half-human, you do it on me." Unexpectedly furious and reeling from the turbulence of my emotions, I stood up and stalked to the main door, the one that led out into the hallway. "I'm going to check on Mahara," I said, without waiting for a reply. I rushed down the hallway with no idea where I was going, but at least I was alone. When I turned the corner, I saw another long line of doors, these closer together and without numbers. Was this even the right building? I tried to remember if we had gone upstairs yesterday, if we had possibly been on the second floor. It seemed like she was near. I could feel her presence somehow, but had no idea which direction she could be in. I suppose there was one way to tell. With a glance in either direction, I confirmed there was no one else around, and I sat down, leaning my head against the white plaster wall. It had been a while since I tried going into spirit form, but the threads were still there, waiting for me. I felt myself relax further, and my body became lighter as I finally detached from my physical body. Drifting away slightly, I studied the threads that surrounded me. I had lost so many, but there were still hundreds of strands anchoring my spirit in place. The thickest of them, twisted and braided into a sturdy rope, was easy to find, and I followed it, drifting down the hallway in my spirit form. Walls and doors no longer stood in my way, and I passed through them. I was right, she wasn't far away, and I soon found myself in the room with her, watching from the corner as she hobbled around the room on a set of crutches. The doctor, Celeste, was there as well, a small smile on her face as they talked. I couldn't hear what they said. There was never any sound in my spirit form, but I still felt guilty lingering, spying on the two of them. I retreated quickly, following the pull of my body until I returned to the hallway. With my focus on the threads and my body, it wasn't until I was about to sink back into my physical body that I noticed him standing across from me, leaning against the opposite wall, arms crossed. Gillean. Shit. I woke, pushing myself off the ground to stand. "What are you doing?" I asked him. "What are you doing?" he returned. I pursed my lips and narrowed my eyes slightly, refusing to answer. He finally sighed and uncrossed his arms. "I came to check on you, Horesha." When I still didn't respond, he rubbed his face, looking exhausted. "A spirit charmed me once," he admitted. "It wasn't exactly a pleasant experience. I was worried." "I'm fine," I said, walking down the hallway in Mahara's direction. "Was it true?" I asked. He followed, walking alongside me, and gave me a startled glance. "Who charmed me? Of course not." He paused for a half-beat. "She wouldn't have been able to charm me even if she wanted to." I refused to look in his direction, staring straight ahead, but I could feel him studying me. "Sorry," he added, "but you figured out how to overcome water spirit illusions. Maybe you can do the same for animal spirit charms. Now tell me, what were you doing?" "Finding Mahara," I admitted. "I didn't know what room she's in, so I just, I pointed back and forth at the invisible thread that I knew was there, even if I couldn't see it. Followed the thread between us." "I didn't know you could do that," Gillean said slowly. "Who charmed you?" I asked, still focused on his earlier admission. "It's not important," he said. We were almost to Mahara's room, and I slowed, giving him a hard look. "Maybe I'll tell you someday," he relented. "But if you can identify the threads between you and different people, why don't you just break the threads between you and the hunters?" Goosebumps rose on my arms, and I gave a little shiver. "I still don't know how to change memories," I explained, "and Mahara can't touch my attached threads to help. The last thing I want to do is make the affliction worse." I sighed. "Unless as a last resort, I guess." I felt his uncertainty, his urge to keep pushing me for answers, so I wasn't surprised when he hesitated as we reached the door to Mahara's room. The encounter with that wolf didn't call for a last resort? "I tried," I growled, "and I failed." I pushed open the door and entered, my gloomy mood melting away when I saw Mahara. Just as I saw in my spirit form, she hobbled around the room on crutches. Like me, she had showered and finally changed clothes, no longer in her torn dress. Her face lit up when she saw us, and she hurried over, crutches clunking. "Sister!" she cried, "and the water spirit." "Good to see you up," Gillean said, then started to retreat back out the door. "I should let you catch up." "Wait!" Mahara thrust her crutches at me and then hopped to Gillean, throwing her small arms tightly around his middle and forcing a hug on him. "Thank you." Gillean gave me a bewildered look over her head. When she didn't let go and instead nestled her head against his chest, he finally returned her hug. I covered my mouth and tried not to laugh at his reluctance and pure awkwardness. Celeste, watching from across the room, made no such attempt and chortled in amusement. "For what?" Gillean asked, silver eyes wide with confusion. Mahara let him go and hopped back, reaching for her crutches, which I gave her. "For carrying me," she said, ticking each reason off with her fingers. "For trying to patch my gross leg up, for lugging my bag around for me, for finding the way here." I didn't have to sense his emotions to see that Gillean was embarrassed by the attention, but also pleased with himself. I rolled my eyes. "Mahara, please don't let his head get any bigger." She waved a hand at him, dismissing him as he edged toward the door. Okay, you can go, water spirit, but good job out there." Gillean shot me a grin as he left, and I couldn't help but smirk a little in return. "I'm glad to see you're feeling better," I told her as the door closed behind Gillean. "Maybe you can get her to sit down," Celeste said from where she stood by one of the bookcases, adding books to the shelves from a box. "I already regret giving her crutches." "We have work to do," Mahara said brightly, swinging away from me, maybe afraid I really would take her crutches away. I sank down into an overstuffed armchair next to a bookcase, curling my legs underneath me. Just watching Mahara hobble around in circles, doing laps around the bed was exhausting. "What are you talking about? What work?" "I was talking to this guy named Seif," she started, and I nodded. "You know him? Okay, so he told me there are a few lightly afflicted spirits here who could really use our help. I figure it's good to practice on someone who isn't Kai. Plus, we can finally work on healing the affliction and paying back the spirits a little for helping us, you know?" As much as I hated working with the Kraecha, I couldn't argue that this is what we wanted. I was also a little curious about how afflicted spirits got all the way out here. "You can throw yourself into work after you get some more rest," Celeste said, eyeing Mahara's leg. She had finally finished emptying the box of books and patted the bed. "I'll give you something to read, all right? I'm surprised a wolf ever caught up with you." She muttered the last part. "I'm not tired," Mahara insisted, heading for the door. "Come on, let's go look around. I want to see this place, and maybe we'll find someone who's afflicted." Celeste strode over and blocked her way, standing in front of the door with her arms crossed. "Hera, sit down. If you're so determined to help an afflicted spirit, you can start with me." Mahara and I shared a surprised look, communicating silently. She didn't seem like any of the afflicted spirits we had met before. "You're afflicted?" Mahara asked, finally coming to a halt in front of her. "Does that mean you know us from before?" Celeste pointed at the bed. "Sit, and then find out for yourself. Just tell me what I have to do." Mahara finally hauled herself into the bed, gingerly swinging her legs around as one of her crutches slid to the floor with a clatter. "Oh well," she said, looking over at it. "You don't have to do anything. The closer you stay to us and the less you move, the easier it is for us, but you can move around the room if you want. We'll look like we're sleeping and we won't be able to hear you, but we can still see you, so if you need something, just wave your hand, okay?" This was the first time we would work together on a spirit who wasn't Kai. "We'll be able to see your memories as we sort through them," I warned, "and it can be a little jarring as you start to remember." That had been the most uncomfortable part of healing Kai's memories, and the thing he disliked the most about it. What sounded like a simple process of recovering some forgotten memories actually meant dredging up and witnessing private moments, feelings, and loved ones. When I tore myself out of this world, I didn't just destroy memories where I was physically there. It had a domino-like effect on so much more. It was possible Celeste had never even interacted with either of us, but we wouldn't know until we untangled things. Celeste pulled over a stool and sat down, legs crossed and hands clenched in her lap. "So be it." Sharing a look of resolve, Mahara and I nodded at each other and transitioned into our spirit forms. I glanced back at my body, satisfied when I saw myself curled up in the armchair, my head resting in the crook of my elbow. Mahara's golden body did a little spin in the middle of the room and grinned at me. It's weird. This body doesn't have a bite mark, she said, sticking out her leg to show me. Do you think if my entire leg got torn off, if I'd still have one here? Well, let's hope we don't have to find out, I said, grimacing. I think it'd be up to however you thought of yourself. Your form has changed over time as you've gotten older. I drifted over and inspected her. But your hair is still long. She stared at me, open-mouthed, and patted her head. I still have my hair? You do. You'll figure it out eventually. It was odd. This world wasn't exactly the same to the two of us. When I saw it through Mahara's eyes, back when she showed me her memories of the night we escaped, I saw all the threads extending from us as silvery blue. In my body, I saw them as gold. Sometimes I wondered if that meant anything. What color had our mother seen the world in? Let's get to work, I continued. We're out of practice and can't stay this way forever. I saw now that Celeste was right. There was a knotted mess of threads drifting around her. It wasn't nearly as extensive as Kai's affliction, but she was definitely missing a good chunk of memories. Mahara held the end of each thread as I got to work, gently tugging them apart, reattaching them to myself only when they were completely clear of the tangled ball. As we touched each thread, we both saw glimpses of memories. She had been in the capital at some point, probably during the same time we had been. The hallways and rooms of Empira'an were familiar to me now, and I saw her eating lunch in the massive cafeteria, tapping at a computer in an office, wandering the library. The last one caught my eye as Celeste spied another spirit through the bookcase, and they locked eyes. Something about the other spirit seemed familiar, and I slowed my efforts to detangle the threads, watching this one a little longer. Celeste looked quickly in both directions, then pulled out a book, looking down at it. From the corner of her eye, I could see the spirit on the other side of the bookcase pause as well. In the quick glimpse I'd gotten of him, I thought he looked like a plant spirit with warm, tanned skin that had a pattern that reminded me of tree bark. He was young, but so was Celeste in this memory, and he didn't even try to disguise his attention by looking at a book and simply stared at her, a grin spreading across his face. Stop staring, Celeste hissed at him, but he simply shook his head and leaned forward, peering through the bookcase. You're such an idiot. Her words were harsh, but his grin only widened. There's no one here, he said. Even his voice sounded vaguely familiar. Did I know him? Or was this just what Celeste was feeling? Come over here. He bent his finger to gesture her over. Don't be stupid, she said. There are cameras. We have no reason to be seen together. What news do you have? Really? No reason? I can think of several reasons I might be seen talking with the prettiest girl in the city, he replied. Come to dinner with me, Sally. I'll take you for the best food of your life. I felt her frustration grow. No, I'm babysitting the kid, but even if I weren't, the answer is still no. Do you have any news at all, or did you just call me here to torment me? He finally pulled a book out on his side and leaned against the bookcase, thumbing through it. Kai wants her schedule, who has her, and where she is. Full week, day and night. Celeste slammed her book shut with a little more force than necessary, then winced at the resulting sound. How should I know any of that? I pick her up from dinner and put her to bed, and then I'm on shift half the night. I don't know what else goes on. Then find out, he said, putting the book away and locking eyes with her. Talk to people. Ask the kid if you have to, but do it surreptitiously. Fancy word for a stupid spirit, she said, shoving her book away and blocking his face from view. Maybe I'm not as stupid as you think, he said lightly, only his deep-set brown eyes still visible. Wait, one more thing, he said as Celeste turned away. She opened her mouth to refuse again, but he cut her off. No, I'm not asking you out again. Unless... He laughed quietly at her glare. How's the kid? She shrugged. Annoying, whiny, bad at sleeping. The other spirit snorted. Sounds about right. She's okay, though? He paused, thinking to himself, I'll tell Kai she's okay. I moved on, reattaching the thread and letting it go. Had they been talking about me? There were several other threads tangled up with that one, and I sorted through them, looking for that tree spirit again. I found him at the bottom of a stairwell, leaning against the wall with his hands behind his head and one leg tucked up behind him. He grinned as Celeste approached, but his gaze went to something behind her. "Shit, she's growing fast," he said, pushing off the wall. Celeste glanced down, and I saw a shadowy shape, her identity concealed. It had to be Mahara. This is what I should have looked like if I had removed myself from everyone's memories correctly. I paused, but Mahara didn't reinsert herself in the memory like she had with Kai. It didn't seem to affect the structure of the memory, though, so I shrugged a little and kept watching. "Zev?" He shrugged. "What? If the kid's been around Kai for 5 minutes, she's heard worse." Young Mahara said something, but it came out distorted, unintelligible. Zev knelt down before her. "Not yet, kiddo, but you'll see him again soon." She said something else, and he nodded. "Yeah, both of them. Just hang tight for a little while longer." He stood, his long limbs straightening. I still didn't recognize him, but there was something about his expression and the way he moved that jogged my more recent memory. Was it possible he had found his way here, was also part of the Kreetcha? "How much longer, you think?" Celeste asked quietly. Zev shrugged. "Beats me. Kai's having trouble figuring out a hole in the security team. I think he's either going to end up bribing or blackmailing someone. I'm voting for blackmail." He shot her a cocky grin. "You know those guys have all got something fucked up they're hiding, right?" Celeste grimaced and glanced down at Mahara again. "I should get her to bed before anyone asks questions. Do you actually need anything, or is this just a social visit?" "You wound me," Zev pouted. "We need you to extend your rotation. Everything is taking longer than we expected, and we can't lose you now. Apply for an extension and we'll approve it." "Did it ever occur to you that I might have a life to get back to?" Celeste asked, voice cold. "Please, Sally." He clasped his hands in front of his chest, pleading. "How's this? You extend your stay, I'll take you out to dinner's compensation." "You're such an idiot," Celeste muttered, dragging Mahara back up the stairs. Fine, you'll let me take you out to dinner?" Zev called after her. She swore under her breath, then glanced down at Mahara. "Sorry." I was puzzled now. Where was I in all of these memories? They wouldn't be so tangled if I wasn't involved somehow, and it seemed unusual to see Mahara without me somewhere nearby. We hadn't finished going through all Kai's memories, especially the ones leading up to our escape, and judging by their conversations, it seemed like these memories must have taken place shortly before that. I reattached several threads in quick succession, searching for myself now. Zev popped up everywhere, passing by in the hallway with only the barest of nods and recognition, making eye contact in the cafeteria, always lurking nearby. He didn't look nearly so carefree or cheerful as time passed. It was hard to tell if it was because things were going poorly or if he had simply been away from his home for too long. I could feel the passage of time and felt certain that Celeste wasn't the only spirit to extend her stay in Empira'an. Zev had too, and if he had, Kai probably had as well. How had so many spirits extended their contracts under the radar? Had this all been just to help me and Mahara escape? Finally, I spotted myself, hidden in the thickest tangle of threads, at the heart of the affliction. Something strange was happening. The lights in Empira'an were half dimmed, and there were far more spirits in the hallways than usual, some of them running and others staring, confused. Celeste hurried along the edge of the hallway, dragging Mahara along behind her, identity still concealed. There was a strange noise, and at first I thought it was some kind of weird alarm, but when Celeste snapped at Mahara to be quiet, I finally realized she was wailing. I saw Kai first as he pushed his way through the other spirits further down the hall, walking swiftly in Celeste's direction. His mossy green hair stuck out in every direction, and his face was stern, harried. She hesitated when she saw him, tucking Mahara behind her. I wasn't sure why until I heard a shout and saw my younger self break away from where I followed Kai, sprinting toward Mahara and Celeste. Although I still couldn't see her, I could feel Mahara straining toward me as well, her sobs transformed into desperate shouts. When Kai caught up and grabbed my young self, even I was a little frightened by how fiercely I fought him, kicking wildly to free myself. Celeste scooped up Mahara and continued hurrying down the hallway, leaving Kai to deal with me. Now I finally understood. They'd separated me and Mahara. It had to be Quinn's doing. Maybe some kind of fail-safe plan to keep me in line or win Mahara over to her side. Or maybe she didn't trust Kai with both of us. I had seen her discover he was hiding our true abilities from her in another memory. Even if we hit our tracks when we made her forget that once, I knew we would slip up again. This was exactly what Kai meant when he told me not to let others use Mahara to control me. This was why Mahara didn't know the human language like I did. These memories took place over months, maybe close to a year by this point. While Kai could prep me for escape, he left Mahara to the whims of Celeste and the others who took care of her. Zev was waiting in the darkened room when Celeste entered, and she gasped, nearly dropping Mahara when she spotted him. "Shadows, Severin, you scared me half to death," she said, setting Mahara down on the bed. This had to be her room. "What's going on out there?" "Nothing good," Zev replied. "You need to get her ready to go." When Celeste shot an alarmed look at the camera in the corner, he shook his head. "Don't worry. Cameras aren't recording right now because of the power issues." Celeste stopped pulling the quilt over Mahara. Based on how the blanket went flying, my sister was clearly fighting her nighttime routine anyway. "What, tonight? Are you serious?" Zev nodded, face drawn. "Everything's gone to shit. The bribe didn't work." "Should have blackmailed him," Celeste mumbled, straining to reach something from a shelf high on the wall. "Yeah." Her attempt to lighten Zev's mood failed, and he moved behind her to grab the bag she was reaching for. "When the power fails completely, take her down the stairs to the parking garage. The elevator won't work." He pulled something out of his pocket and handed it to Celeste. "Use these to see in the dark. Not even the emergency lights will be on." When she put the object in her pocket without even looking at them, he put a hand on her arm. "Are you listening? This is important." "I'm always listening," she snapped. "Stop crying." She directed the last part at Mahara. "Are you meeting us there or further out?" He was quiet for a long moment, then let out a slow breath. "I'm not coming." She stopped packing and stared at him. "What are you talking about? You can't stay here, especially if we're compromised." "Sorsha needs help to erase the records," he said. Even Mahara had finally gone silent as Celeste stared at him. "Then Kai can help her." She left the bag on the floor, forgotten as she crossed the distance between them. "This is his fucking fault. He's not leaving you here to clean up behind him." He shrugged, toeing the ground. "This whole thing falls apart without him, Sally. Even if I could somehow organize everyone, most of whom I've never even met, Cora'd never go along with me. It has to be Kai." "Fuck it, I'll stay behind if it comes to that," she said. "I know how to use a computer." He grinned, but it didn't reach his eyes. "My job's the easy part. You've got the harder job here, keeping her quiet and cooperative." He gestured at Mahara. "No way am I taking that on. Besides, don't count me out just yet. We all still might pull through this if the girls do what Kai says they can." "Is this all just some big sacrifice so that I'll finally go out with you?" Celeste asked, voice strained. Zev let out a surprised choke of a laugh and threw up his hands. "You got me. It'll work, right?" "Such an idiot," Celeste muttered, but her heart wasn't in it. "Shadows, I wish Kai had never involved me in all of this." "Ew." Zev's voice fell a little. "Maybe I am an idiot for telling you this, but that's my fault. We needed a spirit assigned to the kid that we could trust. I picked you." That finally gained Celeste's full attention, and she stared at him, studying the way he bit his lip. "Why me?" she finally asked. He shrugged a little and rubbed the back of his neck. I don't know. I guess you reminded me a little of my sister. Like an older, meaner version of her. Dangerous ground, Celeste growled. I just felt like we could trust you, Zev continued. And here I thought you couldn't get any more idiotic. I finally considered giving you a chance, and then you go and compare me to your sister. I could feel the warring emotions Celeste was experiencing, and although she put on a brave face, the overwhelming feeling was pure fear. A genuine smile swept over Zev's face even as he turned for the door. Hey, my sister is amazing, he protested, and she would have let me take her out to dinner too. But maybe I was wrong. Maybe it's just your name that reminded me of her. I froze in my spirit form. When Zev mentioned his sister, I saw his face on another spirit, another young, long-armed tree spirit with bark-like skin. Zelicet. Zelly. Was this the brother she was still heartbroken over, the one who turned traitor in the capital and caused her to hate humans with a passion? Even as Celeste moved toward him, I let go of the thread. I didn't need to watch their final goodbye in order to finish untangling it. The rest of the threads easily came apart, the biggest knot no longer holding them in place. Together, Mahara and I finished reattaching each thread and then stood back, sharing a look. I know Zev, I said. Kind of. Mahara's eyes grew rounder, but her body sagged, and I felt a similar weariness. We're done here. Let's go back. Celeste still sat on the small stool, but while we worked, she had put her head in her hands, face hidden. When she heard us rustle, returning to our physical forms, she quickly rose and hastened to the sink, turning on the faucet and splashing her face with water. Are you okay? Mahara asked, hesitation in her voice. I know it's a lot. Fine, Celeste said, drying her face with a towel. I slid off the armchair, wincing when I moved my ankle. It had grown stiff, and I shuffled over to her, trying not to limp. I have to thank you. I abruptly stopped talking when she spun around and backed away from me, bumping into the corner in her rush. Celeste? Don't. She continued backing away from me. From us, I realized, seeing her eyes flick to Mahara. I didn't believe Sif, she mumbled, half to herself. You can stay in the room one more night, she told Mahara, all the warmth gone from her voice. I'll have someone send up dinner, and I'll be back in the morning. Okay, Mahara replied. I could feel the confusion and hurt in her voice. Anger welled up in my chest, but didn't have a target. I wasn't mad at Celeste, not after everything I'd seen her do for us. I knew she hated Kai, but I couldn't really bring myself to be mad at him either. At us, maybe? Our younger selves? I didn't know. As soon as Celeste left the room, Mahara let out a heavy sigh and I climbed into bed next to her. When she nestled her head down on my shoulder, I let mine fall on top of hers. Does she hate me now? Mahara asked. I traced her hand on the blanket. No, she doesn't hate you. I think she's just overwhelmed. Maybe she'll feel better tomorrow. I didn't truly believe my words, and it must have showed because Mahara just sank deeper against me. I just don't get it, she said, voice soft. We're healing her. It's what she wanted. I nudged her bad leg with my foot, just enough to make her wince and smack me in annoyance. Sometimes healing hurts, I replied. Stay with me tonight, she begged. Please, sis. Part of me really wanted to sleep in my bed, maybe even smooth things over with Gillean and True after our awkward encounter, but I could never say no to my sister. Of course, I said instead. My stomach rumbled and Mahara giggled. I hope they bring dinner soon. As if on cue, there was a curt knock at the door, and a spirit we hadn't met entered, rolling a cart that filled the room with the smell of warm food. After dropping off our meals, he left as quickly as he had entered, and we ate in bed, trying not to make a mess and mostly succeeding. How did you know that guy, Zev? Do you remember him now? I shook my head, taking a moment to swallow a bite of mashed potatoes. No, I mean, I'm sure he was around if he was working with Kai, but I don't remember him in particular. I wondered for a moment if he was still alive, had escaped in the chaos, and was one of the afflicted spirits just hanging out in the outskirts of the capital somewhere. But I quickly dismissed the thought. If Zelicet could remember him so well, he couldn't be that afflicted. He would have found his way home if he had survived. Mahara waited patiently for me to continue. I actually met his younger sister, I explained. When I was coming to find you, Gillean and I stopped at his cousin's house, and his cousin is married to Zev's sister, Zelicet. She blinked, trying to understand the chain of spirits I mentioned. What, did you stop for a whole family reunion along the way? She sounded slightly annoyed, and I had to hide my smile. No, nothing like that. We actually turned down his cousin's invitation the first time we met him, but then I accidentally angered an entire camp of marsh spirits, and we ended up near his house when we escaped, so we took refuge there just for a night. Zelicet hated me. I don't know if it's the drugs or if you suck at telling stories. Mahara blinked and shook her head. You told me about the marsh spirits before because that's where you got your new hair from, right? But was Gillian's cousin and his wife there too? I touched my hair, the wiry white streak feeling almost familiar beneath my fingers. No, he went home after the train. I stopped mid-sentence. I had avoided telling Mahara anything about the bombing and subsequent train crash. It was still a little too nightmarish. Although I told myself I just didn't want to traumatize her, I was also hesitant to talk about it with anyone. I told you the train broke down, right? Gillian's cousin, Elios, was on the same train and had to walk home. He invited us to come with him, but we wanted to keep going and split up. And then when we were escaping the marsh spirits, we ended up stopping by his place for a night after all. He's the one who convinced Gillean to take the other pass through the mountains. I hadn't told her the whole truth about the pass either, how close we both came to dying that night. Oh, right. Mahara's voice had faded a little, and she rubbed her eyes. As the meds hit, she was falling asleep as I watched. I bounced out of bed and moved our leftover dishes to the counter by the sink, then switched off the lights. Don't leave, she said, suddenly waking back up again. I'm not. I rolled my eyes and climbed back into her bed, nudging her over a little. Go to sleep. I wasn't really tired, but put my hands behind my head, waiting for her breathing to slow and deepen. For a moment, I considered going into my spirit form and seeing what Gillean and True were up to, but resisted. It still felt too much like spying, even if they were in a common room and I couldn't actually hear anything. How long would I be able to hold out, though? Would my curiosity eventually win? As tired as Mahara seemed, I expected her to be out in minutes, but she continued to flop restlessly. Does your leg hurt? I finally whispered as she rolled over in my direction. I could just make out her face in the dim light from the electronics behind us. I can go find Celeste or someone. No, it's fine. She was quiet for a moment, but I could see her watching me. What's it like having a boyfriend? I wouldn't know, I replied, a little tersely, seeing as I've never had one. Mahara sighed loudly and kicked me with her good leg. You've got a stupid water spirit following you all over the world instead of staying home with his dad, who he's been missing for 6 years. You have a boyfriend. I snorted, despite myself. Don't exaggerate. We haven't traveled that far. And he's not doing it for me. He's doing it for... I paused. Why had he joined us? His priority above all else had always been his dad. Kai was mostly healed now. I supposed Gillean was kind of in danger like the rest of us were, and someone would probably come looking for him if they couldn't find us. Then again, if we left without telling him where we were going, he wouldn't be of any use to the Spexa. He and Kai would be safer together. For you, Mahara insisted. Are you really telling me nothing has happened between you two? You're so awkward together. I propped my head up with my hand and half shrugged. I don't know. Yes, you do. Mahara kicked me again, harder this time. If there's nothing, then why did he ask me to give you my flower at the party? So I was right. He really had asked her to swap with him. What did you two talk about in the forest after the car broke down? Why are you so gross together? You have to tell me these things. I'm your sister. I made a snap decision and pulled the blanket halfway over my head. I kissed him once that time in the forest, but we called it off after that. She yanked the blanket down, exposing me. Well, that explains a lot. Do you still like him? I flopped onto my back and stared up at the ceiling. Probably. What do you think of True? I blinked at the sudden turn in the conversation and turned back toward her. I couldn't read her face. True? I mean, I know there's history between her and Gillean, but... There is? Mahara's mouth dropped open and she looked worried. For me? I wouldn't worry about it. I waved my hand dismissively. The longer they're around each other, the more they argue. I don't know how I feel about True. It's like... I thought for a moment about how to phrase it. I don't want to like her, but she's so freaking sweet and caring and helpful. I trailed off. Sometimes I worry she's hiding stuff from us, or I'm jealous of her, but then she's so nice that I just want her to like me instead. Mahara nodded. What does she think of me? Her voice was hesitant and quiet. Now I got it, and I fought back a smile. I wasn't sure how to respond. Everyone loves you, Mahara, I finally said, True included. There's a bit of an age gap between you two, though, don't you think? Nah, I'm not worried about it, she said, nestling her head back on the pillow and yawning widely. I'm pretty mature for my age. Okay. I felt my serious expression cracking and turned away before she could see it. Go to sleep already. She didn't respond, and when I listened for a moment, I realized she already had. Chapter 8. When I woke the next morning, Mahara was still fast asleep, the blankets half thrown onto the floor. I didn't blame her. The room was stuffy and warm, the result of too many electronics and our own body heat. I rolled out of bed, trying not to jostle her, and quietly crept over to put on my boots. Mahara mumbled something and shifted slightly as I unlatched the door, but didn't wake. With a sigh of relief that Celeste hadn't locked us in, I slipped out and shut it quietly behind me. The hallway was just as warm, and I made my way outside, feeling restless and caged, craving the fresh air. The endless gloom had finally broken, and the air was cold and sharp, the sun streaming through a gap in the silver-rimmed clouds. Goosebumps immediately rose on my arms, but it felt better than the stale air inside. I climbed the stairs on the outside of the building, taking them 2 at a time and breathing hard by the time I reached a small outlook on top. As I caught my breath, I looked out at the valley beyond the walls. The wet grass shone in the light, and I watched a shadow pass over the valley, finally wrapping me in shadow as the clouds shifted. I was hoping I might find you exploring this morning, a voice said, startling me. I spun around to find Seif climbing the last of the stairs behind me. His silver hair was pulled back into a half ponytail, and, like me, he had dressed lightly for the wintry morning, his arms bare. Hello, I finally said, unsure what he wanted with me. Celeste told me you and Hera helped fix her memories last night, he said, coming to stand next to me, leaning forward against the stone barrier. I wanted to thank you for your help. I nodded, but didn't take my eyes off him as I shifted a little from foot to foot. I hope she's feeling better, I said. It's a lot to take in at once. Celeste is tough. However, I want to talk about how we can return the favor. He pointed up, and I glanced at the sky, saw immediately what he gestured at. The turkey vulture was back, circling high above us. What, for healing Celeste? I'm pretty sure Celeste has done more for Mahara than we've done for her. I knew I should take whatever favors I could get, but I still didn't believe spirits did favors. If he was offering me a favor, it was in exchange for something I could give him. He turned to study me, the scar on his cheek making his smile slightly lopsided. You should understand something, Cora. While there are many doctors who could treat your sister's leg, there are only 2 spirits I know of who could heal Celeste's memories. That makes your help quite valuable. I started to argue that while there might be many doctors in the spirit world, there was only one I knew of within reach who wouldn't turn us in, but Sif waved his hand, quieting me. Regardless, I assume you want to know more about the spirits who pursue you. Is that correct? I hesitated, but nodded. As would I. I plan to put a team together to apprehend them. It might take a few days, but I suspect those spirits will stay put as long as you stay here. And although you're free to leave anytime, I strongly suggest you stay here until we can deal with them. Put me on your team, I said, almost before he stopped talking. His silver eyebrows raised slightly in surprise, probably mirroring my own. I didn't know why I had volunteered to put myself in danger, except that I couldn't stay idle waiting for someone else to help me. I wanted to be a part of it. Of course, he said finally with a small nod. I'll keep you in the loop. He turned then, walking back down the stairs, leaving me feeling strangely reassured and thankful. The realization unsettled me. When I returned to Mahara's room, I found True and Gillean visiting her, both sitting in chairs they had pulled up alongside her bed. The three of them were sharing an enormous plate of food they had placed on the bed, and I eagerly joined them. There you are, Mahara said, exasperation written across her face. Sorry, I said, dipping a flaky piece of bread into a mound of jelly. I went for a walk. I avoided telling her about my talk with Sif, not wanting to worry her. She glared at me for a second longer before finally turning away. The water spirit says he has a card game he knows he can win. He does, I agreed. It makes 0 sense, and he cheats. Gillean was already shuffling cards, and he huffed a little in annoyance. I told you, it's not cheating. It's literally part of the rules. At least you can see through his illusions, True offered, stretching in her chair. I have to read his expression to figure out if he's lying. So you can't win either? I asked her. Some emotion flickered across her face, and I got the feeling she was trying to decide whether to lie. I can't remember, she said after a split second of hesitation. Probably not. Gillean blinked. She's lying, I realized. She's beaten him and doesn't want to admit it. For my sake or for Gillian's? Whatever the reason, he didn't correct her and instead started dealing out cards as I climbed onto the bed. Even though this was my second time playing, Mahara caught on much faster than I had. After I threw down yet another random card, she hesitated with a card in her hand, glancing around at us, then finally placed it slowly down on the pile. When Gillean gave a low whistle of approval, Mahara's face lit up in happiness. And Hera wins the round, he said, picking up the pile of cards to shuffle them. I sighed and threw down my cards. I still don't get it. It's easy, Mahara insisted. You're just not paying attention. She wasn't wrong. I was thinking about the wolf, vulture, and the third unknown hunter. How long would they wait before trying to get to us? I felt like there was no way we were really as safe as everyone insisted we were. We needed to ambush them before they made a move, but Sif hadn't seemed like he was in a particular hurry when I talked to him earlier. Maybe my flurry of thoughts was more obvious than I realized because True pushed back her chair as she set down her cards. You two keep playing, she said. I want to show Cora something. I hesitated, but Mahara and Gillean both leaned in closer as he dealt cards back out between the two of them. Neither even glanced in our direction as True grabbed my hand and pulled me off the bed. Go on, Mahara said, waving one hand as she studied the card she held in her other hand. Any annoyance I might have felt at how quickly she got the game transformed into pride. Beat him, I said, squeezing her arm. She threw me a grin over her shoulder as I left. My curiosity grew as True led me out of the building and back outside. Where are we going? I finally asked, sniffing the air. The strange sulfur smell grew stronger as we dipped between two of the buildings. A spirit told me about something special here, she said. One reason why they chose this area to set up a base. We approached another building identical to all the others, but as we approached, two spirits exited. A blast of warm air followed them out, and they both had towels wrapped around their hair. Were we going swimming? The two spirits nodded at True and held the door open for us. "Leave your boots here," True explained, kicking off her boots and leaving them by the entrance. I crouched down to untie my boots and stepped out of them, leaving them by the wall. There was something about leaving them behind that made me feel oddly vulnerable, and I gave them a forlorn look as I stepped away. "I meant what I said," True said, grabbing my hand again and leading me deeper into the building. "When I told you I wanted to show you and Hera the good things in this world." We passed through a cloth curtain into something that looked like a changing room with cubbies along the walls. "This is one of those things." I raised an eyebrow at the surrounding shelves, the pile of towels heaped in the corner. "What, this?" She snorted as she tossed her cloak into a cubby. "Not this room in particular, no. You'll see." Her hands on the hem of her shirt, she paused. "You're okay with this, right?" I wasn't entirely sure what this was, but judging by her hesitation and our surroundings, I guessed it didn't require clothes. "Sure," I said, stepping out of my rolled-up pants and stuffing them into a cubby next to me. "We're leaving everything here?" True hesitated a moment longer before pulling off her shirt and folding it next to her cloak, much neater than I had done. "I admire you, you know," she said, slowly undressing as I crammed the rest of my clothes in the cubby, giving them an extra shove to make sure they stayed put. "What? Why?" I asked, giving her a baffled look. She handed me something from a jar on top of the cubbies, and I realized it was a hair tie. "For your hair," she said. She finished undressing, then grabbed one for herself, twisting her long hair up into a bun. I tried not to stare, but she was even prettier without her grungy traveling clothes on, all curves and freckled skin where I was spindly limbs, bruises, and a few blisters. "You admire my hair?" I asked, pulling it back into a high ponytail. She laughed. "It is beautiful, but not what I meant." Pausing, she let out a slow breath, not exactly shy, but seemingly hesitant to continue. "You're so fearless. Even something like this, asked to strip naked with no explanation?" She shrugged and looked away, walking through the doorway to the next area. "Maybe it was immature of me, but I thought maybe I could catch you off guard for once." I followed a few steps behind her. "Is this all some weird challenge then?" I asked, confused, but a little amused and curious at the same time. "Because I could give you some tips on what scares me, but hanging out naked with you, of all people, isn't the right tactic." We emerged into some kind of bathroom, full of small basins and buckets. The concrete floor was damp and cold beneath my bare feet, and my toes curled a little as goosebumps rose on my arms. A draft blew in from somewhere, chilling me further. "What do you mean?" True asked, gesturing me over to a basin as she knelt down before it and turned on a faucet. "Well, back when I was looking for Mahara, some other water spirits got a hold of me and tried to scare me." I knelt beside True and felt the water rushing from the faucet. It was absolutely freezing, but she put a bucket underneath, letting water tumble from the faucet to fill it. She seemed focused on what she was doing, but somehow that made it easier to talk to her. Giant spiders, heights, fire, all that stuff. It was the most I had said to anyone about my encounter with Rika and Niven. I hadn't even mentioned it to Mahara and never told Gillean any details. All that stuff's just, I don't know, kind of exciting. Like, don't get me wrong, it's scary, but I shrugged. It's completely different when someone else is in danger. "That's what scares you?" True asked, finally shutting off the faucet, bucket full. Eyeing the bucket of freezing water, certain I was about to get a lot colder, but still not understanding what we were doing here, I nodded. "You saw me back at the inn when I thought you and Mahara were stuck in that inferno." I blushed at the memory, still embarrassed by my behavior, my lack of control. "This kind of thing?" I gestured at my body. "It's not a big deal." I caught True's raised eyebrows as she finally glanced over. "Everyone's got a body, right? I don't see why they're so shocking. Maybe if there was something unusual about mine, I'd be scared or whatever, but there's nothing special about me." I looked at my legs, folded up in front of me, knobby knees, a scrape healing on my thigh, uninteresting, incredibly human. There is absolutely nothing ordinary about you, Cora, True said, using both hands to lift the full bucket from the basin. But I wish I had the bravery to walk into the unknown like you do. Without warning, she dumped the bucket of water over my back and I squealed, nearly falling backward as the water spilled over my body, splashing loudly on the cement floor. Is this one of the good things in the world? I asked, shivering uncontrollably as I slowly stood, rubbing my hands against my arms. True tucked a loose strand of my hair behind my ear and shot me her sharp-toothed grin. Not quite, but we're getting closer. She set the bucket back in the basin and turned the faucet on as I shifted impatiently behind her. The draft continued to creep in, the air colder than ever. But if it makes you feel better, you can do the same to me. Just avoid my hair. She stood and lifted the bucket, handing it to me before she crouched back down. Unable to keep from smiling, I overturned the bucket and let the water splash down on her. It ran in rivulets down her back, and I could see the goosebumps instantly rise. She was right. It did make me feel better. River water, True said, teeth chattering as she took the bucket and tossed it back in the basin. Fresh from the source. She turned toward the back of the room and led me around the corner, the temperature dropping with each step. Nose wrinkling, I noticed the weird sulfur smell again, stronger now. I was about to ask True about it, but instantly forgot as we passed through another cloth curtain into a courtyard, surrounded by the building but open to the blue sky above us, and no vulture in view for once. What are we... My voice trailed off as I looked around. An oblong pool was carved into the stony ground, steam rising steadily from the water. Oh, please tell me that's as warm as it looks. Warmer, she returned. Look, Cora, I can't imagine what kind of pressure you're under, but I thought maybe it would help to show you what's worth fighting for. I'm not fighting for anything, I said, dashing over to the pool and dipping my toe in. It was gloriously hot. So much so that I felt my nerves prickle in shock. I eased myself in slowly, discovering a ledge built into the pool that I could sit on, leaving just my head exposed to the chill air. With a groan, I felt my sore muscles relax. Even my ankle stopped aching for once. I'm not here to save the world or take sides or anything like that, I finally continued. If that's what you want, talk to my sister. True eased herself into the pool and sat down across from me, leaning her head back on the ledge. The pool was much longer than it was wide, and as she slumped down, our knees bumped together. That's really how you feel? Yes, I said firmly, sitting up straighter. My torso was shorter than True's, and I tucked one leg under myself to prop my body up higher. All I'm trying to do is fix the mess I made. After that, maybe I really can disappear. I meant it too. I had zero interest in getting involved any further into the skirmish between the Kraetcha and the capital. The sooner we left this place, the better. I worried that the longer we stayed, the more entangled we became. Well, I hope you don't completely disappear, she said, intentionally bumping my knee with her own this time. Not for my life, at least. Why did you have to torture me before showing me this? I asked. My face flushed, but I wasn't sure if it was from the heat or True's words. I have to be honest, I could have done without getting doused in freezing water first. This area is special, True explained, mopping her forehead with the back of her hand. This is a natural hot spring that bubbles to the surface, and it's full of minerals or something. The spirits here are super particular about going in clean so we don't muddy it up and ruin it. When I caught another strong waft of the sulfur, I realized this spring had to be the source. There is another reason I brought you here, she said slowly. I grinned at her. What, besides escaping that stupid card game? She snorted. That was definitely part of it. She leaned forward, closer to me, and lowered her voice. Look, Cora, I'm worried. The confession surprised me. While I had a million things to worry about, True always seemed so composed, full of answers. Why? I am not a powerful spirit. When we met, I told you I was a spirit of small things. I nodded, remembering the meeting well. Animal spirits have two limitations, size and distance. The weakest spirits can only affect the smallest animals, and they have to be close to or touching them. That's me. But that's fine. I said, flicking a little water at her. You fit right in with the rest of us. None of us are really that strong. Honestly, Mahara is probably the only one who really knows what she's doing. That's not my concern, she said with a small sigh. My worry is that even I could charm you, a full-grown spirit, and we're facing 3 other animal spirits who make my powers look like nothing. If they got a hold of you... They won't, I said, sounding more confident than I felt. Maybe not, but there are a lot of other animal spirits out there. She skimmed one hand on the surface of the water, watching the ripples. Do you still want to learn how to resist being charmed? I can attempt to teach you. I tried not to look eager. Shadows, I tried. Yes, I replied. Please. She finally looked up, wide amber eyes meeting my own. This isn't an order, but can I give you a suggestion? Of course. Don't tell Gillean. I blinked. Why? It's complicated, she said with a sigh, splashing her face a little with the water. But I'm certain he wouldn't like me charming you, especially if he knew how I planned to do it. I felt something like apprehension flutter in my stomach, but as usual, curiosity quickly overpowered it, and I leaned in closer, matching her posture. Bring it on, spirit. She laughed, and it was her turn to flick a little water at me. Let me explain before you agree. There's a game young animal spirits play when we're learning to resist being charmed. I don't know if it'll work on you, but I think it's worth a try. What's the game? I asked, pushing a few stray hairs off my sweaty forehead. It's juvenile but effective, she said carefully. While charmed, you ask the other spirit 5 questions. If they're charmed, they have no choice but to answer honestly. Oh. I felt myself lose a little enthusiasm as I sat back, considering her proposition. I promise not to ask anything truly embarrassing, she added quickly. And in return, you can ask me 5 questions as well. Obviously, I'm not charmed in this scenario, but the bond will allow you to feel if I'm honest or not. I know it sounds childish, but in order to learn how to resist charms, your mind has to identify it as something you don't want to do. Asking slightly personal questions triggers that response. With a sigh, I finally nodded. What she said made sense, and I couldn't think of another way to force myself to resist being charmed. It wasn't like I really had anything to hide anyway. Okay, I'm up for the challenge. True brushed her fingers against my forehead, then leaned back. I didn't feel any different and wasn't sure if I was charmed or not. I opened my mouth, about to thank her for taking me here, being willing to help me even when Gillean didn't want her to, when she asked the first question. What do you want most in the entire world? She asked. Although her voice remained casual, no different than any other question she asked me, it felt bigger, more all-consuming, like her voice echoed in my head as I racked my mind for the correct answer. What did I want most in the world? I wanted to find the other fungus spirits, learn how to really use my power, but it was only a step along the way in order to fix the affliction. Healing all the afflicted spirits was definitely closer to what I wanted most, but even then it wasn't the full picture. Acceptance, I blurted out, but then I shook my head, my ponytail swinging against my neck. No, wait, belonging. Explain, she said, sitting back against the wall. I was practically invisible in the human world, I said, trying to make her understand. But I'm a stranger here, too, not a true spirit. I want to fit in somewhere. I sensed she wanted to say something more, but instead moved on to the next question, face blank. Somehow, that made it worse, made me more anxious to answer faster, more truthfully, something to make her happy. She had charmed me. I knew it this time, could identify the overwhelming sense of needing to please her, but I also had zero desire to fight it. Some voice inside me insisted it was useless, that I could trust her, that obeying her was more important than anything else. Who's your father? A small sense of panic made my breath come faster as I dug for the answer. How could I tell her who my dad was when I had no idea? I don't know, I said in a small voice. She simply stared at me, and I knew she wanted more. He was human, I offered, And everyone talks about him like he's dead, but I don't know. I remember feeling the bond vanish between my mom and me, but I don't remember ever feeling that with my dad. Sometimes I feel like he's still alive. I had never spoken of this aloud, barely even given voice to my suspicions and my thoughts. It was the reason I always looked for him in the human world, searching for a face that would match my own, even before I remembered who I was. True nodded, satisfied. What's your goal in traveling northward? To find other fungus spirits, I said, confusion slowing my words. Why would she ask a question she already knew the answer to? It was a waste of a question unless she didn't believe my explanation. Did she think I had some kind of hidden agenda? I studied her face more closely, but her expression remained blank, calm. However, I felt something odd, like a sense of relief that wasn't my own. Was this what she meant when she said I'd be able to feel the bond between us? Why are you so angry with Gillean? My confusion grew, and some small part of my mind vied for attention, insisting that I listen to what was going on. I ignored it. I'm not, I said, then looked away. That wasn't true. I had been cold with him since we left his home, pushing him away more often than not. She was right. I was angry with him. He doesn't trust me, I said finally. When Kai told him not to trust me, he agreed, promised to keep his distance. My jaw felt tight, and I realized I had clenched my hands under the surface of the water. The voice that clamored that something wasn't right grew louder. I sunk back a little in the water, felt the stone wall pressed against my back. You are by far the most headstrong, willfully independent spirit I've ever met. Why are you so easy to charm? I shook my head. This was question number 5, I was pretty sure. I paused. I don't know. Yes, you do. Answer the question, Cora. I focused. She was right. I did know. I like feeling connected to someone, I said, voice strained. True cocked her head, a tendril of long hair coming undone from her bun. Then why not just, I don't know, make friends? Her voice sounded a little amused, but there was a hint of harshness behind it. If I'm honest, it feels like most days you're on the cusp of taking Hera and leaving the rest of us behind. That's 6 questions, I said, a bead of sweat rolling down the side of my face. My hands gripped the ledge beneath me, my body feeling like a tightly wound spring. So don't answer, she replied lazily with a shrug. I tried to resist. I truly did, but it was as if my body was desperately thirsty, and answering was the promise of a glass of ice-cold water. Because I spent 6 years living afflicted in the human world, and every time I tried to make a friend, they forgot me before I even left the room. I'm not brave, I'm reckless, and it's because it's the only way to be noticed. And if I'm not as fucking friendly as you think I should be, it's because I'm tired of trying and failing. I could almost see our bond, the thoughts and feelings flowing between us. Her questions weren't what I expected. It didn't feel like a friend trying to get closer. They felt more like an interrogation into what I was doing, how my mind worked. But maybe that was the point. Maybe that was why my mind finally rebelled against her line of questioning. My turn. She nodded, tucking the loose strand of hair back in its bun. Go ahead. We were still connected, but the charm felt looser now, my mind clearer. I can really ask anything? Anything you'd like, she said with a lazy wave of her hand. Be as reckless as you want. Why'd you give me that animal charm the first time I met you? I asked. The question had been on my mind since I returned her used up charm shortly after we reunited. But I don't know. I was so thankful she'd given it to me that it made me feel a little weird about questioning her motivation. Now, though, I needed to know. Well, I knew something very unusual was going on. Everyone was talking about how the Spexa had shown up to pick up some girl, and then Gillean shows up with a second human and tries to drop off his father with me. I hadn't even seen Gillean in over a month, but I knew he wasn't the type to drop everything to save some stranger. I was worried about you. It was a satisfactory answer, but I could feel something else hesitating at the end of our bond, something she was holding back. I simply stared, eyes narrowed until she sighed and continued. It wasn't hard to imagine you were trying to save the other girl who came through before you, and if she really was the spirit everyone thought she was, I hoped you'd succeed. More than that, I hoped I could be on your side when you did, that you'd remember my gift. She paused, and I could feel her sorting through her thoughts, still answering truthfully but picking her words carefully. I suspected from the beginning that Gillean was not. That charm had been sitting in a drawer for decades, passed down from generation to generation. There was a time when spirits were much stronger than they are now, and charms like that were given easily as a gift between friends. In the end, it was simple. I had no use for it, and I thought you might. Her mention of Gillean had another question burning at the forefront of my mind. I blurted it out before I could think too hard about it. What's your history with Gillean? True paused, crossing her arms. Are you positive you want to ask that? I wasn't, but I didn't take it back and waited for her to answer. She finally uncrossed her arms and shrugged. We dated, a few times. It didn't work. That's why I hadn't seen him in a month or two before he came by with you. He was avoiding me. I was desperate to move on, already regretting the previous question. Why did you come with us this time? True's standoffish expression relaxed, and she laughed, flicking my knee. How could I not? I just wanted to keep you safe. I couldn't sit at home not knowing if you were all dead or alive or in trouble without me. I couldn't argue that we owed her our lives and would be dead if she hadn't joined us. I felt overwhelming gratitude for that, at least, and she smiled wider as if she felt it through our bond. Shadows, only 2 questions left. I had a feeling I wouldn't be able to force her to answer anything additional, not like she had to me. Are you part of the Kraecha? I gave voice to the fear that had plagued me ever since she warned us not to take the train. She puzzled for a moment over the answer, and my fear grew. If she was truly innocent, why wouldn't she just answer with a simple no? I don't know how to answer that, she finally said, because I would say that right now we're both part of the Kraecha. We're in their base, helping their people, and being helped in return. If that isn't considered being part of the Kraecha, then what is? If I were to look at our situation from an outside perspective, I'd say you're more enmeshed in the resistance than I am. I was already shaking my head, repulsed by the accusation, but I also didn't know how to refute it. One more question, my dear. I closed my eyes and took my time, sorting through my thoughts and trying to find the right question to ask. When it came to me, I opened my eyes and met her gaze. Are you going to betray us? To my shock, True let out a surprised laugh and then leaned forward to kiss my forehead, her lips cool. When she leaned back, she was smiling. Gillean really did a number on you as well. It might help if you reframe what betrayal means. In the end, it's simply a conflict in priorities. She reached out and found my hands, clutching them in her own. Sometimes our priorities shift to oppose each other, and we have to choose what's most important to us. My biggest priority will always be this world and the spirits who live in it. As long as you're working to restore the world and make it whole again, I'm on your side. If, for some reason, you decided to destroy it instead, I'd move to stop you. You might see that as a betrayal. My loyalty depends entirely on your actions, so I can't promise you anything, but I hope that helps reassure you at least. My questions were up, but I could still feel the bond between us. Notice that as she took a breath, I did so as well. I pushed against it, trying to break free. The game frustrated me, and I felt like I hadn't really learned anything useful or interesting, while True had broken me into pieces and dissected my innermost workings. If anything, my questions had only given her more information about myself while I left feeling embarrassed. Even so, she gave me a nod of approval as she felt me struggle helplessly against the charm, then raised her hand above the water and broke the bond with a small wave. I braced myself as it shattered and I was alone again in my body, no longer matching her breath for breath as I gulped for air. "Come on, let's go cool off," she said, pushing herself out of the hot spring. "You did well," she added as I hauled myself out behind her, trailing a few steps behind. Steam rose from our bodies, making us look slightly ethereal as we walked across the courtyard. I could feel you fighting near the end, and I wouldn't have been able to keep you charmed for much longer without reshaping it. "Reshaping?" I asked. She nodded, pushing aside the curtain to lead me back inside. "I'd have to charm you again, in other words." My heart dropped in my chest. "So, even if I could break it, you could just create it again." She stopped and put a hand on my shoulder, waiting until I met her gaze. "It's progress, Cora. The first step was simply noticing you were charmed. The rest can come later." We took a moment to wash ourselves with river water again. The frigid water took my breath away, but felt good this time, cleansing away the sweat and smell of sulfur and cooling my skin slightly. By the time we redressed, I felt back to normal, no longer quite so laid bare in front of True. "Do you know how to get back?" True asked as we exited, letting down her long hair from its bun. It fell in waves around her face, slightly frizzy from the steam. I nodded, although it was a lie. All the buildings looked identical, and I couldn't remember the exact path we had followed. "Great." As she turned away, I saw something disappear into her hair. A beetle, maybe. "I'll be back later, okay?" she said over her shoulder. "Yeah, okay." I watched her go, my breath clouding in the air as the cold crept back in. By the time I found my way back to the room where I had left Mahara and Gillean, it was empty. I knew I could follow the threads and find them quickly enough, but I felt hesitant after Gillian's reaction and followed the smell of food and the few other spirits walking in the same direction instead. I couldn't stop thinking about the hot spring as I walked, replaying the questions and answers in my head. And where was True now? Was it ridiculous to worry that she didn't want to be around me now after seeing into my head? I found Gillean in a cafeteria, poking at a bowl of rice and vegetables by himself. When I slid down across from him, his eyes flicked up in my direction and he gave the smallest of nods in greeting. "Where's Mahara?" I asked. He leaned back and stretched before answering. "Talking to Sif, I think," he replied. He pushed the bowl of food in my direction. "You want this?" I gladly accepted, inhaling the steamy, peanut-sweet scent of the food, and spoke between bites. "What's he want with her?" Gillean waved a hand in dismissal. "Nothing serious. Just to win her over, force her to trust him." He paused for a second and cocked his head when I met his gaze. "Do you?" "Do I what? Trust him?" He nodded. "Did I trust Sif?" He was the only spirit in the world who actually seemed to trust me, wanted to help me, and was straightforward about what he wanted in return. Instead of hiding me away, he had even agreed to let me help with the bounty hunter situation. He listened when no one else had. But despite all that, no. I couldn't quite put words to why, but I didn't trust him. I shook my head. "No, not really. I should, but..." I gave a small shrug. No surprise crossed Gillian's face. Instead, he looked almost satisfied as he leaned in closer. "He's in Affliction." I puzzled over the word as I ate another bite. Affliction? It was similar to the word for water spirit, Avashala. Ava for water and Shala for spirit, but decidedly different. Gillian seemed to notice my uncertainty and continued. "It's an ancient water spirit, back from when spirits were all stronger." True had mentioned something similar when she talked about her animal spirit charm, that spirits used to be stronger. I swallowed and shook my head. "He hasn't cast any illusions. I would have noticed." "That's not what I mean," he said, lowering his voice. "He's not old enough to be a true Affliction, but it's a way to describe water spirits who are particularly deceptive. Affliction don't just cast illusions like you're used to. They're experts on giving people what they want. changing their personality to suit whoever they're talking to, changing everything about themselves to gain your trust and acceptance. Keep that in mind when you talk to him. I will, I said, the rice suddenly feeling tasteless and mushy in my mouth. I swallowed hard. Are there any true ancient spirits left in the world, ones who really are more powerful? You met one, he said, surprising me. There aren't many, but a few continue to stick around, living longer than any spirits today do. I gaped at him. Who? Faces of spirits spun through my mind, none of them seeming particularly powerful. Gillean reached out and tugged a strand of my loose hair. The marsh spirit, I finally realized, the one who took my hair and left her own in its place. I ran my own fingers through the white streak as I thought. That's the only one I've ever met either, he admitted. Most of us have stories about ancestors who were capable of amazing things, but they've long since passed. What kinds of things? I asked. Well, Gillean paused, thinking. Like, haven't you ever wondered how a spirit split the world in two, leaving humans on one side and spirits on the other? Ancient earth spirits did that. Not only are there no ancient earth spirits left, there are no earth spirits anymore, period. I swirled the fork in my bowl. You thought the same thing about fungus spirits, I pointed out. Maybe there's more out there than you realize. He leaned back and shrugged, no longer speaking in a half-whisper. Maybe, but my point is, be wary of him. I nodded, sliding back from the table and standing. I didn't want to trust Sif, but what choice did I have when he was the only one protecting me from the hunters, the only one willing to help me with them? We found Mahara back in the common space of our rooms, hobbling around on her crutches and poking through the bookshelves. What are you doing here? I asked, closing the door behind Gillean and me. Celeste kicked me out of her office, she said, pouting a little. Said I was obviously recovered enough to move out. I could only imagine how restless Mahara must have been to get kicked out of the medical center. Let me show you to your room, I said, moving to the fourth door, the one that led to the unused room. Oh, I could stay here forever, she sighed when I opened the door and she saw her own private space, the simple bed that looked so luxurious after sleeping in the rain for days on end. I shot an alarmed look at Gillean, who gave an almost imperceptible shake of his head. At least I wasn't the only one who refused to stay here forever, but I could already feel the subtle shift in Mahara and True, see their reluctance to leave this place. Ever since I got here, I had been asking myself whether this was a prison or a haven. At first, I thought it depended on which way the doors locked, but maybe a place could be a prison even with unlocked doors if the outside was sufficiently scary. Either way, I refused to be trapped here. As Mahara moved into her new room, I took her place looking through the bookshelves. True came back at some point, and I heard her describing the hot spring to Gillean, with no mention of where she'd gone after that. She also left out the part about charming me, which I was thankful for. I felt guilty, worried he would get annoyed at me for allowing it to happen, even as I told myself it was only to grow stronger and learn how to resist being charmed. I found a thick atlas on one of the top shelves and pulled it out, standing on my tiptoes and nearly falling backward as the heavy book came free and knocked me off balance. What are you doing? Mahara asked, emerging from her room and looking at me curiously. With a thud, I dropped the book on the table in front of Gillean and True and crossed my arms. Show me where we are, I asked them, and where we're headed. Gillean gave a heavy sigh but relented, flipping through the massive book until he narrowed down his search to a smaller set of pages. This is the valley we've been following, he said, tracing his finger up one page. Mahara leaned her crutches against the back of the couch and leaned over his shoulder to watch. One crutch slid and clattered to the floor, and I caught him rolling his eyes. We're here now. He tapped the middle of the page. This mountain range separates us from the capital. The pass we used to get there was down this way. He tapped a spot to the southwest. This time we're staying on this side of the mountains, but need to get a lot farther north. He flipped to the next page and gestured vaguely at it. I didn't know how to decipher all the lines and colors, but the mountains on this page looked a whole lot larger and sporadic. I wondered for a moment about the little fungus spirit I accidentally taught to hypnotize others just by giving them a look into my head. Was this where they were originally from? How had they ended up so far from home, all alone? But we're not climbing any mountains this time, right? I didn't know if I could handle another midnight scramble through the snow and ice, slowly freezing to death. He hesitated for a moment, then shook his head, probably feeling the same way I did. No, not based on my father's notes anyway. Your father's notes from when? 7, 8 years ago? True asked, her voice full of skepticism. What if they've moved? Or just don't want to be found, Mahara chimed in. I shot her a betrayed glance, but she avoided my gaze. They're there, I said with a note of finality, and they'll want to find us once they know we're looking for them. When no one replied, I looked at them all in turn, anger bubbling up inside of me. Do you have an alternative? Just hide here forever? I stared at Mahara until she glanced up at me, dark eyes half hidden by her long eyelashes. How are we supposed to cure the affliction hidden way out here in the middle of nowhere? You want allies, True said softly, and I pressed my lips together, anger growing. There are spirits right here willing to help you. It doesn't have to be one or the other, Mahara said quickly, leaning further over the back of the couch toward me. They could even help us just reach the fungus spirits, make sure we get there safely. She didn't get it, didn't know what I did, what the Kre'echa were capable of. They would throw away innocent lives if it caused chaos for the capital, and I didn't want any part of it. I ignored the inner voice that pointed out how much chaos I had caused at Empira'an. At least I hadn't bombed an entire train of the people I claimed to be fighting for. I couldn't explain it to Mahara, though. Didn't want to paint that picture in her head to haunt her memories like it did mine. What do you think? I said instead, addressing Gillean. He shrugged, paging through the book, and didn't respond. Feeling more caged and trapped than I had in days, I finally turned and headed for the door. I need some fresh air. Without waiting for a response, I left, closing the door a little harder than necessary behind me. I walked down the hallway to the outer exit and emerged in the glow of the late afternoon, dark gray clouds lit with a golden light. Just a few breaths of the cold air settled my temper, and I felt calmer. Not calm enough to return just yet, but enough to admit that maybe I had overreacted. I wouldn't stay here any longer than necessary, but it didn't hurt to at least consider where the others were coming from, understand why Mahara and True wanted the help of the Kre'echa. I wandered the compound, trying to keep track of the buildings, spot the tiny differences that set them apart. Soon, I found myself following the same path I had with Sif just that morning. The other spirits walking between the buildings paid me zero attention, so I was surprised when I got to the end of the row of buildings and one spirit approached me, his wide-set eyes narrowed slightly. True? He asked cautiously. For a split second, I considered lying and telling him that yes, I was True. Instead, I shook my head. No, I'm Cora. Oh. He hesitated again, looking around, like he wasn't totally sure what to do with me, but no one else came to his rescue. You should go back to the dorms. This area is closed to visitors. Interesting. I filed that information away and gave him an apologetic shrug before turning around and heading back the way I came. Maybe I was reading too far into things, but if I was True, would he have let me pass? I had seen fingerprint readers on some doors, but none so far had been locked. Did they know I could simply float through in my spirit form and check out whatever I wanted? Not to say that I would, but it was a possibility. It was growing colder by the minute, and I rubbed my hands together, walking a little faster back toward the dorms, ready to be back inside. The halls were dark and quiet, and when I opened the door to our common room, I found True facing Mahara on the couch with Gillean watching over her shoulder. They didn't immediately notice me, and I stood silently in the open door while True put her hands on Mahara's shoulders. "Touch your nose," she said, voice firm. Mahara blinked and then giggled. "No," she replied brightly, then grinned as she reached out and flicked True's nose lightly. The door clicked behind me, and all three startled, True dropping her hands from Mahara's shoulders and Gillean edging away from them. Even Mahara ducked her head, although it wasn't as effective at hiding her face as it used to be, not without her long hair. "Get away from her," I growled, stepping closer to where True and Mahara sat. I clenched my fists tightly at my sides. True stared at me, but her expression was frozen, unreadable. "It was my idea," Mahara protested, standing up on one leg and hopping over to stand in between me and True. "Just to see what would happen." I sidestepped around Mahara, gaze locked with True. "I told you not to charm her." It was Gillian's turn to rise smoothly from the couch and step between me and True. "It didn't work anyway," he said, planting his feet where he stood, blocking my progress. Protecting True, I supposed. "You know what it's like being charmed," I hissed at Gillean. "She's not old enough to make that choice." I turned and stormed away toward my room, thankful I at least didn't have to share my space with any of them. "She's the same age you were when you chose to go to the human world," True called after me. I thought I sensed Gillean gesturing at her, trying to keep her from escalating the situation, but she continued. "She's old enough to make her own decisions." I didn't bother telling her that maybe I hadn't been old enough either to make such big decisions, to be off on my own with zero support, that maybe that's why I'd created the affliction and become so reckless. Maybe I wanted better for my sister. Instead, I slammed the door shut behind me, then leaned against it, breathing heavily. I could hear their voices on the other side, muffled and inaudible. Only Mahara's voice came through as she put zero effort into remaining hushed. "She'll get over it." Would I? As the others continued talking quietly, I finally shuffled over to the bed and lay down, hands behind my head. I was too angry, too rattled to sleep, but I closed my eyes anyway, trying to shut them all out. At some point, there was a quiet knock at my door, and I heard Mahara's voice on the other side, inviting me to dinner. I wasn't hungry and dismissed her without getting up. On one hand, I hated leaving her alone with Gillean and True, no longer trusted them. But it felt like the harder I pulled her back toward me, the more she resisted. When Kai told me to let her make her own choices and stand on her own, was this really what he meant? I understood a little more now why Gillean was so frustrated with me when I first re-entered the spirit world and trusted everyone I met. What more would have to happen to Mahara to make her as distrustful as I was? I sighed and turned over, putting my back to the window. As long as we stuck together, I'd be there to rescue her when she trusted the wrong person. Chapter 9. Something startled me awake, and I lay perfectly still for a moment, trying to get my bearings. I must have fallen asleep as the room was pitch black, but something was amiss. Had Mahara come in to sleep with me? I felt another presence nearby. I wasn't alone in my room. "Cora, wake up." I flicked my attention over to the door, now open. Definitely not Mahara, and not Gillean either. I sat up, mind racing as I tried to place the voice, and I rubbed the sleep from my eyes, trying to focus. "Safe?" I whispered, swinging my legs to the floor and stumbling to my feet. If I was wrong, I only had a split second to shift to my spirit form and pacify him. What was anyone doing in my room, much less safe? "Yes, it's time," he said, already moving out of the open doorway into the common room, giving me a chance to put on my boots and coat. Thanks to my impromptu nap, I was still dressed, and I quickly joined him, trying to figure out what was going on. "What's going on?" I whispered. "Should I get the others?" He gestured me toward the doorway, his footsteps smooth and silent on the tile floor. The common room was empty, the other doors closed. They had clearly come back from dinner long ago and gone to bed while I slept. Leave them. I thought we had more time, but everything's moving. If you want to be involved, now's your chance. The moonlight filtering through the window lit his silver hair like a beacon, pulled into a tight bun high on his head. He had a bag slung over one shoulder that bulged with whatever was inside. We need to go now. We entered the hallway, and I shut the door quietly behind me. There was some part of me that celebrated with glee when I did so, happy that he chose me for this task and left the others behind, even if it was for the Krecha. What's going on? I asked again, trying to keep up with his longer gait. The spirits who haunt you are moving. It's imperative we go now, before they suspect anything. Can I still depend on you? I nearly laughed, imagining a world where I was the undependable one. I'm putting other spirits' lives on the line for you, he continued when I didn't immediately respond. Sure, I said, heart racing. As much as I hated the Krecha, I wanted this, wanted to be a part of something, wanted to be counted on. You can depend on me. Thank you, he said, voice gruff as he pushed the door open to the outside. The cold, moist air swept us out, my loose curls bouncing as the night closed in around us. I was ready to fight back, show the hunters that we weren't at their mercy. You may not trust us yet, but I trust you. I hope this helps get us on the same page. Some small part of me celebrated, even as I tried to quash it. I wanted this trust, but it didn't feel right. How could he possibly trust me after such a short time? He knew nothing about me. I didn't respond, and my initial glee turned sour, suspicious. Earlier this evening, one of your pursuers attempted to bribe a spirit who guards our perimeter, he continued, ignoring my silence. The night felt suddenly colder as I thought about how little separated us from the hunters. A single spirit's decision between loyalty and betrayal could mean my capture, someone I had never met and knew nothing about. What happened? I finally asked as we turned the corner of the building and headed for the area where a spirit had turned me away earlier. Seif cracked his knuckles, the noise seeming far too loud. The night was silent, and the only spirits out at this hour were still and standing half invisible in the shadows, observing us. He accepted it, he said. My blood felt like ice in my veins as I halted, heart suddenly pounding. I had only assumed the others had come back from dinner while I slept. Were they safe in their rooms right now, or were they gone, handed over to the hunters? Was that where Seif was leading me now as well? Cora? Seif turned, eyes shining silver in the night, exactly like Gillean's. I didn't know whether to run or fight, and instead simply stared. What do you mean? I whispered. He frowned, then held out a hand. Come on, little sparrow, don't give me that look. We don't give up our own that easily. I didn't bother to correct him. I was not one of his own, and although I didn't take his hand, I also didn't run. Your would-be kidnapper only asked for some very general information about you and your friends. Information they likely already know thanks to that bird of theirs. If you're still here, what building you're staying in, and if you have plans to leave. It was a test to see if they could find a guard who would accept bribes before they worked up to more. And they found one? I asked, still worried. Seif gave me a crooked grin and gestured me forward, asking me to continue following him as he spoke. I did so, but kept a few feet of distance between us. Absolutely. I instruct all our spirits to accept bribes from outsiders, as long as it doesn't put the community in imminent danger. However, what few outsiders understand is that money doesn't hold much weight here. More valuable are favors, and I'm happy to provide those to spirits who pass along valuable information to me. My body relaxed a little. So we're not in danger? Not yet, he confirmed. but I thought we'd have more time before they started pushing at our boundaries, testing for weakness. If they're getting restless, we need to hurry, especially since we've lost track of the spirit you call the wolf." "You were watching them?" Sif nodded. While I glanced around us, studying the spirit standing quietly in the shadows a little closer, he watched me. Of course, but when the vulture intercepted our spirit with his bribe, the wolf left their camp as well, and it became harder to track all three of them, so he slipped away. We have no reason to believe he's coming here. In fact, I believe the other two may have sent him away now that he's unbonded with his animal companion. Even so, everyone here is remaining vigilant. Nothing will happen to your friends while we're away." "What's the plan?" I asked, swallowing hard. I wasn't nervous for myself, but didn't enjoy leaving the others behind, especially with the wolf prowling in the dark. "It's time we became the hunters," Sif said. The surrounding silence was broken by low voices, and, more surprisingly, a giggle. I quickly spotted the source of the noise. 3 spirits waited in front of a building. They hadn't noticed us yet, and while one girl with long silver hair bent over and touched her toes, stretching, the other 2 scuffled over some object, the taller one holding it out of reach while the shorter one tried to shove him over. At first, I thought they were fighting, but their voices didn't seem angry. Finally, the girl stood, and I sensed a brief illusion, although I couldn't see what it was in the dark. The taller spirit squawked and dropped what he was holding, while the smaller one dove and caught it just before it hit the ground. All 3 sensed our approach at the same time and straightened up, their smiles disappearing. Shadows, they were also young. None of them could be more than a handful of years older than I was. Now that I thought about it, I realized most of the spirits I'd seen here were probably in their 20s, if that. Sif was by far the oldest one I had met, and even he was still in his prime. Did older spirits know better than to join the Krecha? The smaller spirit fumbled whatever he held onto his face, and I realized they were a pair of glasses, the lenses perfectly round with bright red frames. He appeared to be an animal spirit, slightly owlish in nature, with short, tawny brown hair that stuck up like tousled feathers on his head. The glasses only enhanced his large eyes, and as he lowered his hands, I spotted the same claw-like nails that True had. The taller spirit looked appropriately embarrassed by being caught roughhousing by Sif, and his long fingers twitched nervously. At first, I thought he might be an animal spirit as well, with light, almost lavender-tinted skin covered in a pattern that looked a bit like feathers. But when I spotted the rough spikes scattered across his cheeks like freckles, I realized it wasn't feathers, but petals, a flower spirit then. The third I recognized, Liz, the same silver-haired water spirit who had checked us in when we first arrived. I became further convinced she and Sif had to be related as I studied her serious, calculating expression that matched his own. I hesitated but stepped forward as Sif introduced us. The small owl spirit was Harnish. Harna, Liz corrected, seemingly unconcerned about challenging Sif, even as the other 2 shifted uncomfortably. And the tall flower spirit was Emil. When he tried to introduce Liz, she interrupted him with a wave of her hand. "We already met." She looked up, clearly spotting something in the starlit sky that I didn't. "And we need to get moving." "Momentarily," Sif said. If her curtness annoyed him, he didn't show it. "Do you have a lock on our feathered friend?" he asked Harna. Harna nodded enthusiastically, his feather-like hair rustling as he did so. "I've got it." "The turkey vulture?" I asked. "You can sense it?" Before Harna could respond, Sif dropped the bag he carried onto the ground and pulled it open. He began handing something out to the others as he talked. "Your younger sister told me the story of how you 2 distracted the drones in Empira'an." I knew what he referred to. When I climbed the giant spiderweb to reach Mahara, I saw the rolling drone's attention on me as a threat. When I snapped it, they forgot I existed. It had been long, tedious work, but it meant I reached her undetected. I felt a little uneasy as I remembered the experience. How much had Mahara told him about our story, our powers? You want me to break the turkey vulture's awareness of us? I guessed. He nodded, handing something to Emil, who tucked it into his belt. There's one problem with that plan. There was probably more than one problem, but I focused on the obvious one. I can't walk and see bonds at the same time. If I'm busy breaking its attention, my body will be asleep. I can carry you, Emil offered. When I glanced at his thin frame, he sensed my skepticism and returned it. Unless you're twice as heavy as you look, I can handle it. In one sudden movement, he grabbed Harna's forearms and swung him around until Harna was on his back, kicking and protesting. He dropped him with a shrug, leaving Harna reeling backward to catch his balance. See? Okay, I agreed finally, shooting Harna an apologetic look. Sif finally handed me what he had already passed out to the others. I nearly dropped it when I realized what it was, a gun. I don't know how to use this, want this. Do I really need this? Liz was turning hers over in her hands, wonderingly. These are rare, she said, sounding somewhat offended at my hesitance. Are these spirit or human-made? I missed Sif's reply as Harna sidled closer. Only one spirit manufacturer exists, and they're in the capital, he explained quietly. So you have to either steal them from the capital or the human world. Neither's easy. He turned his gun over in his hand, studying it. These look human, though. Won't be so hard for long, though, Emil added, crossing his arms with a satisfied look on his face. Once we can make them ourselves. Sif hushed him with a swipe of his arm. Interesting. The Kraecha were attempting to make guns? More interesting was the fact that Sif didn't want me to know. Maybe he didn't trust me so completely after all. After a quick demonstration on how to use the gun, which I truly hoped wasn't necessary, I tucked it away and we set off into the dark, passing quietly through the gate into the damp and rustling meadow beyond. I climbed on Emil's back, and as I settled in against him, wrapping my arms around his neck, I discovered that the small, freckle-like thorns across his face extended to the rest of his body, hidden beneath his clothes. I blushed as I felt them press, not uncomfortably, across my front, like the subtle relief of a map. Show her the vulture, Sif whispered as we paused. I let myself sink into my spirit form, thankful that the adrenaline coursing through my body now didn't prevent me from finding it. I lifted my head and looked out across the group, now able to see the thick bonds between them. Strangely, the bond between Liz and Sif was spindly, thinner than I would have expected if they really were father and daughter. Even the bond between Emil and Harna was thicker. I could no longer hear Sif talking, but I saw him gesture upward, and I turned my attention back to the task at hand. Harna had thousands of bonds connecting him to others in the world, but one thread stuck straight up, connecting him to something overhead. I couldn't follow it all the way to its source, but it had to be the turkey vulture. I broke the thin thread with a tug and saw Harna silently give Sif a thumbs up. First challenge complete. As we walked, I stayed in spirit form, watching for the thread to reappear, connecting the vulture to one of us. When it did, plunging down without warning from the sky above, I lunged for it and quickly broke it, hoping I was fast enough to prevent any hint of our approach from reaching the hunters. The thread appeared again and again at uneven intervals, sometimes only seconds in between, and sometimes nearly a minute. It left me swiveling around the group, constantly on edge. The spirits moved quickly, and when they finally reached the tree line where our presence could be hidden from any spies above, Sif halted their progress and studied my sleeping body. I returned quickly to it, blinking up at him. Report? Sif asked as I climbed down from Emil's back. Oh, I stuttered at first, still trying to get my bearings. It noticed us a dozen or so times, but I broke the bond between us pretty quickly. Do they know we're here? He growled. I blinked. How would I know that? I shrugged. I don't know. How quickly can an animal send information to its partner? I asked Harna. He bit his lip, looking equally unsure. Almost instantly, he finally said, his voice rising in a half question. I could see frustration rippling across Seif's face. Well, I broke it almost instantly, I said. Within a second each time, I think. Liz stepped forward. It's now or never, she said in a low voice. Let's do it. I'm in, Emil said quickly, stepping forward. Harna ran a hand through his feather-like hair, but finally nodded. Okay. Seif turned to me, and I realized I had a say. I didn't even know what the plan was, but nodded eagerly. Let's get them. I turned toward the trees, anxious to get more cover between us and the vulture, but Emil grabbed my shoulder. Wait, he hissed. Traps. I hadn't interacted with plant spirits much, besides seeing the scavengers grow plants to loot the train or restrain me, and then watching the pumpkin spirit from a distance. As we crept deeper into the forest, I watched in fascinated silence as Emil put his hands to the ground and half crawled forward, carefully dismantling what he insisted were traps or navigating us around them. His long fingers tapped trees and slid through the grass, directing him one way and then another. Where Harna and some other animal spirits could detect animals in some varying radius, could Emil see the earth itself? As we slipped deeper into the trees, it grew darker, and Harna moved in closer beside me. Stick with me, he whispered in my ear. We can't let you get too close. Equal parts disappointed and relieved, I understood. They didn't want the hunters to control me, get a hold of my power. Something clicked behind us, and Harna stopped, grabbing my hand to pull me to a halt. My heart leaped into my throat, but no one else felt panicked, and I realized it was Seif, rustling in his bag. The dim light caught the glint of what appeared to be glass as he handed each of us an object. I turned it over clumsily in my hands. Glasses? I could just barely make out Harna slipping them on over his own glasses. To see through illusions, he whispered in my ear. Interesting. So they knew I could break bonds, but didn't know I could see through illusions? Well, I certainly wouldn't correct them. Maybe it was an after effect of the charm, but still having some secrets felt safer. I put on the glasses and discovered they had a second use, lighting up my immediate surroundings as if I shone a flashlight on the leaves and branches around me. Maybe some sort of infrared glasses? I felt the world shift around me, the telltale sign of an illusion, although I couldn't see it. Curious, I looked over the top of the glasses and saw Harna vanish for a moment before I got my bearings. As I saw through the illusion and Harna reappeared, I saw Liz behind him, forehead creased in concentration. She was hiding us. Some of my skepticism at their youth melted away. Maybe these four really did know what they were doing, really could take on the hunters. I went over the odds as we crept through the forest, wincing every time a twig snapped under my boots or my hand rasped against the outstretched arms of a bush. The wolf was away, his animal companion long gone. The vulture was almost certainly still here if the bird above was any indication. The third hunter gave me pause. How could we prepare for a spirit we knew nothing about? I felt certain the other hunters wouldn't keep her around if she didn't have a companion, but we had never seen it. It must be something small, but not small enough to be easily destroyed. My earlier enthusiasm for this adventure waned slightly as reality crept in alongside the damp cold of night, chilling my skin. I could almost feel the nervous energy from the others. No, scratch that. I really could feel it, coming through in waves and causing goosebumps to rise across my skin. I breathed it in, feeling the emotions mix in my chest. I couldn't discern who felt what, but it was all similar. Excitement, determination, with an undertone of confidence. Unfounded confidence, a small voice scoffed inside me. Harna bumped against my shoulder, his small figure remaining as close as my shadow. At first I thought he meant to reassure me, but he held up his hand and the others stopped, watching him. He pointed off to the left and held up 2 fingers. I understood his meaning. He had detected the 2 hunters. I wished he could figure out what animal the 3rd hunter hid, but it seemed an impossible task. There must be countless animals in the surrounding forest. Although, I suppose there was an option. Even if Harna couldn't figure it out, I could, if we got close enough. If I slipped into my spirit form, I was positive I'd be able to see the bond between the 3rd spirit and an animal, maybe even break it like Mahara had. Sif nodded and motioned for Harna to lead us closer, but I hesitated as they set off, the question of the unknown animal still nagging at me. These were hunters, and they had seemingly chosen their animal companions for their tracking skills. The vulture, the wolf, they could follow us with ease everywhere we fled. Could we really just sneak up on them like this, creeping out of the woods with no real precautions besides Liz's illusion? Even True could set up a barrier with ease, the animals letting her know as soon as someone crossed it. Surely these spirits... Raising his hand, Harna stopped abruptly, our strange infrared flashlights all highlighting his back as we looked at him, a rising feeling of alarm singing through my blood. He slowly swiveled his head, the dark goggles and slow movement making him even more owl-like. I felt my heart thumping in my chest as he turned to look behind us and slowly pointed again. Only 1 finger this time. 1 hunter was on the move, but where was the other? I moved in closer to ask, but Sif spoke instead, his voice no louder than the conifers rustling overhead. "Back to base," he murmured. "Now." The others reacted instantly, following Harna's lead as he set off, somewhat perpendicular to the way we had come from. Were we being blocked in? He continued looking around, seeming more frantic. My stomach soured as fear overtook the reckless excitement filtering through the air. At least the trees rustling overhead provided some cover as we moved faster, pushing through the underbrush, close enough that we sometimes had to duck when a branch swung backward. A bead of sweat dripped down the side of my face, which is when I realized I felt no breeze on my cheek, no indication that the night air should be moving the branches above us. I hurried forward, desperate to warn Harna, but as I reached out to grab his shoulder, Sif hissed from behind us. When I glanced back, I saw him pointing upward, apparently realizing the same thing I had. Harna looked up slowly, confused at first, but his expression turned to a grimace. 1 finger rose slowly up to the trees, and soft laughter filled the air. At first, I thought it was Liz, but when I peered at where she followed at the back of the line with Emil at her side, I saw the exhaustion on her face, the illusion clearly draining her energy reserves. Emil had 1 hand on her back and was scanning the trees above us. If it wasn't Liz, then... I swallowed hard and tried to pinpoint the rustling overhead, following Harna's shaking finger. It had to be the 3rd hunter, the mystery woman. "I can see you," she trilled overhead. Liz shook her head, her eyes screwed shut in concentration. The illusion still held. I could feel it as well and knew she hadn't dropped it. We stood breathlessly on the forest floor, heads swiveling, unsure what to do. The woman's voice was close, but our infrared flashlights didn't reach wherever she hid. Maybe the flashlights didn't reach, but I bet my spirit form could. I knelt, trying to calm down enough to enter it, but the woman's voice startled me. "Don't believe me?" She whistled, the noise piercing the still night, and someone returned her whistle from nearby. The noise broke the spell. "Run," Sif growled from behind me, no longer bothering to be quiet. Chaos exploded around me as several things happened in quick succession. First, Harna turned to run, nearly tripping over his own feet as he spun. Emil shouted something from the back of the line that sounded like a warning. When I turned to look, I saw Liz's knees give out, her body finally exhausted by the work of keeping up the illusion. Sif lunged forward to catch her, but Emil leapt inexplicably towards me. Something thudded behind me, and I threw myself into the brush, terrified that one of the hunters was about to grab me. I crawled forward without seeing, the goggles only lighting up the wall of branches and twigs directly in front of me. I used one arm to push aside the vegetation as I wormed my way through. When someone grabbed a chunk of my hair, nearly ripping it from my head, I stopped up short, and my head whipped painfully backward. Gasping, I flailed wildly behind me, trying to break free of the grasp, and instead only knocked the goggles from my face. My breath caught in my throat as the night fell thick around me, blinded, even as the brush pressed in closer, scratching my cheeks and hands. I was fully willing to let the spirit rip half my hair out if only I could get away, but I couldn't get enough purchase from where I crouched on the ground, scrabbling in the dirt. It wasn't until the pure panic faded that I felt more carefully behind me, following the chunk of hair backward, and discovered it wasn't a spirit who had grabbed me, but a thorny vine. I couldn't tell for sure that it wasn't a trap like the ones Emil had helped us avoid, but with how thick in the brush I was, I suspected it was just a normal blackberry bramble growing wild and unchecked. After several minutes of pricking my fingers and unwinding my hair from the vine, I finally broke free, leaving more than a few strands of hair behind. Breathing hard, I sat still for a moment. I wasn't sure how far I'd come in the underbrush, but I didn't hear anyone else around me. With rising dread at the thought of being alone and surrounded by hunters looking for me, I patted the ground, searching for the goggles, and finally found them crunched beneath my knee, one lens hanging free and the other cracked. Great. Then again, based on how the spirit in the trees spotted us so easily, I wasn't sure if I wanted the goggles back. What if her animal companion had better night vision than we did, like True's bugs? These goggles would act like a spotlight. I didn't like how easily she had spotted us while we searched blindly for her. No, I had my own night vision. Carefully avoiding the vine, I curled up in a ball on the ground, pulling my knees to my chest and closing my eyes. I took in a long breath, smelling the wet earth that was slowly soaking through my clothes, and when I breathed out, I drifted upward, leaving my body behind. The thick vegetation no longer held me back. While I originally only intended to escape, find my way back to the outpost, glittering threads connected to me caught my eye. Thin as spider webs, the threads lit up the world around me with a dim glow only visible to me. Even without touching them, I could feel the spirits on the other ends. Sif, Emil, Harna, and Liz. Although the threads weren't thick, something about their proximity made them stand out to me. Shit, I couldn't just leave them here, not after they came here for my sake. I followed the thread that connected me to Harna as something about his thread called to me, begging for my attention. I drifted through the forest until I felt my body tugging at my spirit form. I was reaching the edge of the distance I could travel without my body. How had I traveled so far away from the others? With a last lunge forward, I cleared the edge of the thick brush I had taken refuge in and found Harna. It took me a moment to make sense of the scene. Harna hung upside down, suspended by a vine attached to one of the massive trees where the hunter had taunted us. As I watched from the edge of the clearing, he attempted to fold in half and free his ankle, but only caused his body to swing back and forth, nearly bumping into one of the nearby tree trunks. This had to be one of the traps Emil had warned us about. Where was Emil? I saw his thread extend further into the forest, but I couldn't reach him. With my body calling harder for my spirit to return, I released the tension that held me there and let my spirit form fling back toward my body. When I awoke, I found myself shivering. I pushed myself to my hands and knees and began squirming back the way I'd come, feeling my way in the dark with one arm held out in front of me. Thankfully, I had created somewhat of a path of broken twigs and stirred up mud, and I only had to stop twice to switch to my spirit form and make sure I was still going the right way. It took an impossibly long time to make my way back out, and I could feel myself on the verge of giving up and curling into a ball until morning. Only Harna's thread and the vision of him swinging helplessly from that vine kept me going. I froze when I heard a grunt nearby, but when I carefully pushed my way through the last of the brush, I realized it had come from Harna. The moon overhead filtered through the trees to light his swinging form, and I saw him again try to free himself from the vine and fail. I could feel his fear growing as he tried again and again. I wanted to tell him I was here, that I could help, except I had no idea how I could help him. We needed a plant spirit. Where was Emil? With another quick jump into my spirit form, I found his thread and followed it as fast as I could, ignoring how exposed I had left my body. This was reckless, but I had spent so much time wandering through the brush that I couldn't help but act quickly now. I could feel my energy flagging. I hadn't spent this much time wandering around my spirit form before. Even when Mahara and I worked on Kai's memories, we hardly left our bodies. Something about this was exhausting me faster than I expected. I found Emil wandering by himself, glancing behind him and then abruptly changing direction. At first, I thought he sensed me, but no, something else worried him, something I couldn't hear or sense. One of the threads attached to him would probably lead me directly to it, but I wasn't about to start randomly breaking threads, hoping to lose whatever pursued him. Hey! I tried to get his attention, but without a spirit form of his own, he couldn't hear me like Mahara could. I had to find another way to make contact with him. I didn't feel the pull of my physical body, which meant he wasn't too far away. In fact, I could feel my body getting closer. He wasn't headed directly for me, but I was pretty sure I could intercept him if I hurried. Fleeing back to my physical body, I darted in his direction, leaving Harna behind. I didn't dare call out to him and let him know I was returning, but I hoped he somehow sensed my presence or intention. I thought I would hear Emil before I saw him, like I had with Harna, but he moved so silently through the forest that I initially missed him as he ran by not 5 feet from where I paused, trying to get my bearings. His long legs carried him swiftly away from me, and I realized that even as fast as I was, there was no way I could catch up with him. "Emil!" I hissed, waving my arms when he glanced over his shoulder again. He still had his goggles, making him look like some kind of giant light pink praying mantis, all long limbs and huge eyes. He slowed, but didn't stop, staring at me. "It's me, Cora," I whispered slightly louder, thinking he didn't recognize me in the dark. As he drew away, I realized that wasn't the problem. I could no longer deny I was sensing others' inner emotions, particularly when they felt something strongly or focused on me. It was always unsettling, but this was the first time I truly regretted it. He was terrified of something out there in the woods, but there was an undercurrent of resentment and mistrust now. What had happened to the cocky boy who slung me across his back as I distracted the vulture? He glanced up, and I could tell he was on the verge of abandoning me. "Harna needs you," I pleaded. "He's trapped." Finally, he stopped and doubled back, breathing hard as he stared down at me. "Where?" he asked, grabbing my arm and practically shaking me, grip tight. I pulled him back the way I came, breaking into a jog. Something rustled in the trees above us, and we both increased our pace without a word. No spirit taunted us this time, but I felt Emil's tension, guessed this is what had him so agitated. "Lose the goggles," I ordered. "I think it can see the light." He hesitated, but finally stripped them off, eyes wide. He stashed the goggles in a pocket as we ran, then tripped in the dark, going faster than the sudden darkness demanded. I heard him swear under his breath, but he slowed slightly. How far? I was still half listening to the surrounding night, trying to tell if we were being followed. I couldn't tell whether it was an animal, a spirit, or just the wind that I occasionally heard somewhere nearby. "Not far. He's hanging by an ankle," I explained. "You have to get him down." Emil took a sharp inhale. "Where are the others?" "Liz and Steve?" I asked. "I don't know." He looked up again, head swiveling as he tried to pinpoint the noises in the forest. Even without the infrared light, I felt dangerously exposed here. We had to escape before anything caught up to us. Careful. Emil grabbed my arm and yanked me to the side, so suddenly that I crashed into him, nearly sending us both to the ground. Trap, Emil muttered, not waiting for me to get my footing. I raced after him, but he no longer needed me. Harna's silhouette was visible against the dim gray of our surroundings. As we reached him, he began squirming with newfound energy, trying to turn to face us. It's okay, Emil whispered, standing on tiptoe to grasp Harna's forearms and help turn him. Harna visibly relaxed, body going limp as he turned to face us, hair sticking in every direction. Even in the dark, I could see his face was flushed and sweaty. Don't just stand there, Harasha. Get me down. I started, thinking he was talking to me, but as Emil knelt down to the ground and closed his eyes, I realized he was using the more common translation, stupid spirit. As Emil worked, I paced restlessly and winced as I stepped on something hard. Another pair of goggles fell victim to my careless steps. I kicked them aside, hoping the others hadn't noticed. However, something else on the ground glinted in the moonlight, and I grabbed his red-framed glasses off the ground, holding them up to inspect them. The lenses looked okay, but I blinked and lowered the glasses slightly, looking over the top of them. Something moved in the tree branches above us. The movement was smooth. It didn't strike me as a spirit climbing around up there. As quickly as I had seen it, I lost it in the darkness. Emil was still crouched down, mumbling to himself as his fingers flexed against the earth. Harna, I whispered, moving closer. Can you sense anything up in the trees? Harna stilled and closed his eyes. Yes, he said finally, eyes flying open. Something big, but I can't concentrate like this. I don't know what it is. He gave a startled shriek as the vines suddenly released him and he tumbled to the ground head first, landing on me. We fell in a tangle of limbs as my mind raced. That wasn't a vulture in the trees. It had to be the last hunter's companion up there. It was close enough for me to reach, and the hunters were nowhere to be seen. This was my chance to break its bond. Emil hauled Harna upward, finally allowing me to sit up. I watched them embrace before Harna took an unsteady, stumbling step. Without a word, Emil grasped Harna's forearms again and hauled him onto his back like a cape. We need to hurry, Harna gasped, shooting me a look over his shoulder. Go, I said. I'll be right behind you. I handed him his glasses, which he wordlessly jammed back onto his face. Emil didn't wait and raced off as Harna directed him toward the edge of the forest. I sat back and watched them go, trying to calm my racing heart. Unclenching my fists and releasing the tension from my jaw, I relaxed, and the threads appeared. I focused on one that stretched straight up above me into the trees. Time to find out what was following me. In my spirit form, I shot up, racing to find the other end of the thread, but whatever was on the other side moved faster. The slight golden glow the threads gave off wasn't enough to see much in the thick branches, and all I could do was follow it, desperately trying to catch up. If I could just get close enough, I could break all the threads attached to it, including the spirits. I thought about breaking the thread that connected it to me, pondering if that would be enough to get it to stop moving, but quickly dismissed the idea. I'd have nothing to follow if I did that. Moving slower than before, I already felt the pull of my body. Except this time, it felt different. I was weary, but not exhausted. Something else called me back to my body. I ignored it, single-mindedly focused on catching up to whatever watched me. As I continued following the thread, my pace slowing slightly, the feeling became more urgent. I felt the animal slipping away, but it no longer seemed as important. Oh, shadows take me, my body. Every alarm bell my body could summon was ringing. Danger, danger, danger. I didn't even feel my spirit form whip back into my body. My eyes opened and I was awake again, blinking as a man stared at me from a few paces away. With a sharp breath, I recognized him. The wolf. He watched me curiously, approaching cautiously. I was alone now, Emil and Harna long gone. Slowly, I shifted, getting my feet under me. Something urged me not to make any sudden movements. Could I outrun him? I wasn't sure, but what other option did I have? If he caught me... I felt sick to my stomach, considering the possibilities. Charmed, I would do anything, destroy anything. A second affliction might be a best-case scenario. I had to get away. I shifted my weight, ready to spring away, and my ankle twinged in protest. Shit, I had forgotten my sprained ankle in the chaos. Instead of springing to my feet and fleeing, I rose slowly, taking a tentative step backward as he continued to approach, moving just as slowly. My ankle nearly buckled, the pain stinging my eyes. The night's adventure had caught up to me. "You're not supposed to be here," I said lamely. A new fear arose. Were the others safe back at the outpost as Sif had promised? He grinned, and I saw sharpened teeth glowing white in the moonlight. "Neither are you." His voice was a low growl. "Lucky us." "What do you want?" I asked, taking another step backward as he followed. His steps were longer than mine, I noticed dimly. "Your sister." His eyes were half hidden by the long black hair that hung around his face, but they caught the light and flashed in the dark. I stopped mid-step and stared, half mesmerized by the yellow glow. He took another step forward, and I shook my head, quickly taking 2 small steps back. Fuck me, he wasn't even touching me yet, and I already felt the lure of his charm. If I couldn't outrun him, I needed to wipe his memories, unravel his core, break our thread, something. I felt for the threads breaking his gaze and looked around me for a hint of gold. "You'll take me to her," he said, making a gravelly sound that I guessed was supposed to be laughter. My heart beat too fast to feel any relief that he evidently didn't have her yet. Or perhaps we don't even need her. What? I stumbled over a root in the ground and my back slammed against a tree trunk. Some knob in the trunk dug uncomfortably into my back and I squirmed, trying to edge around the tree. The wolf slammed a hand against the trunk, blocking my way. I swallowed hard, still grasping for the threads, but they seemed farther away than ever as my chest tightened in fear. Small pieces of bark peppered my arm from his blow. He was strong. "Can you undo what she broke?" His face was inches from mine, and I couldn't help but meet his gaze, shrinking back against the tree, away from the yellow eyes that kept drawing me back in. The knob dug into my back even harder. Not the tree. I stifled a gasp, suddenly remembering. The gun. How had I forgotten the gun Sif had given me, showed me how to use? I reached one hand back slowly, watching the wolf's eyes carefully, trying to track if he noticed. "Your bond with the wolf?" I whispered, desperate to keep his attention on my words. "Yes, I can fix it." "You lie," he spat, reaching out a hand toward my forehead. That was the last lie you'll ever tell. This was it. I flung myself sideways, simultaneously grabbing the gun from behind me. My mind spun between blind panic and the deadly calm of a charm, and I fumbled with the gun, trying to remember Sif's brief instructions as I fell to the ground, off balance. I must have gotten something right because there was a sudden pop as a flash of light lit his face in sudden brilliance, highlighting his wide-eyed confusion. I fell hard on my side and scrambled back, gun still in hand. The wolf pounced, kicking the gun from my hand and pinning me against the roots of the tree as I whipped my body back and forth, trying to free myself from his grasp. Blood roared in my ears as I registered his quick movements. I couldn't have missed him from this short distance, could I? His sharp fingernails dug into my forearms and I cried out. He was saying something, but my fear translated it into a garbled mess that I couldn't understand. The only thought left in my head was that I couldn't let him touch me, couldn't let him charm me. He had my arms wrenched over my head, restrained with a single hand. He turned his attention to my face, and I saw him grin again, wider than any smile should be. A small fleck of spit landed on my cheek as he reached down with his free hand to charm me. There was a tug in my chest, a sudden intense longing. It took all my effort not to slam my head upward into his palm as the promise of his touch called to every fiber of my being. Something in the air changed. At first, I thought the threads had finally appeared, too late to save me, but then I felt the shift of an illusion. Steps crunched in the leaves nearby, but I couldn't crane my neck far enough to see who or what it was. The sound felt hollow somehow, unnatural, but the wolf's grip on my hands lessened slightly as his head whipped up to track it. "How?" he asked, barely breathing. I wasn't sure if he was talking to me, and I remained silent, utterly still. His gaze returned to mine. "How did you do it?" I said nothing, observing as the hand that hovered over my forehead finally retreated and he climbed off me, crouching on all fours in the roots of the tree. He didn't even glance over as I slowly pushed myself away, trying to balance getting the fuck away from him without drawing his attention from whatever had so utterly distracted him. I looked into the darkness where he stared and caught sight of something moving between two trees. The wolf crept closer, still on all fours, talking too quietly for me to make out the words. The shape stopped and eyes shone in the darkness, catching the light, staring back at him. "You still good?" someone whispered from behind me. I whirled around, climbing shakily to my feet when I recognized Sif. Embarrassment flooded through me to be caught in such a helpless situation. I should feel angry, I chided myself, trying to muster the energy. He's the one in charge here, the one who led us into an ambush. But he's also the one who came back for me, a rival thought reminded me. Sif watched silently as I warred with my emotions, and I realized he expected a response. "I'm fine," I whispered. My voice came out shaky, and I silently ordered myself to get it together. Good. Sif picked something up off the ground, the gun, I realized, and finally turned his attention to the wolf, still creeping through the pine trees toward the illusion, his hand outstretched, palm up. When Sif approached him from behind and grabbed his other arm, twisting it around and threading his hand through some makeshift plastic loop, the wolf barely resisted. He was still transfixed by what appeared to be a gray wolf staring at him from a slight ridge just beyond the circle of trees. Forcing him to his knees, Sif grabbed his other hand and finished handcuffing the distracted spirit. "He thinks that's his wolf," I said, stating the obvious. "But how do you know what it looked like?" Sif waved a hand and the wolf vanished. The wolf rose with a shout and struggled against Sif, trying to get free, but the plastic loops held. I jumped as he twisted and snapped at his captor, but Sif seemed unbothered, jabbing him in the ribs with the gun. "I don't want to drag you back, but I will if I have to," he said. "You'll find I'm a better shot than the girl." My cheeks blazed even hotter. Ignoring the string of insults and threats, Sif finally turned his attention to me. "Water spirits don't necessarily need to paint an illusion," he said, pushing the wolf forward. "Sometimes it's easier to let the target do it for them." Is this what Gillean meant about the Avara Shallan, that some water spirits could make you see whatever you wanted to see, fill in the details yourself? It reminded me of the 2 awful weeks I spent locked in Rika's apartment, tortured by illusions. I had always wondered how he created such a perfect illusion of Gillean, who he had only briefly met. Had I been unwittingly filling in my own details? I shuddered and followed Sif and the wolf at a distance. I eyed the gun Sif still pressed against the wolf's back. "Sorry I wasted a bullet," I said. "I don't know how I missed." I wasn't really sorry, but felt desperate to ease the overwhelming embarrassment I felt, and thought apologizing might help. It didn't. Sif shrugged, shoving the wolf forward when he slowed. Wouldn't have found you otherwise, so not a true waste. Are the others safe? What happened to the other hunters? To my surprise, the wolf twisted and spat in my direction. They disappeared as soon as I got involved. I puzzled over his words as Sif twisted the handcuffs and the wolf yelped. When we stepped back into the meadow that separated the woods from the outpost, the moonlight felt blindingly bright. They're cautious, Sif translated. If the plan changes, they'd rather retreat than operate into the unknown. Am I wrong? No, the wolf growled. But they are. There was some kind of drama between the hunters that I didn't quite understand, but I was too tired to figure it out now. With the outpost in sight, the lights drawing me in like a moth, an overwhelming weariness set in. I tripped over the long grass and stumbled forward, catching myself before I fell, but just barely. The others are fine, Sif finally answered. Lysandra woke up by the time I got her back, and I passed a meal and Harna on my return for you. I don't know that I'd call it a success, but... He gave a small, satisfied smile as he pulled the wolf's arms up higher behind his back, and the wolf let out a string of curses. Blood smeared the plastic, the handcuffs so tight that they were slowly cutting into his wrists, his hands purple. I turned my gaze away, staring at the outpost walls as they slowly grew nearer. I'll need you tomorrow, Sif said to me as he nodded at a spirit guarding the walls who had stopped to watch us pass. Why? I asked, already dreading the answer. He smiled again, this time in my direction. How could two smiles from the same spirit look so completely different? You're one of us now, Cora. We're depending on you and your sister to help us get a look inside his mind. I knew from the start that you belonged here, but now you've proven it to everyone. As we passed through the walls into the compound, his words settled heavy in my stomach. If I belonged here, why had Emil been ready to abandon me to the woods? Why had he and Harna left me behind without checking I was behind them? Why did Sif's words sound so rehearsed, like an almost perfect echo of what I had told True when she charmed me in the spring? I forced myself to smile back at him, although I couldn't meet his gaze. Yeah, you got it. Clean up and get some sleep, he said kindly, handing the wolf off to a group of spirits who approached. The wolf thrashed and yelled as they dragged him away. I didn't feel bad for him, but I also knew how he felt, knew how easily our places could have been reversed. Sif patted my head awkwardly as I spun away, hurrying toward my room. Dawn wasn't lighting the sky just yet as the night stretched on longer than felt possible, but I could feel it was close. Back inside, the air felt stuffy and warm, and I half jogged to our room, my heart suddenly beating fast again as I worried what I would find. Had anyone checked on my sister, made sure she was safe? The building was always quiet, but it felt deathly still now, only half the lights on. I slipped inside the common room, shutting the door quietly behind me and kicking off my mud-streaked boots. To my relief, the room looked exactly as I had left it, with only my door open ajar. With a deep breath, I tiptoed over to Mahara's room and cracked the door open. Without a window, the only light came from behind me, lighting a narrow shaft across her bed. My heart dropped as I scanned the blankets heaped across the bed, and I crept closer, moving into the shadows to let more light in. Just like that day in the human world that started this entire journey, I was seconds away from throwing aside the blankets as my hope quickly dissipated. Finally, I spotted her arm hanging off the side of the bed, her body hidden in the mounded blankets. As usual, she slept diagonally across the bed, the blankets more of a nest than anything. I almost burrowed in next to her, desperate to keep her in my arms and convince myself that she was safe. But I knew she would wake and ask me what I was doing, why I was awake so late, and why I was fully dressed. As horrible as it was, I couldn't bear the thought of comforting her right now, pouring the last of my already drained energy into telling her what had happened, while simultaneously promising she was safe. Ashamed, I crept back out of her room, closing the door and leaning my forehead against it for a moment. I shifted my gaze to my room, the door open, my bed luring me forward. But I took a step away, pushing off Mahara's door. Before I could think too hard about it, I crossed the room and pushed open the door across from mine, only wondering if I should knock after I was already inside the room. Like mine, it had a window and moonlight slipped in through the gaps in the curtain, lighting Gillean as he quickly sat up and blinked at me. He groaned when he spotted me, frozen, a single step into his room. "It's too fucking late for this, Cora." He rubbed a hand across his face. For once, he wasn't hidden under an illusion, and I could clearly see the scars that creased his face. The moonlight made them look like they were glowing. "I'm not getting back into it now. Get out." I blinked, taking a second to decipher what he was talking about. Had we been arguing? I was so tired. He mistook my confusion and exhaustion for defiance. "Hera's fine. I'm not saying you're wrong about true charming her, but can it please wait until morning?" He muttered something else under his breath that I couldn't make out. Was our argument about true charming Mahara really just a few hours ago? It seemed like days ago, maybe a full week. In the chaos, I had completely forgotten that I had nearly attacked True in my rage. It all felt so inconsequential now. I was too tired to care that deeply anymore. I should have just gone to my room. "I just wanted to tell you that Sif caught the wolf," I muttered, turning to leave. "Wait." I heard him scrambling out of bed in my direction. "Kresha, wait." He caught my arm, and when I spun back to tell him off, I swallowed my words when I saw all he was wearing was a thin pair of pants. I had seen him wearing less while swimming before, but somehow this was different, unexpected. If he noticed me staring at him, he didn't let on. "What are you talking about? He caught the wolf? How do you know that?" I yanked my arm from his grasp. "Because I was there." "Do you..." He paused, and I saw him glance up and down, taking in my somewhat disheveled appearance. "I don't know, want to talk about it or something?" He was obviously reluctant to ask, hoping I wouldn't take him up on the offer, and I felt something bubbling up inside of me. Rather alarmingly, I couldn't tell if it was laughter or a sob. I sealed my lips shut and gave a tiny shake of my head. In my head, it looked reassuring, as if I was saying nothing was wrong, but Gillian's eyes only widened. I was truly regretting barging into his room now and edged backward, feeling for the door and pulling it open. "Cora, come on." He sounded as tired as I felt as he reached over my shoulder and pushed the door shut. I couldn't see his face, but felt him hesitate before he wrapped his arms around me and tucked my head under his chin. It was exactly like the hug he had given me after I had nearly drowned in the stormwater drainage system. Just like before, I almost immediately started shivering, even as I tensed up and tried to stop my teeth from chattering. Gillian's chest was cool against my cheek, but he wasn't that cold. What was wrong with me? "Come on," he repeated, pulling away from me and leading me by the hand to the bed. He didn't seem perturbed that I hadn't returned his embrace and lifted the blanket, inviting me to climb in. My entire body ached, and I collapsed onto the bed without even removing my jacket. I knew I was filthy, but didn't care. He heaped the blanket over me, tucking me in like I was a child. "I'm not cold," I said, teeth still chattering. I curled up into a ball on my side and felt the mattress move as he climbed in on the other side. "I know." Every time I closed my eyes, I saw the wolf's yellow eyes staring at me, unblinking in the darkness. I could feel him nearby and sensed his rage. All I could do was silently repeat to myself that I was safe now, that everything was okay, and slow my breathing as tears finally leaked out and traced their way down my cheek. Gillean rustled next to me, but said nothing. I told myself there was no way he knew I was crying, but even so, I bit my lip when I felt his fingertips brush my back. When I didn't react, I felt him move closer and hook his arm around my middle. It was the only contact between us, and I didn't move closer, but my shivering gradually lessened until it stopped. I didn't think I had fallen asleep, but when I opened my eyes again, the room was lighter than it had been. Oh, shadows, what had I been thinking? I gently extricated myself from Gillean's arm and slipped out of the bed, rubbing my face. If Mahara or True saw me coming from his room, I wasn't ready to answer those questions. I didn't check whether Gillean was awake as I quickly left, unsure what it had all meant or if it had really been a mistake. Chapter 10. When I woke up again, I felt like I was swimming up for consciousness, deep in some nightmare full of hands holding me down. Limbs flailing, I woke up to someone shrieking, and it took me a heart-pounding few seconds to realize it was only Mahara, laughing as she tried to untangle me from the blankets. "Come on, sis." She gave the blanket another yank, and it finally came free, nearly sending me tumbling to the floor. "You've got to wake up and tell me everything." Over her shoulder, she shouted, "She's awake!" "Thanks to you," I grumbled, wincing as I stretched, limbs stiffer than ever. My ankle protested as I slowly rolled it. I heard Mahara's crutches clatter to the ground as she crawled across the bed to pull me up. I didn't feel remotely ready for the day ahead and winced when I caught sight of Gillean and True standing in the doorway. "Just give me a minute," I said, untangling myself and lurching toward the bathroom. Even after a long shower, I only felt a half step closer to facing the others. Still, I couldn't put this off forever. I leaned my forehead against the door and took stock of my body. My ankle had swollen, but I could still hide my limp as long as I didn't move too quickly. A long scratch from some thorn or branch cut a raised, angry-looking slash across my cheek, but there was nothing I could do about that. My wrists were already bruising where the wolf had pinned them to the ground. I could see the dark imprint of his fingers on the tender inner flesh of my arms and pulled my sleeves down to hide the marks. I ran a hand through the white streak in my hair and found yet another tiny bramble tangled in my curls. Using both hands, I finally yanked it free and added it to the pile of twigs snarled with hair in the trash. Maybe I was imagining it, but I thought I could feel the others' impatience growing on the other side of the door. I had to talk to them. I exhaled slowly, trying to will my insides to harden, become unbreakable. I didn't feel any stronger, but at least my stomach felt leaden, like I'd eaten a rock. Close enough. I pushed my way out of the bathroom, taking small steps to hide my limp. Finally! Mahara threw herself back on the couch, leaning against True. I focused on her so that I didn't have to look at Gillean, standing by himself under the window. "Some guy came by this morning and said we're supposed to meet Seif in like an hour, and all I know is you showed up this morning looking like you fell out of a tree or something. What did you do?" "It's nearly afternoon," True said, voice cold. "Right, I tried to attack her yesterday. Maybe I had nearly forgotten the interaction, but it was obvious she hadn't. All her usual warmth had vanished. Well, one problem at a time." For a moment, I seriously considered giving Mahara the kids-safe version of what had happened. "What happened? Oh, we just ran out last night for a few minutes, caught the wolf off guard, and brought him safely back to base. No big deal." But something about the way she was leaning against True, something about the way they were both so comfortable here, it urged me to tell the truth. So I did. I told them all what happened from the moment Seif woke me, how I hid us from the vulture, how quickly everything fell apart when Liz collapsed, how I fled through the brush and got separated, how the others abandoned me, and how the wolf nearly charmed me because of how unprepared we were. I didn't watch them while I talked, pacing back and forth across the room, trying to loosen up my aching joints. The only thing I skipped was how incredibly close I was to giving in and letting the wolf charm me, how I felt his draw even from a distance. Maybe I should have. When I finally finished and looked at Mahara, she was all wide-eyed with excitement, perched on the end of the couch. "I wish you would have brought me with you," she said in a half-whisper. "I can't believe you got to see Sif and the others in action like that." It wasn't the reaction I expected, and I shook my head, trying to will her to understand how close to disaster we had come. "Don't say that, Mahara. It was pure luck that the wolf was imprisoned and I'm free. If he hadn't strayed from their plan, if Sif hadn't gotten there in time, if the gun hadn't gone off and shown him where I was..." I ran out of breath, listing all the pieces of luck I had snatched up from a hopeless night. "I would be there, in their hands. You wouldn't be far behind." "Oh, I'd be right there," she said, still all smiles as she reached out and grabbed my arm. "I'd come rescue you, just like you did me." She didn't get it. Even after being nearly drained of life in that web at the Capitol, seeing the inn burn to the ground after the hunters failed to grab her, being bitten by that wolf and nearly dying of infection, it wasn't enough. Shadows, could I blame her? A month ago, that was me. I saw my own reckless urge for adventure, for chaos in her eyes. "Sounds like Sif shouldn't have brought you," True cut in. "Yeah, she was definitely still angry about yesterday, which was ridiculous because I was the one who should hold a grudge. But before I could react, there was a knock at the door. I suspected it was time to see the wolf again. To my surprise, a familiar face greeted me when I opened the door. Harna ducked his head and backed up a step, bouncing on his toes. His glasses sat slightly crooked on his face, the only hint that I had maybe slightly trampled them much earlier that morning. "I'm supposed to take you..." He was mumbling so quietly I couldn't make out the rest of his sentence, but he glanced up and looked past me into the room. He grimaced when he saw the others. "Your sister?" Was he always this shy without his friends around, or did he just feel weird about everything that had happened? I turned and tried to wave Mahara forward, but she was hopping around, gathering her crutches. "Yeah, she's coming." There were a few seconds of awkward silence, broken only by Mahara knocking one of the crutches to the ground with a clatter. "So," I said, trying not to laugh when Harna jumped, "are you doing okay? Did you get some sleep at least?" He rolled a tuft of his tawny hair between his thumb and index finger and mumbled something incoherent. Finally, Mahara joined us in the hallway, making up for Harna's silence by asking non-stop questions about what had happened last night. I wasn't positive if she even knew who Harna was, since she hadn't paused for an introduction. So while he led us to the building where the wolf was being held, I fielded her questions. I was thankful for the distraction, until she asked why I had found Emil running aimlessly through the woods after the hunters ambushed us. "I'm guessing Sif told him to lure the hunters away." I noticed Harna's back stiffen in front of us. "Sif had to get Liz out of there, and they didn't know where I had gone. Plus, Emil was the only one who could navigate the woods like that. He kept them busy and away from the rest of us." "Then why did he leave you behind once you got Harna down?" She sniffed, and I noticed she was watching Harna, not me. Clearly, she had figured out who he was. "We thought she was behind us." Harna finally spoke up, but he didn't turn around. "Really, animal spirit?" Mahara snorted, her crutches crunching in the gravel. "You could sense the hunters hidden way off in the forest, but couldn't tell a spirit wasn't 2 steps behind you?" I wasn't sure whether to be horrified or proud of her accusation and said nothing, watching Harna's reaction instead. He hurried toward one of the nearby buildings and yanked the door 3 times before remembering to scan his thumb on the nearby pad and waiting for it to unlock. Finally, he let us in, staring down at his boots. As I passed, a wave of extreme discomfort turned my stomach, and I hurried to get a few steps away from him. These were his feelings, not mine. "I'm sorry," he finally said as he passed us, taking the lead again. My stomach relaxed slightly, and I shrugged. "It's fine," I said. "I'm just some stranger. You don't owe me anything." "Nothing except his life," Mahara mumbled from behind us. The discomfort intensified until my stomach physically hurt. Did she not feel this? I shook my head at her, warning her to stop. She frowned, but pressed her lips together as if she had to hold the rest of her words back. Here, Harna said, scanning his thumb on another door before opening it. Someone will take you from here. He was already turning away to make a hasty retreat before we had even entered the room, and I gave his back a sad look. Despite everything, I still liked him and felt oddly protective. The room he had led us to was an odd waiting room with almost nothing in it except a metal chair with a cracked leather cushion, another door leading further in, and a desk. I immediately tried the inner door and found it locked, which somewhat alarmed me until I checked the door we came through and found it unlocked. We could leave then if we really wanted. Mahara sat in the leather chair, shifting uncomfortably as I looked through the desk. It had one of those tablets I'd seen Liz use on top, but I couldn't figure out how to turn it on. It's locked, Mahara said, like the door. I carefully placed it back down on the desk and tried opening the drawers, but discovered they were locked as well. You shouldn't go through people's private things, Mahara said, crossing her arms. It's rude. It's not like this is someone's bedroom. I heard the defensive whine in my voice, but hoped she wouldn't call me on it. She leaned back in the chair and watched me jump and take several steps away from the desk when the locked door opened. Seif stepped through and nodded at the two of us. His silver beard was scruffier than ever, and the scar across his cheek stood out starkly against his skin. If Harna and I had gotten some sleep, I sincerely doubted Seif had. Even so, he seemed full of energy and gestured us forward through the door. I'm keen to see what you two can tell us about the spirit we captured, he said. I'm afraid we haven't been able to get much out of him. We came to a door that looked eerily similar to the one they had locked Gillean behind back in Empira'an. Through a small window in the door, we could see the wolf sitting on a metal chair, hands still bound behind his back, head bowed, his hair hanging in front of his face. Mahara was nearly too short to see in and clung to the frame of the window with her fingertips, standing on tiptoe. Abandoned, her crutches fell backward, and I lunged to grab them before they could smack the hard tile floor. When she gasped, I worried for a second I had hit her with the crutches, but she still peered through the small window, frozen in place. Her newly shorn hair exposed the back of her neck, where I could see goosebumps rising. When I looked over her shoulder through the window, my own hair stood on end. The wolf stared directly at my sister, yellow eyes too wide and mouth parted slightly in a grimace. Something dripped from his mouth. Oh, shadows, was he drooling? I could feel his hot fury, his murderous intent through the closed door, and I looped an arm around Mahara's middle and pulled her away, setting her down gently a few feet from the door with her crutches. Seif put a heavy, calloused hand on our shoulders, and I did my best not to duck away and let him know how much I disliked him, how angry I still was about the botched raid. Can you work from out here? I nodded. As long as we have somewhere to sit or lie down, sure. Let me see what I can find. With a pat, his hand left my shoulder, and we were alone again as he moved back to the other room. Mahara was already straining against my arm, trying to hop back over to the window, but I held her back. You don't have to do this, I said in a low tone. You should go back to the room and let me handle it. She squirmed around to look at me, mouth twisted in displeasure. Don't be dumb. You're too slow. You need me here. I winced and let go, even though I knew she was right. Although we weren't healing afflicted memories this time, I was slow at sorting through the threads. I didn't have the talent for it that she did. Seif returned with the leather chair Mahara had been sitting in earlier, slung over one shoulder. Sorry, he said as he set it down. This is the best I could find. Good enough, I said, tugging Mahara over to the chair so she could sit. I avoided glancing through the window so I didn't have to make eye contact with the spirit inside. I can't promise we're going to find anything useful from him, though. Seif began rattling off a list of names and locations we should look for, and I nodded along instead of trying to explain that there was no way I could remember such a list, even if I knew how to find any kind of specific information in the threads of memories that surrounded him. All I really wanted to know was who the hunters were and what they planned to do with us. If I could find that information, I'd consider it a success. Anything else would be a bonus. Mahara looked equally overwhelmed by Seif's requests. I rolled my eyes at her while pushing her down into the chair and gently removing her crutches to lean them nearby. "Relax," I mouthed as Seif turned to stare at the wolf through the window. Her mouth only turned down further as she curled up in the chair, nestling her head on the cracked leather. I sat beside her on the floor, already uncomfortable on the hard surface. I traced the tiles with a finger as Seif finally finished. "Just don't interrupt us," I said. I didn't think we'd be changing any memories, but didn't want to take the chance of causing some kind of mini affliction. "We'll be back soon." I didn't wait for a reply before leaning my head against the side of the chair and slipping into my spirit form. The bleak, empty room filled with golden threads extending in every direction from the three of us, plus the wolf in his cell. It was the first time we had done so in front of Seif, and he seemed puzzled for a moment, striding over and kneeling in front of our bodies. As Mahara's golden form drifted up from her physical body, she stepped through him. "Oh, gross," I said, somewhat disturbed. "How can you scold me for looking through a desk when you just walked through him? That's so much worse." She shrugged and tossed her head. Her hair was still long, but I resisted the urge to comment on it this time. She'd adjust. "Come on," she said, voice impatient. "Seif wants a lot of info from this guy." "He'll get what he gets," I replied, pushing my way through the wall into the cell. Even though I knew I wouldn't feel it, I still put my hands in front of my face and closed my eyes until I was through, Mahara a step behind me. To my relief, the wolf didn't seem to notice our presence, his gaze still locked on the window. Golden threads drifted and pulsed in every direction. When I looked closely, I saw they weren't all identical. The patterns of light and dark varied, and the way they wove together and created little kinks and knots sometimes seemed familiar. Mahara passed by in front of me, already slipping the threads through her fingers in a flurry of movement. As I watched, she settled down behind the wolf in a small tangle of threads, shifting them from finger to finger. "Here," she said. "I think this is important." I drifted over and settled down next to her, grabbing a handful of the same threads. The room shifted as I opened up his memories. "Ridiculous precautions," a weedy male spirit said from a large TV on the wall. We were in some kind of conference room with other spirits sitting around a table, listening to a man on the TV talk. The wolf, no, Tristan, I realized, that was his true name. Tristan shared a smirk with the animal spirit sitting across from him. I had only gotten a glimpse of him before, but recognized him instantly. The vulture, or rather, Vilpetus. Unlike most animal spirits with their enormous eyes and overabundance of hair, Vilpetus stuck out with his small, mostly black eyes framed by long, stringy hair from a receding hairline. Vilpetus leaned forward across the table, cupping a hand around his mouth to hide his words. "He's only mad he can't walk off with the samples this time." Tristan shook his head, leaning forward to meet Vilpetus halfway across the table. "Nah, pretty sure he just wants to see Quinn in person." Vilpetus grimaced and sat back in his chair when another spirit cleared her throat and gave them both a hard look from over the tablet she held. Could that be the third hunter? I'd never gotten a clear look at her. Someone else was speaking on the screen at the front of the room when Tristan turned back toward it, lips still twitching with the hint of a smile. "Not everyone has the good fortune to be so unaffected by the Kraecha," the spirit said, his voice coming through the video with a strange echo. The background was odd, like he was sitting in a warehouse or something, mostly dark with light filtering through in scattered patterns. "Understood." A man sitting at the front of the table said, addressing the display, "I think we can all agree precautions are necessary until the danger is past. Now, is there anyone here representing Empira'an?" the weedy spirit interrupted, rubbing his bald head. Well, not quite bald. Instead of hair, his scalp looked like a seed pod with circular dimples ringing small dark nubs. I wondered if he ever sprouted. Vilpidus caught Tristan's eye and raised an eyebrow. "Quinn," he mouthed. Tristan gave him a tiny nod, trying not to draw the other spirit's attention. Several spirits began talking at the same time, completely unintelligible. It took several tries, but finally one spirit's voice rose above the others as they fell silent. "Transitioning and not currently part of the collective. I'll inform you if they rejoin in the future." As everyone began talking again, including the other spirits in the room, Vilpidus leaned back across the table and gestured Tristan closer. "Guess that explains why Yanazit thinks they're in charge." Tristan winced and glanced at the TV, but the chaos continued, and the only one who reacted was the female spirit who glared over her tablet at them again, tapping a little harder than necessary at it. The memory told me her name was Arlen, but nothing more. In the brief glimpse I got before Tristan's attention returned to Vilpidus, I noticed her skin gave an iridescent glimmer when the fluorescent lights overhead hit it just right. Mahara might have gotten a better look at the third hunter back before the inn burned down. I made a mental note to ask if she recognized her. "Better Yanazit than Empira'an," Tristan said in a low voice, glancing again at Arlen. "I'd rather be loaded up with their gear than experimented on any day." The word Yanazit caught my attention, and I tried to translate it. Ya was an informal way to refer to a group of people, and although I didn't think I'd heard the word nazit before, it was similar to the verb nazatara, to stop, cancel. That wasn't quite right, but I couldn't place the exact meaning. "I heard the web they gave Quinn was faulty," Vilpidus said, barely above a whisper. "Had to be, right? How else would those kids get away?" Tristan's mouth twisted as he leaned in closer. "I did a stint with Yanazit. Their stuff's good. Quinn's just an idiot. If Empira'an goes down, it's on her." "If?" Tristan shifted back to his seat as the voices coming through the TV waned. "I know a guy there. He says Quinn's out, but something big is going on. Some experiment. It's why they're not here chasing the kids like we are." Vilpidus gave a flick of his hand and sat back. "Sounds like wishful thinking." I felt Tristan's irritation surge at the dismissal, and something vibrated in his chest. It took me a moment to realize he was growling. He stopped when Arlen passed the tablet she had been using over to him. He turned it over and saw a message typed out on the display. "I can get the contract. Need tracker plus scout. You and Billy?" He turned the tablet back over on the table, but didn't return it to Arlen. Order had finally been restored to the meeting, and the spirit who seemed in charge, the one who was part of Yanazit, began talking again. He held up a pair of goggles that looked awfully familiar. They weren't identical to the ones we had used the previous night, but they were close. Tristan wasn't paying enough attention for me to fully follow the presentation, but the Yanazit spirit was talking about illusions and water spirits. As Tristan turned the tablet back over, studying Arlen's message again, the translation of Yanazit finally clicked into place. Nazit wasn't stop or cancel, it was nullify, the name of their company. Nullify them? The spirit held up something else, something that looked like a translucent net, but neither Tristan nor I were listening anymore. He turned over the tablet and typed a reply. Yes. He passed the tablet to Vilpidus. Nullify them. Yanazit was creating tools to nullify spirits' powers, see through them, overcome them. It was exactly what I had been trying to do since I got here. The thought scared me a little. I didn't want to agree with this capital-run company, but maybe they weren't wrong. What if we could eliminate the power dynamic between spirits, put them all on even ground? Would that be so terrible? Vilpidus glanced at the tablet and nodded, then passed it back to Arlen. She had to be the third spirit, the one in the tree. What was her animal companion? I released the memory, anxious to find something more useful. I knew their names now, knew this group of spirits sent them. Now I needed to know more about Arlen, find out more about how they work together, anything that could help us evade or defeat them. Returning to the cell, I took a step back, overwhelmed by the number of threads undulating around Tristan. How would I possibly find what I needed in this mess? Mahara's small body knelt next to the chair, dragging threads through her fingers. She clearly hadn't stayed in the same memory for as long as I had. The strands were all tightly woven into a thick cord, but she was gradually pulling them apart, inspecting each one. When she shifted to a new thread, I sat down cross-legged next to her. "What, got bored with watching spirits gossip at work?" I asked. It was hard to read her expression with the golden glow that surrounded her, but she didn't look amused. "Shouldn't you be checking more memories?" she asked. Sure enough, there was absolutely no amusement in her tone. Tristan shifted in the chair, and my vague irritation melted into sympathy. The look he had given Mahara was nothing short of murderous, and now she was stuck in here with him. I couldn't be too needled by her attitude. "Just go," she gestured vaguely. "I don't know, watch more meetings or something." I nodded, but when she went back to combing through the cord of memories she held, eyes no longer focused on the surrounding room, I reached over to see what had her so captivated. Tristan sprinted between buildings, boots pounding on the stone street as other spirits jumped out of the way. The evening was dark, and most of the light came from dim bulbs strung back and forth from the buildings, swinging softly in the breeze. One water spirit with long black hair was staring at something down the road and didn't notice Tristan quickly approaching. She took a small step backward, directly into his path, and he slammed out a hand to shove her out of the way. "Move!" Horrified, I heard the girl cry out and wanted to turn around and make sure she was okay, but I was at the whim of Tristan's memory. He didn't turn around. He passed another small group of spirits huddled together, mouths agape. One of them pointed down the road, but it was a useless gesture. Some invisible bond pulled Tristan onward, almost tangible in his gut, urging him faster and faster. Further down the road, a door slammed shut and someone screamed. He slid around a corner as fireworks burst overhead, the noise echoing through his chest. Lights above. I knew this town, knew this night. Sure enough, when he tore through the gap in the wall, I saw that huge gray wolf standing at the edge of the bank, head down, although his ears swiveled toward the figures splashing through the river in his direction. I could barely see my body pinned under the wolf, but even the glimpse I got seemed to tear my mind in two. While I, Cora, felt panic rising as I remembered the moment, I simultaneously felt a sense of triumph from Tristan. The two senses warred with each other, nauseating. When the memory dimmed, going hazy at the edges, I assumed that was why. Mahara reached the bank, slipping past Gillean and kicking up clods of silt as she scrambled toward the wolf. When Tristan neared, she looked over, dark eyes wide at first, then rolling backward as she collapsed. I could feel Tristan's relief as he assumed she had fainted, and his pace slowed as he approached the river. Attention now focused on Gillean, who had finally reached True and was pulling her frantically back toward the crossing. "Stop the girl!" A woman's voice yelled from behind Tristan. One of his companions, Arlen. His gaze followed True as she barreled after Gillean, jumping from stone to stone, and I felt his confusion. She posed no real threat. "The fungus spirit," Vilpita shouted, out of breath. They had nearly reached him, left behind in the sprint. The memory dimmed further, but I felt him reach for something on his chest, pat it in a distracted confusion right before a screaming white pain overtook everything. Nothing else existed but the pain of having his soul ripped in half. I stumbled backward in the cell, hands burning where I had been touching the golden thread of his memory. Beside me, Mahara cried out and clutched her hand to her chest. It reminded me of what Tristan had done right before his bond with the wolf was cleaved. What had he been looking for? The pain in my hands banished the thought, and I looked down at them, feeling betrayed. Through the golden glow, they looked fine, and when I glanced through the window in the door at my physical body, it appeared untouched. There was no sound in this spirit form, but I caught Tristan's mouth moving as he stared straight ahead. Was he talking to us? When one of the drifting threads grazed my arm, the pain spread. "Don't touch," I gasped to Mahara. She was already backtracking away from Tristan, arms wrapped around her chest. "Are you okay?" "I just wanted to see." She flinched away as a thread came closer to touching her. "What I did." Even as Tristan slowly turned his head, sweeping the room, somehow knowing we were still here, I saw the regret in her eyes, mixed with fear. "What, with the wolf?" She gave a tiny nod. "You saved me," I said, trying to get between her and Tristan and usher her out of the room. I no longer cared about trying to gather info for Sif. Let him do his own dirty work. That wolf was basically enslaved to him anyway. As soon as you broke the bond, it ran away. She stared at me, and I realized that during our time in the cell, her hair had shortened. "That's not true. I watched him raise her from a pup. They'd been together for 10 years. They loved each other." Her voice was rising in pitch, and I looked at Tristan nervously, but he was oblivious, gaze passing through us as he turned. "You didn't stop the wolf from following him," I insisted, "or him from following the wolf." "I afflicted her," she wailed, oblivious to the threads that strayed too close. She flinched away when one touched her arm, still wrapped tightly around herself. "I erased 10 years of their love like it never existed." I was losing patience, felt the ever-increasing pull of my body as my spirit longed to return to it. I didn't understand what had happened to Tristan's memories, why they hurt to touch now, and I wanted to get out of this cell. "So, what did you discover after watching it again?" I asked, crossing my own arms. "That you would have rather let me drown or get dragged back to the capital? Because from my point of view, as soon as that wolf came after me, its life was forfeit. It should be happy all it lost was a few memories." Mahara turned away, drifting back toward our bodies. "I came here to fix the affliction," she muttered, "but all we've done is run around and make it worse." "That's not even true," I yelled at her back, indignation boiling over. "I want to fix things as much as you do, but staying fucking alive long enough to do so kind of comes first." With my attention on Mahara, I didn't notice when one of Tristan's threads brushed my cheek. I cried out, half in surprised pain and half in pure frustration. "I hope you know I would have done much worse," I growled at him, not caring that he couldn't hear me. "If it were up to me, I would have told your beloved wolf to kill you." I ignored the fact that I didn't even know how to do something like that. If I could, I would have. He was peering back out of the tiny window in his cell again, body leaning forward. With my attention focused on him, I couldn't help but feel his impatience creeping into me, even in my spirit form. Maybe I couldn't touch his memories anymore, but I could still get a sense of what he was feeling. He was impatient, yes, but not out of pure boredom. It felt like he was waiting for something or someone. Shadows. It felt like hope, and I could only think of 2 spirits who might rescue him. They hadn't stepped in last night, but if they had time to plan, would Vilpetus and Arlen be willing to rescue him? Or was this the futile hope of the abandoned? I didn't want to stay with the Kratcha long enough to find out. When I returned to my body, Mahara was already awake, talking to Sif. "Loves his wolf more than anything," she said. "More than he cares about his job or his friends. If you promised I would fix their bond, I think he'd probably give you some info." Sif clasped his hands behind his back as he glanced in at Tristan. "I'm not sure if he'd fall for that trick again," he said, voice gravelly. "It's not a trick," she protested, pushing off her crutches to stand up taller. "If we found his wolf, I could fix it. And I could have told him that myself if you had invited me along last night. From the way she pinched her eyebrows together, I knew she was trying to look serious, but the pitch of her voice gave her away. She was disappointed, hurt he hadn't included her. Absolutely, Sif said, taking her seriously despite the whine in her voice. Next time, you'll be part of the team. I shot daggers at both of them. She was only 12. Either he was lying or he was unhinged. I didn't intend to figure out which. I saw no point in holding back any information from Sif, but I didn't expect the amount of questioning he could think up just from the scant amount I put together from the meeting I witnessed. By the time we finished, Mahara's stomach was loudly rumbling, and I kept interrupting myself with jaw-splitting yawns. Okay, he said, cracking his knuckles. I'll check back in if anything else comes up. He opened the door for Mahara, who clacked through on her crutches, not checking to see if I followed. Sif's hand landed on my shoulder, holding me back. Actually, one more question, he said as the door closed. I shrugged him off, impatient to leave. What now? Your sister's made her view clear. What would you have me do with him? He tipped his head toward Tristan's cell. Kill him, I said shortly, and pushed through the door after my sister. What I didn't tell him is that it had nothing to do with me. If he had asked me this morning, I would have shrugged and foisted the decision off onto someone else. But after I saw the look Tristan gave Mahara, I knew he would kill her if he ever got free. Maybe Mahara felt guilty for the way she rescued me from the wolf, but I felt no such hesitation. If I knew how, I would have killed him before ever leaving that cell. Chapter 11. Hey, have you ever heard of some company called Yanazit? I asked Gillean that evening. I had barely seen Mahara since our time with Tristan. Hadn't even gotten to ask her what had happened to his memories, why he had become untouchable. Then again, I didn't know what gave me the idea that my power was invincible or stronger than any other spirit I had met. If I could learn to see through illusions and Mahara could resist being charmed, I supposed it only made sense that other spirits could learn to defend against our intrusions. Gillean didn't look up from the book he was studying, one hand idly flipping through the pages while he tugged a tuft of his hair with the other. Perched on the arm of the couch, I was about to tell him that pulling at his hair wouldn't make it grow back any faster, but then I thought better of it. He had cut it for my benefit when he had to disguise himself, and it was hard not to notice that all the other water spirits I met wore their hair long, and usually pulled back, even Liz and Sif. Even though I thought it looked better now, I kept my mouth shut. He noticed my stare and finally looked up, pushing the book away. Yes, of course. I slid down onto the seat of the couch next to him, trying to ignore the impatience in his voice and focus on the fact that at least he hadn't immediately shifted away from me. They're a company, like Empira'an, right? I saw Gillian's eyes shifting back toward the book, and I knew I was keeping him from whatever was so interesting. Yes, they're part of the collective. Why? Something I saw in Tristan's memory, I said. He narrowed his eyes, expression growing colder, and I instantly regretted mentioning it. I plunged ahead anyway, committed now. The wolf, I mean. That Yanazit company was helping them out, giving them equipment and stuff. He shrugged. No real surprise there. Why are you telling me about it? I couldn't tell if he was annoyed I was barging into Spirit's memories uninvited, or that I had referred to the wolf by name. Or was he annoyed I had fled his bedroom this morning before anyone had woken up? I blushed a little at the memory, but took a deep breath and tried to focus. What's their deal? They develop stuff that nullifies our powers, right? That would be what the name implies, yes. He still hadn't slid away from where I sat sideways on the couch, my left knee resting on his, although he clearly seemed annoyed at my mere presence. What's your point? I gave up on gently leading up to the crux of what I wanted to know and went with the blunt approach. What if they have the right idea? He stared at me for a long moment, but it wasn't the look of someone who was considering my point. He looked more like he was trying to figure out how he had so misjudged me. Are you serious? His voice was icy, and he finally shifted away from me, facing me fully. His eyes no longer strayed toward the book he had been reading. Even as my stomach flipped at his reaction, I couldn't help but notice the shifting, water-like movement across his skin slowed as his eyes narrowed. I shrugged, unwilling to back down so easily. Would it be so bad to all be on an even playing field? Isn't that exactly what your dad feared, the power imbalance between us? There. Now it was out there. I felt relieved, even as Gillian's forehead creased. My father's an idiot. His voice was flippant, but his words still shocked me. Gillean, I protested, covering my mouth. Don't say that. He shrugged, resolve hardening his expression. He is. You both are. You're too human. He used the human word for human instead of Hresha. Somehow, it felt like more of an insult, and I swallowed hard past the lump that formed in my throat. I am not, I protested, voice quiet. If he noticed my struggle, he didn't show it. You are, he said again. He was obsessed with humans, studied them at every opportunity, spent more time in that world than ours at times, and you were raised human. He paused for a second, as if trying to decide whether to go on. I'm not saying it to be cruel, Cora. The fact that he used my name instead of Hresha clued me to the fact that he could see the hurt on my face. But you're right. My father would champion Yanazit. He does fear you. He fears my powers, I mumbled. Gillean grabbed my hands, and the movement was so unexpected that I almost snatched them away, but he squeezed tighter. His cool skin seemed to seep in through his touch, soothing my flushed body. They're one and the same. That's what I'm trying to tell you, what you and my father don't fully understand. Spirits aren't human with powers added on top. I am this. He let go of my hands and gestured up and down at himself. Take away my powers and... He opened his mouth and closed it again, unsure how to continue. I don't know how to explain it because the word spirit encompasses both, but if you don't know what that means... He abruptly switched to the human language. Soul, maybe? Does that sound right? You would steal my soul. He was right. I didn't totally understand, but I wanted to. I settled on nodding, still not trusting my voice. If Kai feared me, did he love me? Is it possible to truly love something you fear? Somehow, Gillian's explanation hadn't exactly made me feel better about my relationship with Kai. And I didn't even know why his approval and acceptance were so important to me, but they were. Good, he said, switching back to the spirit language. He gave me a rare smile that made me feel marginally better. Any other questions, Hresha? Strangely, I actually appreciated that he could so quickly go back to calling me Hresha after potentially devastating me by pointing out how human I was. And an offer from Gillean to answer questions was so rare that I couldn't pass up the opportunity. There's something weird about Sif, I said, anxious to change the subject. Gillean perked up, and I could sense his approval, his relief that I seemed to trust Sif as little as he did. Which is? I tried to put my general unease into words and pick out what so disconcerted me about him. It's like... Sometimes he almost seems to read people's minds and say exactly what they want. I thought back to how he empowered Mahara and offered to include her in the next mission, or how he instantly trusted me and tried so hard to give me a place to belong. But other times, he barely seems to know the people he should be closest to. I thought about his refusal to call Harna by his nickname, and how he seemed to ignore who I was pretty sure was his own daughter half the time, their bond weak and frayed. Remember when I told you he's a Vara Shallan? He waited for me to give a quick nod. Then, have you considered the idea that it may be intentional? Gillean asked slowly, his lack of attention included. Why would he do that? Gillean picked at his fingernails, breaking eye contact. Sometimes, he said, denying someone attention can make them crave it more, work harder to impress them. There was some meaning underneath his words that I wasn't quite grasping. What, is that something you do? I laughed, but then thought about it a little more. Did he? His silver eyes flicked up, surprised. No, he grimaced. I don't, do I? It was the most introspection I'd ever heard from Gillean, and I gave a small one-armed shrug, unwilling to admit that, yes, I thought he did. I was still thinking of my father, he said, chagrined. Kai wouldn't. I started to defend him, refusing to compare him to Sif. Not intentionally, he interrupted, but yes, he would. His voice was steely enough to put a stop to my defense. Maybe not to you, and maybe it was a necessary sacrifice he had to make, but he spent a lot more time in the capital than he should have. With me, I added silently. I thought back to the memories I had recaptured of how Kai started multiple times to pack and go home, only to delay or bring Gillean and Sorsha to Empira'an for longer and longer stretches. He had prioritized me. I couldn't deny it. I understood why he had done it, what he realized was at risk, but I could also feel the resentment coming off Gillean in waves. Unsure what to say, I moved my hand slightly closer to his on the couch, resting my pinky on top of his, trying to offer some kind of understanding. Stop it, he said, voice low. I froze, shifting my hand back as my heart dropped. After he grabbed my hands just a moment ago, seemed comfortable with our knees touching, had I so misread the situation? My skin prickled with embarrassment, and I slid back up onto the arm of the couch, trying to put distance between us. Not that. He sighed and gestured up and down at me. He trailed off. What? I asked, completely flummoxed. What did I do? I knew that my voice was rising uncomfortably close to a whine, but I couldn't seem to stop it. I was so exhausted from feeling constantly on edge. He reached out and grabbed my forearms, pulling me back down off the arm of the couch so that I was sitting with my knees scrunched up in front of me. I can feel you picking at my mind, he said, voice still firm. You promised not to look into my memories, so stop. I blinked, frustration and confusion fading into curiosity. I did promise, I said, shifting to sit on my knees and bringing down the barrier between us. But I haven't looked into your memories. I'd swear it on anything. I wasn't sure if spirits swore on people important to them and didn't want to creep him out by swearing on my sister's life, so left it at that. His brow furrowed in a similar confusion that I both saw and felt. There, he said, but his tone wasn't as angry this time. What are you doing? Shit, I began to understand. It hadn't escaped my notice that I was more in tune with people's emotions the past few weeks. I just thought it was part of growing closer to people, having actual friends. Nothing, I protested. Sometimes I can kind of feel if people are annoyed or excited or whatever, but no more so than I could just by looking at them. I looked at his stony face and sighed. Spirits with actual expressions, that is. He looked slightly gloomier, and I shrugged. Sorry, but it's not something I'm doing on purpose. I can feel you're annoyed and confused, but that's it. Telling me to stop is like telling me to forget that a smile means you're happy. Unexpectedly, he did smile then, or at least a slight grimace that was almost a smile. That's the first time you've ever talked like a spirit, Haresha. I bit my lower lip to keep from giving away how much the compliment meant to me, but my smile broke through anyway. Instead, I ducked my head and turned toward the book on the table, letting my hair hide my face. What were you looking at? Anything interesting? He flipped through the pages, too fast for me to catch any of the words, but I saw glimpses of maps and intricate sketches of plants. Some plant spirits' ramblings. He paused on a page, and I noticed he had earmarked it. Incredibly boring. He turned the book toward me, and I leaned forward, our heads close, but occasionally useful. A detailed, hand-drawn map spread across both pages. The margins of the page were crammed with notes winding in all directions, taking up every available space. The tiny lettering was even harder to read than the rest of the book, but I spotted numbers dotted across the map that corresponded with the notes. "I can't read this," I said, craning my head to follow the path of one note. He swiped a hand across the notes. "Ignore those. We don't need to know that some useless pink moss only grows where the steam rises from the rocks." I focused on the map itself. What then? It was a mess of hills and trees and streams with some aspects overly pronounced, like a pile of rocks on top of a hill and a waterfall near the bottom of the page. How is this any different from the maps you already have? The door swung open, Mahara's voice filling the room as she followed True inside. I glanced up, but Gillean tapped the page, drawing my attention back down. Shadows, I could see Kai in him sometimes when he was trying to teach me something. It's older, for one. How much older? I heard Mahara's crutches thump against the wall, discarded as she hopped after True, still chattering nonstop. I caught the word mom, and for a moment thought she was telling True about our mom, our real mom. But no, she was telling True about the woman I tricked into acting as our mom. Even though it was my fault, I cringed, wanting to jump in and correct her. Gillean tapped the page again, more impatiently this time. Older than this outpost. A lot of the books here are. And this map has something interesting the others don't. I focused on where he tapped and saw a clearing in the trees with a few cabins huddled together in the middle. 3 symbols were scrawled above them, and I recognized 2 of them, at least, kind of. One was a circle with a mess of triangles inside of it. It wasn't identical to the pendant Gillean wore, but it was similar. The second was a layer of knotted angles that made up a semicircle. Again, not identical to True's charm, but similar. When I scanned the other settlements marked on the map, I saw similar symbols above each one. These are the families that live in each town, I guessed, pointing at the 2 that looked familiar. Plant spirits, animal spirits, and so on? Exactly. A thrill of satisfaction rose in my chest. But look at this one. He tapped the 3rd symbol. While the others were like complicated braids layered on top of each other, the 3rd was simple. 8 small circles arranged around a larger circle. Water spirits? I asked. He shook his head and gestured at one of the other towns with more crests above it, one like a pile of twisted ribbons. Not like one I've ever seen before. I noticed that Mahara had gone silent as she and True watched us, except in some of Quinn's old research notes, back when she was tracking down fungus spirits. It's not exactly the same, but... You think? I stared at the settlement, trying to memorize everything about it. There was another small mark, the number 17. I searched the margins frantically for the matching note. What does it say? I asked breathlessly, finding it. I don't understand the note, Gillean admitted. Something about discovering the source of lichen, but the way it's written makes it sound like a joke. He shrugged. I don't get it, but every settlement here is marked with the types of spirits the author met. It might just be an old flower or marsh family crest I don't recognize. It's not, I said, voice certain. We have to go there. A lot of these towns aren't on the newer map I've been using, he warned. There's likely nothing there any longer. I was barely listening, dreaming about what we might find, who we might find. What were the chances that they would know the mushroom spirit I'd met at the scavenger camp? Or, shadows, what if they knew my mom? And what could they teach me? I was floundering in the dark by myself, barely able to sort through a single person's memories in order to heal what I had tangled and broken so badly in this world. I could feel there was something I was missing, something the mushroom spirit had been trying to show me. If I had just listened harder, understood who I was back then, maybe I would have solved the affliction by now. I wouldn't make that mistake a second time. What's this? True asked, pointing at what looked like an ink blot on the map. Storm, Gillean said. The one thing that does still exist on the newer maps. Strong winds make it impassable. Even through my untamed enthusiasm, that gave me pause. The human world mirrored the spirit world. I admittedly wasn't terribly well traveled, but I had never heard of a storm like that in the human world. Before I could think too much about it, Mahara hopped over to the table. "We can't go," she said, a note of satisfaction in her voice. "The vulture's still up there. I saw him circling just now." "So I hide us from it," I said, same as I did last night. "You plan to just stroll out of here and think the hunters won't notice?" True asked. Her expression was still cold, her mouth set in a thin line, and I felt Gillean shift away from me on the couch. Coward. I gave her a half shrug, trying to look unconcerned even as I suppressed a shudder as I remembered how the hunters had expected us the previous night, even after I broke the vulture's concentration over and over. "Enough to give us a head start, sure," I appraised Mahara. "And without the wolf, we're evenly matched now. You and I can handle Arlen and Vilpetus if they get close enough, no problem." Mahara crossed her arms, looking like a flamingo standing on one leg. It took all my concentration to keep a serious face. "I'm not breaking any more bonds," she said. My serious expression became a little easier to hold as I took in her words, but there was no point in arguing about hypotheticals. "Fine," I said. "I won't force you to do anything, but I'm heading—" I looked at Gillean. "North?" "North," he confirmed. "North, as soon as you're healed up," I said. "I want to heal the affliction as much as you do, but we can't do it alone, not like this." I half expected True or Mahara to interrupt, but they remained silent, a unanimous wall in front of me. "The Kraetcha here don't need our help, and they aren't interested in fixing the afflicted unless they have something to gain from it. I'm going to find other fungus spirits." I remembered Kai's words to let Mahara stand on her own. "You can come if you want." Whatever I was expecting, it wasn't for her face to fall in what I recognized as a last attempt to keep herself from crying. She turned silently away and hopped into her room, slamming the door shut behind her. "Shit, Cora," Gillean muttered, moving even further from me. "Whatever happened to sticking together?" True looked at the closed door, considering her options. "I should go talk to her," she decided. Guilt seeped through my pores as I replayed my own words. They were right. Whatever letting her stand on her own meant, it wasn't this. "No," I said, standing slowly. "I'll talk to her." True stood aside as I knocked on her door. "Mahara?" I asked quietly. "Can I come in?" She didn't answer, and my heart dropped a little further. Unsure what to do next, I finally opened the door and slipped inside, closing it behind me. I found Mahara laying on the bed, arms crossed as she stared at me. Strangely, it wasn't how I expected to find her. I thought she'd be upset, crying maybe. But no, this wasn't sad Mahara, this was angry Mahara. With a grimace, I sat down on the corner of her bed, a little worried she was about to demand I leave. Shadows, maybe I wanted to leave rather than let her explode on me. "I didn't mean it," I blurted. "You know I wouldn't really leave you here, right?" "No!" The explosion I could feel brewing was lit. "How would I know that when you just told me you would?" She threw a pillow at me, and it wasn't playful. I was pretty sure if it was something more substantial, she would have thrown it just the same. The pillow hit me, and I wrapped my arms around it, hugging it to my chest. "I came across worlds to find you, Mahara. I could never leave you." "Yeah?" She raked her hands through her short hair, shaking her head. "That's funny." There was no amusement in her voice. Now I was feeling defensive. What had gotten into her? For some reason, I found myself blaming True, even though I had zero evidence the two were connected. "It's always been the two of us," I protested. "I'd follow you anywhere, Mahara, anywhere. You know where the last place I want to be is? Empira'an. Followed you there. The second last place is here, and I followed you here too. You have no idea how much you have us all wrapped around your finger. You want to cure the world? Great. Show me how and I'll follow you there too. If you have a better idea, tell me. It's not your stupid plan, she shouted back, and I saw her eyes well with tears. Were these angry tears or sad tears? I couldn't separate my feelings from hers anymore and wasn't sure. Then what? I realized too late that my voice was as loud as hers as I threw the pillow down. Why are you so mad at me? She sat up and buried her face in her hands. Between her sobs and her muffled voice, I couldn't tell what she said. What? I scooted over and tried to pull her hands away from her face. What did you say? Everyone leaves, she wailed. I froze, barely breathing. Everyone! When I didn't respond, she started listing them off between sobs. Our mom, our dad, Kai, Sorsha, even stupid Celeste. She fixed me in her sight, and I could tell she was still furious. You! I was frozen, but the pure heat of her glare released me. Hey, you're hyperventilating, I said lamely. Slow down, I'm right here. Now you are, she said. But you left me before, sister. When you lost your memories and spent all that time in the human world just wandering around with a blank stare on your face half the time, you left me all alone. Now I was on the verge of tears, and I fought them fiercely, pushing down the lump in my throat. I never cried in front of Mahara. Truth be told, I tried my best never to cry in front of anyone, but especially her. I took a deep breath before replying. You're right, I'm sorry. But she wasn't done. I tried so hard to be good, she cried, interrupting me. I was quiet, I never made any trouble, and I thought if I was good enough, maybe someone would notice me, see that I was all alone. And guess what? I'm tired of it. I don't want to be so perfect all the time. How had I been so oblivious to how difficult our time in the human world had been on Mahara? She was right. She had been extraordinarily perfect. While I was loudly announcing my presence to get someone to notice me, she was just being good. And it hadn't worked. While I wasn't as afflicted as our surrogate mom, I definitely wasn't fully present, had no idea what she was going through. I'm sorry, I said again. I didn't... This time it wasn't Mahara who cut me off, it was my own voice as my chest grew unbearably tight. My vision went wobbly as the tears filled my eyes and I squeezed them shut. Sister? Fear filled her voice now and I just shook my head, trying to reassure her. The bed shifted and her skinny arms wrapped around me. I didn't mean it, okay? I'll still be good for you. No, it's okay, I choked out. You're right. You're 100% right. I left you and I couldn't even see what I had done. I clutched her tight against me. But even without my memories, without knowing who you were or even who I was, all I wanted was to protect you, keep you close. That first moment when I opened my eyes and didn't recognize you, there was never a question that I was going to take you home with me and treat you as my sister. And the morning when I woke up and you were gone, I knew I would search for you until I found you, no matter how long it took. I love you so fucking much, Mahara, more than anything. I'm so sorry I left you all alone. Tears were running down my cheeks now, even with my eyes closed. She didn't respond, but I felt her grip tighten, her fists clinging to the back of my shirt. I never should have threatened to leave you here, I said, sniffling, half to myself. It wasn't even true, just what I thought Kai... I broke off and opened my eyes, unsure how much to say. Still holding me tightly, she looked up at me from my chest. What did Kai say to you when we left? I sighed and let go of her, roughly wiping the tears from my cheeks. He told me to let you be more independent, make your own decisions, stuff like that. To my surprise, she sat back, an expression of annoyance passing across her face. You're such an idiot, sister. I waited for her to finish, hiccuping a little as I tried to get my breathing back under control. He probably meant, not being mad when I cut my hair. Her face brightened. Or letting me go on the next mission with Steve. Absolutely not happening, but I tried not to let my face show it. With luck, the opportunity would never come up. Why did you even listen to Kai anyway? He didn't give me good advice at all. I looked at her sharply. The idea that he had also given Mahara advice hadn't really occurred to me. What did he say? She yawned and lay back down on the bed, frowning when she realized she was missing her pillow. Lots of stuff. About how you don't let anyone get close except me, and how I have to be careful not to use it against you or something. I blinked, mind now racing about what he could have said to Gillean about me. Like I said, dumb. You're plenty close with the water spirit. I wasn't, not like I was with her, but I didn't argue. Oh, and he told me you're going to get mad at him and to keep you on track when you do. I puzzled over her words, grabbing the pillow from where I had thrown it and handed it over. I'm not mad at Kai. She rolled her eyes. I know, that's why it's dumb advice. She stuffed the pillow under her head. If you think we should go north and find the fungus spirits, I'll go with you. I curled up next to her and pulled her against me, shoving my head onto the pillow next to her. Maybe, we'll see. I was exhausted, both emotionally and physically, and didn't want to commit to anything. Focus on healing up first. And for several weeks, that's exactly what she did. The four of us fell into an easy routine. Wake up, get breakfast in the cafeteria, free time. Some days Mahara and I worked on fixing a few lost memories on a spirit who had been too close to the capital. Other days I convinced True to try charming me. Every time she was a little more reluctant, but it didn't seem to matter. I couldn't resist the charm. In fact, her reluctance only seemed to make me more desperate to remain charmed and increased the anguish when she broke it. Slowly, we returned to the slightly awkward friendship that we had before I almost attacked her. Lunch was in the afternoon, often followed by some kind of task Sif assigned to us. Sometimes it was cleaning, other times I wandered directly around the outpost walls with another spirit. As Mahara healed and finally left her often discarded crutches behind, she begged to join us, but Sif kept her inside the walls, much to my relief. Finally, dinner and more free time, which quickly became my favorite part of the day. Evenings were for the four of us, when we huddled around the table in front of the couch and played card games, which I inevitably lost, read to each other from the many books on the bookshelf. True was particularly adept at finding the spicier books hidden among the encyclopedias, or just chatted for hours, which Mahara dominated with stories from the human world. I was comfortable, far more comfortable than I ever could have imagined while being surrounded by the Krecha. It was easy to forget the horrors I suspected they were capable of when life felt so easy and safe for just a few weeks. It was possibly the first time I had relaxed in my life. I almost could have been convinced to stay. Almost. One night, however, True wasn't at our usual evening hangout session. It wasn't unheard of. Sif called all of us away at random times. For me, it was usually when some new spirit showed up seeking refuge, and he wanted to confirm they were who they said they were. I didn't enjoy prowling through their memories, but it was always with their permission. For Mahara, it was usually to talk about what she had seen in Empira'an or demonstrate her ability for some other spirit under Sif's watch. A surprising number of spirits came and went from the outpost, but no one reported seeing the two remaining hunters. They were out there, though. The vulture continued to circle. True rarely mentioned what Sif called her away for, and I didn't ask. Gillean almost never got called away. As time went on, he was quieter with us as well, slowly withdrawing. I knew he felt stuck here, worried that we would never leave as I talked less and less about heading north, but I didn't know how to bring it up, what I could say to reassure him. I wasn't sure when we would leave, and in my quietest moments, if we would leave. At night, in bed, I had my own routine to quiet my worries, one I didn't tell anyone about. Quietly leaving my body behind, I entered my spirit form and wandered the outpost. First, I checked on Tristan. More often than not, he detected me, his yellow eyes finding mine in the dark as his lips raised in a snarl. I left quickly, not wanting to aggravate him. I just wanted to make sure he was still there, still trapped. Next, I floated up to the roof of the building. I couldn't see the other two hunters, but I could see the thick threads connecting the wolf to them. They were still too far away for me to reach, but that was fine by me. Let them keep their distance. Third, I checked on my friends. I didn't enter their rooms, didn't want to invade their privacy, but in my spirit form, I could feel their presence close on the other side of the door. After that, I could usually get to sleep. That night, something was amiss. Step 1, Tristan. When I entered his cell, his eyes met mine, but instead of a snarl, I saw his shoulders twitch as he chuckled. I backed up against the wall, unsure of what was happening. Although I knew he couldn't touch me, every fiber of my being began ringing in alarm. As his silent chuckle grew into apparent laughter, I fled the room, heading up through the ceiling. Step 2, the other hunters. It took me a moment to find the threads that connected them to the wolf because they weren't in the usual winding direction of the forest. They were behind us now, on the other side of the outpost. Were they on the move? If so, were they leaving or coming for their friend? Or for us? I shuddered, even without a physical form, suddenly fearing for Mahara. Step 3, my friends. I ignored my usual rule and entered their rooms, needing to be sure. Mahara was in the middle of her bed, one leg sticking out from the blankets, which were strewn halfway off the bed. Her injured leg, I realized, noting how normal it looked. What had been an awful bite wound was nearly invisible now, leaving only a trail of slightly puckered skin behind. She was safe, uninjured and safe. I breathed a little easier. When I entered Gillean's room, I froze for a moment, taking in his empty bed, but relaxed when I followed his thread and saw him, still awake, staring out his window. I tried not to sense his mood, but he filled the room with melancholy. He wants to go home, I realized, see his dad. I quickly left the room, feeling guilty when he stirred and looked around. I approached True's room, but there was no point in entering. I could already feel that it was empty, her presence nowhere near. I almost retreated to my body, ready to wake everyone, but then I remembered. She had been called away that evening by Sif, had been absent while Mahara regaled us with an unending story she had read about earth spirits, how they traveled via storm or even underground, shaking the earth as they moved. Or maybe it wasn't a book, but a dream she had. To be honest, I stopped listening partway through. Unsure what to do now, I paused in the common room. I could see the thread that connected True to me. After so many nights of checking on the group, I easily recognized it. Although I told myself I just wanted to make sure she was okay, it was more than that. I wanted to know what she was doing with Sif, what he wanted with her. I followed her thread, quickly finding her in a small room in another building with Sif. He sat in a chair, reclining slightly and sipping a drink while she paced in front of him, talking and gesturing widely. I wished more than ever I could hear what they were saying as I focused on her lips, trying to read them. Hopeless. My body began to tug me back as I tired, unused to traveling far from it for this long. As I fluttered between them, increasingly frustrated, another option occurred to me. I could inspect their shared memories, look through some of their other discussions together. Normally, I wouldn't dream of doing such a thing, but something felt so off tonight that I was seriously tempted. My hand itched, reaching toward the threads that connected them. Just a peek, I promised, just to reassure myself that there was nothing nefarious going on, that we were safe. My fingertips brushed the thread, and I braced myself for the onslaught of memories, but nothing. Puzzled, I grabbed hold of the thread, but it slipped out of my grasp, quivering. The tighter I tried to grab it, the more violently it shook, oscillating wildly. They were still talking to each other, with True shaking her head now, long hair cascading over her shoulders. Neither seemed aware of my presence. I studied the bundle of threads at the core of Sif's body, where all of his memories connected. I could see it, but it looked shadowed, as if I had on a pair of sunglasses. When he moved, reaching for his glass, I saw something dark shift in front of it. His shirt? No, some sort of vest under his shirt. Giving up on the thread that refused my touch, I moved closer, reaching out a hand toward it. What started as a slight hum in the air that I could feel rather than hear became a furious vibration as I got within a few inches of the strange vest. Less than an inch away, and I couldn't move any closer, my whole body rattling and repelled by the shadow. I should have known. During our encounter with the hunters, we had used glasses intended to see through illusions. What made me think he couldn't invest in something to repel my intrusions as well? For all his talk of trusting me, it was clear he didn't. Not really. But where had he gotten this from? And who else was wearing them? I swung around, looking accusingly at True, but her core shone brightly. No protection. My affection for her grew tenfold, and I wished I was there in my physical form so I could hug her. I lost interest in their silent conversation and left, studying the spirits I passed in the hallways and rooms, counting how many wore those strange, shadowy vests. It wasn't all of them, not even half, but there were a good handful who were. I shuddered again. So much for being part of the team. I had always known there was a way to nullify our powers. I had seen it in action, witnessed Mahara being slowly drained of her power while stuck to that awful spiderweb. But this was something different. It seemed guns weren't the only tool they were stocking up on, maybe learning how to manufacture. When I returned to my body, exhausted, I considered my options. Tristan was happy, the hunters were moving, and Seif and True were having late-night meetings. Something was happening, and I wasn't part of it. Hours later, still awake, I heard the door open as True returned. Part of me finally relaxed when I heard her go to her room, the sink turn on. Everyone was here, and everyone was safe. I was still hesitant to leave, unsure of what was happening. Feeling more unsettled than ever, I finally managed a few scraps of sleep, flopping back and forth uneasily under the heavy blankets. Chapter 12. The next morning, when I emerged from my room still yawning and trying to smooth back my tangled hair, I found Mahara literally bouncing around the room, talking nonstop to both Gillean and True. Coming in mid-conversation, I only caught something about the meadow outside the base, specifically the area filled with enormous whitish stones that we had dubbed the nest because True thought it looked like the eggs of a giant bird. Gillean caught my eye from where he stood by the window, but I couldn't read his expression. At first, I thought he was annoyed by Mahara's chatter and wanted an excuse to leave, but there was something like worry in the way he frowned at me. When I saw how easily Mahara bounced from foot to foot, I immediately looked away, guilt gnawing at my gut. There was no denying she was healed and could easily travel again. The fact that we were still here was entirely my fault. Maybe that's what he was trying to communicate. But before I could ask, True intercepted me, stepping in close enough for her hair to brush my cheek. "Can we talk?" she murmured. Shit. How could she possibly know what I had done last night? My stomach flipped as I nodded wordlessly and let her take my hand, leading me into her bedroom. Mahara didn't even seem to notice, continuing to talk without skipping a beat, apparently happy enough to have just Gillean as her audience. She was recounting something Seif had told her, I gathered, listening just enough to catch his name a couple times before my attention shifted to True. I had never been in her room in all the weeks we'd been living here, and even in my dread, I noticed little insect husks lined up on her bedside table, alongside several wilted flowers. Mahara's voice became muffled as True pushed the door shut behind me and finally released my clammy hand. I was frantically replaying the previous night's wander in my head, trying to figure out how much she knew. Could she have felt my presence the same way Tristan seemed to? Excuses flooded through my mind, but I dismissed each one as an obvious lie. Maybe apologizing was the better solution, especially if I could explain how little I had learned, how I couldn't understand their conversation at all and was only worried that she was gone for so long. I opened my mouth to explain, but hesitated when she bit her lip and looked away. I swear I tried to change his mind, she finally said, then took a deep breath and glanced up at me. She almost looked scared. Whatever reaction she expected from me, she didn't get it, and her worry turned to confusion. Sorry, back up, I said slowly. What are you talking about? Seif. She paused again, seeming to await a reaction that didn't come. He's taking Hera on a mission to grab the remaining 2 hunters. My chest tightened as I took in her words, started putting the pieces together. Gillian's pointed look, Mahara's chatter about Seif in the meadow, True's late-night meeting. He can't, I whispered. I looked at her pleadingly. True, you can't let him take her. I'll go again if he wants. I'll do better this time, I swear. Just don't let her go. She finally put a hand up, stopping me. Cora, you're not listening. She took a deep breath, risked that I wouldn't try to punch her this time, and grabbed my shoulders. Her needle-sharp fingernails dug into the soft skin on my back, but I didn't flinch. Everything else inside my body hurt too much to really feel it. I agree with you. Hera can't go on this mission. We need her, but not there. I was too desperate for her help to ask whether she was referring to the 4 of us or the Kre'echa when she said we. Let me talk to Seif, I said, clenching my fists. I'll go instead. I can. He doesn't want you, she interrupted, glancing warily at my fist but not removing her hands from my shoulders. Believe me, I tried. Why? She finally stepped back, sizing me up. We were quiet for a long moment, and I could hear Gillian's voice on the other side of the door, but couldn't make out his words. Why doesn't he want me, True? I asked again. She rubbed her freckled forehead and took another long moment to answer. Because he's making a mistake. I waited for her to say more, sensed there was something she was still weighing in her mind. Can I be honest with you? She finally asked. I nodded. If it were just the 2 of us here, I'd tell you to stay. I know you don't trust them, but the Kre'echa can help you whatever you choose to do. You might not see it yet, but you hold all the power here. She saw the argument on my lips and pressed one finger lightly against them. I know your last foray with Seif didn't go well, but he has as much to learn as you do. It could work. She took her finger away from my lips. But Hera changes everything. How? I whispered. She's not a fighter, Cora. She thinks she is. Seif thinks she could be, but we both know she's not and will never be. And she's too precious to waste on Seif's mistake. She was right. When Mahara said she was never breaking another spirit's bond or memory, she meant it. Seif was going to get Mahara killed or captured out there. We need to leave, I said, already planning our escape. A wave of relief flooded across her face, and she gave me a tight-lipped smile. Leave it to me. I glanced at the door. The other side had fallen silent, and I worried for a moment that we were too late, that she was already gone. But then I heard Mahara's familiar shriek of laughter. We should go now, I said, marveling a little at how quickly the urge to escape this place had returned. The prison walls, so delicately camouflaged, reappeared. True turned toward the door and dipped her head slightly, letting her hair fall forward to hide her face. Not yet. I need to talk to some people, figure some stuff out first. Let me break the news to Hera when I get back. I hated how vague she could be, especially after she had finally opened up just moments earlier. With one hand on the doorknob, she paused again. Not all Kre'echa are like this, Cora. What, willing to sacrifice little kids as some kind of test? Willing to kill a train full of people to disrupt the migration? willing to burn down a neighborhood to make a point? I spat the words at her and moved toward the door. If you say so. Moving quicker than I expected, True spun around and put her hand on my forehead. I sagged in relief, my disgust and anger at True instantly disappearing. Trust me, she said. We want the same thing. She was right. I could feel the truth in her words. You'll keep Hera safe, I said. She nodded, but there was more, and I raised my eyebrows a little as I voiced it. Because she's the most important one here. True dropped her hand and stared at me. I didn't say that. I shrugged, True's mind wrenching away from mine with a painful tug that left an instant headache. I wasn't upset with her. Mahara was the most important one here. She was smarter, more talented, and more caring than I was. If anyone was going to cure the affliction, it was her. I only hoped I could assist her, get her the help she needed. I was relieved that True understood that too. We're on the same page, I said simply, opening the door. Cora. She trailed off as I left, and she followed me out. Mahara sat cross-legged in the middle of the floor as Gillean kneeled over her, carefully clipping her short hair with a pair of scissors. It was getting too long, she explained plainly, sweeping up the bits of hair on the floor into tiny piles. The water spirit's helping me get ready for tonight. Gillean shrugged and continued clipping, focused on his work. Stop moving your head. He put a hand on the top of her head and turned it slightly to the right. I sighed and sat down on the couch, watching them. As True left through the front door without a word, I worried it would be a long time before we would sit around like this again. With one last snip, Gillean handed me the scissors over his shoulder, but when I took them, I felt the tingle of an illusion. Confused, I turned my hand over, moving the scissors out of the way. In true Gillean fashion, it was a message, but I didn't understand the mess of lines at first. It wasn't until I saw the 8 small circles that I realized what it was, the map the plant spirit made, where we thought he might have encountered fungus spirits in the past. How's it look? Gillean asked, turning finally to face me. I gave him a tiny nod, and his relief was instantly palpable, the feeling thick on my tongue. It surprised me that Mahara couldn't feel it, but so far she'd shown no hint of being able to sense emotions like I did. Sure enough, when she also spun around to face me, sitting in a mess of tiny clumps of hair, she was beaming, oblivious. Beautiful, I said, forcing a smile to match hers. True was gone for hours, and my heart continued to sink into a pool of guilt as time passed and Mahara's exuberance only grew. In the cafeteria at lunch, I nodded along as Mahara talked, but my gaze drifted around the room and I found Sif's eyes on us. Did he know we were leaving? Would he try to stop us? I had trouble believing his assurances that we were free to leave. The first time we had met, he had called us valuable, and he didn't strike me as the type of spirit to let something of value just wander off. It was cowardly, but I let True break the news to Mahara that we were leaving, just like she requested. She finally returned just before dinner, the sky darkening outside the window. I was in the bathroom when I heard the door open, quietly braiding my hair and avoiding Mahara as she pawed through her few belongings, trying to figure out if there was anything she needed to bring on her mission. I didn't hear True break the news, but I heard my sister's wail of outrage and knew it was done. I emerged, tying my hair into place, and tried to adopt a concerned look. Need us elsewhere, True said, glancing up when she saw me standing in the doorway. I know it's disappointing, but we're not safe here any longer. We have to go, tonight. Go where? Mahara asked sullenly. This is the only safe place there is. True paused, looking between us. North, she said finally, and we can look for the fungus spirits along the way. I was confused now, unsure where her lies started and ended. She made it sound like there was some other destination, some other haven. What would Mahara do when she realized it was all a lie to get us out of here and away from Sif's grasp? I didn't have time to think about it now. We should pack, Gillean said, turning toward his room. It's already getting dark. Still, Mahara hesitated. But we're not just running again, are we? She asked True. I want to do something, help people. True leaned down, inches away from Mahara's face. I watched my sister go perfectly still. There's going to be some running, she said quietly, but there's also a destination, okay? And if we get there, we're going to do a lot of good, I promise. I swallowed hard as Mahara finally nodded silently and turned toward her room. I stared at True for a moment longer, but waited for my sister to leave before speaking. The room continued to darken as the sun set. We're going to find the other fungus spirits, I murmured. If we want any hope of healing the affliction, we need to learn how first. That's our destination. True didn't answer out loud, but gave a heavy sigh as she dipped her head, acquiescing. Not truly satisfied, but not sure what else to say, I turned to pack my own things. We left as the first stars glimmered dimly in the sky. It was another clear night, but a cold one. Our breath hung visible in the air, and tendrils of frost crept across the cobblestones underfoot, creating a shiny cobweb that only appeared when the light caught it just right. I could smell dinner in the air, and my stomach complained loudly about the break in our routine. However, I was pretty sure the shaky feeling in my hands wasn't because I had skipped dinner, but at the competing feelings of anticipation and fear as we neared the gate. I heard the spirit standing watch at the gate before I saw him. He shifted uncomfortably in the cold, gravel crunching underfoot. I held my breath as we approached, and he stepped forward, a tablet lighting up in his hands and illuminating his face from below. We had left so quickly that I hadn't had a chance to ask whether True had informed Sif of our plans or if we were sneaking out. The uncertainty unsettled me, made me feel like our group was quickly spinning out of control. Out of my control anyway, and into True's. I shook off the feeling, holding on to the one thing I did know for sure. She was protecting Mahara at all costs. Heading out? The spirit at the gate asked. Camouflaged by the dark, his voice betrayed his identity. It was Emil. I stayed back, unsure how he would react to my presence. Yes. True met him at the gate and offered no other explanation. Emil hesitated, eyes flicking across us, silently counting, then tapped at the tablet. Like, just on a whim? He asked slowly. These things are usually kind of scheduled in advance. I don't know if it's a great time to go out right now, to be honest. Mahara perked up, clearly eager for any kind of interference in our plan. We can leave any time, right? Gillean asked, crossing his arms. Pretty sure this is any time. Emil let out a slow breath. I'm not saying you can't go, water spirit, just that there's a process to these things. If you had told us this morning you wanted to leave today, we could have figured it out. But right now... He trailed off and glanced nervously out the gate. It's not possible. If True had talked to Sif about leaving, she clearly hadn't been specific about the timing. Hey, I finally stepped forward. Emil, it's fine. I'm going with them. I expected something like gratitude or relief I was there, but instead he narrowed his eyes. Oh. He looked back down at the tablet, stabbing at it a little harder. Whatever had changed in the forest during our frantic escape apparently hadn't left us on good terms. Was it because I brought the curse of the hunters down on them, or possibly mistrust over all the attention Sif had instantly shown me? While I initially hoped he might let us go as a favor, maybe that wasn't the right tactic. Just let us get out of your way, I said. With any luck, once they realize we're gone, those animal spirits out there will take off. I gestured vaguely toward the forest, and you can just forget about this whole thing. At my last comment, Emil visibly recoiled, surprising me. When he slid the tablet away and patted his jacket, almost as if he was reassuring himself, I finally understood. He wasn't annoyed by the threat of the hunters, or jealous of the attention Sif gave us. He was terrified of me. I would have bet almost anything he wore one of those vests that blocked my powers. He had seen just a peek at what I could do when I prevented the vulture from sensing us, and then when I tracked him down in the woods. Afterward, whenever Sif started handing out those vests, it must have really sunk in. We were never close, but I cringed when he stepped back and turned away, allowing us to pass without even looking at us. Emil, I wanted to explain that I wasn't threatening him, would never mess with his memories, but Gillean pulled me away, hissing a warning in my ear. Even as we regrouped outside the wall, I was still looking back toward the gate, trying to find the words to reassure him. Kresha, focus. Gillean snapped his fingers. If we're getting out of here undetected, you need to hide us from that fucking vulture. There was nothing more I could do here. Reluctantly, I refocused and waved my hand at Gillean. Then turn around and get ready to carry me. He groaned as I climbed onto his back, hooking my arms around his chest. As he stood and grabbed my legs, then took an unsteady step forward, I slipped out of my body and searched for the vulture. I found nothing. The group moved as swiftly as they could, with Gillean carrying my body, cutting a path through the tall grass toward the hills surrounding the valley. The trees were sparser to the north, the terrain interrupted with giant boulders, but once we crested that hill, it shouldn't matter. We just needed to escape undetected. Tiny, spider-like threads flickered around us as we disturbed things hidden in the grass, mostly crickets and grasshoppers, as well as tiny winged insects that fluttered unhappily when we brushed against them. I ignored the thin filaments as they disappeared almost instantly when the bugs settled back down a short distance away. Without warning, a much thicker golden cord snapped into place, focused on True. It led to the sky to the south, and I lunged forward to break it, hoping I was quick enough. Then, again like a lightning bolt, it shot down from the sky and attached to Mahara. I worked quickly, hovering close, relieved the three of them stuck together as they started the slow ascent up the hill. Then, pausing beside a jagged rock cutting a sharp silhouette in the night, Mahara climbed onto True's back. Was her leg already bothering her again? It puzzled me enough to almost miss the next thread that struck Gillean. Swinging wildly, I broke it, then yelped when I heard a voice call out to me in the otherwise silent world. It's just me, stupid. Mahara's golden form tapped her foot from where she stood next to True. The group began moving again, and I hurried to keep up. What are you doing here? Mahara simply pointed as the thread reappeared again, and I quickly broke it. We have a problem. True says the hunters aren't in the nest. What? How do you know that? I didn't look at her, focusing instead on True and Gillean, waiting for the next thread to appear. She sighed loudly, and I shook my head. Sorry, stupid question. Let me guess, a mosquito told her? Beetle. I broke yet another thread. I didn't like how quickly they were appearing. Was it a sign the vulture remembered where we were, or was it simply a side effect of how exposed the group currently was? Then where are they? Dunno. Mahara made no attempt to help me break the thread as it appeared again. But True says the Kretsch are headed there anyway, so I don't think they know where the hunters are either. Had Vilpidus and Arlen expected our escape and moved to intercept us? Our surroundings were lit by a dim glow coming from the core inside each of our bodies. I rose slightly from the ground and spun in a circle, searching for any other core-like glows, but saw nothing. I'll keep an eye out, I said, drifting back down. We were getting close to the top of the hill now, and the spotty tree cover was getting thicker. The vulture hadn't noticed us in several minutes, and Mahara drifted backward, focused on the outpost. They're running down there, she finally said. I think something's happening. I'm going back. I assumed she meant back into her body and shrugged a little, still watching for the vulture's thread. Based on how long it had been since the last threat appeared, I was pretty sure we were out of reach now, but wanted to make absolutely sure. I saw Mahara slide off of True's back and stop, pointing back toward the outpost. I paused and finally looked back where she pointed. I saw what she meant now, saw small golden dots running in the same direction within the walls. Strange, but thankfully no longer my problem. Something shot past my spirit form and I jumped back, startled. I realized a second too late it was Mahara dashing back the way we came, back toward the outpost. As True lunged forward to catch her, I flew back toward my body and woke up just in time to hit the ground as Gillean dropped me and raced off after Mahara. Gasping for breath, I tried to climb to my feet, but the fall knocked the wind out of me and I had landed directly on top of my ankle, which still ached and never seemed to completely heal. I knelt in the grass for a moment, watching as Gillean hauled a flailing Mahara back to where he had left us. "What?" I choked out, but froze when True gasped. We all turned toward the outpost. A fireball lit up the squat buildings, painting them in brilliant yellow and orange for a moment before smoke dimmed the blaze. Maybe I was only imagining it, but I swore I felt the heat for a moment, wind rippling across the sea of grass. "I told you!" Mahara yelled, struggling again. Gillean hauled her nearly off the ground as he tried to keep hold of her tiny, wriggling body. Shit, this was the inn all over again when I fought him to enter the burning building, throwing caution to the wind when I thought Mahara was in there. The only difference was I was determined to save one person. She was fighting to save them all. "Hera, stop!" It was True's gritted teeth and undercurrent of pure frustration that finally got Mahara's attention. I had never heard her use that tone with either of us before. It was the one she reserved solely for Gillean. And even as my body tensed at the irritation she directed at my sister, I understood it. She had said that if it wasn't for Mahara, she would have asked me to stay with the Krecha. I suspected she wanted to return just as badly as Mahara did. Once again, I couldn't help but feel grateful she was doing the dirty work of withholding what my sister wanted. "Do you think Sif is stupid?" She waited for Mahara to shake her head, still restrained by Gillean, but no longer fighting him. "He's ready for anything those animal spirits throw at him. And don't forget, they still hold the wolf. His friends aren't breaking in only to burn him alive." I wasn't sure if she overestimated Sif or was simply bluffing, but I felt a small sense of satisfaction when Mahara sniffed and threw back her head, similarly unconvinced. "You don't know that." True threw up her hands. "And you're just going to charge in there and what? Talk everyone into behaving? That is the last thing Sif wants right now. Trust me." The fire behind us had already dimmed, although I could smell the smoke now as wisps blotted out the stars above. "We'll hear soon exactly what happened." She tapped the radio hanging from the side of her pack. "But whether they're looking for the wolf or for us, we need to be gone. That's the best thing we can do for them right now." Finally, Mahara relented, body sagging, and Gillean released her. Although I noticed he stood back, balanced lightly on the balls of his feet, ready if she made another break for it. She wouldn't, though. All the fight had left her as she trudged wordlessly after True. I finally climbed to my feet, testing my ankle with a grimace. "Thanks," I said as Gillean approached. "For what, dropping you?" he asked, still watching Mahara carefully and staying between her and the outpost. "Technically, I meant for grabbing her." He shrugged, and I felt him finally relax a little as Mahara continued to follow True, head bowed and feet scuffling against the frozen ground, the very picture of dejection. "You should thank me for carrying you all the way up that hill." I rolled my eyes. Thank him for one thing, and he thought he deserved the world. "I didn't hear you demanding thanks for carrying Mahara for days." He gave me a sidelong look as we walked. "I wouldn't complain if you taught your sister how to do that," he said, gesturing at the sky. She's a lot lighter than you are. With a scowl, I decided not to tell him that I was pretty sure she already knew how and hadn't even offered to help. When she said she refused to break any more bonds, she truly meant it. As we crested the hill and started the slow descent into the next dip in the rippled land, I took a quick look behind us. The outpost was finally out of view. We had escaped. An hour later, True decided we had traveled far enough that it was safe to turn on the radio. We heard a flurry of voices, still talking in code, but no longer disguised behind news stories and weather reports. The noise caused Mahara to finally perk up, and she drew closer to True, quietly asking questions about the conversation. True responded, even letting Mahara carry the radio, something she had never allowed before. It wasn't an apology in words, but in actions. "Good news," True called back in a low tone. "They didn't free the wolf." I let out the breath I didn't know I was holding. "Don't suppose they captured the other two, though?" She sighed. "No, but the fire was mostly superficial, only a few injuries. Plus, Sif was able to narrow down who was passing him bad info about the hunter's movements." The news unsettled me as much as it intrigued me. Sif had been so sure his Kreetja wouldn't betray him. Guess his favors weren't as valuable as he thought. "Did they say who it was?" I asked. True hesitated, giving Mahara a sidelong glance. To my surprise, it was my sister who answered, voice barely audible. "Celeste." It took me a second to remember as my mind ran through all the random spirits we'd encountered over the past few weeks. "The doctor?" I asked, bewildered. "That's Celeste? How many Celestes do you know?" Mahara snapped, turning around to glare at me. "Maybe we shouldn't have healed her," she added more quietly. I rubbed my forehead, thinking back to her odd behavior after we restored her memories. I had assumed she was just reliving her grief at losing Zev, but maybe there was more to it. Did she blame us for what happened? Fear what we might inspire Sif to do? Or did her heart never belong to the Kreetja and truly remembering us only make her feel guilty about what she was about to do? Shadows, I'd probably never know. "Her decisions are her own," True said mildly. "All you did was give her memory she deserved to have returned. What she did with that is up to her." "Whatever." Mahara spun around and marched off, radio swinging in her grip. With an apologetic shrug in our direction, True hurried after her. "True's right, you know," Gillean said as we trailed behind. I pushed aside a branch, picking my way carefully in the dark. "Why are you telling me that?" I asked, irritated. "I'm not the one torn up about the Kreetja getting a taste of their own methods." It was a truth that bothered me a little. I did hope Liz, Harna, Emil, and the rest of them were okay, but clearly the attack didn't affect me nearly as much as it did Mahara. But wasn't that exactly what Gillean had warned me about before, that I was going to get myself killed by caring about others too much? Maybe this was a good thing. Somehow, it didn't feel like it, though. "I don't know, this time maybe you're fine with it, but next time..." He trailed off for a moment before continuing. "It's not up to you to decide if a spirit is better off with no memories or even false memories, even if it seems like it to you." I seethed, letting go of the branch so he had to duck to avoid it as it snapped back. I didn't bother to point out that I didn't even know how to implant false memories anymore. "Thanks," I bit out. "Great to know that's what you think of me." He shrugged, unapologetic, and fell silent. As we walked, though, I wondered, would I? If I knew how, would there come a time when I had to choose between a convenient lie and a forgotten truth that put me or Mahara in danger? Wasn't that exactly what I had tried to do with the Affliction? We traveled for half the night until both Mahara and I tripped in quick succession, too exhausted to be careful any longer. We camped next to a stream, and the sound of running water threatened to lull me to sleep before I had even unrolled my sleeping bag. The tiny confines of the tent were as crowded as ever, but now, without the panic of Mahara being injured, I was much more aware of how closely we crowded together. And even though I was about to drop from exhaustion, I stared at where I knew Gillean lay next to me, hidden in the inky shadows. But right before my eyelids closed, a sliver of light slipped in through the top of the tent, and I saw the silver flash of his eyes, open as well and staring back at me. Even as I pined for the comforts we had left behind, I slept easier than I had in weeks. It was short-lived, however, as Gillean woke us up only a few hours later and we started moving again. The hunters and the vulture hadn't made an appearance, but based on True's translation of the radio chatter, the Krecha had lost track of them as well. If nothing else, I was grateful for each step we took away from Tristan, still held captive at the outpost. By the third night, we finally agreed to give ourselves a full night's rest as the brief bouts of sleep steadily wore on all of us. Gillean and True couldn't look at each other without bickering. Mahara kept shivering no matter how many layers we put on her. And my ankle throbbed worse with every step, although I didn't voice it. I fell asleep quickly, tucked in between Mahara and Gillean, but jerked awake as soon as the canvas walls began to glow with the first hint of sunrise. I normally slept until Gillean shook me awake, so the unexpected wake-up rattled me. Sitting up in my sleeping bag, I rubbed my face, slowly taking stock of my body to decide if I was hungry, thirsty, cold, had to pee, or if there was some other issue I could fix and then go back to sleep. Something else caught my eye as I focused. The light in the tent was still dim, but I could make out Gillean to my right, one arm thrown over his face. Mahara was curled into a tiny ball to my left, her knees digging into my leg. But that was it. True's corner was empty. Shit. I waited a long 30 seconds, considering my options, then quietly scooted out of my sleeping bag, hoping she just had to pee or also woke up early and was getting breakfast started. As the seconds ticked by, though, the first seemed more and more unlikely, and the second seemed like wishful thinking based on how early it felt. As tempting as it was to just lie back down and assume she could take care of herself, I felt indebted to True after she did all the hard work of convincing Mahara to leave the outpost. A blast of cold air hit my face as I pulled on my cloak and exited the tent. My boots were stiff with cold, and I winced a little as I shoved them on. The farther north we traveled, the colder the mornings felt. Still, it was nothing like the night Gillean and I spent traveling over the pass on our way to the capital. Or maybe we were just better prepared for the cold this time. I quickly zipped up the tent, hoping the others would continue sleeping for a few more hours. It was even earlier than I had estimated at first, and I spotted a speckling of stars still visible overhead. I realized too late that I could have simply slipped into my spirit form and gone looking for her from the tent, but that felt a little too much like spying. Or maybe that's just what I told myself to avoid lying down on the frozen ground. Instead, I started a slow circle around our camp, searching for any trace of her. I heard her before I saw her. Any shame I felt about spying evaporated as I ducked under the tree limbs, walking toward her voice. I paused when I spotted her tucked up against a rocky outcrop, her cloak pulled up over her head. I relaxed when I realized what she was doing. It wasn't her voice I heard, but some stranger's. The staticky sound of the radio whispered over the morning air to where I hid, and I finally emerged, scuffing my feet on the ground and making plenty of noise so as not to startle her with my approach. It didn't quite work, as she jumped anyway and nearly dropped the radio from where it perched on her knees. Catching it, she dialed it off and stuffed it into her cloak, drawing back the hood from her face. "Hey," I whispered, sliding down next to her. It was far enough away from our tent that I didn't think anyone would hear us, but it was still so dark that I couldn't help but whisper. "Any news?" She shook her head. "Nothing important." "Couldn't sleep?" "No." She let out a slow breath. Gillean said we're just outside the fungus spirit town, I said, pushing down the uneasy feeling that told me she didn't really want me here, that I was interrupting a rare solitary moment. We should reach it this morning, I think. Gillean had told me once that based on his dad's notes, fungus spirits usually lived alone unless they were raising children. So I imagined a lonely cabin sitting off on its own, far from the center of town. I'd probably be drawn to it, just like I was drawn to the mushroom spirit. I'd knock on the door, he'd instantly recognize fellow fungus spirits, we'd be invited in, and I'd finally get some answers. Maybe he'd even know my mom, have stories of her, be able to fill in some of the blanks. I was silent for some time before True shifted and turned to face me. There are others who would help you, Cora, protect you. You know you don't have to do this alone. I frowned. By this afternoon, maybe I won't be. She reached out to touch my forehead, and I braced myself to be charmed, but she only brushed back a stray strand of hair that had fallen across my face. Maybe. You don't think we'll find any fungus spirits here, I said. It wasn't a question. She seemed to think twice about answering, and then only shrugged. If we don't, she finally replied, I just want you to know there are other options. If we don't find them here, then we'll keep looking, I said. This is our only hope, True, because you're right, we can't do this alone. Without warning, she clasped my hands, pressing them between her own. I savored the warmth, didn't mind her touch, even though I knew we were on the verge of an argument. Just give me a chance to prove to you that not all the Kretch are like Steve. There are other contingents out here. I was already shaking my head, exasperated at having the same discussion over and over. Although, without Mahara here, there was no need to moderate our words. Maybe with just the two of us, we could finally hash it out, come to some kind of agreement, and stop endlessly circling the same argument. The ones we need to help aren't out here, True. I thought back to all the afflicted spirits I saw on the outskirts of the capital, groveling in the dirt for a scrap of food with no idea how they ended up there. I saw how badly the Kretch failed at storming the capital. They burned a few buildings, crashed a few cars, maybe set off a bomb or two. They hurt more innocent spirits with literally zero impact on the capital itself. I heard so many announcements about construction blocking the streets there, and you know what? Most of the spirits were so exhausted they probably didn't even question it, didn't even hear it. I felt her hands press tighter against my own, but I wanted her to understand. She hadn't been there, didn't know how brief and futile the fight had been. If Mahara and I are going to heal the affliction, we need to understand how this power works, how to work on more than one spirit at a time. My mom is gone. I know she is, but there are other spirits who taught her how to influence emotions, maybe even how to weave memories. Every time I tried to fix a spirit's memories, I felt like I was fumbling in the dark with no real idea what I was doing. There had to be a way to get faster, stronger. The knowledge is out there. I know it is. We just have to find it, and I think we're getting close. True drew back, tucking her hands between her knees. And then what? Say you figure it out, heal the affliction. What then? I cocked my head. What do you mean, what then? She didn't immediately answer, and I thought about it for a second. The idea felt deliciously indulgent, but impossibly out of reach. I didn't know how I could ever stop being a target here, but even if I had to live in the middle of nowhere with just Mahara and my closest friends, the thought of just living without the affliction hanging over my head was tantalizing. Nothing, I finally said. I do nothing. Really, what I meant was everything. Shadows, I wanted it all. Lazy mornings on a porch, sipping tea and watching the sunrise with Kai, clandestine missions into the human world to steal books for Gillean and snacks for Mahara, while I continued to study every older man's face for something I recognized. I even let True into my little daydream and let her soak in a hot spring next to me. Faceless others wandered my dream, others I hadn't met yet. I wanted somewhere to come home to, people who saw me. If the world was no longer depending on me to fix it, I'd take everything that the past had denied me. No, I mean, what happens after everyone has their memories back? She said patiently, thinking I had misunderstood. The world hasn't changed, not much anyway. We're all still enslaved to the migration, to a few enormous companies in the capital who control our existence. She sounded exhausted, her voice thin. This isn't how things are supposed to be, Cora. Maybe it's just because I was tired and cold and my patience was wearing away, but her expectation that I would just keep giving annoyed me, and I felt something like resentment bubble up. Then figure it out yourself, True. This isn't my fight. I stood up, ready to go back to the tent, but my response had apparently gotten under her skin as well. Then you might as well not even call yourself a spirit, Haresha, she growled, tucking her knees in tighter against her body. It was like the slip of a sharp knife pressing into my palm, so sharp that at first I felt nothing, tasting the weight of her words. And then all at once, as the imaginary blood welled, I felt it all. My face must have betrayed something because she jumped to her feet and took a step forward, her mouth open slightly in shock. Was it shock at my expression or her words? Cora, I took a step back, still staring at her. She was going to take it all back and apologize. I knew she would, but the cut was too deep for it to do any good. Instead, I simply turned and walked away, knowing that if I stayed any longer, she would see me cry, and that felt like letting her win somehow. She had wanted to hurt me, and I was determined not to let her see how successful she was, any more than I already had. To her credit, she didn't follow me, and I ducked back under the low-hanging branches, needles catching in my hair. I knew the camp was to my left, but I took a right instead, following the rocky ridge for several minutes until I found a small clearing. A divot in the rock had filled with dried needles from the surrounding trees, and I plopped down on the makeshift seat, looking out through the branches at the latest valley we'd climbed through over the previous day. Each subsequent hill we climbed was a little higher than the previous, and I knew we were growing ever closer to the mountainous terrain to the north. Just as long as we didn't have to cross any mountains this time, I told myself. This was okay. The view from my rocky seat was more than okay. With the sun still getting ready to rise somewhere to my left, the stars overhead had disappeared and the sky was growing peachy orange. I could see for miles to the south, saw birds swirling up in groups before settling back down in another tree below. It should have been beautiful, but all it did was make everything hurt more. Because as I gulped back tears, it really, truly, physically hurt. My whole body ached from one stupid sentence, and I warred with myself, oscillating between telling myself that True knew nothing, that she was judging me based on a single comment that she didn't even understand, to telling myself that she was obviously right. She had charmed me, seen all of me, and I wasn't lying either when I told her I didn't want to save the world for her. But did that truly make me human? Gillean had told me off so many times for caring too much, said that was my human side shining through. So which was it? When the pain got to be too much, I finally gave in and leaned forward, squeezing my eyes shut and slipping into my spirit form. Was it reckless, letting my physical body slump forward on a precipice above the world? Probably, but I didn't care. I flung myself into the sky, spinning in tight circles with my arms outstretched, and watched with satisfaction as the world filled with golden threads. See, I told myself, spirit. Except, even unattached from my body, I felt my stomach drop. Because as I came to a halt from my wild spin, I saw it. A golden thread that I had learned to recognize that led straight up to the vulture centered over our camp. Chapter 13. Fuck. My tears had dried by the time I raced back to camp and roused everyone, sending Gillean to find True. I didn't understand how the hunters had found us again out here in the middle of nowhere. We were headed toward a town that didn't even exist on recent maps. True had explained the vulture had a good sense of smell, but this good? Even she seemed baffled by its presence, but I was absolutely certain of what I saw. There was nowhere to go except toward the town we only hoped existed. "What's the plan?" Gillean asked in a low voice as we slowed to climb over a fallen log. While a small part of me worried that I had no idea what we were doing, I was relieved he wasn't asking True, who had dropped behind to walk with Mahara. "First, get to town, see if anyone will help us out," I said, watching as Gillean vaulted over the log. I looked at it skeptically and knew there was no way I could pull that off. "Second, figure out how far away the hunters are, how much time we have." I clambered over the log, getting both knees filthy. I knew I looked ridiculous, but it was still better than landing on my face, which was probably what would happen if I tried to vault it. Third, we take cover. I haven't worked out the details yet, but if the vulture finds us by scent, maybe there's a way we can trick it into thinking we're continuing on, then ambush the hunters when they come through. I can break the bond with their animals, no problem. Gillean watched stoically as I slid off the log. The bark caught on my pants, and I stumbled a little when I landed, a trail of wood chips falling to the ground behind me. "At least they'll know we came this way," he said, sounding gloomy. "It wouldn't hurt you to help," I snapped. He put his hands up and backed away. "You look like you're going to murder the next person you touch. No thanks." Rolling my eyes, I brushed off my pants the best I could. "I'm not mad at you, stupid." It wasn't even anger. I was hurt, but I guess they looked the same. True had made a similar assumption when I felt upset that Gillean hadn't stood up to me to his dad. He shrugged. "If you say so." I glanced behind me. True and Mahara were still in sight, but talking quietly to each other. None of True's animal wards had gone off, which meant the hunters were still a fair distance away. We were traveling faster than normal, but not panicking. Not yet. "True called me Hresha," I said, lowering my voice. "I call you Hresha all the time," he replied, stretching his hands over his head. "What's it matter?" "But she meant it," I insisted, all because I said I didn't necessarily want to become some kind of activist against the whole migration issue. I had his full attention now, but couldn't read his expression. "It's not like I agree with it or anything. I looked up at the treetops and wondered if the vulture was circling just beyond them. "I don't want every day to be a fight," I finished. "If that makes me human, I guess she's right." "That's the stupidest thing I've ever heard." Gillean shook his head, then sprang forward to walk in front of me, facing me so that he was walking backwards. I didn't know how he managed not to trip. With a wave of his hand, he put an illusion over his own face. At first, I didn't understand why. It was still his face, his features, but it was as if he put a strange filter over all the colors. His skin lost its turquoise hue, leaving it similar in tone to mine, except for the slightly pink scars that segmented his features. His dark green hair faded to brown. Even the silver sheen from his eyes was gone, leaving them icy blue. At first, I thought he was making fun of my human features, but he looked more annoyed than anything else. "If not racing off to fight the capital makes you Hresha, then so am I. So are 95% of spirits." He dropped the illusion, which was somewhat of a relief. I could see through it, but still found it weirdly disconcerting. "You are Hresha." He spun back around to lead the way. "But only because you're a stupid spirit," he added over his shoulder. I wondered for a moment if he would follow me, if I did manage to fix the affliction and then continued the fight against the capital and their migration. It reminded me of the advice Kai had given me when we left, that Gillean needed direction because others easily swayed him. I had the feeling that, yes, he probably wouldn't be happy about it, but I thought he probably could be convinced. I was about to ask, but a different question popped out instead. "Gillean," I said, before I could think too hard about whether I really wanted the answer, Did your dad give you advice as we were leaving about me? He thought for a moment, then nodded and dropped back a few steps to walk beside me. Yes. What did he tell you? He said that when there's a line that can be crossed, you only find it by crossing it. I flinched a little, but I couldn't really argue. Not when I thought about how many times I had disobeyed instructions, pushed boundaries, and resisted the rules enforced on me. I touched the white streak of hair on my head. Kai wasn't wrong. Then, what did he tell you to do? Stop me from making so many mistakes? He ran a hand through his hair. I'm pretty sure he knew that was impossible. No, he told me to bring you back to the correct side. There was something comforting about that. Even if I made a mistake, misjudged a situation, pushed too hard, I had someone to pull me back, set me on the right path. It meant Kai didn't think I was too far gone or destined to ruin everything. There was hope for me. Do you want to know what he said about you? I asked. No. I was a little relieved not to have to tell him, so I didn't push the question. I was still thinking about Kai, hoping he was doing okay without us, when Gillean suddenly stopped in a patch of mossy flat rocks at the top of a hill. What's wrong? I asked, alarmed. He turned in a slow circle as Mahara and True caught up to us. Nothing, he said. We're here. The mossy rocks turned out to be a stone path, leading from the narrow animal trail we had been following through a dense thicket of brush that we pushed through. I ignored Mahara's whisper to True that the place seemed overgrown and abandoned, as well as True's murmur of agreement. The fourth time my long jacket snagged on a bramble and I had to yank it free, something drifted down and landed on my glove. A snowflake. It had been freezing for weeks, but this was the first time I had seen snow since our trek over the pass. I shivered, and it wasn't entirely because of the cold. Finally, we reached the other side of the overgrown path. I had almost decided Gillean had to be confused, that this couldn't be the right place. But when we emerged, we stood before a small clearing with a circle of cabins. Or at least what used to be cabins. Weeds had overtaken the walls and porches, and I could see at least one roof had collapsed. A few tiny snowflakes blew in on a breeze, swirling around our group, but the clouds above had yet to really let loose. A branch snapped to my left, and I jumped, looking for the source, hoping it was a fellow spirit, but saw the tail end of a deer bounding away through the trees. Still, I didn't panic, not yet. I knew the village was likely partially abandoned if it didn't appear on maps anymore. As long as the fungus spirits were still here, that's all I needed. Whoa. Mahara's voice came from behind me, breaking the silence. What's that? I turned to see what had captured her attention and spotted it instantly. A pile of flat rocks as tall as she was. The top had some kind of long, dried grass hanging off the top, secured with a few pebbles. When I got closer, I realized there were also sticks wedged in between the rocks, sticking out like two arms. It reminded me a lot of a snowman made of stone. How long would a stone man like this last? Surely not years, right? I don't know, Gillean said, crossing his arms. Stacks like this are sometimes used to mark paths in more remote areas. You have them too in the human world, he added. That was news to me. I had never seen one. I think you call them cairns. Normally, they don't have all this, though, True said, picking up the grass and dropping it. Maybe some kind of message? First things first, I said. As much as I wanted to fully explore the small clearing, it had to wait. We need to see how much time we have. I set my sight on a particularly tall tree at the edge of the clearing. Although I didn't know how to identify one needled tree from another, the branches looked thicker and more spread apart, making it slightly easier to climb. I nodded at it. I'm climbing that thing to try to spot them. Gillean, I need you with me. Mahara was still poking at the stone man, and I slipped in front of her, trying to get her attention. Stay out of sight of the sky, and if anything at all seems weird, get into your spirit form and tell me, okay? She waved a hand, the only sign that she had heard me. Finally, I looked at True, who I had been avoiding since our argument. "Don't let anything happen to her." "Be careful," she murmured. I threw off my jacket and backpack and headed to the base of the tree, rubbing my gloved hands together. As long as the snow held off a little longer, this would work. It had to. As I had hoped, the tree was easy to climb, and I made quick progress. Soon, the only noise was Gillean grumbling when I accidentally rained needles or bark bits down on him several branches below. The wind occasionally pelted my face with a few tiny snowflakes, but the clouds held back. "This is high enough," Gillean said from below me. I started, surprised when I glanced down and realized he was right. Because the tree was on top of a hill, we had finally peeked out above the other surrounding trees, and I could see for miles around us. I circled the tree until I found a fork in the branches where I could nestle down against the two branches, facing the trunk. I waited until Gillean slowly climbed up in front of me, one hand against the trunk as he lowered himself down on the branch and sat facing me. "I don't know how you expect to see anything from up here." I took a deep breath, feeling the cold air fill my lungs. Thankfully, I didn't see the vulture anywhere. Whether it was the cold, the threat of snow, or it just had to sleep for once, I didn't care. Luck was on our side. "Now's the hard part," I said. "I need to go into my spirit form and see if I can spot them in the distance. If they're around, I'll see their glow from miles away." He swore softly as he realized exactly what I intended to do. "You're going to fall out of this tree." "Not if you hold on to me," I replied, scooting closer to him. "Not afraid of heights, are you?" "I swear, if you start to pull us both down, I'm letting you go," he said, leaning back against the trunk and closing his eyes for a moment. "Why couldn't you just sit down there and fly up in your spirit form?" "Because," I replied as I reached him and our knees touched. "You're way better at judging distances than I am." I looked out at the surrounding forest, holding onto the branch above us to keep from falling. There was a pear-shaped lake at the base of the hill, glimmering with a layer of ice across the surface. Some of the trees in the distance were already capped in white. This all looks like a day's journey to me, even those mountains in the distance. I tipped my head toward the peaks half hidden by the low cloud cover. "I'm going to point out where I see them, and you can tell me how long it'll take for them to reach us. And hide us while you're at it. I don't see the vulture, but I don't want to take any chances. They can't know we're expecting them." I squinted at something else in the distance. Between the forest and the mountains, there was a long stretch of bare ground where the trees looked scrubbier and more spread apart until they disappeared altogether into a strange cloud that sat on the ground below all the others. At first, I thought it was a snowstorm, but it was so localized to that one area and so low down to the ground. "What's that?" I asked, pointing it out. Gillean shifted on the branch to look at where I pointed. "Oh, that must be the storm I told you about." I looked at him blankly until he sighed and continued. "Remember the ink blot on the map? You specifically pointed it out and asked about it." "Oh, that's right." I watched it for a moment. Even from this distance, I could see the clouds slowly rotating. No way that was a natural phenomenon. "Focus." Gillean reached out and flicked my forehead. "It's cold up here." I felt the illusion take hold as he camouflaged us against the tree. I scooted even closer, still holding onto the branch above for leverage. "Okay, but please don't drop me." A few needles rained down on us, and Gillean scowled. "This is really fucking awkward, Cora." "It is not," I protested, practically sitting in his lap now. I let go of the branch and wrapped my arms around him, leaning against his chest. His necklace, hidden under his shirt, pressed against my cheek, and I could feel his heart racing, which gave me a strange sense of satisfaction. Humans have a song about this scenario, you know. "What, spying on bounty hunters chasing you through the forest?" His voice was strained, and I couldn't tell whether he was playing dumb or really had no idea what I was talking about. His arms stayed where they were, hanging loose at his sides. Gil, come on, you have to hold on to me or I'm going to fall. He let out another string of curses, but reluctantly put his arms lightly around me. I shivered a little at his touch, only partially because he always felt so cold. While I had intended to annoy Gillean with this somewhat uncomfortable request, I no longer felt so smug. I could feel my own heart beating way too quickly now. He was right. This was extremely fucking awkward. Be back soon, I said, eager to leave the situation. If he replied, I didn't hear it, already spiraling out of my body, spinning up above the tree line. I didn't have to travel far to be above it all, hovering weightlessly over the world. The forest lit up gold, full of life moving, connecting, and then forgetting. I smiled a little to watch it, but quickly focused on what I needed to do. Squinting a little, I filtered out all the thin tendrils of memories forming and looked for the more vivid core that would indicate a spirit. I spotted the vulture first, sitting maybe half a mile away in a tree. A thicker cord still connected us, but I didn't dare break it, didn't want to let the hunters know I saw it. This time, I wanted them to find us. The vulture wasn't moving, however, and something about the slow oscillation of the thread convinced me that it was sleeping. After so many days of checking on my friends, Tristan, and the other spirits at the outpost, I noticed how different the threads looked when someone was close or actively thinking about someone. It was hard to explain, but it just felt different. Drifting slowly over the trees, I continued searching for the hunters. As clouds began to move in and obscure the daylight, it got easier to spot the animals below, the gold shining brighter. Finally, something in the distance caught my eye, a bright spot that occasionally appeared when I moved just right, like the reflection of glass that caught the sun. I was too far to tell if there were two of them or not, but who else would be out here in the middle of nowhere? My body was calling as I used up my stamina, and I let my tether tug me back, memorizing the location of the flash of light so I could point it out to Gillean. With relief, I reached my body on the tree and found Gillean still holding me in place, our cores so close they were indistinguishable from each other. With my head tucked on his chest, my long hair was frizzing up into his face, causing him to crane his neck backward to avoid it. The almost painful expression on his face felt a little funnier when I wasn't physically in my body. I didn't have time to enjoy it, though. When I looked down, I noticed something very wrong. Through the branches, I spotted 3 more cores below. Mahara, True, and the Stone Man? Certain I was mistaken, I tried to dart down, but my energy was gone, and I felt myself being dragged back into my body even as I thrashed away from it. I woke up with a gasp, pushing myself away from Gillean so quickly that I nearly lost my balance and had to scramble for the branch with both hands as he grabbed my sides to steady me. "What's wrong?" he asked, eyes wide. "Mahara," I said, trying to untangle my limbs from his and get my footing. "There's someone down there." Gillean let go of me and leaned back against the trunk, trying to peer down below us. "Slow down. If there was a problem, they would have shouted, or Hera would have drifted up here for a chat." He nimbly hopped up onto the branch and balanced on top of it, barely touching the other branches. "Did you find the hunters?" "I think so." Anxious to get back down, I hurried over, searching the horizon for the dip in the trees where I had seen them. For a moment, everything looked different without the web of gold over it, but I finally got my bearings and traced my way back to where I had seen them. "There," I said, pointing. "In that spot of dark trees where the 2 hills meet." It took him a moment. Our heads dipped close together, but he finally nodded. "Looks like you didn't need me after all," he said with a touch of amusement in his voice. I gave him a confused look, and he explained. "They're about a day away. A little less if they hurry, but I'd be surprised if they're not here by mid-afternoon tomorrow." I shivered again, a nervous flutter in my stomach now that there was a time limit. I had hoped we had longer. "Okay, great." Still worried about what was going on below, I felt too distracted to sound confident. After shaking some feeling back into my half-frozen hands, I started the slow descent back to the ground. Gillian's camouflage faded away as I clambered, somehow leaving me even colder. Halfway down, I heard him call out, and I paused, waiting until he climbed over across from me, one waist-high branch separating us. The limb we both stood on groaned slightly in protest, and I tightened my grip on the branch above. Haresha, if that really is a fungus spirit down there, he lowered his voice. Just remember that you don't know them. Everyone wants something. Until you know what it is, don't give them your trust. I don't trust anyone, I replied, narrowing my eyes. It was a lie, but not as much of a lie as it used to be. His mouth twitched a little. Don't lie to me. I rolled my eyes and resumed my climb downward, but he wasn't done. You just forced me to hold your defenseless body at the top of a tree, he called after me. Don't tell me you don't trust me. I ignored him and climbed a little faster when I heard Mahara's voice below. I couldn't make out her words, but she didn't sound alarmed. When I finally dropped to the ground, stumbling a little as I tried to land lightly on my injured ankle, I discovered who the third core belonged to. But as I took in her appearance, my disappointment was palpable. A pale green face peeked out of an oversized coat, making her look even shorter than she truly was. At first, I thought she was a child, but the deep wrinkles around her eyes and the dry, straw-like quality of her grassy hair convinced me otherwise. She was old, and most definitely some kind of plant spirit, not a fungus spirit. When Gillean landed behind me, Mahara and True finally looked over, noticing us. There you are, Mahara said, throwing up her arms. I was about to go looking for you. How long? True asked. One day, Gillean said. Who's your new friend? The woman hadn't stopped talking throughout our entire exchange. At first, I thought she might be hard of hearing and not realize we were talking, but no, she wasn't even really facing our direction. Oh, this is Nini, Mahara said, tugging at the woman's arm to get her attention. She turned toward us and waved with mottled brown fingers, like a leaf that had seen too much sun. Halfway through her wave, she was already turning away, losing focus. I recognized the look in her eyes. She was afflicted. True tucked her hair behind her ear, looking slightly embarrassed. I don't think that's her name exactly. It's a plant spirit thing, Gillean said, watching as Nini wandered off to one of the rundown cabins, Mahara in tow. They live in enormous groups with a ton of children who call all the adults Nini and Didi. It just means something like aunt, I suppose. Then where are all the others? I asked. There was another of the stone men on the porch where Nini had led Mahara. This one was shorter, and Nini was carefully balancing a wool hat on the top of it as Mahara bounced on her toes, grimacing as she braced for the cairn to topple. When it didn't, she waved at me. They have names, she called. This one is Yandy. As it began to snow in earnest, the flakes coming down thick and fast, the wind picked up as well. With one arm sheltering my eyes, I turned my attention to the sky, but could only see a vortex of flakes among the fluttering trees. I hoped that would keep the vulture at bay at least. Although I didn't exactly have a full plan worked out, I knew it hinged on keeping the element of surprise. This isn't what I expected, True finally said. I hope you know what you're doing. It wasn't what I expected either, and I had no idea what I was doing, but there was no way I would admit it. Instead, I pulled on my jacket, grabbed my backpack, and walked over to where Nini and Mahara had disappeared inside the cabin. I gave Yandy a wide berth. They had left the door ajar, but as I crossed the threshold, I saw why. Thick weeds had grown up through the floorboards and pushed the frame out of position with the door. When I tried to open it more than halfway, the door hit the floor and ground to a halt with a loud scratching sound. I winced and slipped inside, stepping on the trampled, yellowed grass. At first, the room reminded me of True's bedroom, full of plants and bugs, but where hers had been all sunlight and fresh leaves and flowers, this was dusty and dark with ivy growing over the windows and old dried needles and pine cones piled up in the corners. More stone men stood in a semicircle around a sooty fireplace, their stick arms extended toward the cold hearth. Nini was puttering around one of them, expertly draping an old tattered blanket around the stones without knocking it over. "Shut the door," she snapped as I pushed my way in. "Leonard hates a draft." I paused for a moment as I saw Gillean and True give each other a quick glance, then follow me in, both looking somewhat reluctant. Pulling up on the doorknob, I did my best to close it, but just like it had slammed against the floor when I opened it, the door squealed in distress as it wedged up against the top of the doorframe a few inches from closing. "Sorry," I mumbled as Nini shot me another angry look. "Nini," she stomped her feet, boots thumping on the floor, and I heard True give a low growl. "Bugs everywhere," Nini grumbled. "Useless animal spirits always letting bugs in." "Nini," I said again as she shook her oversized coat off. She was tiny, branch-like, much too thin. "You," her gaze fixed on me. "You're much too old to be going around calling spirits Nini. What's a Hresha doing here anyway? Who invited you in?" I felt Gillean slide up close behind me, felt his nervousness at the spirit's unpredictable demeanor. She was harmless, though, just afflicted. "Sorry, what should I call you?" I stumbled over my words, taken aback by her anger. She grumbled something under her breath and turned back to the stone man she had called Leonard, patting what I imagined was its shoulder. I saw myself in her, the way she lost focus as soon as I asked her name. I used to do the same thing, although I hadn't recognized it at the time. Mahara ducked under her arm, leaning against her and murmuring to her until she stopped stomping and angrily patting Leonard. "She says we can stay here tonight," Mahara said brightly, putting her arm around the old spirit. "Don't exactly have a choice," Nini sniffed. "Others are old and useless, terrible hosts." I saw my chance and took it. "What happened to the others?" I asked. "Time," she snapped. "Same as all of us. We all get old and run down and fall apart. You'll do the same one day, Hresha." "No, I mean..." I ignored Mahara's grimace and small wave of warning and plowed ahead. "Why did everyone leave but you? Where did they go?" The confused, afflicted expression returned, and she turned away, jabbing at the empty fireplace with a poker. "Everyone who matters is still here, girl. They need a little more care these days, but that's what they have Nini for. What, my home isn't good enough for you? Go stay with the others then." Something about the way she insisted everyone was still here caught my attention, but before I could question her further, Gillean caught my elbow and pulled me back. "Come on," he said. "Let's look around for a minute." I protested, but his grip was firm and he nearly dragged me out of the cabin as Mahara worriedly patted Nini's back as she continued thrashing the poker in the fireplace. "Good riddance," I heard her mutter as Gillean yanked the jammed door back open enough for us to exit. Outside, the snow immediately blew into my eyes and weighed down my eyelashes. I pulled up my jacket unhappily. "You should have let me keep talking to her," I complained as we stood on the porch for a moment, looking around the small clearing. Gillean glanced up at the sky. "I think we're safe while the snow keeps up," he said. "Let's take a walk." "She knows something," I said, kicking at the snow as we walked down the steps to the ground below. "She's afflicted, but we can fix that." "For someone who senses every mood, you can be kind of oblivious," he said, still pulling me forward. We headed toward one of the other houses, the door wide open. Snow had already begun to pile up against it. "You won't learn anything by pissing her off like that. Your sister has the right idea." We entered the abandoned house and found it in even worse shape than Nini's. A little light filtered in from the holes in the roof, highlighting more stone men, most wearing ragged hats and cloaks. One tiny one, only 5 stones tall, sat on top of a blanket with a pile of blocks in front of it. "We don't have time to do this the nice way," I said. I tried to sound annoyed, but my voice came out too high-pitched, too scared. "We have time." He finally dropped my arm, but I followed him out and into the next house. It was much of the same thing, more disrepair, more cairns. "Why would a plant spirit in the middle of nowhere be so badly afflicted?" he asked. I didn't answer right away. We poked through the house a little, but there was nothing useful. The rotting cabinets stood open in the kitchen, with broken plates and bowls strewn across the floor. Someone had started to pile the debris into a rusty bucket, then given up. I wondered whether it had happened when the inhabitants left, or if some passerby had picked through the house afterward. I doubted it had been Nini. "Maybe she lived in the capital and only came back here after the affliction," I suggested. Gillean shrugged, unconvinced, and led the way back outside. "Careful," he said, coming to a sudden halt as we crossed the clearing. When I peered around him, I saw why. Steam rose from a hole in the ground, and a familiar smell tickled my nose. Sulfur, I realized. It smelled just like the hot spring True had taken me to. Gillean tapped the ground with one foot, then stepped carefully around the hole. "I think it's stable enough, but don't go stomping around." I resisted the urge to put my face to the hole and try to peer down there, although I suspected I wouldn't be able to see much without a light. We gave the hole a wide berth and approached the destroyed house I had noticed earlier, the one with the collapsed roof. A line of trees separated it from the other cabins. It was a mess of half-standing walls and rubble and debris that I couldn't make sense of, but something else inside caught my eye. With snowflakes softly falling around us, I climbed over the wall, sliding a little on the slick surface, but finally made it inside the remains of the house. 2 cairns had once stood in here, but either the collapse of the house or time had knocked them over. Based on the fallen rocks, I could imagine what they once looked like. A taller one and a very short one, no taller than a toddler. Something about the 2 of them, spilled across what used to be the floor, silently disappearing under the snow, made me feel oddly sad. I began picking up the rocks and placing them back in 2 piles, starting with the smaller one. I heard Gillean nimbly leap up the wall and land beside me. Without a word between us, he began repairing the taller one. After we placed the last stone, I found a few dried flowers in the debris and placed them on the smaller one's head. The petals were still a striking red, even as they threatened to crumble into dust. Job complete, we stood back and looked at them for a moment. My breath caught in my chest a little, and I shook my head. "This is going to sound crazy," I said, "but I feel like I know that little one." I felt Gillian's gaze on me. "Have you been here before?" I shook my head again and bit my lip, forehead creasing as I thought. "No, of course not. I lived in the human world until Quinn brought me to Empira'an when I was just a little kid. And then I never left the capital until Kai helped me escape back to the human world." I didn't bother to tell him what I really meant. It wasn't the cairn that felt familiar, it was something else. Almost like its essence. Maybe I really was going crazy. If I stayed here too long, I'd end up like Nini. The feeling faded and I looked up, letting the snow land on my face. The sky was darkening. I know I can't remember much, but when could I have possibly come here? There was a bit of accusation in my voice, and I grimaced a little. "I'm not blaming you," I added quickly. "Yes, you are." He clambered back over the wall to exit the rubble. "You're saying you can't get your memories back unless I let you into mine." I followed him, giving the little cairn one last look. "Well, most of my time at Empira'an involved you, yes." He was already walking back to the house we left the others in, not waiting for me. "I'm not saying you have to let me fix your memories," I scrambled after him. "It's just a fact." I still didn't really understand why he refused to let me and Mahara fix the affliction in him like we had started to do for Kai. He said he didn't want things to change, didn't want his memories back, but was the emptiness really better? I shook my head, blinking away the snow that blew in my eyes. "Why don't you focus on dealing with these hunters?" he said, voice cold. There was no point in pushing him further. He was right. I had to focus. Figure out if Nini knew where the fungus spirits had gone, and then come up with a plan to ambush the hunters when they showed up tomorrow. I felt my hands go clammy as I thought about them slowly closing in on us. When we returned, we found Mahara and True sharing their food with Nini, all sitting among the stone men. Chipped and broken plates sat in front of the stone men, with a bit of food strewn across them. As Nini turned at the sound of our entrance, Mahara and True gave each other a grin and both grabbed food from the Cairn's plates, adding it to Nini's. "Oh, you're still here," Nini scowled at me. "Well, come on, hope you brought your own food because I didn't save any for you." "It's okay," I said, sitting next to Mahara. "I brought some." Gillean sat down next to Nini, the only empty spot left, and Nini unhappily shifted away from him, closer to the stone man she referred to as Leonard earlier. "Watch the water spirit," she muttered to no one in particular. "Thieves, all of them." I winced, but Gillean leaned back and almost smiled. "I'll be good, Nini." She looked unconvinced, but Mahara patted her knee. "Nini, tell me more about Empira'an." "Empira'an!" Nini finally stopped glaring at Gillean and smiled. "Such a good girl, just like you, little one. She was the only one who ever noticed how much I did around here. Used to come over and take the little ones out to the lake and tell me to sit down and relax. Even Leonard liked her, and he hates everyone." She stretched out her legs and wiggled her toes, which were sticking out of the socks she wore. "That little Micah of hers was an odd one, but that's not her fault, of course. I certainly butted off an odd one or two." She gave one of the stone men a pointed look. True caught my eye from across the half circle, but I wasn't sure why. She tilted her head in Nini's direction and raised an eyebrow. "Are you listening?" her expression seemed to say. Nini had lost focus again, muttering to herself and staring at the fire that didn't exist. "Nini," Mahara persisted, "did Empira'an and Micah leave? Where did they go?" I took a sharp breath as I realized. Nini talked about everyone else in this town in the present tense, convinced they were still here. Not Empira'an, not Micah. I finally understood what Gillean meant when he told me to let Mahara do her thing. How long had it taken her to whittle away at all of Nini's stories to target these two particular spirits? Nini picked at her teeth, thinking. She was silent for so long I had almost given up on an answer until she finally shrugged. "Don't know. That old spirit she always talked to came by. I know that. She was supposed to come over and clean my roof. She promised me. Promised me!" She gave a small stomp from where she sat, and Mahara hurriedly patted her shoulder. "I thought I saw her and Micah still in the house. That redhead is hard to miss, but my roof is still a mess, so she..." She trailed off and looked up at the ceiling. "She must have left. Why can't I remember?" Her voice was so small, I couldn't help but feel bad for her. "What if I could help you remember?" I asked, leaning forward. "Fix your memories." She shrieked and we all jumped. As she scrambled backward, arms pinwheeling, Mahara got between us, talking in a hushed voice. Gillean simply put his hands over his ears, shooting me a furious look. Even True rolled her eyes as she got up and walked away, sorting through her pack in the corner. By the time Nini stopped wailing, the room was dark and Mahara led her to bed, the woman's thin arms flopping limply at her sides. "Don't think you're healing that one if she has any choice in the matter," Gillean mumbled as he passed where I still sat to join True. He was right. Maybe if I had more time we could convince her, but in the mere hours we had left before the hunters arrived, not likely. For possibly the 1,000th time, I cursed myself for letting Quinn override my memories and lose the ends that were attached to my core. If I still had those, I would have been able to fix her memories myself, but since I needed Mahara to help me, well, I knew she wouldn't mess with Nini's memories against her will. I have a barrier set up around the cabins, True said to me as she unrolled her sleeping bag. Any spirits pass through and one of the animals will alert me. Oh, right, thanks. There was no derision in her tone, but I still worried she thought I was incompetent, that I should have asked her to set up animal wards before she took it upon herself. I could feel the nervousness in the air as I finally joined them to set up my sleeping bag. No one spoke, and we could hear occasional thumps and voices from the other room where Mahara and Nini had gone. At least my insistence had brought us here, and we knew how far away the hunters were. Still, I wasn't sure what we would do tomorrow, and the hours were quickly ticking away. It was pitch black when Mahara finally stumbled back into the room, bumping into the wall with a giggle. Even in its current state, the house was better shelter than I could have hoped for, but the partially open door let in an absolutely freezing chill that made me burrow deeper into my sleeping bag as I called her over to us and helped her find her own pack. I think it's been a while since she's had visitors, she whispered, finally tucking in close to me. Don't feel bad about scaring her, okay? I didn't, and that in itself made me feel a little bad. I heard True flick the radio on, and even after it had annoyed me so much when we first set out, the sound now gave me a small measure of comfort, even though she didn't turn it up loud enough for me to make out any words. I think Amira and Micah were fungus spirits, Mahara said with a yawn. But they left a long time ago. If she doesn't know where they went, I don't think we're finding them. I know. I ran my fingers through her short hair until her breathing evened out. Eventually, True turned off the staticky radio, and the night was silent except for the wind outside, howling through the windows and rattling something on the roof. I hadn't slept well in weeks, but even though my body felt exhausted and slow, I was nowhere near sleep. Every time I shut my eyes, all I saw were the remaining hunters, Vilpetus and Arlen, prowling through the forest and coming ever closer. There was no time to sleep. I had to come up with a plan to deal with them.